Konoha, year 5 for S night quietly descended. The profound darkness enveloped the entirety of Konoha village, as if even the starlight was concealed by this endless shadow. Uchiha Zaho, a traveler from another realm, found himself amidst the tranquility of this night. He and his twin brother, Uchiha Sasuke, bore strikingly similar features. Yet at this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude that on a secluded path within the Uchiha clan's territory. Zaho strolled alone, with only the gentle whisper of the wind accompanying him, while his mind swirled with intricate thoughts. System, it has been 3 days. How much longer must I wait for my first lottery draw? His footsteps echoed in the stillness, amplifying the weight of his emotions. With each stride, a flicker of unease ignited within him. Perhaps this night harbored shadows not only from the world outside, but also from the depths of his own heart. For today might mark the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's demise, the night of extermination. Despite his awareness of the impending doom, he felt powerless to intervene. The gears of fate had begun to turn irrevocably. An indescribable despair lingered within Zaho. Danzo, you wretched old fool. Once I acquire sufficient power, I will ensure your utter obliteration, leaving you with no solace in death. Zaho muttered fiercely, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned pale, his teeth grinding audibly. His gaze flickered with the flames of hatred, as if he could reduce the distant Hokage building to ashes, his eyes sharp with uncontainable fury and resentment. At that moment, a crisp notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Host's emotional fluctuation detected lottery points 6. In an instant, a glimmer of hope ignited within Zaho, intertwining the flames of hatred with latent power. The dimensional lottery system, a mysterious and formidable entity, had awakened within him at the tender age of 5. Yet, the system's lottery mechanism proved to be exceedingly stringent. Even more vexing was the fact that the lottery points required for drawing were not easily acquired. The prize pools were rigorously categorized as follows: low-level prize pool, intermediate prize pool, advanced prize pool, legendary prize pool. In the low-level prize pool, each draw necessitated the expenditure of 100 lottery points. The items within this pool were largely trivial simple food, beverages, or toys suitable for young children, with the highest reward being merely a basic ninjutsu body replacement technique, a skill even academy students could master. The intermediate prize pool had a higher threshold, requiring 1,000 lottery points for each draw. The quality of items here improved, offering practical combat enhancements, primarily consisting of C and B rank ninjutsu, with the apex items being a rank ninjutsu, which, while superior to the low-level pool, still fell short of Zaho's aspirations for power. The advanced prize pool proved even more enticing, demanding 10,000 lottery points per draw. Within this pool, every obtainable item was of high caliber, at least a rank or above. There existed a minuscule probability of acquiring items, such as the Rinnegan or Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and even-tailed beasts. Lastly, the legendary prize pool required a staggering 100,000 lottery points for each draw. The items within this pool were nothing short of extravagant, with the Rinnegan considered merely commonplace here. System panel. Uchiha Zaho Sharingan Single Tomo Sharingan attributing lightning fire wind water earth. Ninjutsu body replacement technique. Combat power assessment beginner Genin 23. Lottery points 95. Hint beginner protection period. First lottery draw 0. 1 discount recommended to choose legendary prize pool. What Zaho coveted was this so-called 0.01 discount. With 100 lottery points, he could partake in a legendary draw. Should he procure something of extraordinary caliber, his ascent would be meteoric, enabling him to overpower the third Hokage and trample Danzo. However, I am still 5 points short of the lottery points needed, which is truly vexing. What to do? Zaho pondered, his brow slightly furrowing as thoughts raced through his mind. Having meandered through Konoha village for quite some time, Zaho's attention was suddenly captured by a figure in a corner. A child with yellow hair sat on a swing, gently swaying back and forth. Eureka! Zaho's eyes brightened, a surge of excitement and anticipation coursing through him. You shall do, Naruto. He began to approach Naruto, an involuntary smile gracing his face. Upon sensing Zaho's approach, Naruto lifted his head, a flicker of light sparkling in his eyes. However, upon closer inspection, Zaho discerned a hint of melancholy etched across Naruto's face. As if he had just shed tears, the aura of loneliness enveloped the air, tugging at Zaho's heartstrings. Naruto's smile appeared overshadowed by an invisible gloom, revealing a fragility that resonated deeply. His solitude stemmed from a profound sense of being unwanted, compounded by the disdain of the majority of villagers. Zaho smiled gently, his voice calm, yet imbued with warmth. "Hello, my name is Zaho. May I ask what yours is?" "I am Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto's gloom seemed to dissipate suddenly, his tone brightening instantly. The earlier despondency vanished in an instant, replaced by an unmistakable thrill and eagerness. Zaho narrowed his eyes slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he spoke slowly. "Uzumaki Naruto, indeed a resounding name. Might I have the honor of becoming your friend?" "Really?" Naruto's eyes lit up, his excitement infusing him with renewed vigor. "You truly wish to be my friend?" "Absolutely." Zaho's lips curled into a gentle smile, his tone sincere. "From this moment forth, we are friends." However, Zaho paused slightly, his expression turning serious. "I am currently faced with a rather challenging predicament, and I require your assistance." Assistance? Throughout his life, Naruto had never been needed. Now, suddenly, someone required his help, and he felt compelled to offer it. Naruto's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Help? Marvelous, whatever you need, I will give my all." "Huh." Zaho took a deep breath, striving to maintain a casual tone. "All right then, follow me. But do not be alarmed by what you may encounter." Naruto nodded, a confident smile adorning his face. Wholly unaware of the gravity of the situation, his heart brimmed with anticipation as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. His childhood had undoubtedly been fraught with hardship. Yet Zaho harbored no fears regarding the Nine Tails or its monstrous nature. Once he awakened the Mangeki, controlling the beast would be a trivial matter. Chapter 2. The Night of Annihilation. Unfurling the kaleidoscope without a moment's hesitation, Zayo grasped Naruto's hand, hastily escorting him to the Uchiha clan's grounds. Who is Naruto? You may ask. He is none other than the son of the fourth Hokage, the host of the Nine Tails, a true embodiment of the second and third Hokage. Such a lineage would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of Konoha's elite. Moreover, Naruto harbors a deeply concealed identity as the reincarnation of Ashura, undeniably a hidden heir of the second Hokage. With these three prestigious identities, Naruto is destined for an unparalleled status in the world of Hokage. Upon their arrival at the clan grounds, Naruto's heart tightened at the sight before him. The ground lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of the Uchiha clan, blood staining the earth, a horrific scene that seemed almost beyond belief. Zayo, what on earth has happened? Why is there nothing but corpses? We have no time. We must hurry. If we don't move quickly, it will be too late. Zayo's voice was urgent, a flicker of anxiety evident in his gaze. 10 minutes later. In that moment, Zayo felt as if time itself was being twisted by an invisible hand, stretching into an excruciatingly slow pace. Each second felt elongated, the tide of anxiety surging within him. Hurry, faster. We must move. He urged himself, yet his feet felt as if shackled by heavy weights, immobilizing him. Finally, upon returning home, his eyes were met with a shocking scene. Itachi's silhouette appeared particularly desolate in the twilight, while their parents sat there, as if all was serene. Yet this tranquility filled Zayo with an overwhelming dread. Stop, brother! Zayo shouted with all his might, his voice echoing in the empty room. As if to tear apart the eerie atmosphere, Itachi paused momentarily, clearly taken aback by Zayo's sudden arrival. His movements stilled, seemingly lost in contemplation. Itachi, Fugaku's voice resonated with a hint of resignation and sorrow. You are such a kind child. Zayo's heart tightened as he rushed forward, his eyes ablaze with anxiety and fury. Brother, what are you doing? Why are you standing behind our parents with a knife? His voice was laced with uncontrollable anger and a trace of fear, as if questioning the absurdity of it all. Ding. Host's emotional fluctuation detected. Lottery points 100. Ding. Naruto's emotional fluctuation detected. Lottery points 10. Ding. Itachi Uchiha's emotional fluctuation detected. Lottery points 10,000. Ding. Fugaku Uchiha's emotional fluctuation detected. Lottery points 10,000. Ding. Mikoto Uchiha's emotional fluctuation detected. Lottery points 5,000. Owa's mind was a tempest of thoughts, as if caught in an invisible tide that stripped him of reason, leaving only one singular thought to prevent this from happening. Yet, Itachi seemed unwilling to grant him any opportunity. One strike, two strikes. Itachi, with his own hands, ended the lives of their parents. This scene pierced Zayo's heart like a razor-sharp blade, an unbearable cruelty. As a rational traveler, he could not fathom why his parents chose to submit without resistance at such a critical moment. According to the original narrative, Fugaku had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, while Mikoto, an elite jonin of Konoha, should have possessed formidable combat prowess. Why did they choose to forego resistance, allowing their own son to take their lives? Confusion and despair flooded Zayo's heart, causing him pain so profound he could scarcely breathe. Why? What is the reason behind all this? In that instant, his right eye underwent a remarkable transformation, the originally single tomo rapidly evolving into three, followed by the manifestation of a Manjiki resembling a three-bladed shuriken. Meanwhile, his left eye directly ascended to the three-tomo state, without transforming into a Manjiki. The right eye's Manjiki displayed a three-bladed shuriken design, distinct from Itachi's, which featured curved blades while Zayo's was linear. Itachi regarded Zayo with a hint of surprise, remarking, "Foolish brother, you have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. How impressive." Zayo fixed a determined gaze on Itachi, declaring, "No matter the reason, you have killed our parents. Today, you shall not escape." A cold smile crept across Itachi's face as he retorted, "Zayo, true to my blood, you are indeed clever." His words carried a complex emotion, a semblance of pride in his brother's astuteness. Yet, as the host of the Nine Tails, Naruto's presence deterred Itachi from acting recklessly, especially from taking Naruto's life. He understood that any assault on Naruto would invoke the intervention of Konoha's Umbu and Root ninjas, spiraling the situation into chaos. "Today, I shall spare you, my foolish brother," Itachi proclaimed, releasing Zayo from his grip. In an instant, he vanished, as if he had never been there, panting against the cold wall. Zayo felt his chest rise and fall violently, his breaths like the howling wind, yet his heart was filled with an indescribable sense of helplessness. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the lifeless forms of his parents, their faces pale, as if they had lost all vitality overnight. Was it truly impossible to change this fate? Zayo shook his head, a pang of sorrow striking his heart, his voice barely above a whisper, as if it might be swept away by the wind. Tears brimmed in his eyes, yet they refused to fall. A wave of powerlessness swept over him, as if the entire world were crumbling before him. He yearned to scream, to alter this reality, yet found himself utterly powerless. Strength. Only strength could alter this fate. Edo Tensei, reincarnation. If I could wield such power, I could resurrect anyone. Yet, before realizing this grand ambition, he must first accomplish a vital task, to gather the Sharingan, particularly the Manjiki Sharingan of Fugaku, ensuring it does not fall into Danzo and Appo's hands. At this moment, Zayo's hatred for Danzo had reached an indescribable pinnacle, a profound and fervent loathing that burned within him like an inferno, threatening to consume all his reason and sense of justice. The vengeance for his clan, laden with the sorrow and unfulfilled bloodshed of the deceased, pierced deep into his soul, rendering him unable to escape or find solace. This is a hatred that shall never be forgiven throughout his life. Chapter 3. The Ghostly Path and Appo's Wind System Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura. Let us proceed, Naruto. Remaining here serves no purpose, Sao declared resolutely, rising to his feet and casting his gaze towards the expanse beyond the Uchiha clan's territory, as if it held the hope he had yet to explore. Naruto silently trailed behind Sao, his heart a tumult of emotions. Along their journey, Sao occasionally checked his system backpack, his eyes glimmering with a hint of concentration. System backpack, Kaleidoscope Sharingan X2, 3 Tomo Sharingan X2. The reason for not seizing the eyes of other Uchiha clan members was beyond comprehension. The eyes of those fallen Uchiha had nearly been entirely extracted, becoming trophies for certain nefarious factions. Sao speculated that some had been taken by Danzo's subordinates, while others had been plundered by Obito. Yet, these matters no longer occupied his thoughts. For now, possessing Fugaku Uchiha's Kaleidoscope Sharingan bestowed upon him the potential to evolve his Sharingan into the eternal kaleidoscope. Sao fixed his gaze on Naruto, his tone suddenly turning somewhat frosty. "Naruto, you should return now. In the future, try to visit me less often." Naruto scratched his head, confusion and disappointment flickering in his eyes. "Why? Aren't we friends?" Sao sighed softly, his gaze imbued with complexity. You need not know the reason just yet. Remember, regardless of what lies ahead, you will undoubtedly become Hokage, for you are the son of the Hokage. Instantly, Naruto's demeanor transformed, his expression shifting from bewilderment to exhilaration. Do you truly believe I can become Hokage? Indeed. Sao nodded, a trace of amusement swelling within him as he feigned profundity. Speaking meaningfully, in our Uchiha clan, there exists a sage well-versed in the art of futurism, known as Uchiha Kashimoto. He once prophesied that a person named Naruto Uzumaki would become the Hokage of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Naruto's heart ignited with fervor, his face devoid of despair. Laughter ringing like delicate bells. Ha! This is wonderful. I can truly become Hokage. He envisioned that day, draped in the Hokage cloak, standing atop the village, earning the recognition of all, proclaiming his dreams to the world. The two then parted ways, symbolizing their diverging paths. Shortly thereafter, Sao arrived at the rear mountains of Konoha. The night sky was as dark as ink, speckled with stars, as if silently narrating the mysteries of this world. A chill breeze swept through, and he sat alone on the damp grass, absorbing the weight and solitude of the night. At that moment, a single raindrop gently kissed his cheek, shattering the tranquility. Rain began to fall, stealthily cascading down. Tonight's rain seemed to carry an invisible clamor, mingled with sorrowful wails, stirring a pang of melancholy within. Sao did not seek refuge but lay quietly on the ground, allowing the frigid rain to drench his body. Gazing up at the darkened heavens, his face became increasingly soaked, indistinguishable between the torrential raindrops and the tears welling from his heart. In this moment, the world's turmoil appeared distant from him, with only the sound of rain. Like a silent elegy, echoing softly within the depths of his soul. Name Uchiha Sao. Sharingan left eye, 3 Tomo, right eye, kaleidoscope, ability, divine edge. Attributes Een, thunder, fire, wind, water, earth. Ninjutsu, body flicker technique. Combat power assessment, weak shadow level, 50-10,000. Lottery points, 25205. Notice, newbie protection period. First lottery at a 99.99 discount. Please choose wisely. The dimensional lottery system's grand wheel spun in the air, emitting a melodious hum, vibrant colors shimmering on its surface. The wheel danced ceaselessly, revealing 10 items in the prize pool: dimensional fruit, mythical seed, 6 paths form, mythical grade item, extremely low chance of selection. Dragon Slayer Crystal of Thunder, dimensional version. 9 Tomo Reincarnation Eye, ability selectable. Tomo Rebirth, Eye Red. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan X2, ability selectable. Thunder Fruit, dimensional version. Body of Death God, equipped with the Ghostly Paths Wind System Zanpakuto, Shimbunzakura, dimensional version. Dimensional Crystal X10. Divine Tree Seed, dimensional version. Note: for host fusion only. Cannot be planted, cannot be gifted, infinite growth. Dragon Slayer Crystal of Fire, dimensional version. Dimensional Fruit, mythical seed, 6 paths form. By heavens, this truly is the legendary prize pool. Hurry, let me draw once. I can hardly wait, he exclaimed eagerly, raising his finger to press the shimmering lottery button with intent. As the button was pressed, the pointer spun wildly like a runaway steed, drawing blurred arcs as if challenging the limits of time, exhilarating him to the core. First, give me the 6 paths mythical seed. May the heavens bless me. May the Tao ancestor bless me. May the great Pangu bless me. He nearly leapt from excitement, his eyes shimmering with desire. Hey, don't go past it. No. To his astonishment, it truly was the one. He murmured in excitement, his face radiating the innocence and thrill of a child, his heart racing uncontrollably. As the pointer continued to whirl, it gradually glided towards the thunder fruit, seemingly on the verge of stopping. Well, the thunder fruit is quite powerful too. Though it fell short of his initial hopes, he still felt a flicker of contentment. At that moment, the pointer appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, failing to halt and instead slowly sliding to the Shimbunzakura section. Sao's heart momentarily ceased, his gaze fixated on that section. Ultimately, the pointer settled upon the figure of the death god, accompanied by the system's gift of Zanpakuto, Shimbunzakura. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Body of Death God. Equipped with Ghostly Paths Wind System Zanpakuto, Shimbunzakura, dimensional version. The Zanpakuto, Shimbunzakura, forged by the character Byakuya Kachiki from Bleach, emanates an air of elegance and mystery merely through its name. It cannot be said that it lacks strength, Indeed, it is formidable, yet in genuine combat. It seems to lack a degree of lethal intimidation. It can only be said that this blade is aesthetically pleasing. If its beauty is rated a 10, its attack power can barely be considered an 8. Its uniqueness lies in its area of effect damage. Against a swarm of minions, the might of Senbonzakura is undeniably impressive. However, once the situation devolves into a one-on-one confrontation, Senbonzakura's advantages begin to wane. Unless one's spiritual pressure reaches an exceedingly high level to unleash ultimate techniques, like the final scene, White Emperor's Blade. It can only be stated that Senbonzakura is an incredibly stylish Zanpakuto, its appearance and aura captivating, yet in terms of power, it remains rather conventional. Far from dominating in fierce battles, Senbonzakura is indeed magnificent, but it can only bully the weak. It seems that considerable time for cultivation is necessary. He tightened his grip on the Senbonzakura, closing his eyes to savor the surging, unknown power within him. Akin to a raging fire burning fiercely in the depths of his soul, the body of Death God has been activated. The Death God is not an ordinary human, but a unique biological form composed of spiritual particles. Spiritual pressure is the key determinant of a Death God's strength. Spiritual pressure is akin to chakra in the world of Hokage. Both represent forms of energy. The stronger the spiritual pressure, the higher the foundational combat power of the Death God, allowing for greater release of power. Crucially, this unique life form of the Death God possesses an extraordinarily long lifespan. Living for millennia is a mere trifle for them. Zhuhao speculated that the Grim Reaper could exist for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. After all, the lifespan of the Grim Reaper remains an enigma. Chapter 4. Ninja School, The Frenzy of Sasao. Name, Uchiha Sasao. Special Physique, Body of Death God, Spiritual Pressure, Level 1. Sharingan Left Eye, 3 Tomo, Right Eye, Manjiki, Ability, Divine Edge. Attributes Een, Lightning, Fire, Wind, Water, Earth. Ninjutsu Body Replacement Technique. Zanpakuto, Thousand Cherry Blossoms, Wind Type. Combat Power Assessment, Weak Shadow Level, 111,000. Lottery Points, 25105. Sasao clutched the Thousand Cherry Blossoms tightly in his small hands, the delicate fingers waving in the rain as if engaging in a battle with invisible foes. Yet, at merely 6 years of age, his body was still underdeveloped, rendering his strength notably feeble, making the motions somewhat laborious. Raindrops cascaded down his forehead, mingling with the flush on his cheeks, encapsulating an essence of innocent childhood. Perhaps it would be best to commence training tomorrow. He sighed in resignation, his voice barely audible over the pattering rain. With that, he laid down upon the damp grass, allowing the torrential rain to envelop him, closing his eyes and drifting into a peaceful slumber. The raindrops gently caressed his cheeks, as if serenading him with a tender lullaby, guiding him into the realm of dreams. Time flowed slowly, and the first rays of dawn illuminated the rooftops of Konoha village, draping the once thriving place in a soft golden hue. The morning air was infused with a faint scent of trees as the villagers gradually awakened. Yet, the atmosphere in Konoha diverged significantly from the norm. The once vibrant village now found itself devoid of the Uchiha clan and Appo's presence. This news spread like wildfire, shaking the hearts of every villager in Konoha. Some wore expressions of disbelief, hands clasped over their mouths in shock. Others sighed in deep sorrow, as if mourning the loss of a dear friend. In the corners, there were whispers of glee, eyes glinting with malice, clearly reveling in the upheaval. Today marked the long-anticipated enrollment day at the ninja school. Sasao stood at the entrance, inhaling deeply before stepping into the campus, the cobblestone path beneath his feet shimmering with a warm glow under the sun. Just as he was lost in the beauty of his new surroundings, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Wait. Sasao, you're alive." Turning, he was met with the astonished face of his twin brother, Sasuke, rushing toward him. "If you can survive, why can't I?" Sasao replied with a teasing smile, his tone lighthearted. Sasuke, still carrying traces of boyhood innocence, appeared rather naive. However, in terms of his worldview, he could be considered relatively well-adjusted in the Naruto universe. Sasao patted his brother's shoulder, his smile warm yet resolute. "Come on. Today is our first day at school. Only by growing stronger can we realize our ambitions, regardless of their righteousness." Sasuke offered no reply, silently following Sasao into the ninja school. Sasao merely smiled faintly, contemplating the myriad possibilities that lay ahead as they walked into the classroom. Soon, they arrived at the classroom. Sasao surveyed his surroundings, recognizing familiar faces from the anime. A wave of nostalgia washing over him. The classroom buzzed with youthful energy, a vibrant tapestry of chatter and silence. He approached the podium, preparing to officially meet his classmates. Before him, an amusing scene unfolded. Nara Shikamaru lay sprawled on his desk, sound asleep, seemingly disinterested in the impending lessons. Meanwhile, Akimichi CHG, content, munched on a bag of chips, ravenously devouring them like a famished wolf. Yamanaka Ino gazed at Sasao with starry-eyed admiration, murmuring to herself, "So handsome. Truly so handsome." Hinata Hyuga cast a shy glance at Naruto, her cheeks tinted with a faint blush, lost in thought. Inuzuka Kiba scrutinized Sasao intently, a glint of wariness in his eyes, seemingly assessing his intentions. The classmates exhibited a spectrum of reactions, some surprised, others excited, some indifferent, each awaiting the forthcoming developments. However, Sasao remained unfazed by these trivial sentiments. Clearing his throat, he spoke with an air of nonchalance mixed with authority, even a hint of arrogance. "Now that I am here, I declare myself the leader of this class. Anyone who disagrees, feel free to step forward." The atmosphere thickened with tension, a palpable unease filling the air. CHG, still chewing his chips, muttered, "What is he saying? How dare he claim to be the class leader?" Kiba, more incensed, glared with fiery indignation. "What a joke! How dare he be so arrogant? I cannot allow this insolence to continue. He must be taught a lesson." Simultaneously, a series of system notifications echoed in Sasao's mind. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected from Akimichi CHG, lottery points 10 ding. Emotional fluctuation detected from Inuzuka Kiba, lottery points 20 ding. Emotional fluctuation detected from Uchiha Sasuke, lottery points 30 ding. Emotional fluctuation detected from Uzumaki Naruto, lottery points 30 ding. Emotional fluctuation detected from Yamanaka Ino, lottery points 40 ding. Ding, 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 ding. At that moment, the classroom door creaked open and Irika entered. Clad in a tidy ninja uniform, he wore a gentle smile, attempting to convey warmth to the students. However, as his gaze landed on the stern-faced boy at the podium, he momentarily froze, seemingly daunted by his imposing presence. "Class, please find a seat," Irika urged, striving to soften his tone. "Who are you?" Sasao inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain, sharp as a blade. "I am your teacher, Irika," he replied, maintaining his composure despite the internal turmoil. "What rank of ninja are you?" Sasao pressed, his tone laced with provocation. "I am currently a CH Nin." Irika answered calmly. "A mere CH Nin, unworthy to teach me?" Sasao retorted, a cold smile gracing his lips, his voice chilling as ice. Instantly, the classroom erupted in shock. The students exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched across their faces. Sasao's audacious declaration shattered the tranquil atmosphere, leaving everyone stunned by his audacity. His arrogance knew no bounds. Ding, 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 ding. The system notifications clamored as lottery points flooded in. Chapter 5. Everyone present is worthless. Irika furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing those words. The youth before him, Sasao, was indeed a survivor of the Uchiha clan. Having endured the annihilation of his family, it was only natural for him to bear some shadows in his heart. However, as Irika scrutinized Sasao, he discerned an air of arrogance emanating from him, as if he held the entire world in contempt. In stark contrast sat Sasuke, whose expression was one of indifference, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, exuding an aura of isolation. Irika mused to himself that both individuals exhibited psychological issues to some extent, rendering them difficult to comprehend through conventional reasoning. "Classmate, please return to your seat. The lesson is about to commence," Irika said, his tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "No, you are utterly unworthy to teach me. Kindly vacate this space. Let us have a more competent instructor." Sasao retorted mercilessly, his voice laced with provocation, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. At that moment, several classmates could no longer contain themselves and began to chastise Sasao vehemently. "Get out of here, you are not welcome. Your Uchiha clan has been exterminated. How dare you be so arrogant?" Sasao merely smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the instigator, a knowing grin playing on his lips, as if he were concocting something extraordinary to say. "Irika, I wish to apply for a leave of absence." Irika frowned, perplexed. "Why? You are only 6 years old. This is your first day of school, and you already wish to take a leave?" It's simply because I refuse to be classmates with worthless trash, Sasao replied, his voice clear and unreserved in its disdain. The student who had initially provoked him sprang to his feet in fury, his face flushed, pointing at Sasao and shouting, "Who do you call trash?" "Whoever fits the description is indeed trash," Sasao replied, shrugging his shoulders, a glint of mockery in his eyes as he retaliated without mercy. The challenger was left speechless, a mixture of anger and embarrassment flooding his face as if struck by a heavy blow, rendering him rooted to the spot. No, Sasao leaned forward slightly, his eyes scanning the surrounding classmates, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Not just you. I declare that everyone present is worthless." Sasao's voice sliced through the tranquility of the classroom like a sharp blade, drawing all eyes upon him. Notification. Emotion fluctuation detected from a Kimichi Choji, 50 lottery points. Notification. Emotion fluctuation detected from Inuzuka Kiba, 50 lottery points. Notification. Emotion fluctuation detected from Uchiha Sasuke, 100 lottery points. Notification. Emotion fluctuation detected from Uzumaki Naruto, 30 lottery points. Notification. Emotion fluctuation detected from Yamanaka Ino, 50 lottery points. The notifications rang out in succession, and Sasao felt as though he were being swept away in a tide of exhilaration. Despite the jubilation within, he maintained an expression of arrogance as he sauntered towards a corner of the classroom, a seat by the window. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a golden hue upon his desk, as if gilding it. Irika observed Sasao returning to his seat without further dispute and chose not to dwell on his attitude as he began the lesson. Meanwhile, Sasao closed his eyes, brimming with excitement, swiftly entering the system interface to examine the ever-increasing lottery points. Name, Uchiha Sasao. Special physique, body of the death god, spiritual pressure, level 1, Sharingan left eye, 3 Tomo, right eye, Manjikyu, ability, divine edge. Attributes In, lightning, fire, wind, water, earth. Ninjutsu body replacement technique. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, wind element. Combat power assessment, weak shadow level, 111,000. Lottery points, 27905. He had amassed over 2,000 additional lottery points. Yet this was still far from sufficient. Only upon reaching 100,000 points could he engage in a legendary draw. It seemed the emotional values of these individuals were still lacking. He needed to devise a way to provoke stronger reactions. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and began to concentrate on the refinement of his chakra. The chakra within him gradually coalesced, imbued with a gentle warmth. In contrast, the training of spiritual pressure was considerably more intricate and challenging. There were 2 primary methods for cultivating spiritual pressure. The first involved relentless battles and training, a slow and arduous process often requiring countless trials to achieve breakthroughs. The second method was far more perilous and direct, devouring the souls of living beings to enhance one's own spiritual pressure. While this approach was expedient, it also carried significant risks, as it could lead to a backlash against oneself. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when the bell signaling the end of school rang, the classroom remained eerily quiet. Sasao still sat half-lidded in his corner, seemingly cut off from the outside world. At that moment, Ino's voice shattered the silence. "Sasao, class is over. Aren't you leaving?" Sasao slowly opened his eyes and looked around, finding the classroom empty save for Ino standing there quietly. "Class is over? Who are you?" "Not bad looking, I must say." Sasao's voice was low. Ino chuckled awkwardly but still politely introduced herself. "I am Yamanaka Ino. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sasao." Sasao teasingly inquired, "Yamanaka Ino? You are the pig in the Ino Shikicho trio." I see. Ino paused for a moment, then offered an awkward yet resigned smile. "Sasao, do you have a problem with that?" "No problem at all." Sasao shook his head, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "I was merely pondering why you aren't overweight." Ino furrowed her brow, perplexed. "Why would I need to be overweight?" Sasao grinned slyly, his tone light. "Because you are a pig." Notification. Emotion fluctuation detected from Yamanaka Ino. 100 lottery points. A dark line flickered across Ino's mind as she realized that every word from Sasao seemed to effortlessly stir the emotions of those around him. Sasao stood up, slightly adjusting his clothing before leisurely exiting the classroom. His demeanor was calm and indifferent, as if he were unperturbed by the clamor of the outside world. Ino felt a twinge of curiosity, unable to resist trailing behind him, eager to uncover the secrets of Sasao's heart. Stepping outside, The warm and bright rays of the setting sun bathed the streets of Konohagakure. The two walked in a line, Ino's thoughts drifting with Sasao's steps as she pondered the enigma of his character. How should one train spiritual pressure? Sasao contemplated. Should he seek out someone to challenge, honing his combat skills, or opt for solitary training to delve into the mysteries of spiritual pressure? Or perhaps he should directly consume souls to rapidly augment his strength. Forget it. I'll grab a bite to eat first. Sasao sighed, deciding to temporarily set aside the complexities of his training. Chapter 6. A Year of Time. A novice's fundamental growth package. As the leaves drifted down and twilight quietly descended, the curtain of night gradually unfolded. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Zuoho felt an overwhelming surge of strength and determination. Making his way directly to the back mountains of Konoha, grasping the 1,000 cherry blossoms, the blade shimmered as he swung it, and the cherry blossom-like light danced brilliantly in the evening glow. 1, 2, 3. Zuoho was utterly focused, silently chanting in his heart, with each swing embodying his yearning and pursuit of power. 50, 51, 52. He seemed to have cast aside everything around him, with only that fleeting moment of concentration and strength echoing within his heart. 911, 912, 913. The rhythm of training grew increasingly fervent. Although he harbored some doubts about the correctness of this approach, he could distinctly feel the steady rise of spiritual pressure within him. And even the reserve of chakra was miraculously increasing. Each swing was a transcendence of self. Each breath seemed to absorb the invisible forces of nature. Concealed behind a tree, Ino quietly observed Zuoho's training, a wave of astonishment surging within her. Her gaze was fixated on him, her eyes reflecting an immense admiration. It was truly incredible. Despite the late hour, he persisted in his training, but how long must he practice? This unwavering resolve was profoundly admirable. Ino felt a sense of reverence, as if witnessing an indomitable warrior striving valiantly against the night, and in that moment, her heart was deeply moved. Time passed imperceptibly, and soon the first rays of morning sunlight welcomed the dawn. Zuoho had trained throughout the silent night, yet his body felt no fatigue whatsoever. The 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand glimmered softly in the morning light, exuding an air of mystery. Spiritual pressure and chakra were indeed remarkable phenomena. His power had significantly advanced, and it was truly splendid. The sun shone brightly upon the resurgent earth, as if infusing his day with newfound vitality. Following his usual routine, he headed towards the ninja school. During the day, he diligently refined his chakra at school, and after classes, immersed himself in the cultivation of spiritual pressure and self-taught swordsmanship. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed, and a year had passed. In the 55th year of Konoha, Zuoho's life was almost entirely consumed by training, day after day. Each morning's sunlight bore witness to his persistence and effort. Training and further training had seemingly become an indispensable part of his existence. Name, Uchiha Zuoho. Special physique, body of the death god, spiritual pressure, level 16. Sharingan left eye, 3 tomo, right eye, Manjiki, ability, divine edge. Attributes In, lightning, fire, wind, water, earth. Ninjutsu body flicker technique. Zanpakuto, 1,000 cherry blossoms, wind attribute. Combat power assessment, weak shadow level, 314,000. Lottery points, 54905. Hint. It is recommended that the host participate in the intermediate lottery draw. A 50 consecutive draw can grant a novice's fundamental growth package. Zuoho paused slightly. A novice growth package? This feels oddly reminiscent of a game. What is this novice growth package? It seems quite absurd. As his curiosity about this novice package grew, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of skepticism. However, rationality ultimately triumphed over hesitation. He muttered to himself, well, I might as well draw. After all, my mastery of ninjutsu is utterly insufficient, nearly non-existent. With that, he opened the system's lottery interface. Before his eyes was a vibrant intermediate lottery pool, brimming with an array of prizes that dazzled him. Intermediate cultivation potion, doubles cultivation speed for 1 month. The mention of this intermediate cultivation potion quickened Zuoho's heartbeat, stirring a profound desire within him. This was undoubtedly an excellent boost. To his delight, there was even an A-grade ninjutsu, Rinnegan. This was a technique he had long wished to learn. Although the other prizes consisted of B-grade and C-grade ninjutsu, they paled in comparison to the temptation before him. The lottery began. As Zuoho pressed the button for 50 consecutive draws, the wheel spun wildly. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Intermediate Cultivation Potion 5. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Chidori. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Rinnegan. Congratulations, host. You have completed the intermediate 50 consecutive draws and received a Novice's Fundamental Growth Package. Zuoho eagerly examined the so-called Novice Fundamental Growth Package. Novice Fundamental Growth Package, refined by repeated trials, basic swordsmanship, training method, basic body flicker, training method, chakra nature transformation training method, 5 attributes. Intermediate cultivation potion 60 death, god outfit akin to Byakuya Kachiki, indestructible. Accessories, star clip, silver white windflower scarf. Zuoho shook his head helplessly, momentarily taken aback by the death god outfit before him. Is this meant for cosplay? Star clip and silver white windflower scarf. What even are these? Amusing scenes flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. Despite his reservations, he decided to don the death god outfit. As he draped the attire over himself, his spirits began to lift, especially the accessory named Star Clip, which, when gently clasped in his hair, seemed to bestow upon him an extraordinary aura. When he threw the silver white windflower scarf over his shoulder, the reflection in the water left him in awe. The combination of elegance and power was nothing short of divine, as if he were a captain of the 6th Division, traversing from the realm of death. In that moment, he felt no longer an ordinary Uchiha youth, but rather a legendary character that stirred the hearts of many. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm the excitement within him, and his gaze involuntarily fell upon refined by repeated trials, the training method. This was a technique focused on forging the physical body, emphasizing enduring pain through attacks until injury occurred. Through this repetitive cycle, the practitioner's physical strength would be enhanced, along with various bodily functions, akin to a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Most crucially, this training method had no upper limit. As long as one was willing to endure pain and invest effort, they could continually surpass themselves and embrace a more powerful self. Commonly known, getting stronger by taking hits. System Backpack. Intermediate Cultivation Potion 65. Manjiki Sharingan 2. 3 Tomo Sharingan 2. Refined by repeated trials. Basic Swordsmanship Training Method. Basic Body Flicker Training Method. Chakra Nature Transformation Training Method. 5 attributes. Chapter 7. To accomplish great things, Susanoo pierces Hokage rock. This training session was evidently more efficient than ever before, with a remarkable increase in speed. Drawing upon solid foundational techniques, the practice of the sword became as smooth as flowing water, requiring no effort at all. After consuming an intermediate training potion, the spiritual energy within surged forth like a gushing spring, resulting in a doubling of his training progress. The significant enhancement in efficiency allowed him to experience unprecedented advancement in a short span of time. After a night of rigorous practice, Zaoheo's mental state was rejuvenated. The following day, he walked into the Ninja Academy with a heart brimming with anticipation. Wow, so handsome. Ino caught sight of Zaoheo on campus and couldn't help but exclaim. Her gaze was magnetically drawn to him, fixated upon his figure. The unconventional outfit, paired with a striking star-grasping clamp, made him irresistibly captivating, as if he were the focal point of everyone's attention. In a moment of enthusiasm, Ino rushed forward, eager to embrace the super-handsome figure in her heart. However, Zaoheo cleverly turned, skillfully evading her embrace. Not one to be easily deterred, Ino pouted and playfully insisted, "Zaoheo, let me hug you." Her voice was tinged with mischief and expectation. "I told you it's not allowed." Zaoheo firmly declined, his tone laced with a hint of indifference. "Why not?" Ino persisted, striving to negotiate. For no reason, Zaoheo shrugged, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he continued. "If you dare to accompany me to accomplish something, I might let you hug me. What do you say?" Ino's eyes lit up instantly, her face radiating excitement and anticipation. "Sure. Whatever it is, I can do it." Zaoheo's smile deepened with meaning as he whispered, just don't regret it. "We're about to undertake something monumental." In the classroom, Zaoheo suddenly stood up and decisively strode towards the door. His movements were swift and resolute, as if he had made up his mind long ago. Ino immediately followed suit, though a hint of hesitation lingered in her heart. She was unwilling to lag behind. At that moment, Irika-sensei noticed their actions, his brow furrowing slightly as he asked sternly, "You two, what are you doing during class?" Zaoheo turned around, feigning innocence. "Teacher, I need to go to the restroom." Ino hurriedly added, "Irika-sensei, I also need to go." Irika shook his head, seemingly resigned to the duo's synchrony. "You two are actually going to the restroom together?" His tone revealed a blend of exasperation and a hint of amusement. Zaoheo, where are you going?" "I want to go too." Naruto suddenly leaped out, his face alight with barely contained excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as his voice echoed in the classroom. Irika shook his head helplessly, his brow knitting slightly. "Naruto, stop causing a ruckus and sit down properly. Focus on the lesson." At that moment, Zaoheo was silently examining his system panel. Name, Uchiha Zaoheo. Special physique, body of the death god, spiritual pressure, level 17. Sharingan left eye, 3 tomo, right eye, Manjiki, ability, divine blade. Attributes In, lightning, fire, wind, water, earth. Ninjutsu, body flicker technique. Chidori, Rinnegan, fire release, great fire destruction, fire release, great fireball technique, water release, water dragon bullet, earth release, earth dragon bullet, wind release, great breakthrough. Zanpakuto, 1000 cherry blossoms, wind element. Combat power assessment, weak shadow level, 401-4100. Lottery points, 4905. Walking along the streets of Konoha, Zaoheo's diminutive figure appeared particularly insignificant under the sun's rays. A gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing a refreshing coolness that stirred ripples in his heart. His expression fluctuated like the undulating surface of the sea, imbued with a tinge of melancholy, interwoven with stubbornness and determination, as if narrating the struggle within his soul. Before long, they arrived at the iconic Hokage rock, where the magnificent stone faces of previous Hokages were carved, symbolizing the glory and responsibility of generations. Ino tilted her head towards Zaoheo, her brow slightly furrowed, her tone laced with confusion. "Zaoheo, what are we actually going to do?" With a gentle smile, Zaoheo replied, "Just follow me. Whatever happens next, remain calm." Before his words faded, his right eye suddenly transformed into the Manjiki, and with this change, a layer of white Susanoo began to envelop him. The skeletal arms gradually took shape, and a terrifying chakra surge erupted. In the palm of the skeletal hand, a blade materialized, glimmering with an icy sheen, as if forged from the very essence of white Susanoo, bearing a striking resemblance to the Zanpakuto 1000 cherry blossoms. "Sakura burial," Zaoheo called out, the skeletal arms swinging as the blade shot forth like an arrow, heading straight for the gap between the 3rd and 2nd Hokage statues. With a thunderous roar, an ear-splitting explosion ensued. Hokage rock shattered in an instant, dust billowing and debris scattering. The statues of the 3rd and 2nd Hokages were nearly obliterated, leaving only the 1st and 4th Hokage statues standing proudly. Zaoheo swiftly retracted the Susanoo, the atmosphere around him growing heavy. Now, with only a single Manjiki active, he pondered that while the power of Susanoo was formidable, its usage was tremendously taxing, and excessive employment would gradually blur his vision, ultimately leading to blindness. For him, unless absolutely necessary, he would not readily utilize the Manjiki's abilities. In fact, in the majority of battles, the dynamic capture capability of the 3 tomo was already sufficient. Just as he was lost in thought, a dark-clad Umbu ninja suddenly appeared before Zaoheo, swift and silent, as if emerging from the shadows. The Umbu ninja spoke softly, "Zaoheo, come with me." At that moment, Ino covered her mouth in shock, her eyes glimmering with disbelief. She could hardly fathom the scene before her. Hokage Rock had been destroyed. Zaoheo's audacity was astounding. Why would he destroy Hokage Rock? Why? Concealed in the shadows, Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Choji widened their eyes in unison, their expressions grave. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Yamanaka Ino. Lottery points 100. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Umbu Ninja, Kakashi. Lottery points 1000. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Uchiha Sasuke. Lottery points 50. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Nara Shikamaru. Lottery points 50. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Akimichi Choji, lottery points 20 ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Uzumaki Naruto, lottery points 200, Chapter 8. The Mightiest Hokage, the Third? Zhao Hao's gaze was fixed intently on the Umbu ninja before him, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why should I accompany you? Is it merely because your mask resembles that of a dog? Upon hearing this, the Umbu ninja's brow furrowed, clearly incensed. However, Zhao Hao's tone shifted abruptly, laced with mockery. If you're willing to kneel, I might consider going with you. The Umbu ninja's expression darkened instantly, fury bubbling beneath the surface. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, boy? Unfazed, Zhao Hao's eyes blazed with confidence as he replied slowly, Of course, I do. Today, there are only two choices. You either kill me, or you kneel, and I will follow you. Though the Uchiha clan has been annihilated, it does not mean we have vanished entirely. I am still a member of the Konoha police force. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected from Umbu Ninja, Kakashi, lottery points 1000. A smile graced Zhao Hao's face. Kakashi was truly a stroke of fortune for him. The lottery points were exceedingly easy to obtain. You know of Uchiha Itachi, don't you? Zhao Hao inquired nonchalantly. The Umbu Ninja, Kakashi, paused, a flicker of wariness crossing his features. What? Do you hold a particular opinion about this traitor? No, not quite. Zhao Hao shook his head, his tone growing serious. First, you must acknowledge the undeniable strength of the Uchiha clan. We were a formidable presence in Konoha. Now, consider the terrifying prowess of Uchiha Itachi, who single-handedly eradicated the entire Uchiha clan in a single night. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected from Umbu Ninja, Kakashi. Lottery points 1000. Zhao Hao felt a surge of satisfaction, acutely aware of the sensitivity of this topic. The Uchiha clan's might was common knowledge, yet the fact that Uchiha Itachi could annihilate his own clan was chilling. The Uchiha clan's tragedy, while lamentable, inadvertently solidified the third Hokage's rule and ushered in a precious, albeit fleeting, period of peace for Konoha. At that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared before Zhao Hao like a bolt of lightning, instantly altering the atmosphere to one of tension. Zhao Hao's heart sank. This old man had arrived at the worst possible time, complicating matters. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of calm, as though all was under his control. Hiruzen's piercing gaze bore into Zhao Hao as he asked in a grave tone, Zhao Hao, why did you destroy the Hokage rock? Zhao Hao smiled slightly, feigning respect as he replied, Esteemed and most powerful Hokage, Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi. The reason for the destruction of Hokage rock is that the sculptures were utterly grotesque and failed to capture your towering majesty. As for the unintended damage to the second Hokage statue, it was merely a misjudgment on my part, due to my insufficient strength to control it accurately. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's flattery, a subtle smile crept onto Hiruzen's lips, clearly appreciative of the praise. You must be cautious in the future, since you hold such sentiments. It seems Hokage rock indeed requires a renovation, Hiruzen remarked, his tone imbued with a mix of leniency and expectation regarding his esteemed title. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected from Hiruzen Sarutobi, lottery points 10,000 nearby. The Umbu Ninja, Kakashi, found himself intrigued by the young Zhao Hao. At such a tender age, he had already mastered the highest art of survival in Konoha's political arena, flattery. Truly remarkable. This lad was destined for greatness. Moreover, as a scion of the Uchiha clan, his innate talent was undoubtedly commendable. At this juncture, Zhao Hao had accrued lottery points, his objective seemingly achieved. The destruction of Hokage Rock had originally aimed to incite the ire of Konoha's villagers to garner lottery points, yet events had taken an entirely unexpected turn. Although the outcome was unforeseen, it was nonetheless a cause for celebration. Name, Uchiha Zhao Hao. Special physique, Death God physique, spiritual pressure, level 17. Sharingan left eye, 3 Tomo, right eye, Manjiki, ability, divine edge. Attributes Een, lightning, fire, wind, water, earth. Ninjutsu body replacement technique, Chidori, Rinnegan. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water dragon bullet. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. Zanpakuto, 1000 cherry blossoms, wind type. Combat power assessment, weak shadow level, 401, 4100. Lottery points, 18325. Gazing at the meager sum of over 10,000 lottery points, Zhao Hao felt a pang of anxiety. After all, a legendary level lottery required a staggering 100,000 points to partake. Nevertheless, he had begun to form a tentative conclusion: the mightier the individual, the greater the potential lottery points they could yield. At the very least, shadow-level powerhouses would yield a minimum of 10,000 points. It appeared he needed to engage with more individuals of shadow-level strength. This matter, however, warranted gratitude towards Ino. After all, she was the daughter of the Yamanaka clan's leader, Yamanaka Inoichi, and held a position of considerable significance. Without her presence, Zhao Hao, as the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, may have been forcibly taken away. Though his life would not be in jeopardy, interrogation was an unavoidable fate. Zhao Hao, you are truly remarkable. To dare destroy Hokage Rock, Naruto exclaimed, bursting forth with excitement, his voice resonating with fearlessness. Following closely, Shikamaru, Choji, and Sasuke also made their appearances. Shikamaru frowned slightly, appearing somewhat exasperated. Choji looked utterly shocked, his mouth agape as if struggling to process the scene before him. Sasuke, however, bluntly asked, "Why would you engage in such a trivial act?" Zhao Hao chuckled, his eyes glimmering with profound significance as he responded, "Of course, it was to commemorate our mightiest Hokage, the god of shinobi, the third Hokage, Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi." As soon as he finished, he continued with enthusiasm, "Let me tell you, our third Hokage is the strongest Hokage in history. If you ever encounter shinobi from other villages, simply invoking the name of our third Hokage will send them fleeing in terror." At this, the nearby Umbu ninja, Kakashi, rolled his eyes in disbelief. "You really are exaggerating. The third has long departed, and yet you still sing his praises? What a child. Truly Navi." He merely felt that these youngsters lacked understanding. But such was the way of the world. In the absence of a lion, the monkeys would crown themselves kings. It was widely acknowledged that the first Hokage was the true god of shinobi. In comparison, the third was significantly lacking. Chapter 9. 5 years. The dawn of dreams time flows gently, and the setting sun gradually sinks below the horizon of Konoha, casting a golden glow upon the treetops of the back mountains. Ino quietly observes Saho's training here every day, her heart brimming with curiosity and doubt. Finally, she musters the courage to step forward, her voice ringing clear in the tranquil mountains. "Saho, you train here every day. Don't you ever go home? Why do you have no home?" Saho slowly turns his head, his gaze landing on Ino. He is not surprised. A hint of disdain flickers in his eyes as he slightly furrows his brow. "Home? Don't you know? My parents are deceased, my clan annihilated. Where is there a home left?" This statement sweeps through the air like a gust of wind, carrying away the warmth of the sunset, leaving only an endless solitude and desolation in its wake. Ino's heart jolts, as if she suddenly comprehends the hidden pain behind Saho's stoic facade. It is a profound loneliness, buried deep within, unknown to others. As if he is draped in an insurmountable shadow. "Actually, you could consider staying at my house," Ino tentatively suggests, a trace of concern in her eyes. "My room is quite spacious. It would definitely accommodate you. We could even..." Saho frowns slightly and replies coolly, "Stay at your house? No, thank you. I'm quite content here. However, I appreciate your kind offer." Ino cannot help but press further. "Why do you train so diligently? You are the top student at our ninja academy. Is it really necessary to work this hard?" As he wields his kunai, the blade glimmers, and the air seems to hum with his sword intent. His fluid and powerful fundamental movements appear exceptionally splendid in his hands. Training, of course, is to grow stronger, to become ever stronger, stronger than anyone. Saho pauses, turning to Ino with a steadfast and fervent gaze. "If you have time, why not use it to train? Chatting here won't make you stronger." Ino's eyes widen in confusion and hesitation. "But I just wanted to be with you." Her words trail off, interrupted by Saho and Appo's unwavering focus. He does not cease his movements. The force of his sword remains unyielding, as if the entire world revolves around it. "You can watch me train, but please do not disturb me. If you wish to grow stronger, you must learn to train independently and explore your own path." His voice is resolute and calm, exuding an undeniable determination. Thus, Saho immerses himself fully in his training, the world around him seemingly irrelevant. Meanwhile, Ino sits quietly nearby, her gaze fixed on him, eyes sparkling with admiration and curiosity. As time passes, night descends quietly, stars twinkling in the sky, enveloping the scene in a serene atmosphere. Saho continues to train, sweat trickling down his forehead, soaking his clothes, yet he remains indifferent. As if only in this state of concentration can he feel inner peace and strength. Ino feels a spark of curiosity and attempts to mimic his movements, grasping a branch and earnestly trying. However, soon she feels her arms ache, a sense of helplessness washing over her. For a 7-year-old child, such intensity of training is clearly beyond her limits. Finally, she cannot hold on any longer, panting and revealing a hint of frustration in her eyes. Nevertheless, her gaze remains fixed on Saho, silently vowing that one day she will catch up to him. Time flows silently, like an invisible river, quietly erasing the traces of the years. The sun and moon alternate, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. Each day, Saho immerses himself in frenzied training, day and night, oblivious to the passage of time. His figure becomes clearer in the morning light and vanishes into the endless darkness as night falls. Each drop of sweat is a testament to his yearning for power. Saho has trained relentlessly for 5 years, while Ino has fervently watched him for the same span. Sometimes she stands quietly by, her eyes filled with admiration and concern, as if this dedication belongs not only to Saho but also to the unspoken emotions in her heart. Thus, the years quietly slip away amid their persistence and companionship, carrying countless growth and transformations. The year 60 in Konoha marks a significant milestone. It is not only the graduation season of the Ninja Academy, but also the dawn of the legendary Hokage, a time when countless dreams set sail. As a time traveler, Saho is well aware of all this, having long since sketched out the blueprint of his future in his heart. In this moment filled with hope and challenges, Naruto remains the one considered at the bottom of the rankings. Meanwhile, Sasuke continues to maintain his cool demeanor, the epitome of aloofness. In contrast to Naruto and Sasuke, Saho stands out as a unique individual. In this world of ninjas, Saho seems to lack true friends. If one were to insist, it would only be Ino, the clingy girl, and Naruto, the aspiring Hokage. As for family, the only blood relation he has is with his twin brother, Sasuke. Yet, this relationship is complex and delicate in Saho's heart. As for the other Konoha rookies, Saho is not particularly invested in them. Their interactions are superficial. They are merely tools for him to acquire lottery points. Name, Uchiha Saho. Special physique, body of the death god, spiritual pressure, level 59. Sharingan, left eye, 3 Tomo. Right eye, Manjiki, ability, divine blade. Attributes, Een, lightning, fire, wind, water, earth. Death god abilities, Shuinpa, level 5. Swordsmanship, level 5. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique, Chidori, Rinnegan. Fire release, great fire destruction, fire release, great fireball technique, water release, water dragon bullet, earth release, earth dragon bullet, wind release, great breakthrough. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, wind attribute. Combat power assessment, shadow level, 10, 00028, 100. Lottery points, 99, 325. In the classroom, the noise rises and falls, students passionately discussing their dreams and goals. However, amidst this lively atmosphere, Saho sits alone in a corner, his heart in a state of tranquility, deeply engrossed in his thoughts. Just one level away from my spiritual pressure, and I could barely unlock my Bankai. Saho murmurs softly to himself, a glimmer of anticipation and tension in his eyes. I wonder if my Bankai could kill Danzo? He cannot help but imagine the power that such strength would wield. A surge of hatred wells up within him. A hatred accumulated over 6 years, never fading. Chapter 10. The forceful kiss within the confines of the Hokage's office. The atmosphere was thick with tension and gravity. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the faces of the 4 esteemed elite shinobi of Konohagakure, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and Sarutobi Izuma. The walls adorned with portraits of past Hokages silently bore witness to this pivotal moment. Seated in the Hokage's chair, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze piercing. He surveyed the room, first resting his eyes upon Hatake Kakashi, the ever-masked shinobi, the copy ninja, who seemed to be lost in thought, his brow slightly furrowed. Next, his attention shifted to Might Guy, who appeared eager to engage in the discussion, his fists clenched in anticipation. Yuhi Kurenai sat calmly to the side, her expression serene, yet reflecting a hint of concern and contemplation. Finally, his gaze landed on Sarutobi Izuma, the son of the 3rd Hokage, who was thoughtfully stroking his chin. Sarutobi Hiruzen broke the silence, his voice steady and grave. What are your thoughts on the allocation of Uchiha Sao? The matter of Uchiha Sao's placement was undoubtedly a complex dilemma. Sao had excelled at the ninja academy, often outshining his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, in many respects. More importantly, he was a survivor of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi smiled faintly, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes, and replied softly, Lord Third, allow me to handle this matter. Mike Guy, standing nearby, furrowed his brow slightly, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Kakashi, this seems inappropriate. Wasn't it agreed that you would mentor Sasuke? How could you wish to take on both? Yuhi Kurenai let out a soft sigh, her gaze resolute as she addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a member of the Uchiha clan. Sao should primarily focus on Jinjutsu. I possess ample experience in that domain and would be the most suitable teacher for him. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to his son, Sarutobi Asuma, and inquired, Asuma, what is your perspective? Asuma smiled faintly, a spark of thought in his eyes. I believe Uchiha Sao should be assigned to my class. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback by his son's opinion, and asked, why is that? Asuma's class was comprised of the members of the Inoshikacho trio, the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. When these heirs collaborated on the battlefield, their synergy proved exceptionally effective, making the Inoshikacho combination a long-standing partnership. However, when separated, their combat prowess diminished significantly. Their greatest strength lay in their coordination and camaraderie. Asuma elaborated earnestly, from my observations, Sao shares a commendable rapport with Ino. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat to interject. Ahem. Let us table this discussion for now. You are not to interfere. The matter of Sao's assignment is not to be deliberated at this time. Meanwhile, within the classroom of the Konoha Ninja Academy, a palpable sense of tension and excitement filled the air. Sunlight poured through the windows, illuminating the eager faces of the students. Today was the day of group assignments, and all the pupils silently prayed to be placed alongside like-minded comrades for their future battles. Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino. Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, and Nara Shikamaru. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. As the final group was announced, a hush fell over the classroom. Sasuke stood, his expression tense, a note of dissatisfaction in his voice. Why was Sao not assigned to a group? Ino, equally indignant, quickly chimed in. Yes. Why hasn't Sao been placed in a group? It's utterly perplexing. Confusion rippled through the students as they exchanged glances. Sao was a prodigious talent at the academy. A legendary student awarded perfect scores by Irika in every subject, yet he had not been assigned to any team, a notion that was simply unfathomable. At that moment, Sao rose, raising his chin slightly, an air of disdain emanating from him. Clearing his throat, he wore a confident smirk and nonchalantly stated, Heh, what a bunch of fools. The reason I'm not in a group is quite simple. If you're unable to fathom this, how do you expect to be shinobi? Why? Sasuke could not resist pressing further. The other students turned their expectant gazes towards him, as if awaiting the resolution to this enigma. Sao narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile gracing his lips, and with a tone dripping with contempt, he proclaimed, You worthless trash, utterly devoid of value. How could a bunch of stragglers possibly be on par with a genius like me? Not being assigned to a group is perfectly reasonable. Associating with you would only hinder my progress. As his words hung in the air, the classmates fell into stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances, silently cursing him. Sao's arrogance was astounding. Yet, over the past 5 years, they had grown accustomed to his brazen demeanor. His catchphrase had become, Everyone here is trash. All are worthless. They had learned to tolerate it. Sao frowned, realizing he had not heard the system's notification chime. Cursing inwardly, he thought, This simply won't do. I'm just a hair's breadth away from my lottery points. You all need to step up. You are the strength of Konoha, the future's backbone. Why the lack of self-respect? I've insulted you so openly, and yet you show no response. Why not rebel against me? Show me some emotion. However, as he turned around, his gaze fell upon Ino, and a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. He approached her slowly, his eyes warm and fervent, as if the world had come to a standstill in that very moment. Drawing a deep breath, he suddenly enveloped her in an embrace, causing Ino to shudder slightly in surprise. Sao, you? Ino's voice wavered, a mix of astonishment and shyness flickering in her eyes. Sao gently placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and whispered, Shh, don't speak. His voice was a low murmur, and in that instant, time and space seemed to bend around their closeness. Leaning in, he brought his face near her ear, as if to share a secret meant solely for them. His tongue brushed lightly against her earlobe, sending a subtle shiver through her, followed by the warmth of his breath cascading over her skin. Sao murmured tenderly, "Ino, in truth." His voice was deep and magnetic, and in that moment, it felt as though the world had narrowed to just the two of them. A tender atmosphere enveloping them, intoxicating and enchanting. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation from Yamanaka Ino. Lottery points 500. Ding. 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 A torrent of lottery points surged forth. Chapter 11. The provocation of the elite Jonin upon realizing that the lottery point was within his grasp. Zuoho unhesitatingly released Ino's hand. Quite satisfying. A smug smile graced his lips, clearly reveling in his achievement. This scene left the onlookers momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed upon the duo. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth opening and closing as if he wished to inquire, but found himself at a loss for words. Zuoho, how on earth did you manage that? Why didn't Ino resist? Zuoho raised an eyebrow, his attire shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Coupled with his distinctive hairstyle and unique accessories, exuding an undeniable air of nobility, akin to a young aristocrat emerging from the upper echelons of society. He shrugged nonchalantly, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Actually, I have no idea. Why not ask her? He gestured towards Ino, tossing the question her way. Naruto turned to Ino, asking, Ino, why didn't he resist just now? The others looked at Naruto, as if he were foolish. Wasn't it obvious? Did he really need to ask? Ino simply liked Zuoho. It was that simple. On the podium, Irika cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. All right, your guiding Jonin will arrive shortly to escort you. With that, he turned and exited the classroom. As Irika left, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter, the students acting like untamed beasts, whispering and laughing without restraint. The atmosphere thick with youthful exuberance. Sasuke abruptly rose from his seat, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Zuoho. His voice was low yet laced with anger. Zuoho. Zuoho looked up, a disdainful smirk curling his lips as he carelessly replied, Oh, Sasuke, why the fierce look? Have you forgotten the enmity of our clans? Sasuke questioned him furiously, his voice tinged with suppressed pain. You spend your days engaging in these trivial antics at school. What are you really thinking? Have you forgotten our vendetta? Zuoho shrugged with indifference. Enough of your incessant prattle. You say I've forgotten our enmity, but what have you accomplished? Aren't you still pathetically weak? Sasuke retorted coldly. Weak? If you're so capable, let us have a real duel. The air around them seemed to freeze instantly upon his words. You wish to challenge me? You're not even worthy. Zuoho's voice cut through the tension like a chilling blade, piercing Sasuke's very core. His hand firmly held a kunai against Sasuke's neck, the blade glinting as if to warn him that any reckless movement would yield dire consequences. Sasuke was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. How could this be possible? When did it happen? His voice trembled slightly, unable to process the realization. In that moment, Zuoho's strength had ascended to the level of a Kage. Although in the later stages of the series, Kage were commonplace, at this point in time, they still represented the pinnacle of power in the ninja world, embodying an unmatched strength. Faced with such confrontation, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within Sasuke. Zuoho slowly retracted the knife, a cold smile gracing his face, his tone dripping with disdain. You remain so feeble, Sasuke. Your Sharingan, I suspect, hasn't even awakened its 3 tomo yet. What do you know of vengeance? Revenge is not merely talk. It demands genuine strength. With your current abilities, you aren't even fit to be my shoe shiner. What right do you have to speak of revenge? His words were like razor-sharp blades, piercing Sasuke's heart, cold and merciless. Anger and humiliation etched across Sasuke's face. Yet he found himself unable to counter, silently enduring the mockery. The atmosphere around them felt as though it had solidified, the tension nearly suffocating. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in Uchiha Sasuke. Lottery points 1000. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in Yamanaka Ino. Lottery points 100. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in Uzumaki Naruto. Lottery points 100. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in Nara Shikamaru. Lottery points 200. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in Akimichi Choji. Lottery points 100. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in Yamanaka Shino. Lottery points 100. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in Haruno Sakura, lottery points 100, ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in Inuzuka Kiba, lottery points 100, ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in Hatake Kakashi, lottery points 1000, ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in Yuhi Kurenai, lottery points 1000, ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in Sarutobi Asuma, lottery points 1000, ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in Sarutobi Hiruzen, lottery points 10,000. Zuoho raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the system notifications, his eyes landing on the names of Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma. The detection of emotional fluctuations indicated that these three jonin were lurking nearby, secretly observing him. A thought flickered through his mind. Perhaps Hiruzen's emotions could also be explained by the mysterious crystal ball telescope technique. Narrowing his eyes, he gripped his kunai tightly and shouted to the heavens, "You three fools, are you afraid to show yourselves? Do even jonin possess a voyeuristic tendency?" His words dripped with mockery, carrying a provocative undertone, as if daring them to reveal themselves. In the shadows, Kakashi felt a vain throb on his forehead, pondering. This guy is too arrogant, too self-assured to dare provoke a jonin. Kurenai's lips twitched slightly, unable to suppress a chuckle, while Asuma remained composed, expressionless as he smoked. Though the swirling smoke betrayed a hint of intrigue sparked by the young man's audacity. At that moment, the three jonin materialized at the classroom door, the atmosphere instantly turning grave. Zuoho smirked disdainfully, muttering, "Finally decided to show up? These three jesters." His words sent ripples through the room, leaving Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma momentarily speechless. As elite jonin of Konoha, they had never anticipated being so belittled by a mere freshly graduated genin. The classroom fell silent, even the air thickening with tension. Kurenai regained her composure, her gaze sweeping across the room with a gentle authority. "Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Yamanaka. I am your jonin instructor. Follow me." Chapter 12. Scatter, 1,000 Cherry Blossoms. Name, Uchiha Saho. Special physique, Death God's Body, Spiritual Pressure, level 59. Sharingan left eye, 3 Tomo. Right eye, Manjiki, ability, Divine Edge. Attributes Een, lightning, fire, wind, water, earth. Death God abilities Shuinpa, level 5. Swordsmanship, level 5. Ninjutsu body replacement technique, Chidori, Rinnegan. Fire release, great fire extinguishing, fire release. Great fireball technique, water release. Water dragon bullet, earth release. Earth dragon bullet, wind release. Great breakthrough. Zanpakuto, 1,000 Cherry Blossoms, wind type. Battle power assessment, shadow level, 10, 00028, 100. Lottery points, 113, 300. Hint: it is recommended that the host participate in the advanced lottery pool. Attend consecutive draws from the advanced pool will grant an upgrade growth gift pack. System backpack. Intermediate training potion X65. Manjiki Sharingan X2. 3 Tomo Sharingan X2. Forged through trials. Basic swordsmanship training method. Basic Shuinpa training method. Chakra nature transformation training method. 5 attributes. Saho glanced at the system panel. It had already surpassed 100,000, yet he paid it no heed. His aspirations had ascended to loftier goals. If he could incite the emotions of these three jonin, his lottery points would surely increase further. Saho gazed at the three jonin with an air of arrogance and proclaimed, "You shall not leave this classroom today, mark my words." Kakashi's expression shifted instantly to one of seriousness, a hint of anger lacing his tone. "I am curious to see what capabilities you, who claim to be a genius, possess to so brazenly utter such audacious words." Kakashi, too, was a genius, and once a super genius, provoked in such a manner, anger was to be expected. Scatter. 1,000 Cherry Blossoms. With a flick of his wrist, Saho unleashed the 1,000 cherry blossoms, transforming the blade in his hand into countless delicate shards. Akin to stars shimmering in the dawn, elegantly and lethally drifting like petals in the light's embrace. The rain of cherry blossoms fell within the classroom, resembling a meticulously crafted feast, both resplendent and awe-inspiring. Yet, beneath this veneer of beauty lay an invisible peril. This was Saho's inaugural activation of the initial release of 1,000 Cherry Blossoms. Countless tiny blades danced in the air, reminiscent of cherry blossom petals fluttering in a gentle breeze. Nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, yet harboring boundless might. These exquisite cherry blossom blades twirled gracefully, morphing at will, entirely guided by Saho's intent. akin to sprites at his command. Yuan Fei Asuma's expression changed abruptly, and he exclaimed urgently, "Stop! Saho, have you lost your mind to attack us here?" Though unaware of the exact power of this technique, he sensed an underlying threat. This was a classroom, with many freshly graduated children from the Ninja Academy present. It was not suitable for combat. This is a classroom, not a battlefield. Yuan Fei Asuma thought, recognizing that any reckless action in such an environment could yield irreparable consequences. Kurenai Yuhi frowned slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of doubt. This is neither a Jinjutsu nor a Taijutsu. It appears to resemble some extraordinary ability. Could this be a bloodline limit? Does the Uchiha clan possess other bloodline limits? Kakashi furrowed his brow in similar concern, his gaze grave. This was a power he had never encountered before, truly enigmatic. The cherry blossoms of 1,000 cherry blossoms were, in reality, composed of innumerable tiny blades. At first glance, these blossoms appeared beautiful, yet a deeper understanding revealed the immense danger concealed within. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Uchiha Sasuke. Lottery points 1,000. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Yamanaka Ino. Lottery points 100. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Uzumaki Naruto. Lottery points 100. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Nara Shikamaru. Lottery points 200. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Akimichi Choji. Lottery points 100. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Yamanaka Shino. Lottery points 100. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Haruno Sakura. Lottery points 100. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Inazuka Kiba. Lottery points 100. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Hatake Kakashi. Lottery points 1,000. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Yuhi Kurenai. Lottery points 1,000. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Yuan Fei Asuma. Lottery points 1,000. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuations from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lottery points 10,000. Saho raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering within. The third Hokage was lurking in the shadows, biding his time. Very well. I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. Today, I shall claim all the lottery points from you, Jonin. Suddenly, the atmosphere around thickened with tension as countless cherry blossoms erupted, akin to snowflakes in a tempest, cascading towards the several Jonin. Kakashi tightened his brow, alertly warning, "Be cautious. These cherry blossoms are no ordinary matter, for they conceal danger." Kurenai swiftly responded, "Understood." Meanwhile, Saho devised his inner strategy. "Let it begin with you, the third son. What a nuisance your father has become to me." He activated Shuinpa, moving with lightning speed, leaving Sarutobi Asuma no time to react, merely witnessing the encroaching peril. With a swift sound, the sharp blade ruthlessly sliced through, blood gushing forth, staining the ground like blooming cherry blossoms, sending chills down the spine. Kakashi's voice trembled with urgency. "Saho, you are harming a fellow village ninja. This is a grave offense. Halt at once." Despite Asuma's injuries being minor, merely superficial, Saho's actions posed a significant threat to the safety of Konoha. A cold smile crept upon Saho's lips. "Harm a fellow village ninja? Are you jesting?" Kakashi's gaze grew more resolute. "Indeed. Your actions are perilous. Cease them immediately, or you shall face the village's retribution." Upon hearing this, Saho's laughter grew louder. "Retribution? How amusing. We Uchiha are the wardens of prisons. You speak to me of punishment? Allow me to witness what such punishment entails. Come forth. Let me behold the true might of you, Jonin." Just as his words fell, the authoritative voice of the third Hokage resonated. "Everyone, cease at once." It was the third. To everyone's astonishment, the Hokage himself had arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen disregarded the astonished murmurs of his students and fellow ninjas, his gaze steady as he addressed Saho. "Saho, follow me. I shall personally escort you." These words plunged the classroom into a profound silence, soon followed by a flurry of whispers. The third Hokage was not someone to be compared lightly. In the years past, through Saho's relentless endeavors, the third had become a deity of ninjas in the eyes of the ignorant, exalted to a divine status. Everyone understood that the third Hokage was not only a legend among ninjas, but also a mentor to countless exceptional ninjas, having personally led the legendary Sannin. Now, with the third Hokage extending a personal invitation to Saho, what did it signify? This was not merely an acknowledgement of Saho's abilities, but a testament to his future potential. In the hearts of the onlookers, Saho's figure was instantly enveloped in a mysterious halo, their gazes filled with envy and jealousy. Those who had once doubted Saho could not help but feel astonished by his promising future. Chapter 13. The Advanced Growth Gift Pack. Heart of Dimensions once again. A wave of abundant lottery points surged forth, causing Zuoho's heart to bloom with joy. He mused to himself, these fellows' lottery points are truly too easy to acquire. It's like a pie falling from the sky. At this moment, Zuoho trailed closely behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, having arrived at the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly, his tone laced with seriousness. Zuoho, from now on, you shall train alongside me. Zuoho's heart jolted in disbelief as he queried, Oh? Hokage-sama, is this truly the case? Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed with a nod. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, await me at the training ground. I hope you are ready. Understood. An excited smile graced Zuoho's face. Returning to the back mountains of Konoha, Zuoho lay quietly on the grass, his hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze distant, as if pondering some profound secret. Only he understood that this solitude weighed upon him like an invisible burden, suffocating him as his family had been annihilated and the glories of yesteryear faded to nothingness. His younger brother, Sasuke, remained naive and unformed, unable to stand beside him in battle. Anxiety gnawed at Zuoho's heart. He must eliminate Danzo before Orochimaru could act, and that old coot, the third Hokage, could not be spared either. Yet, he recognized that his current strength fell short of his goals, and he lacked a concrete location for Danzo's hideout. He was acutely aware that if he were to exert his utmost effort, he might possess a significant chance to slay the third Hokage. However, facing Danzo, that cunning and treacherous figure, armed with the four symbols seal and countless Sharingan, he was indeed a formidable opponent, capable of turning the tides at any moment. If only I could elevate my spiritual pressure level to 60. I could unlock the Shurkai of my sword, Thousand Cherry Blossoms. At that time, I will certainly avenge my family by vanquishing these two old geezers. Name, Uchiha Zuoho. Special physique, Death God body, spiritual pressure, level 59. Sharingan, left eye, 3 Tomo, right eye, Manjiki, ability, divine edge. Attributes In, lightning, fire, wind, water, earth. Death God abilities Shuinpa, level 5, swordsmanship, level 5, ninjutsu body flicker technique, Chidori, Rasengan, fire release, great fire extinguishing, fire release, great fireball technique, water release, water dragon bullet, earth release, earth dragon bullet, wind release, great breakthrough. Zanpakuto, Thousand Cherry Blossoms, wind type. Combat power assessment, shadow level, 10, 00028, 100. Lottery points, 123, 600. Hint, it is recommended that the host engage in a high-level lottery draw. A 10 consecutive draw from the high-level pool grants an advanced growth gift pack. System backpack, intermediate training potion 65, Manjiki Sharingan 2, 3 Tomo Sharingan 2, refined through repeated trials, basic swordsmanship training method, basic Shuinpa training method, chakra nature transformation training method, 5 attributes. Initiate a 10 consecutive draw from the high-level pool. Without hesitation, Zuoho spent 100,000 lottery points to perform the high-level lottery draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an advanced growth gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining rebirth technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining blood trace elimination, dust release. Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced training potion 8. Zuoho narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly rejoicing. The rebirth technique and dust release were both exceedingly precious abilities. The rebirth technique, needless to say, was a life-saving art that exchanged one's life for another's. The power of dust release was also formidable, although its charging time was lengthy, making it prone to deviation. If combined with Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, it could achieve 100% accuracy, yielding even greater results. Moreover, the advanced training potion before him excited him immensely. Its efficacy far surpassed that of intermediate potions, significantly accelerating the speed of his training. But what thrilled him even more was the advanced growth gift pack in his hands. System, hurry. Open the advanced growth gift pack. The system's prompt echoed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heart of Dimensions. Zuoho's heart trembled with astonishment. Heart of Dimensions? What is this? It sounds like an extraordinary treasure. His mind raced with various speculations about this mysterious object, and excitement surged within him. Heart of Dimensions description can merge the powers of all realms into a special dimensional force. A few simple lines struck him like a thunderbolt, causing his heartbeat to quicken. Merging the powers of all realms. What grand ambition. He couldn't help but scoff, thinking, let me see what you truly are. At that moment, a crystal-like object appeared in Zhuo's hand, its transparent sheen radiating a mysterious aura. This heart bore a striking resemblance to a real heart, yet the power emanating from it sent chills down his spine. Does the host wish to merge with the Heart of Dimensions? Yes, merge it with me. With Zhuo's command, the crystal-like heart swiftly approached, hurtling toward his chest. Damn, it hurts. I'm going to die. A wave of intense pain crashed over him, as if his body were being torn apart, pushing him to the brink of agony. He trembled, every cell in his being seemingly screaming, as if trying to escape from the depths of his soul. Simultaneously, all of his chakra and spiritual energy began to clash in a chaotic frenzy, intertwining and colliding, forming a suffocating vortex. Zhuo felt his consciousness struggling against this force, as if engaged in an invisible battle with the dimensional power. After what felt like an eternity, Zhuo finally opened his eyes, drenched in sweat, cold beads trickling down his forehead. He inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, is it finally over? He struggled to rise, his body aching from this long-forgotten exertion, as if he had undergone a grueling baptism. He gently moved his limbs, attempting to alleviate the heavy sensation. Is this the power of dimensions, a force stronger than chakra and spiritual energy? He mused, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Then, Zhuo eagerly commenced testing this potent dimensional power. Dimensional power, fire release, great fireball technique. As he clapped his hands together, the fervent dimensional energy instantly transformed into blazing flames. And Zhuo unleashed a colossal fireball, streaking across the night sky like a comet. The size of the fireball was more than double that of his previous techniques, seemingly harboring boundless energy, as the searing wave of heat surged around him, warping the air under its pressure. This power was at least 3 times greater than his previous fire release techniques. Under the illumination of the fireball, the surrounding environment was instantly cast in crimson, the temperature soaring, causing the ground to radiate warmth. A confident smile blossomed on Zhuo's lips as he thought to himself, the might of this dimensional power is astonishing. Chapter 14, Ino's Confession. Name, Uchiha Sao. Dimensional power, 100-100, special physique, death god body, spirit pressure, level 59. Sharingan left eye, 3 tomo. Right eye, kaleidoscope, ability, divine edge. Bloodline elimination, dust release. Attributes in, lightning, fire, wind, water, earth. Death god abilities, Chuninpa, level 5, swordsmanship, level 5. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique. Chidori, Rinnegan, rebirth technique. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water dragon bullet. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. Zanpakuto, Simbenzakura, wind type. Combat power assessment, strong shadow level, 10,000, 69, 500. Lottery points, 23, 600. Note, it is recommended for the host to participate in the Legendary Prize Pool Lottery. A 10 consecutive draw in the Legendary Prize Pool grants a Dimensional Growth Gift Package. System Backpack, High-Level Training Potion 8, Intermediate Training Potion 65, Kaleidoscope Sharingan 2, 3 Tomo Sharingan 2, refined through repeated trials. Basic Swordsmanship Training Method, Basic Chuninpa Training Method. Chakra Nature Transformation Training Method, 5 attributes. Sao squinted, contemplating his next target. Is it the lottery points of 1,000,000? However, with my current strength, if I can successfully leave Konoha, I should be able to live quite well. Just then, Ino quietly approached, interrupting his thoughts. Sao, why aren't you training today? Ino asked, her tone laced with concern. It was rare for Sao to be absent from his usual training routine, especially at this hour when he would typically be sweating profusely on the back mountain. Oh, it's you, Ino. You came at just the right time. Sao turned to see her slightly flushed cheeks, stirring something within him. Sao-kun, do you have something to tell me? Ino felt a wave of nervousness, her face growing even redder, her gaze evasive as she unconsciously bit her lower lip. Sao was momentarily taken aback, sensing her tension and anticipation. Actually, there isn't anything particularly special. I've just been contemplating some future goals, he said softly, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Ino's heart raced, her eyes flickering with a mix of hope and anxiety. Future goals? She struggled to maintain her composure, trying to glean more information from Sao's expression. You mean, To become a stronger ninja? Yes, precisely, Saho nodded, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. I wish to surpass my limits and reach new heights. A wave of disappointment washed over Ino, yet she endeavored to conceal her feelings. I believe you can achieve that, Saho-kun, she murmured, grappling internally. She knew she ought to say something, but was at a loss for words. And you, Ino? What are your future aspirations? Saho inquired, shifting the focus with genuine concern. Ino's cheeks turned crimson once more, her heart tightening. I want to become a stronger ninja, to protect those I cherish, and to find my value in battle. Then you must strive and never give up, Saho encouraged with a smile. Ino gazed at Saho, her emotions intensifying, summoning her courage. She bit her lip and silently vowed, I must tell him. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her resolve and spoke. Saho-kun, actually, there is something I want to say to you. Saho turned his head, looking at her earnestly, concern evident in his eyes. I like you. Ino's voice was barely above a whisper, yet within her heart, a tempest raged. She shouted internally, all her courage and anticipation converging at that moment. Saho was taken aback, quickly realizing the weight of Ino's tone and expression, surprised. Ino, what do you mean? He asked, confusion evident in his gaze. I said I like you. I've always liked you, and I want to. Ino's cheeks burned, her heart pounding, yet her gaze remained resolute upon Saho. Saho's heart was tumultuous. He had not expected Ino to confess at this moment. He understood that his thoughts were far from this, as Danzo was still alive, making romantic notions impossible. Ino, I truly appreciate your feelings, but I'm not considering such matters right now. Ino's heart sank, the flush on her cheeks draining away, leaving her pale. She fought back tears, forcing a smile. I understand, Saho-kun. You have many things to attend to, right? Yes. I aspire to become strong enough to achieve my goals. Saho's gaze deepened. Ino nodded slightly, though unwillingness stirred within her. She felt more understanding and support for Saho. I will always support you, no matter what you choose to do. Thank you, Ino. A warm sensation welled up within Saho. He recognized how precious this support was. If one day I attain my goals, I hope to share it with you. For a while, Saho and Ino shared many heartfelt conversations, time slipping away unnoticed in their exchange. As night descended, the surroundings took on an extraordinary tranquility under the faint moonlight. Saho broke the silence. Let us head back. It's quite late. Ino nodded. She replied softly, feeling reluctant to part. On their way home, in a small grove, Ino unexpectedly encountered Sakura. Upon seeing her, Sakura lowered her voice, teasing, Hey, big forehead, what are you doing out here so late? Shoo. Sakura gestured for silence. Don't make a sound. Curious. Ino stepped closer and asked, What's wrong? Sakura pointed behind a large tree. Following her gesture, Ino spotted Sasuke standing alone, intently practicing his kunai throwing technique. Ino questioned, Have you been watching Sasuke all this time? Why not just go talk to him? Sakura sighed, a flicker of worry in her eyes. Sigh. Sasuke has been under immense pressure lately, becoming exceptionally distant. It's as if no one can approach him. Sakura continued, By the way, did you talk to Saho? What did he say? Did you succeed? Ino flashed a sly smile. Hee. I'd say it was somewhat of a success, not entirely. But at least it wasn't a failure, so that is something to be thankful for. Upon hearing this, Sakura's brows furrowed slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. Why is Saho's demeanor so different from Sasuke's? Though Saho can be a bit reckless and arrogant, he always manages to exchange a few words with his classmates. Meanwhile, Sasuke barely utters a word. Ino waved her hand helplessly, indicating her inability to comprehend. I'm not sure about that. Why don't you just ask Sasuke directly? All right, I won't keep you any longer. I need to head home and rest. Chapter 15. The shock of the third Hokage the following day. In the Hokage office of Konoha, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm and bright glow upon the desk. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat solemnly in his chair, lifting his gaze slightly, revealing a glimmer of composure and authority. You have arrived, Sao? He remarked. Yes, Hokage-sama, Sao replied, promptly following the third Hokage out of the office. They traversed the winding corridors and arrived at a secluded part of the forest, where tranquility reigned and only the gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, producing a soft whisper. The third Hokage halted, fixating his gaze ahead, and spoke earnestly. Sao, from this moment on, I officially take you as my personal disciple. This unexpected declaration left Sao momentarily stunned, stirring a wave of emotions within him. The third Hokage had chosen him as a disciple. How delightful. Indeed, my predictions held true. It is well known that in the world of Hokage, the success rate of master-apprentice relationships is a resounding 100%. This is a solid opportunity. Currently, it was the period just after Naruto's graduation, with nearly 2 months remaining until the Chunin exams. During that time, Orochimaru would undoubtedly make his appearance. Intending to assassinate the third Hokage, a plot point from the original story, Sao pondered whether he could locate his senior, Orochimaru, and ally with him to vanquish the old man. Just then, the third Hokage's voice interrupted his reverie. Ahem. Sao, what are you contemplating? Sao quickly snapped back to reality, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Huh? Nothing much. I was merely pondering some techniques related to ninjutsu. What ninjutsu do you wish to learn? The third Hokage observed the excited Sao with a slight smile, continuing, I possess numerous precious scrolls of ninjutsu. Whatever you wish to learn, I can accommodate you. Upon hearing this, Sao's heart surged with exhilaration. He recognized that what he lacked most were the formidable and profound techniques. Master, I wish to learn the 5-nature transformation, Great Fireball technique, and the multi-shadow clone technique. I also want to acquire the forbidden technique, Reaper Death Seal. I have heard that my senior Tsunade possesses a technique to retain eternal youth. I want to learn that too. And I also wish to. Stop. 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 The third Hokage quickly interjected, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He hadn't anticipated that Sao had such an extensive list of desires, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. How about this? I will first assess your abilities before deciding which techniques you should learn. The moment those words left his lips, Sao's excitement erupted. Master, then I shall begin, he exclaimed, his figure disappearing in an instant. The prospect of confronting the third Hokage filled him with exhilaration. After all, the third Hokage was now advanced in years, his strength diminished compared to his prime. Sao, brimming with confidence, felt entirely capable of easily defeating this once legendary ninja. What incredible speed! This is not just the body flicker technique, it is pure taijutsu. The third Hokage marveled inwardly, astonished by Sao's astonishing swiftness. Before he could fully process it, Sao's voice echoed from all directions. Prepare yourself, master. Do not underestimate me. At that moment, Sao's fist swung out, striking the third Hokage squarely in the face. The third Hokage cried out, blood gushing from his nose, creating a scene that was simultaneously comical and shocking. Observing the third Hokage's disheveled state, Sao couldn't suppress a surge of pride. This old fellow is surprisingly weak. It is worth noting that Sao's strike was directed at the real body, as the third Hokage had not anticipated the need to utilize the body replacement technique. Ahem. Sao, what technique did you just employ to unleash such rapid speed? The third Hokage's eyes fixated on Sao, flickering with astonishment and curiosity. Sao's lips curled into a playful smile, seemingly relishing the suspense of the moment. He feigned mystery, saying, Master, this is a secret you are unaware of. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, his confusion deepening. Is there something in Konoha that I do not know? Sao slowly shook his head, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He continued, it is well known that the genjutsu of the Uchiha clan is unparalleled, the finest in the ninja world. However, few are aware that our Uchiha clan also possesses unique taijutsu techniques. The reason our taijutsu is often overlooked is precisely because the formidable Sharingan genjutsu overshadows it. The third Hokage's heart jolted, as if a realization dawned upon him. He inquired in astonishment, the taijutsu of the Uchiha clan? Could it be? In the training ground, where dappled sunlight filtered through the treetops, Sao's face reflected a glimmer of anticipation. He was eager to continue challenging the third Hokage. Master, shall we proceed? The third Hokage's expression turned solemn as he nodded slightly, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Come, let me witness your true strength. Sao hesitated slightly, then instinctively bit his lip. Really? Master, are you certain you want me to go all out? Indeed, do not hold back. The third Hokage's voice brimmed with expectation for Sao. Sao's gaze sharpened instantaneously, as if brewing an undeniable force within him. An unease suddenly crept into the third Hokage's heart, sensing a latent danger emanating from Sao, causing him to become alert. What is this? How can it be? I am sensing such a potent threat from Sao. Master, be careful. Sao's voice sliced through the air as he clapped his hands together. Dimensional power, fire release, great fire-extinguishing wave. He shouted with fervor. In an instant, searing flames surged forth like a tempest, their ferocity amplified by the dimensional power, reminiscent of a beast awakened. Charging directly at the third Hokage, the scorching heat rippled through the air, enveloping everything in a suffocating intensity. The third Hokage's expression turned to one of astonishment. Pondering, the power of this fire release is akin to that of a Kage. How can this be? He reacted swiftly, without hesitation, forming hand seals. Water release, water barrier. As he unleashed his ninjutsu, a torrent of water swiftly converged, forming a sturdy wall to confront the onslaught of flames. As fire and water clashed in midair, they erupted in a dazzling display, the fierce collision of searing flames and frigid water embodying a clash of natural forces, creating rippling waves. The air around them was permeated with the mingling heat of fire and the moisture of water, weaving a magnificent tableau. Master, experience my self-created ninjutsu, Sao exclaimed, confidence radiating from his countenance. Dimensional power, fire release, great fireball technique. With another clap of his hands, his voice resonated like thunder. As the ninjutsu manifested, the first colossal fireball erupted forth, scorching hot, racing toward the third Hokage like the sun itself. How can this be? Your chakra levels are astonishing. The astonishment on the third Hokage's face deepened, his pupils widening in disbelief at the sight before him. Sao offered no reply, his eyes ablaze with fearless fervor. Following closely behind, the second, third, and even fourth colossal fireballs cascaded down like torrential rain, battering the third Hokage relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering sounds of explosions echoed, flames leaping into the sky, the searing shockwave distorting the surrounding air, sending the third Hokage's heart racing. In that moment, Sao's dimensional power flourished. The overwhelming fire release seeming poised to consume everything, the fiery glow illuminating his visage. Notification. Detecting emotional fluctuations from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lottery points 10. 000. Chapter 16. The injured third generation. Suddenly, the third Hokage coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crimson droplets blossoming like flowers against the stark backdrop of his pale visage, which drained of color as if life itself had ebbed away. His astonished gaze fixed upon Sasao, a tumultuous wave of shock crashing within him. Defeated. The word echoed in his mind, as if he sought solace in its repetition. Once, this venerable leader, esteemed for his vast combat experience and wisdom, found himself bested by a mere 12-year-old child. The sensation pierced his heart like a dagger, rendering him breathless. Despite knowing he had not fought to the best of his abilities, he could not mask the profound sense of loss and defeat welling up inside him, as though overnight he had transformed from a figure of authority into a mere failure. Yet, upon reflection, he considered the remarkable talent of his disciple, and the thoughts soothed him. Indeed, he was growing old. The third Hokage exhaled these words slowly, his tone tinged with resignation and fatigue. Sasao, sensing his teacher's distress, hurried forward, concern etched upon his features. Teacher, what is wrong? Are you injured? The third Hokage, gritting his teeth against the pain, managed a faint smile, attempting to conceal his weakness. No, of course not. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Sasao rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement, a hint of urgency in his voice. Teacher, can you teach me ninjutsu now? The third Hokage smiled slightly, though his brow furrowed in contemplation. I will arrange for someone to deliver the scrolls to you. For today, let us leave it at that. Before he could finish, the third Hokage executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from Sasao's sight, leaving him alone in the now empty room. The tranquil atmosphere of the Hokage's office was suddenly enveloped in a tense air, as if the very atmosphere had thickened. With a series of coughs, the third Hokage struggled against the desk, unable to suppress another bout of blood spattering onto the white paper, a stark and painful contrast. His complexion was ashen, eyes glimmering with agony, as waves of pain assailed him, nearly overwhelming his resolve. How careless of me. I never anticipated Sasao possessed such formidable strength. A pang of regret surged within him. He must nurture this talent, ensuring such a genius does not fade into obscurity. In that moment, he understood that Sasao's future would not merely be that of an ordinary ninja. He would become a pivotal figure in leading Konoha to new heights. Meanwhile, Sasao clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him, muttering to himself, I cannot believe I possess such formidable strength. His heart raced with both excitement and trepidation. as if this newfound power were a fire ready to ignite at any moment. Yet, he wondered how Naruto and the others were faring. With a shift in thought, Sasao's gaze sharpened. It was time to check on them. With a swift motion, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, Sasao vanished from his original spot, as though swept away by the wind, leaving only a faint trace of energy in his wake. At that moment, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were engrossed in Kakashi's lessons on teamwork. From a distance, Sasao observed the scene, a contemplative expression gracing his features. His gaze flitted among the trio, as if pondering something, the ripples of his thoughts beginning to unfold. It truly resembled the original story, the bell-stealing exercise. How amusing. Such childish antics. Secret technique of Konoha, body technique, 1,000 years of pain. Kakashi crouched behind Naruto, swiftly unleashing this ultimate technique, plunging his hand forcefully into Naruto's rear. Naruto's face contorted in terror as pain surged through him, his body freezing as his expression transitioned from bewilderment to shock, and finally to reluctant relief. This moment was witnessed by Sasao, who could not help but burst into laughter, his voice resonating like thunder. Haha, Naruto is simply too hilarious. That expression is utterly classic. Sasao laughed so hard he nearly cried. In that instant, Kakashi caught sight of Sasao's grin. Sasao, what brings you here? Kakashi's brow knitted slightly, his eyes reflecting curiosity. Hearing his name, Sasuke's heart tightened. Why was he here? The thought of Sasao's self-satisfied demeanor stirred a wave of irritation within Sasuke, as if an invisible weight pressed against his chest, heightening his agitation. Hello? So you are all here. Sasao strolled over, his steps light, seemingly oblivious to the ongoing assessment led by Kakashi. Kakashi furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual tension in the atmosphere, his tone cautious as he inquired, Sasao, why are you here instead of with the third Hokage? Sasao flashed a mischievous smile, unconcerned as he replied, the training with the third Hokage has concluded. I was feeling bored, so I decided to find Naruto. At that moment, Naruto lay languidly on the ground, absent-mindedly rubbing his backside, still processing the shock of the 1,000 years of pain. Upon hearing that Sasao was looking for him, he perked up, his face beaming with a bright smile, completely disregarding the fact that he was in the midst of an evaluation. Sasao, do you need something from me? Naruto eagerly asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Did you encounter some trouble that requires my assistance? Ha ha ha. Then I shall reluctantly agree to help you. From his hidden vantage point, Sasuke could not suppress a mental curse. Idiot. Why would Sasao seek your help? He shook his head, inwardly lamenting Naruto's naivety. Without a doubt, Sasao's purpose for visiting was to seek out Naruto, more precisely, to uncover the formidable Nine Tails sealed within him. The Nine Tails, the most powerful of the tailed beasts, possessed an astonishing amount of chakra, far surpassing even the strength of a Kage. In the early days of Naruto's journey, the Nine Tails represented an insurmountable force, instilling fear in countless ninjas. Recalling the devastating battle against Pain and Appo's invasion of Konoha, Naruto had once lost control, transforming into the Eight Tails beast, even rendering Pain and Appo's almighty push ineffective. Sasao was convinced that if the Nine Tails' true power were unleashed, Pain would stand no chance against it. Chapter 17. The Missing Bell? At this moment, only Sasuke sensed something amiss. The bell that hung from Kakashi's waist had mysteriously vanished. This change went unnoticed even by Kakashi himself. Where could the bell have gone? Why did it disappear? Lying on the ground in disguise, Sasuke furrowed his brow, his mind racing to unravel this sudden enigma. Just as he pondered, the scene before him shifted dramatically. Sasao crouched in front of him, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, two bells swaying in his hand as if mocking him. It was too swift. Sasuke was caught off guard, unable even to sense the shift. In that moment, Sasao's figure resembled a bolt of lightning, both astonishing and chilling. Are you looking for this? Sasao's voice was casual and carefree, as though he had never been detected. At that instant, a wave of panic surged within Sasuke. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His heart raced, and Sasao appeared before him like a silent ghost, leaving him utterly astounded. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected from Uchiha Sasuke. Lottery points 500. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected from Hatake Kakashi. Lottery points 5,000. Sasao tilted his head, his gaze fixed on Sasuke, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What? Are you wondering how I got this bell? He paused, seemingly awaiting Sasuke's reaction, then continued. What are you shocked about? Do you really think Quietly stealing Kakashi's bell is difficult? Sasuke frowned, his heart brimming with confusion. Wasn't this an obvious statement? After all, Kakashi was an elite jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village, while he was merely a genin. The idea of easily snatching the bell without Kakashi noticing was simply absurd. What do you want? He could not help but inquire, his tone tinged with unease. Sasao merely chuckled, seemingly disinclined to answer his question. Then, he suddenly grasped Sasuke's shoulders and forcefully pinned him against the wall, gazing into his eyes with a hint of mockery. Gulp. Just as Sasuke was about to react, Sasao had already opened a small vial, taking a generous gulp of liquid and unhesitatingly pouring it into Sasuke's mouth. Cough, cough. What is this? What have you made me drink? Sasuke coughed violently, his face a mixture of confusion and anger. Hee. It's nothing, just a potion that will help you train faster. A mysterious smile danced on Sasao's lips. When Sasuke lifted his gaze again, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Sasao had mysteriously vanished in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, a light-hearted laughter from Kakashi shattered the tense atmosphere. Sasao waved at them, laughing, haha, I can leave now. You all take your time. Before his words had even faded, he executed a body flicker technique, disappearing like a wisp of smoke, leaving only a ripple in the air and astonished gazes behind. Witnessing Sasao's speed once more, Kakashi's eyes widened, filled with shock and confusion. Such speed. What kind of ability was this? His mind replayed that fleeting moment, striving to catch any trace. Yet he felt an overwhelming helplessness. The speed surpassed even his own. How had Sasao trained to attain such swiftness at merely 12 years of age? At that moment, Sasuke slowly emerged, two bells glimmering faintly in his hands. Upon witnessing this scene, Kakashi was taken aback, pondering, when did this happen? His heart tightened as he contemplated, could it be Sasao? Kakashi felt a pang of regret. He had thought he understood Sasuke's speed well enough, only to realize he had carelessly overlooked the fact that he could stealthily steal the bell. Sasuke smiled confidently, his lips curling slightly. So, does this mean we passed? Hearing this, Kakashi's expression turned serious as he regarded Sasuke intently, stating, today's assessment is terminated. We shall continue tomorrow. Meanwhile, Sasao stood atop a building in the Hidden Leaf Village, nimbly flickering about, searching for something. His gaze wandered, pondering, where exactly is Danzo's root hidden? The original story did not specify, am I merely searching aimlessly? At that moment, he noticed Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, looking rather listless as they searched for something. It turned out they were engaged in their initial tasks as newcomers to the Hidden Leaf Village, which, at first glance, seemed laughably trivial. Tasks like farming and finding cats. Hey, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji. What are you doing here? Sasao appeared before the trio silently, like a gentle breeze that captivated their attention. Clad in a black high-collared short robe that elegantly accentuated his tall figure, the Uchiha clan emblem on his back shimmered in the sunlight, proclaiming his extraordinary lineage. Sasao slightly turned, a confident smile gracing his face, exuding an undeniable charm. The boys felt a surge of desire to compete with him, while the girls' hearts raced, their eyes sparkling with infatuation, yearning to rush to him. Shikamaru helplessly shook his head, a frown etched on his brow, displaying a hint of exasperation. Oh dear. It's that guy who loves to show off again. Choji, on the other hand, appeared elated, a bag of chips in hand, chewing enthusiastically. A smile on his face. Sasao, what brings you here? Want to have a food-eating contest with me today? Haraha. Ino, however, was completely lost in her thoughts, her eyes sparkling with affection as she gazed at Sasao, her expression dreamy. Ever since he had subtly rejected her feelings last time, an inexplicable hope had blossomed within her, as if hinting at an unresolved bond between her and Sasao. So handsome, so cool. I really want to. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed slightly, utterly entranced in her fantasies about Sasao. Suddenly, a small yellow tabby cat appeared in Sasao's hands, its fur soft and its eyes lively. He smiled and inquired, are you all looking for this cat? Shikamaru looked down at the photo in his hand, carefully comparing it with the little tabby before him, confirming, that's right. This is the little flower. How did you find it? Sasao chuckled lightly, a playful glint in his eyes. Haha, I stumbled upon it by chance. Chapter 18. The Gift of Three Generations, a comprehensive collection of ninjutsu. As night gradually descended, the sun painted the western sky with hues of crimson, resembling a splash of blood upon the horizon. Zuahao stood atop the Hokage rock, gazing down upon the entirety of Konohagakure, his heart brimming with a tumult of emotions. The 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand shimmered with a cold luminescence in the fading sunlight, as if heralding the impending carnage. His expression appeared calm. Yet beneath this veneer of tranquility lay an abyss of hatred and an overwhelming desire for bloodshed. Danzo, why do you not present yourself before me? I can hardly contain my urge to end your life. Zhuao's voice was deep and frigid, capable of freezing the very air surrounding him. Although his chakra level had yet to reach the 60th rank, his profound understanding of Danzo and his identity as a traveler filled him with unshakable confidence. He was certain that he possessed the ability to extinguish Danzo's life. Danzo relied solely on the Sharingan's Anaji, but in Zhuao's presence, such tricks were rendered futile. In this ruthless world of shinobi, only strength and power constitute the ultimate truth. Clenching his fist until his knuckles turned white, he seemed to be gathering energy for the imminent battle. As long as I possess strength that surpasses Hashirama and Madara, even that of the Sage of Six Paths, or the formidable Kagaya Akatsuki, I shall roam this shinobi realm unrestrained, unstoppable by anyone. At that moment, a shadowy figure clad in black ninja attire and donning a cat mask silently appeared behind Zhuao. Who are you? Zhuao inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. His gaze fell upon the scroll held by the Umbu, and in an instant, realization struck him. It was a messenger from the Hokage delivering the scroll. The masked Umbu approached Zhuao, speaking in a calm tone. This is a message from Lord Hokage for you. Zhuao accepted the scroll and coolly replied, I understand. You may leave now. The Umbu furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly displeased with Zhuao's demeanor, but he refrained from further comment. Swiftly employing the body flicker technique to vanish into the night, Zhuao slowly unfurled the ninjutsu scroll in his hand, his gaze focused and resolute. As if engaging in a spiritual dialogue with the scroll, the contents within were rich and intricate, encompassing the 5 elemental ninjutsu: lightning, earth, fire, wind, and water, along with thousands of fundamental techniques, leaving him momentarily astounded. However, to his disappointment, he found no trace of the legendary forbidden technique, Shiki Fujin. Zhuao murmured softly, a hint of disappointment lacing his voice, to think there is no Shiki Fujin. How disheartening. Nevertheless, these foundational techniques were still sufficient for his forthcoming training. After all, he understood the adage that having an abundance of skills is never a burden. Suddenly, a figure flickered within Zhuao's being, as if emerging mysteriously from within him. Clad in the garb of the Soul Reaper, adorned with a star-shaped headpiece, stood a miniature version of Urahara Kisuke, astonishingly resembling Zhuao, like a mirror reflecting another facet of himself. This scene exemplified the unique manifestation of Zhuao's Soul Reaper form. Zhuao's Soul Reaper body was entirely composed of spiritual particles, shrouded in mystery. When he separated from these particles, this spiritual entity could act independently, as if imbued with life. However, this state bore its drawbacks. Zhuao was unable to wield any Soul Reaper abilities during this separation. This disembodied state was akin to the concept of astral projection in cultivation, yet distinct in that Zhuao's Soul Reaper was not merely an ethereal presence. It possessed the ability to materialize, akin to an external manifestation, capable of wandering freely within this world. Zhuao and his Soul Reaper counterpart locked eyes. A glimmer of surprise and curiosity reflected in their gazes. The sensation of gazing into my own eyes is truly ineffable. Zhuao's voice exuded excitement. I shall focus on mastering ninjutsu, he declared resolutely, his eyes shimmering with the fervor to grow stronger. I shall hone my spiritual pressure. The Soul Reaper Zhuao followed suit, his tone brimming with confidence and determination. Thus began the fervent training journey of these two entities of the same being. Just then, an unexpected figure appeared before them. It was Sasuke. You are actually training. Sasuke furrowed his brow, surprise evident in his voice. Zhuao replied nonchalantly, what is so unusual about that? I set aside time to train every day. Tell me. Sasuke inquired impatiently, what did you give me to drink during the day? I feel my chakra increasing at an extraordinary pace. Zhuao couldn't help but laugh. Don't be anxious. What I gave you was a high-grade training potion, effective in enhancing your training speed. Is there more of that potion? Sasuke's eyes gleamed with desire, clearly intrigued by the prospect of such a power-boosting substance. Of course there is. Zhuao smiled slightly, his tone teasing, but the dosage I provided you was meant to last a week. Sasuke mused inwardly. Realizing that such a potion was indeed remarkable, He needed to seize this opportunity to elevate his strength. Anger surged within Sasuke as he locked eyes with Zhuhao, asking sharply, "How strong are you now? Who is stronger, you or Itachi?" Zhuhao frowned slightly, his voice calm yet tinged with resignation. "I do not know how strong I am. The most pressing matter is your own weakness." Sasuke, infuriated, gesticulated wildly as he nearly shouted, "You! I am asking about you. Don't shift the topic to me. What was the purpose of your performance at the Ninja Academy? If you possess such formidable power, why not seek revenge? Why remain complacent? Why?" Zhuhao sighed, his gaze resolute as he replied, "Sasuke, your understanding of this world is far too simplistic. I am indeed strong now, but not to the extent of opposing the entire world." Sasuke angrily retorted, "You only seek revenge. Why must you oppose the entire world? You clearly possess immense power, yet choose to stand aside. Is this truly your choice?" Zhuhao coldly chuckled, responding, "Very well, since you pose such questions. Allow me to inquire, why did Itachi annihilate the Uchiha clan? Who benefited most from the aftermath of this tragic massacre? Have you ever truly contemplated these questions?" He paused, his tone growing sharper, as if each word bore a sting. "Let me ask you again. If you did indeed kill Itachi, what would you gain from it? Huh? At most, you would merely have extinguished a single life. Is that the meaning you seek? Is that the vengeance you desire?" Sasuke was rendered speechless by the barrage of questions, his mind swirling in confusion. Indeed, why did Itachi orchestrate the clan's demise? This question lingered incessantly in his thoughts, leaving him unable to find solace. Chapter 19. The emotional turmoil of the Nine Tails. Sasuke departed quietly, his mind awash with endless queries and confusions. In response to his departure, Sasao offered no explanations, well aware that Sasuke needed to undergo experiences to truly comprehend these intricate emotions and truths. "This fellow is just as stubborn as I am," Sasao mused silently, yet he couldn't help but worry about his kindness and innocence. However, it is time to pay a visit to the Nine Tails. Sasao gently withdrew his training in the Death God form, then activated his Shuinpa, hastening towards Naruto's abode. At that moment, Naruto was at home, savoring his instant noodles with delight. So delicious. However, Ichiraka ramen is even better, he muttered to himself, a satisfied smile adorning his face as he chewed on the noodles. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent knocking resounded from the door. Who could it be? "I'm coming." Naruto leaped up excitedly, quickly rising to open the door. To his astonishment, it was Sasao, and Naruto's face lit up with joy. "Sasao, what brings you here?" "I'm in the middle of eating instant noodles." This was not Sasao's first visit to Naruto's home. He glanced around and noticed the disarray, with various items scattered about. Observing the expired milk in Naruto's hand, he couldn't help but lament. "Third Hokage, how could you allow the son of the fourth Hokage to drink expired milk?" "Sasao, what's the matter?" Naruto inquired, puzzled. Sasao waved his hand, smiling slightly. "It's nothing, Naruto. What are you busy with?" "I'm eating instant noodles, Sasao. Is there something you need from me?" Naruto asked curiously. The two found a place to sit and began to chat merrily. "Naruto, I actually have something important to ask of you," Sasao said earnestly, his gaze filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Naruto responded without hesitation, "Sure." Sasao's face broke into a radiant smile at Naruto's agreement, his excitement palpable. Naruto was always eager to assist his friends, just as his spirits were soaring. Sasao lightly slapped the back of Naruto's head, instantly rendering him unconscious. Caught off guard, Naruto collapsed limply to the ground. In the next moment, Sasao swiftly transformed into the Death God form, darting towards the ceiling space within Naruto's body. Inside the ceiling space, enormous cages loomed, dark and oppressive. Deep within the cages resided the legendary strongest-tailed beast, the Nine Tails. Even from behind the bars, Sasao could feel the terrifying chakra, as if a heavy mountain pressed upon his chest, causing him to hold his breath. The power of the Nine Tails was like a tempest, shaking the entire space and instilling fear. Is this the chakra of the Nine Tails? Indeed, it is formidable. No wonder Naruto could frequently employ multiple shadow clones without feeling fatigued. Sasao reflected, his gaze firmly fixed on the flickering light. The Nine Tails' slitted eyes snapped open, emanating a furious aura. "You are not that Naruto kid. Who are you really?" Its voice was deep and threatening, akin to a sudden storm that filled one with dread. "Ah, indeed you are Kurama. You are the mightiest among the tailed beasts." Sasao marveled, excitement barely concealed on his face, his tone tinged with admiration as curiosity sparkled in his eyes. Upon hearing the name Kurama, the Nine Tails froze momentarily. Memories flooding back like a tide, and in a daze, it seemed to glimpse the days of yore. Ding. Emotional fluctuation of the Nine Tails detected. 100,000 lottery points. 100,000 lottery points. This is simply incredible. Sasao thought gleefully. This is a splendid opportunity for a windfall. You brat. How do you know my name? Where did you hear it? Speak quickly. The Nine Tails' voice was laced with urgency and rage, as if this secret threatened its very existence. Sasao remained unfazed, comfortably seated on the ground, his gaze fixed upon the Nine Tails within the cage. At that moment, he found the Nine Tails somewhat endearing, resembling a naive little fox that was easily deceived. Ahem, this name was told to me by a person named Akatsuki Kagaya, Sasao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing the name Akatsuki Kagaya, the Nine Tails' pupils constricted sharply, its eyes widening in disbelief. Akatsuki Kagaya is the true name of the Sage of Six Paths, implying that this Sasao actually knows the Sage of Six Paths. Ding. Emotional fluctuation of the Nine Tails detected. 100,000 lottery points. The system notification echoed in Sasao's ears. His eyes narrowing slightly, but his heart soared with joy. These lottery points are remarkably easy to accumulate. Kurama. The reason I've come to see you is that I seek your assistance. I am an old friend of Kagaya. You should consider me like an uncle. Sasao smiled, secretly amused while maintaining an air of profundity. The Nine Tails was evidently not so easily deceived. It scoffed coldly and retorted, Brat. You're still young and dare say that the Sage of Six Paths is your friend. I can't believe that. Sasao coughed slightly, trying to mask his embarrassment. Ahem. Actually, I was present when Kagaya divided the God Tree into 9 parts. You may not have known this. Moreover, my current youthful appearance is merely due to a reduction in physiological age. Just like you tailed beasts can be reborn after death, my situation is quite similar. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by his explanation. Humph. Given your acquaintance with the old man, tell me, what exactly do you need my help with? But as you can see, I am currently confined in this seal and cannot break free. Sasao felt a tightening in his chest, yet he swiftly adjusted his mindset. His eyes gleaming with determination as he replied without hesitation. It's quite simple. Harness all your chakra and exert extreme pressure upon me to aid my breakthrough. The Nine Tails erupted in laughter, its voice booming like thunder. Ha! I thought you were going to ask for something serious. It turns out you are seeking a challenge. This is something I excel at. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the Nine Tails chakra surged towards Sasao like a tempest, instantly forming an overwhelming red aura. The terrifying pressure surged towards Sasao, as if it aimed to tear his body to shreds. Such powerful pressure is precisely what I need. Sasao slightly closed his eyes, reveling in the suffocating weight. An unprecedented exhilaration surged within him as he began to gather the spiritual particles within his body, frantic and eager like leaves swept up by a wild wind. Chapter 20. Breakthrough. Bankai. A formidable aura surged forth, emanating from the evolution of spiritual particles. It was truly astonishing power. Merely breaking through to the next level had elevated my spiritual pressure to such a terrifying extent. Zaoheo abruptly opened his eyes, and in an instant, a powerful spiritual pressure erupted from his entire being, as if it sought to engulf everything in its vicinity. Bankai, Senbonzakura Kageyoshi. Zaoheo released his Zanpakuto, which stood upright before sinking into the ripples of the ground and vanishing. Simultaneously, massive blades emerged from the ripples on either side, capable of reaching into the thousands if cultivated to the limit. Following that, the enormous blades would scatter like petals, far exceeding the numbers of shurkai, with the count possibly reaching into the hundreds of millions. During the Bankai release, the petals outnumbered those of shurkai by several 100 million times. In the blink of an eye, the blades of Senbonzakura were almost invisible, due to his unfettered control over them. Zaoheo's Senbonzakura Kageyoshi represented an omnidirectional assault without blind spots. If controlled with both hands, the attack speed of Senbonzakura would quadruple. The Nine Tails, puzzled, inquired, What is this power? This is not chakra. Who exactly are you? Zaoheo slowly retracted his Bankai, responding coolly, Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that you, Nine Tails, are in grave danger. The Nine Tails laughed disdainfully. Ha ha ha. Me, in danger? I am the Nine Tails. Who could instill fear in me? Zaoheo shook his head, his voice low and grave. Uchiha Madara. He is still alive. At the mention of that name, The Ninetales' laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a profound sense of fear. Indeed, fear. Zaoheo regarded the Ninetales coldly. It seems you harbor a great apprehension towards Uchiha Madara, Kurama. Trembling, the Ninetales stammered, a note of unease in its voice. That man is still alive. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation from the Ninetales. 100,000 lottery points. Seeing this, Zaoheo stoked the flames further. His gaze resolute. Uchiha Madara is plotting a cataclysmic conspiracy. He intends to capture all 9-tailed beasts, resurrect the 10 tails, and subsequently rule the entire world. More terrifying still, he plans to confine you, subjecting you to torment for his amusement. Just then, the system's delightful notification chimed again. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation from the Ninetales. 200,000 lottery points. A drop of cold sweat trickled down the Ninetales' forehead, tightening its heart. Nevertheless, it maintained a facade of bravado. A hint of disdain curling its lips. Humph. Uchiha Madara has long since perished. Do you think I am unaware? Do not attempt to deceive me here. Zaoheo shook his head, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He did not believe the Ninetales' words. The solid 200,000 lottery points would not lie. Kurama, you must trust me. If you do as I say, I can ensure you won't be treated as a pet by Madara. Zaoheo's tone carried a sense of urgency. The Ninetales' ears twitched slightly, an unsettling feeling creeping into its heart, and it replied, What do you need me to do? Zaoheo smiled faintly, his gaze steady upon the Ninetales. Your current Jinchuriki is Naruto Uzumaki. This you must be well aware of. He paused, continuing, Naruto Uzumaki's identity is not trivial. The Ninetales scoffed coldly. Heh, merely the son of the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage was merely my opponent. What significance does such lineage hold? Zaoheo shook his head, his tone turning grave. Kurama, your understanding of Naruto Uzumaki is profoundly superficial. His true identity is... Before he could finish, the Ninetales' curiosity was piqued, prompting an impatient insistence. Speak quickly. What do you mean? Zaoheo inhaled deeply, slowly revealing a shocking secret. He is the second son of the Sage of 6 Paths, the reincarnation of Ashura. The Ninetales was momentarily struck dumb, incredulity washing over it. What? He is... Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation from the Ninetales. 100,000 lottery points. Zaoheo smiled slightly, his tone serious. Therefore, you must support Naruto diligently. Only in doing so can you ascend to the pinnacle of beastly existence. The Ninetales, with a hint of pride, retorted, Heh, such trivial matters do not require your concern. The conversation concluded in a light-hearted atmosphere. Zaoheo gradually exited the ceiling space within Naruto, feeling a sense of quiet triumph. He had amassed a total of 600,000 lottery points from the Ninetales. Now, only 40,000 remained to unlock the legendary reward pool's 10 consecutive draws. Such anticipation filled him. He wondered what earth-shattering rewards awaited him. Zaoheo rubbed his hands together, excitement evident on his face, his eyes glimmering with expectation. Name, Uchiha Zaoheo. Dimensional power, 110-110, special physique, Soul Reaper body, spiritual pressure, level 60. Sharingan, left eye, 3 Tomo, right eye, Manjiki, ability, divine edge. Bloodline elimination, dust release. Attributes Een, lightning, fire, wind, water, earth. Soul Reaper abilities, Shunpa, level 5, swordsmanship, level 5. Ninjutsu, body flicker technique, Chidori, Rasengan, rebirth technique, fire release, great fire extinguishing, fire release, great fireball technique, water release, water dragon bullet, earth release, earth dragon bullet, wind release, great breakthrough. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, wind attribute. Combat power assessment, Kage level peak, 10,000,099, 999. Lottery points, 634, 600. Tip. It is recommended that the host participate in the legendary lottery draw. 10 consecutive draws from the legendary pool grant a dimensional growth gift pack. System backpack. High-level training potion 8. Intermediate training potion 65. Manjiki Sharingan 2. 3 Tomo Sharingan 2. Refined to perfection. Fundamental swordsmanship training method. Fundamental Shunpa training method. Chakra nature transformation training method. 5 attributes. At this moment, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness was still hazy, a blur of memories flashing through his mind. What happened? What just occurred? He mumbled to himself, confusion evident in his voice. Zaoheo stood nearby, smiling gently, his tone warm. All right, Naruto. Thank you for your assistance. Huh? What? Naruto was taken aback, gazing blankly at Zaoheo, his heart filled with questions, utterly bewildered by the situation before him. Zaoheo lightly patted Naruto's shoulder, smiling. Let us go, Naruto. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Ichiraku ramen? Upon hearing that name, Naruto was instantly electrified, nearly leaping with excitement, his smile radiant as sunlight. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation from Naruto Uzumaki. 100 lottery points. The mere 100 points from Naruto's emotions left Zaoheo somewhat speechless, internally lamenting. You are the reincarnation of Ashura. You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. How can you be so undervalued? Chapter 21. What is true courage? Not long after, Zhao strolled down the street with Naruto, accompanied by a stout and burly figure, Choji. The sunlight bathed them in warmth, as if adding a lively atmosphere to the impending challenge. Zhao, brimming with excitement, raised his hand and beamed with a radiant smile. Choji, isn't your Akimichi clan renowned for your insatiable appetites? Today, I wish to compete with you to see who can eat more. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Choji and Appo's eyes, and a confident smile graced his lips. Sure. This time I must win. With a playful arch of his brow, Zhao mischievously proposed. Let us set a rule. The loser pays the bill. What do you say? Choji thumped his chest with bravado and declared, Of course. I will never lose to you. The two exchanged hearty laughter, as if they could already foresee the fierce competition about to unfold. Before Ichiraku ramen, the warm glow of the lights spilled through the windows onto the street, wafting an irresistible aroma. Zhao excitedly called into the shop, Uncle Ichiraku, I'll have 10 bowls of tonkatsu ramen first. Not to be outdone, Choji chimed in, patting his belly. Boss, I'll have 10 bowls of tonkatsu ramen as well. Naruto, wide-eyed and astonished, exclaimed, You guys, you're going to eat that much? Soon, 20 steaming bowls of tonkatsu ramen were placed before them, the rich scent enticing their senses, as the noodles danced lightly in the broth, seemingly performing for the two challengers. Begin. With Zhao command, Choji dove in like a famished beast, devouring the noodles voraciously. His speed was astonishing, noodles swirling around his mouth, broth dripping down his chin, creating a mesmerizing cascade of ramen. Zhao, undeterred by the spectacle, began to chase after him. Between mouthfuls, he teased, Choji, are you eating too slowly? I'm almost done with a bowl. Choji looked up, cheeks stuffed with noodles, mumbling indistinctly, In no way. You're the slow one. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged as the two exchanged banter. Naruto, utterly captivated by the culinary duel, thought to himself, just how much can these two eat? I want to give it a try. Summoning his courage, he shouted to the shopkeeper, I'll have 5 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. As time passed, empty bowls began to pile up in front of Zhao and Choji, the broth shimmering at their lips, as if mocking their challenge. Both were now panting, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. I absolutely cannot lose. Choji gritted his teeth, forcing more noodles into his mouth, the blend of noodles and broth becoming his battle sustenance. Me too. Zhao chewed vigorously, a note of reluctance in his voice. Just then, his stomach issued a loud protest, as if to warn him, if you keep eating, I shall explode. In the midst of this gastronomic contest, Naruto finally burst into laughter. You two are just too funny. Do you think you're racing with the ramen? Ultimately, as the last bowl of ramen vanished, both Choji and Zhao collapsed onto the table, their bellies slightly protruding, the empty bowls forming miniature mountains before them. This competition is utterly insane. Choji gasped, a look of satisfaction painted across his face. Indeed, it was delicious. Zhao nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting an infinite yearning for good food. Naruto, slumped on the table, lamented, I can't anymore. I'm full. At that moment, Zhao banged on the table once more, eagerly calling out to the Ichiraku ramen owner, Boss, bring me 5 more bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Upon hearing this, the owner beamed brightly and promptly replied, Sure, coming right up. Choji's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, How can you still eat? Zhao grinned with pride and teased, Choji, this time I've won, and the responsibility of paying falls on you. Sighing in resignation, Choji felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, finally agreeing. All right then. Afterward, Zhao devoured the 5 steaming bowls of ramen with fervor, broth dripping from the corners of his mouth, presenting a rather comical sight. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, a few remnants of rich broth clinging to his lips, displaying a carefree demeanor. "Naruto, let us head home," he said as he stood up. On their way back, the streets of Konoha appeared dim under the evening lights, with only a few street lamps flickering softly, illuminating the figures of the two as they walked side by side. Curiously, Naruto turned his head to Xiaohao, unable to restrain his inquiry. "Xiaohao, how do you train? How did you become so powerful?" Xiaohao smiled gently, his gaze seemingly traversing the night sky. He replied slowly, "What's the matter? Have you encountered difficulties in your training lately?" "Indeed," Naruto responded, slightly disheartened. "I always feel like they are so strong, while I can never catch up." Xiaohao placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder, his tone warm yet resolute. "Naruto, do you know what true courage is?" Taken aback, Naruto replied, puzzled. "Courage? What is true courage? I don't quite understand." Xiaohao paused, gazing up at the starry sky, the myriad of stars twinkling like countless dreams shining in the night. His voice grew deep and powerful. "True courage is not the absence of fear. Rather, it is the choice to act even when you know you may fail, or even realize the outcome before you begin. Even when the odds are slim, you still choose to persevere. You may seldom win, yet in that endless struggle, unexpected victories may sometimes arise. Even in defeat, you will wonder how far you are from the finish line." He paused, his gaze penetrating the night sky, as if reflecting on his past, his voice becoming increasingly steady. "Though tens of thousands may stand in my way, this is the courage that resides in my heart." Naruto scratched his head, frowning slightly. "I still don't quite get it. What does it all mean? It's so complicated." Xiaohao gently patted Naruto's shoulder, his expression gentle. "Naruto, the profound meaning of these words will reveal itself to you one day. Trust me, after experiencing it, you will have an epiphany." Chapter 22. Uchiha Zeo. I will kill anyone from route I encounter. Ding. Dimensional Task Module activated. Task 1. Eliminate Danzo. Reward, 300,000 lottery points. Task 2. During the Chunin exams, discreetly assassinate the third Hokage. Reward, 300,000 lottery points. A dimensional task module? This mission seems rather challenging, yet the bounty of lottery points is indeed substantial. After Naruto departed, Zeo stood alone in the silent alley, the air around him seemingly frozen by his soft whisper. Rage burned within him, as if the entire world quaked under the weight of his fury. "Come out. After trailing me for so long, do you not feel weary?" he stated nonchalantly, his tone dripping with disdain, as if addressing insignificant mosquitoes. The walls flanking the alley appeared even more ominous in response to his indifferent words, as though the very stones trembled in fear of his presence. No sooner had he spoken than two agile Umbu ninja materialized before him like flashes of lightning, their speed leaving one in astonishment, the air rippling in their wake. Zeo hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing the two ninjas, his brows knitting together involuntarily. "You are from Root?" A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. The emergence of Root ninjas signified trouble, for they constituted the most clandestine force within Konoha. One of the Root ninjas stated bluntly, "Uchiha Zeo, come with us." His expression was devoid of emotion, as if this were the most mundane of tasks. Zeo's rage intensified, his gaze sharp as a blade. "You dare ignore my words? Tell me, are you indeed from Root?" At that moment, the hatred within him surged like boiling water, threatening to engulf him. Memories of dark past traumas resurfaced, igniting a fire within his heart that became increasingly difficult to suppress. However, the Root ninja remained unfazed, seemingly unaware that his life hung in the balance, allowing Zeo's fury to churn wildly within. "Do you wish to know the answer? Then you must comply and come with us." These words pierced Zeo's heart like a needle, awakening his fractured spirit. "Since you are from Root, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." His voice exuded an icy determination, and in an instant, he vanished like a wisp of wind. In his right hand, a Rinnegan coalesced with a fierce chakra fluctuation, akin to a bomb primed to detonate, aimed directly at the Root ninja. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the Root ninja was sent flying by the powerful strike, his body resembling a kite severed from its string, crashing against the alley wall, leaving a deep dent. The tranquility of the street shattered, the air thick with the scent of scorched earth. Yet, Zeo's fury was far from abated. He activated the body flicker technique, swiftly closing the distance to the Root ninja. The ninja, still reeling from the shock, failed to react. From root, I will slay anyone I encounter. Zao and Appo's voice resonated like thunder in the night, filled with merciless resolve. In his left hand, the Chidori crackled with a fierce electric glow, accompanied by the sound of sizzling currents, akin to the call of the Reaper. Without mercy, he drove the lightning-infused power into the root ninja's heart, intent on delivering a fatal blow. All of this transpired within a mere 3 seconds. It was astonishingly swift, and the root ninja had perished without even a chance to resist. Blood erupted like a fountain, staining the alley floor crimson. The other root ninja stood in shock, his dog-faced mask betraying disbelief, eyes wide with incredulity. Uchiha Zao, you dare to kill a root ninja. Do you seek death? He stammered, his voice trembling. Zao's gaze was laced with derision and contempt, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Do you know why I spare your life? The root ninja furrowed his brow, coldly retorting, why? Because I require you to lead me to your root headquarters. Zao's voice was low and bloodthirsty, akin to declaring an unwavering truth. His eyes pierced the other's soul like a sharpened blade. Upon hearing this, the root ninja scoffed, humph. Truly seeking death, you dare to come to us willingly. However, the root ninja wasn't foolish. He understood that Zao's formidable strength far surpassed his own capabilities. As he pondered an escape, Zao's kunai was suddenly poised at his throat, the cold blade pressing closer, heralding his fate. In an instant, cold sweat beaded on the root ninja's forehead as he thought, Uchiha Zao, merely 12 years old, possesses such speed, it's beyond belief. Lead me to your root headquarters. I demand to know Danzo's whereabouts. Zao's voice carried a hint of lethal intent, pressing the inquiry without mercy. The air thickened with tension, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The root ninja smirked coldly, secretly cursing, humph. Since you so willingly seek your demise, I shall accommodate you. The root is not something a mere genin can contend with. Thus, the root ninja guided Zao in a particular direction. Before long, they arrived at a hidden location on the far eastern side of Konoha. Before them loomed a heavy door, emanating an oppressive aura. Zao's heart raced, pondering. So this is where root conceals itself. At that moment, several figures clad in black ninja attire emerged from the shadows, enveloping the atmosphere in a tense and chilling ambience. The root ninja escorting Zao coldly declared, Uchiha Zao, since you have reached this place, your fate is sealed. Zao smiled slightly, responding with calm confidence. You wish to kill me? Then, I am eager to witness who can bring about my end. Bang! Zao's figure transformed into wisps of smoke, dissipating into the air. It was merely a shadow clone. A clone? How is this possible? The root ninja stared in shock at his surroundings, anxiety welling within him. Just then, a blinding light streaked across the sky. Zao's true self descended from above, exuding an overwhelming presence, hands thrusting downward. Dimensional power, fire release, great fire annihilation. As he spoke, a terrifying vortex of flames rapidly formed, the fire technique amplified by dimensional power, threatening to consume everything in its path. Searing flames cascaded from above, targeting the root ninjas below, the air thick with the scent of charred earth, as if time itself froze in that moment. One root ninja, caught off guard, felt a flicker of dread in his eyes. This fire release is too powerful, simply unbelievable. Before he could finish his thought, another root ninja failed to evade in time, his body engulfed by the searing flames, a scream of agony piercing the air. Zao chuckled coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade, surveying the remaining root ninjas. Did you think I would charge into your lair unprepared? Today marks your demise. His voice resonated with a deep, unabashed murderous intent, heralding the impending bloodshed. Ding! Detected emotional fluctuations from 9 root ninjas, 9,000 lottery points earned. Chapter 23, A Grand Encounter, Tawanzo's Demise Humph. The headquarters lurks in such dark and damp depths. Indeed, the ninjas of the root are of sinister character. Zao Heio's voice dripped with disdain as he entered the base of the root, enveloped in an oppressive shroud of darkness. The atmosphere was thick with humidity, and a musty scent permeated the air, indicating that those who could endure such a gloomy environment were surely not to be trifled with. As he pondered, a sudden barrage of shurikens and kunai erupted from the shadows, descending upon him like a torrential downpour. A mere parlor trick, Zao Heio scoffed, his body springing forth with the grace of a nimble swallow, effortlessly evading the onslaught in a beautiful arc scatter. 1,000 cherry blossoms, he uttered, and his blade transformed into countless cherry blossom-like petals, swirling around him like a tempest. You wretched minions of the root, it is time for you to meet your demise. 10 minutes later, Zaoheo stood amidst a sea of corpses in the root's base, his gaze ablaze with fury, a manic smile curling upon his lips. Toanzo, you old fool. Come forth. Today, I shall slay you. As expected, Toanzo emerged slowly from the shadows, as if he had been anticipating this moment. His head and right eye were tightly bound in white bandages, exuding an aura of mystery and treachery. In the entire world of Naruto, it would be hard to find another character as bizarre as he. Toanzo spoke coldly. Zaoheo, I did not expect you to possess such formidable strength. That blade, along with your strange abilities, if they cannot serve Konoha, then you must perish. Upon hearing Toanzo's words, a surge of murderous intent erupted within Zaoheo. An unquenchable hatred blazed in his heart, a vendetta that could never be appeased. The massacre of his clan could not be forgiven. Bankai, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Zaoheo's blade plunged into the ground, sending ripples across the surface, from which emerged colossal blades on either side. A grand encounter indeed. For a menace like Toanzo, Zaoheo had long harbored a deep-seated animosity. Toanzo's brow furrowed slightly, sensing an overwhelming sense of danger approaching. Zaoheo, I had intended to spare your life. But since you are so foolish, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Despite being profoundly impressed by Zaoheo's Bankai, Toanzo, the cunning old fox, was not easily intimidated. No matter how powerful Zaoheo appeared, Toanzo maintained a sliver of disdain in his heart. Die, Toanzo! Zaoheo roared, his voice booming like thunder. Instantly, the massive blades transformed into a multitude of vibrant cherry blossoms, inundating the root with a pink hue. The sheer number of petals was terrifying, exponentially greater than the initial release. Each blossom shimmered with a lethal glow, rushing toward Toanzo. Though crafty, even Toanzo felt a twinge of fear in the face of such a fierce assault, instinctively reacting to evade. However, time was no longer on his side. Toanzo, you underestimate me. Thus, this day next year will be your day of reckoning. His voice rang out like a death knell, laden with unyielding resolve. In an instant, Toanzo's cheek was sliced by the petals, blood gushing forth, leaving him awestruck. How is this possible? What technique is this? He exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected in Shimura Toanzo. Reward points 9748. Zaoheo's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixated on Toanzo as he enunciated each word. This is the technique that will lead to your demise. You, Toanzo, shall pay with your life. Toanzo's heart sank as he realized the gravity of his predicament, hastily attempting to escape. He had never envisioned Zaoheo could attain such power. Attempting to flee? Not a chance. Zaoheo bellowed, commanding the myriad cherry blossoms to surge toward Toanzo. You cannot escape. With no avenue for retreat, Toanzo was engulfed by the tide of cherry blossoms, transforming into a splendid rain of petals. Yet concealed within this beauty lay a lethal threat. Izanagi, activate. Those familiar with the original tale knew well that Toanzo had implanted 10 Sharingan within his arm, his right eye being Shirsue's. Izanagi, you say? Zaoheo gazed at the re-emerging Toanzo, astonishment brewing within him, yet he showed no mercy. 1,000 cherry blossoms, surge once more. Die, Toanzo. I command you to perish. He roared, orchestrating the blossoms to charge at Toanzo once again. Toanzo's expression darkened, a sense of alarm creeping into his heart, realizing the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Humph, boy, do not let your success cloud your judgment. No matter how strong you are, you cannot kill me. His tone dripped with disdain and menace. Upon hearing this, Zaoheo's fury reached its zenith. Cannot kill you? Let us see if I can indeed bring about your end. His voice echoed like thunder, filled with a boundless malice directed at Toanzo. In an instant, a white skeletal frame materialized around Zaoheo, his Susanoo unfurling, powerful skeletal arms stretching toward Toanzo, grasping him tightly. Die! Zaoheo roared, consumed by wrath. With a deafening crack, Toanzo was crushed into a bloody pulp, the scene horrifying. An uninteresting battle process, omitted for brevity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing Task 1. Reward, 300,000 lottery points. Reward dispatched. Please check your inbox. Upon viewing the system's notification of over 900,000 lottery points, Zaoheo felt a surge of exhilaration. 10 consecutive draws. Here I come. Just as Zaoheo reveled in his triumph, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his mind, as if something was tearing at his nerves. With the onset of this agony, his Bankai was abruptly dispelled, dissipating like fog in the wind, leaving him feeling despondent and shocked. What is happening? Why did my Bankai automatically deactivate? A wave of unease washed over Zaoheo as he grappled with the unexpected turn of events. Just as he attempted to comprehend the situation, an indescribable sensation surged within him, as if some hidden force was manipulating everything around him. This feeling sent chills down his spine. Zaoheo found himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament, dragging his weary body away from the root. Ouch! It hurts, he muttered in agony, the cold sweat dripping from his forehead only adding to his distress. In that moment, a piercing pain coursed through his mind, as if countless sharp needles were stabbing at his nerves. This searing torment not only tormented his mind, but also severely affected his Sharingan. The Sharingan, which had been activated, suddenly closed without warning, as if it too resisted this suffering. Chapter 24. What to do when under the influence of Cotto Amitsukami, a voice reverberated within Zaho's mind, seemingly ceaselessly eroding his consciousness. Loyal to Danzo. Loyal to Konoha. This incessant whisper spiraled within his heart, as if engaged in a subtle brainwashing. Concurrently, a piercing sensation assailed him in waves, akin to invisible barbs relentlessly prodding the depths of his psyche. Cursed be it, this is undoubtedly Cotto Amitsukami. How insidious of Danzo. The Cotto Amitsukami of Shursui, Sakura, and Naruto. These are renowned as the three most formidable genjutsu within the world of Hokage. At this moment, Zaho was genuinely alarmed. He had fallen victim to Cotto Amitsukami, a predicament of considerable gravity. With a dull thud, Zaho collapsed to the ground, his body crashing heavily against the floor, his mind a tumult of chaos. Time gradually flowed, sunlight filtering through the curtains and casting a warm glow within the room. 3 days later, the morning chorus of birds chirped joyfully outside the window. Zaho slowly opened his eyes, his blurry vision sweeping across the surroundings, ultimately resting on the ceiling, filled with confusion. Where is this? He murmured, striving to piece together his thoughts. At that moment, an urgent voice called out to him, Zaho, Zaho, you finally awakened. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Zaho exerted effort to prop himself up, gazing at the anxious face of Ino. Ino, what brings you here? Where exactly is this? Zaho's voice sounded faint within the confines of the hospital room, where various fruits and gifts lay scattered, evidently indicating that many had come to visit him. Zaho, you have been in a coma for 3 days. Ino, appearing somewhat tense, leaned closer to Zaho, her face etched with worry as she continued to check on him. How are you feeling? Is there anything amiss? 3 days? Zaho was taken aback, his mind a blank slate. Where had Sasuke and Naruto gone? Ino furrowed her brow slightly and replied, I heard they went on a high-level mission, departing just yesterday. Sasuke came to see you and inquired about your condition. But since you were unconscious at that time, he left directly. Zaho pondered silently, his brow slightly furrowed. A high-level mission, it must pertain to Zabuza and Haku. Initially, he had intended to seize the opportunity to wield the decapitating blade, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Noticing his silence, Ino asked with concern, Zaho, what are you thinking? Zaho shook his head and softly replied, It's nothing. I truly owe you one. I can't fathom how you managed to find me. I remember collapsing on the street. Ino gently explained, Actually, it wasn't me. It was Lord Third Hokage who brought you here. We learned of this only afterward. Weakly, Zaho rose slowly from the hospital bed, his steps unsteady, as if each movement drained the last vestiges of his strength. At that moment, a surge of intense pain coursed through his mind once more. Though it was slightly milder than before, it remained nearly unbearable. Indeed, Cotto Amitsukami is formidable, capable of inflicting such devastating harm upon my spirit. He mused, his expression revealing a mixture of helplessness and indignation. At that juncture, Ino stepped forward, gently supporting him. Her face filled with concern as she said, Zaho, you absolutely cannot get out of bed now. Your mental state appears quite poor. You should rest properly. Just then, the door to the hospital room was softly pushed open, and 3 figures entered with measured steps. Zaho, you're awake. Shikamaru exclaimed with surprise, a look of relief crossing his face. What brings you here? Zaho asked, somewhat astonished, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Shikamaru smiled slightly, shaking his head. After all, we are comrades from the same village. You've been injured, How could we not come to see you? Choji excitedly clapped his hands beside him. Exactly. Now that you're awake, let us go have some barbecue. Hee hee. Asuma's demeanor, however, was serious. He approached Zaho with concern, asking, Zaho, your injuries have caused great worry for Lord Third. Can you tell us who has inflicted such harm upon you? Zaho shook his head, mentally chuckling at the awkwardness of the situation. Such an embarrassing truth was not one he could easily disclose. Should he inform them that he had gone to kill Danzo, only to nearly be obliterated by Cotto Amitsukami? Such a confession would be utterly humiliating. Moreover, he was targeting Danzo. Who was Danzo? He was a member of Konoha's upper echelon, an advisor to the Hokage, a treacherous figure known as the Shadow of the Ninja World. He pondered. Surely the third Hokage had already caught wind of this matter. If the third were to discover that Danzo was dead, and that Zaho was the one who had slain him, what sort of expression would he wear? After all, Zaho was notorious for being a staunch supporter of the third Hokage, thus the third placed great importance on him. Zaho clenched his fists, striving to maintain an expression of indifference. Facing Asuma, he feigned innocence, stating, I'm not sure. I suddenly felt someone was about to ambush me. And by the time I reacted, I had already fainted. Choji, ever exuberant, proclaimed, to celebrate Zaho's recovery today, let us go eat barbecue. Asuma-sensei is treating. No sooner had he spoken than Shikamaru frowned in discontent. You fool. All you ever think about is food. Can't you entertain some other ideas? Ino interjected with concern. Zaho has just awakened, and his body is still weak. He should focus on resting. Haraha. Zaho chuckled nonchalantly. It's fine. I'm a bit hungry now too. Besides, I can move about now. Don't worry, Ino. Asuma clapped his hands and declared grandly, let us go. Today's expenses are all on me. Upon hearing this, Choji's heart leapt with joy, nearly drooling. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense and grave. The third Hokage confronted Danzo, his eyes exuding unwavering determination. Danzo, you had better not entertain any thoughts regarding Zaho. He is now my disciple, the inheritor of the will of fire, and the future of Konoha. Zaho's transformation technique. Expression shifted subtly, and he replied coolly. Hiruzen, you must understand that Zaho is of the Uchiha clan. You should be aware of the Uchiha clan's past stance toward the village. I have already stated. The third's voice resounded once more, low and resolute. Zaho is not someone you can lay a hand on. He embodies the future of Konoha. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Danzo's countenance darkened further, a hint of menace lacing his tone. You shall pay the price for your choices. The third stood tall, unwavering in his response. Enough. I am the Hokage. Everything is decided by me. Chapter 25. Barbecue Q. The most renowned barbecue establishment in Konoha Village, teemed with lively chatter and tantalizing aromas. In a cozy corner against the wall, four friends gathered for a meal. Among them, Choji was the most engrossed, devouring the grilled meat with fervor, his glistening lips betraying his profound love for cuisine. Although Sasao also held a deep appreciation for food, he appeared somewhat frail at this moment, recently affected by the influence of the god of distant heavens. He felt a vague unease that the enticing scent of barbecue could not dispel. Sasao, do eat more, Ino said dreamily, serving him meat with sparkling eyes, her affection for him evident to all. Sasao nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, thank you. Asuma smiled gently and inquired, Sasao, would you be interested in joining my team to participate in the upcoming Chunin exam? Sasao seemed intrigued by the proposition, responding, oh, the Chunin exam? When exactly is it scheduled? Asuma replied earnestly, it officially begins in 20 days, so you will need to prepare in advance. Furrowing his brow, Sasao pondered for a moment before asking, is this the intention of the third Hokage? To Asuma's surprise, Sasao's perceptiveness revealed his intent, as Sasao, a prodigious ninja of Konoha, indeed required the guidance of a jonin to better familiarize himself with the duties and tasks of a ninja. Asuma Sarutobi, being the son of the third Hokage, possessed considerable influence, and his status was undeniably prestigious. Realizing that the third Hokage evidently wished to bind Sasao firmly to their side, Asuma contemplated the perception of the Uchiha clan, whose members often exhibited troubling behavior. For instance, Sasuke Uchiha was known for his aloofness at school, while Sasao's persona was marked by arrogance and mockery. Itachi Uchiha, on the other hand, had infamously extinguished his own family. Such actions, in the eyes of ordinary people, were deemed utterly abnormal. Seeing that Sasao had yet to respond, Asuma pressed, Sasao, your relationship with Ino seems quite pleasant. Joining would allow you to support each other and deepen your bond. Sasao raised an eyebrow, casually draping an arm around Ino, embodying the image of a carefree young master. Ino's cheeks flushed crimson as she nestled against him, her spirits soaring. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected from Yamanaka Ino, lottery points 100. With a mischievous grin, Sasao teased, Hey Ino, do you think I should join your team? Ino shyly nodded, her voice a whisper. Sasao smiled at Asuma, playfully stating, joining you wouldn't be an issue, but… Asuma's curiosity piqued, but what? Sasao smiled mysteriously, I have a condition. If you can meet it, I shall join. What do you say? What condition? Asuma's interest was aroused. Sasao replied earnestly, the Book of Seals. Asuma broke into a cold sweat. Knowing that the Book of Seals could not be casually entrusted to others, as it contained numerous forbidden techniques that must not be leaked. Even if he agreed now, he lacked the authority. After all, the control over the book rested with the Hokage. Perhaps I should refrain from joining you. Sasao smirked disdainfully. If such a simple request cannot be fulfilled, it seems your sincerity is lacking. Asuma hastily said, Wait, I need to discuss this matter. I will provide you with a response by the end of today. How does that sound? No, I am rather impatient and cannot wait that long. Sasao extended a finger. You have 1 hour to respond. After that, I shall not wait. Shikamaru, bored, remarked, How bothersome. Must I really participate in the Chunin exam? Can I refuse, Asuma-sensei? Asuma shook his head, replying seriously, No, this Chunin exam will feature many ninjas from outside villages. Your participation is essential. Sasao interjected, Shikamaru, I heard your family raises deer. Could you send me a few? I have never tasted venison. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected from Nara Shikamaru, lottery points 100. Shikamaru was taken aback, pondering. Why suddenly discuss deer and ask about my families? He looked at Sasao, momentarily speechless, and ultimately stated, Sasao, venison is highly nutritious. But your current condition is not suitable for it. Let's discuss this later. MHM. Choji, munching enthusiastically, mumbled, I've had it. Their venison isn't tasty, and it causes insomnia. Sasao raised an eyebrow. Oh, insomnia? Choji nodded excitedly. Exactly. After eating it, I felt so energetic that I couldn't sleep at all. Shikamaru curiously asked, Choji, when did you eat our deer? Did you sneak some? Choji quickly waved his hands, his expression earnest. No, absolutely not. My dad gave it to me. Asuma chuckled. You all continue eating. I've already settled the bill with the owner. As he spoke, he stood up and headed toward the Hokage's office, clearly intending to discuss Sasao's request. Shikamaru turned to Choji. Have you finished eating? We should be leaving. Choji, still relishing his meal, replied with his mouth full, Don't rush. I'm not full yet. Meanwhile, Sasao sank into deep contemplation. The Book of Seals had long been his desire, for it contained a wealth of forbidden techniques from Konoha. To acquire it would mean mastering a significant portion of Konoha's secret arts, a temptation even he found hard to resist. Come, Ino, I shall take you to train. Sasao rose decisively, pulling Ino along. You are still too weak. Ino, puzzled, asked, Sasao-kun, didn't you previously say I shouldn't train with you? Sasao gently shook his head, his tone softening. That was in the past. I have now decided to teach you. After all, Danzo is dead, and the god of distant heavens poses no threat anymore. Theoretically, I can now act freely within Konoha. Chapter 26. Teaching Ino. Securing the sealing book atop the summit of the Hidden Leaf Village's rear mountains, a gentle breeze caressed the air. Sasao and Ino locked eyes, each gripping a wooden sword that glimmered faintly in the sunlight. Today, I shall teach you the art of swordsmanship. Sasao's voice resonated with encouragement. I understand that you are not well versed in taijutsu, but your current strength is insufficient. Over the next 20 days, you must strive to enhance your abilities. Ino furrowed her brow, a hint of anxiety creeping in, yet she mustered the courage to inquire. Sasan, how should I begin? Sasao replied. The first step is the grip of the sword. Follow my movements closely. The grip is the most fundamental aspect of sword training, and nearly all novices commence their journey at this stage. Your fingers should curve naturally, ensuring the stability of the sword, he continued. Ino nodded earnestly. I understand. Practice the grip for 1 hour each day. Sasao emphasized. Got it. Ino replied, her voice tinged with excitement. Sasao stepped behind Ino, gently extending his hand to guide her grip, patiently correcting her posture. This is incorrect. Your grip should neither be too loose nor too tight. It must be natural, allowing your muscles to form a memory. Only then can you wield your sword effortlessly in battle. As time passed quietly, Sasao diligently imparted his knowledge of swordsmanship to Ino. Every detail and movement was meticulously explained, ensuring she grasped the essence of the art. Soon after, Asuma finally located them. "So, this is where you both are? I've been searching for you," he said, striding towards them. Sasao noticed the sealing book slung over Asuma's shoulder and exclaimed, "Ah? It seems you have accepted my terms." Asuma smiled slightly in response. "Of course. The jutsus within the sealing book are exceedingly complex and fraught with peril. The third Hokage instructed me to remind you to proceed with caution and not to harm yourself." Receiving the sealing book, Sasao waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave now. Do not disturb my practice." Asuma was taken aback, thinking, this guy turns on a dime. Sasao continued, "I am a man of my word. Joining your team is no issue. I will ensure the safety of the team. Understood?" "Very well." Asuma conceded with a nod. "I shall take my leave." Eagerly, Sasao leaned against a tree trunk and slowly opened the long-dormant sealing book. Within its pages lay records of forbidden techniques from the first and second Hokages. A veritable compendium of Konoha's secret arts, multiple shadow clone technique, impure world reincarnation, explosive tags, flying thunder god technique, would release secret techniques, and so forth. "Haha, this is simply splendid." Ino, filled with curiosity, asked, "Sasao-kun, what is this?" Sasao smiled faintly and replied, "This is the sealing book, which contains detailed accounts of many secret techniques. The second Hokage was renowned as a master of forbidden jutsu, and many powerful techniques within were developed by him. By the way, didn't your father ever mention these to you?" Sasao tilted his head, a frown of confusion forming on his brow. "Not at all." Ino shook her head gently. "My family possesses only one secret technique, the body flicker technique. We are not well versed in other techniques. And my father has never brought up the sealing book." Sasao nodded slightly, acknowledging her words. "All right, you may continue practicing your swordsmanship, following the methods I have taught you." Ino immediately displayed obedience, tightly gripping her wooden sword as she commenced her training. Thus, Ino devoted herself to mastering the sword, while Sasao focused on studying the forbidden techniques within the sealing book. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon half a day had passed. The sun began to set, casting warm, gentle rays upon the earth. By this time, Ino was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. "Sasao-kun, I truly cannot go on. I am so tired," she called out weakly, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. Sasao beckoned her with a slight curl of his finger. "Come here." Ino hesitated momentarily, her heart brimming with confusion. Yet she obediently approached him. Her cheeks suddenly flushed with a rosy hue. At that moment, Sasao leaned in unexpectedly, planting a sudden kiss upon her lips. Their mouths met softly, and as time flowed, the kiss deepened, their tongues entwining with a blend of tenderness and fervor. As if the entire world had crystallized in that singular moment. The kiss lingered for a full 10 minutes. Ino exhaled deeply, her voice soft and gentle. "Sasao-kun, what are you doing? Have you truly accepted me?" Sasao raised an eyebrow slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "If you can adhere to my training requirements and complete the next 20 days regimen, I shall consider accepting you." "What do you say?" Ino's eyes widened in surprise, her face alight with joy. "Really?" Sasao nodded, his tone earnest. "Indeed, but my training requirements are not so simple. Are you truly prepared?" Ino responded resolutely, "Of course. I will complete this 20-day training." Sasao nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. You shall not return tonight, for my training does not allow for sleep." "What?" Ino gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. "What kind of training doesn't allow for sleep?" Sasao explained, "To expedite your growth and strength, we cannot afford to waste a single moment. The path of training is endless. Even with considerable strength, one must persistently strive to refine their abilities. From now on, focus on swordsmanship and taijutsu during the day, and devote your evenings to chakra training. There must be no hint of negligence. This is my specially formulated training potion. Consuming it will significantly accelerate your training speed and alleviate mental fatigue." Ino accepted the potion, her face alight with curiosity and anticipation. "Will it really be effective?" "Drink it and begin training immediately," Sasao urged, his gaze unwavering. Without hesitation, Ino gulped down the potion, inwardly hoping for the transformations that training would bring. The ensuing 20 days proved to be an inhumane ordeal for Ino. The rigors of swordsmanship training were exceptionally arduous, challenging her limits daily. And she endured numerous instances of Sasao's loving education. Too slow. Your posture is incorrect. Your striking power is too weak. Your chakra condensation is too sluggish. What are you staring at? Focus on condensing your chakra, not daydreaming. Despite this, Ino continuously broke through her limits in this fervent training. Day after day, her strength soaring. Each day, she could feel her chakra steadily increasing. Chapter 27. Breaking Through to the Super Shadow. Eve of the Chunin exams in just 20 days. Tomorrow marks the day of the Chunin exams. Sasao-chan, I have finally waited for you. Ha ha ha, this is wonderful. I did it. I have persevered through these 20 days of training. Ino tightly embraced Sasao from behind, her cheek pressed against his, seemingly reluctant to let go. At this moment, Sasao was intently examining the system panel. After 20 days of relentless effort, his strength had seen remarkable enhancement. Name, Uchiha Sasao. Dimensional power, 16160. Special physique, Death God Body, Spirit Pressure, level 62. Sharingan left eye, 3 Tomo, right eye, Manjiki, ability, Divine Edge. Bloodline abilities, Dust Release. Attribute scene, Lightning, proficient, Fire, proficient, Wind, Water, Earth. Death God abilities, Shuinpa, level 6. Swordsmanship, level 6. Ninjutsu multiple shadow clone technique. 5 nature transformation ninjutsu. Chidori, Rinnegan, rebirth technique. Zanpakuto, Shimbunzakura, wind type. Combat power assessment. Weak, super shadow level, 1001-12352. Lottery points, 961564. Suggestion, it is recommended that the host participate in the legendary lottery, with a 10 consecutive draw granting a dimensional growth package. System backpack, advanced training potions 5, intermediate training potions 65, Manjiki Sharingan 2, 3 Tomo Sharingan 2, refined steel. Basic swordsmanship training method, basic Shuinpa training method, chakra nature transformation training method, 5 attributes. Though merely at the weak super shadow level, this was already an invincible presence in the early days of the Naruto universe. Even if Nagato were to arrive, Sasao felt no fear. Ha! Let us go and accomplish great things, Sasao declared excitedly, lifting Ino onto his back and heading into the distance. Since he had decided to participate in the Chunin exams, how could he not check on Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Perhaps he could also amass some lottery points. Shikaku, I wonder if you can be as formidable as the Nine Tails, haha. Sasao-chan, look over there. I see it. Those are the shinobi from Sunigakure. Sasao observed as Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro confronted Team 7, the atmosphere tense. Hey, are you planning to make a move? Sasao strolled toward them, wearing a teasing smile, seemingly indifferent to everyone present. Sasao-chan, 1T that be. Ino expressed concern, wanting to dissuade him, but her words were cut off by Sasao. Stop. He raised a hand, making a striking gesture toward Gaara, his tone suddenly icy. You from Sunigakure dare to act recklessly in my Konoha Empire? Do you not wish to live? Gaara frowned slightly at these words, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he coldly replied, the one who should be dead is you. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me that way. Humph, this guy just knows how to show off. Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. Sasao, what brings you here? Be careful, this guy is very strong. Naruto warned nervously. Strong? I fear not this minor character. A mocking smile curled on Sasao's lips as he gazed directly at Gaara, his tone laced with derision. Do you think you are that powerful? To me, you are but a little cat. Humph, truly arrogant. Gaara's expression darkened, his hand tightening as sand began to gather around him, seemingly preparing to launch an attack. Come on, let us see if you can instill fear in me. Sasao smiled faintly, appearing to find the imminent threat amusing. Your sand is insignificant before me. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the surrounding ninjas held their breath, awaiting the impending conflict. Are you the Uchiha Sasao? Temari suddenly spoke, a flicker of surprise crossing her face before regaining her composure. I do not wish to be your enemy, but if you insist on challenging my brother, I will not stand idly by. Sasao raised an eyebrow, the smile on his lips widening. Challenge your brother? I am not interested. However, if you wish to show off here, I shall have my girlfriend teach you a lesson on how to conduct oneself. You. Temari's face flushed with anger, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Sasao then turned his gaze to Kankuro, a playful glimmer in his eyes. Would you care to try as well? Or perhaps all three of you together? I wouldn't mind showing you what absolute power entails. The atmosphere froze in an instant. Everyone present could feel the intense pressure, as if the very air had grown heavy with Sasao's confidence. You are truly arrogant. Gaara seethed with rage. The sand in his palm clenched into a fist as it surged towards Sasao. Come on, let me witness your prowess, little cat. In a flash, Sasao appeared before Gaara, as if time had momentarily stopped. How is this possible? His speed is incredible. Temari and Kankuro gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. Even Gaara faltered. His absolute defense could not keep pace with this person's speed. Ding. Emotional fluctuations detected from Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. Lottery points 1200 not enough, still not enough. I require something more substantial. Sasao suddenly delivered a knee strike, sending Gaara flying. Following swiftly, he executed Shuinpa, appearing above Gaara's head. Fire release, great fireball technique. He bellowed, and an immense fireball surged forth like a meteor, hurtling towards Gaara. Humph! Damn it! The sand around Gaara swiftly coalesced, forming a sturdy barrier to shield him. Sasao sneered. Do you think this will allow you to evade my attack, little cat? You are thinking far too simply. Now, taste my newly developed ninjutsu. Lightning release, spiral lightning ball. In an instant, he conjured a rotating orb of lightning in his hand, a product of 20 days of arduous research, integrating the nature transformation of lightning. Explode, he commanded, as the union of lightning and fire triggered an earth-shattering explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves from the explosion surged forth like a tidal wave, instilling dread. Temari stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Is this truly a technique used by a genin? Kankuro was equally stunned. Aren't all Konoha genins supposed to be this strong? How can that yellow-haired brat look so weak? Sasuke furrowed his brow, fixated on the battle, pondering, just how powerful have you become? Your mastery of lightning and fire release is astonishing. Meanwhile, Naruto excitedly shouted, incredible. Sasao brother is amazing. Ino, starry-eyed, exclaimed, so handsome, so strong. I like him so much. Ding, 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 ding. Lottery points surged in like a frenzy. The objective had been achieved. However, it was still insufficient. This amount of lottery points was far too little, not even comparable to the Ninetales points. Chapter 28. The exam begins and mischief ensues. Halt. Sao. At that precise moment, Asuma materialized, decisively interposing himself. Failure to intervene would likely result in grievous harm, potentially life-threatening, for the sand ninja known as Gaara. After all, Asuma had personally experienced the extent of Zao and Appo's formidable power. Upon noticing Asuma and Appo's arrival, Zao instantly ceased his assault, his gaze fixed icily upon the prone figure of Gaara. Looking down on Gaara, he proclaimed, denizens of the Sand Village, adopt a more discreet demeanor in the future, particularly in my presence, Zao. Understand the necessity of humility? At that juncture, Zao exuded an aura of arrogance, an attitude of supreme confidence that rendered him exceedingly conspicuous, displaying utter disregard for Gaara. Zao, you've overstepped. Cease this at once. Refrain from instigating further turmoil. This is the Chunin exam. Asuma's tone conveyed a hint of displeasure as he endeavored to quell the escalating situation. Zao, you dare to be so insolent. What emboldens such audacity? Kankuro retorted, visibly incensed, unable to countenance Zao's actions. Insolent? Zao responded with indifference. He raised his head, his gaze piercing Kankuro like a blade, extended a finger toward him, and beckoned with contempt. Indeed, I am insolent. What recourse do you possess? Prevail against me if you can. You, a feeble wretch, hold your tongue. Ding, 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 ding. Another surge of lottery points flooded in, gratifying Zao, who opted to capitalize on the moment. He pivoted and departed without hesitation. Kankuro, Gaara, Temari. He simply departed, assaulting Gaara without provocation, provoking all present, and then, a nonchalant departure? Gaara, with considerable effort, regained his feet, a blend of despondency and fury evident on his countenance. With an undercurrent of apprehension stirring within, a maelstrom of complex emotions churned within him, impelling him to seek refuge from this perilous locale. Shortly thereafter, within the confines of the Hokage's office, a palpable sense of gravity permeated the atmosphere. Zao, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and Asuma awaited the third Hokage's directives in silence. Ahem. The third Hokage inhaled from his pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke. his gaze encompassing the assembled group. This year's Chunin exam presents certain unique aspects. Traditionally, participants compete in teams of 3. However, you 4 will constitute a special squad. Zao offered a subtle smile, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. Lord Hiruzen, he remarked casually, I posit that even with 4 members, the challenge remains manageable. A slight adjustment to the competition's framework should suffice. He leaned forward, extending his hands, his tone imbued with unwavering self-assurance. After all, my prowess is such that adhering to the conventional rules might unfairly disadvantage other examinees. The third Hokage nodded in accord. Indeed, I have implemented modifications to certain regulations, the specifics of which will become apparent in due course. Nevertheless, Zao, I must counsel you to refrain from inciting disturbances during the exam. Do you comprehend my meaning? Zao assented earnestly. Understood. I shall endeavor to exercise restraint. However, should anyone actively seek confrontation, they must not fault me for my lack of leniency. With those words, Zao turned and exited without delay. Ino followed closely, anticipation gleaming in her eyes. Hold on, where are you headed? Shikamaru called out from behind. Why? To indulge in youthful romance, of course. Zao responded flippantly, a carefree smile adorning his face. With that, he casually draped his arm around Ino's shoulders, leaned in, and murmured near her ear, Wouldn't you agree, my dear? Ino, overwhelmed by the tender sensation caressing her ear, was momentarily disoriented, a surge of bashfulness and excitement coursing through her. Utterly captivating, she found herself defenseless against his charm. Utterly enraptured. The atmosphere outside the Chunin exam's written test venue was fraught with tension. 2 Leaf Ninja stood guard, scrutinizing the prospective examinees with a hint of derision. Perhaps these youngsters should reconsider participating. One ninja remarked coolly. Indeed, mere babes, the other concurred, his tone laced with condescension. At that moment, the Leaf Genin congregated nearby, exchanging glances. However, their attention was swiftly drawn to Zao. Zao, accompanied by the Ino Shikicho trio, approached with an air of swagger. If you cannot even discern a simple genjutsu, perhaps you should abstain from the Chunin exam and attend a remedial session instead, Zao proclaimed, impervious to the curious stares. A provocative smile playing on his lips, epitomizing the essence of mockery. Ding, 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 ding. Another wave of lottery points cascaded in, much to Zao's delight. The Leaf Ninja on guard, hearing these words, furrowed his brow and inquired, You are Zao, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan? Shikamaru massaged his temples, inwardly exasperated. Zao, exercise caution, avoid escalating matters. The third Hokage had explicitly cautioned Zao to temper his emotions and actions and refrain from causing disruptions. Yet, even before entering the examination hall, he had already initiated trouble, a truly vexing predicament. Fear not, I possess prudence, Zao retorted, waving his hand dismissively, casting a disdainful glance at the guarding Leaf Ninja, and declaring icily, You 2 gatekeepers, stand aside at once, lest you incur my wrath. Understood? The guarding ninja scowled. Youngster, temper your arrogance. 3. Zao extended 3 fingers, his gaze conveying a hint of contempt. The other guard inquired quizzically, What do you intend, child? 2. Zao lowered a finger, his smile growing increasingly chilling, as if his patience was wearing thin. Enough. I refuse to tarry any longer. In that instant, Zao moved with lightning speed, subduing the 2 guarding ninja. He seized each ninja by the neck, effortlessly tossing them aside as if they were mere refuse. No one could discern Zao's movements. Too swift. Ding, 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 ding. Another wave of lottery points surged in, much to Zao's gratification. Lee exclaimed in astonishment, Incredible. How is such a feat possible? How did he cultivate such taijutsu prowess? Tintin concurred. His strength appears to surpass even Niji's. Just how formidable has Uchiha Zao become? Chapter 29. Dealing with the examiner. Familiar examinations, familiar faces. All of this had been witnessed countless times by Zhuahao in the anime of his previous life. The atmosphere in the written examination hall of the Chunin exams was thick with tension. However, to his surprise, the individuals from the Sound Village were causing a commotion here, which irked Zhuahao. He could not tolerate anyone putting on airs in front of him. How dare you stir trouble in my grand Konoha village? You are merely courting death. A figure, his face wrapped in bandages, caught sight of Zhuahao stepping forward and instantly appeared somewhat intimidated. Zhuahao's cold smile was as sharp as a blade. You worthless scoundrels from the Sound Village, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I was hoping to engage in a deeper discussion on the essence of death with you. At that moment, a sudden loud noise erupted. The examiner, Marino Ibiki, appeared on the podium, his expression grave. Silence. Enough noise. Zhuahao stepped forward. Zhuahao raised an eyebrow, responding with nonchalance. It is I, examiner. What do you require? Marino Ibiki stated bluntly, due to the unique nature of this assessment, Zhuahao's task differs from that of the other candidates. Hearing this, Zhuahao slowly advanced, curiosity swelling within him. It seemed there were additional tasks, diverging from the original narrative. He inquired, what are the differences? The other candidates below also focused intently, eagerly awaiting the examiner's explanation. First, let me outline the examination rules. In the first round, there is a crucial regulation. There are a total of 10 questions on the exam paper. The first rule, each candidate begins with 10 points, losing 1 point for each incorrect answer. The second rule, scores are calculated based on the total of the team. The third rule, any act of cheating will result in a deduction of 2 points. This means some candidates may be eliminated before the final grading. The fourth rule, if any member of the team is found to have 0 points for recognizing another member, the entire team is deemed unqualified. Zhuahao frowned. This bore little difference from the original narrative. Had he miscalculated? Zhuahao, in this examination, you possess a unique privilege. You may designate 3 individuals to pass the assessment directly. Upon hearing this, every candidate's eyes widened in disbelief. Could one truly bypass the assessment? Was this not an obvious case of favoritism? Marino Ibiki continued, of course. You may also choose to forfeit this privilege. This is outrageous. Why does he get such a privilege? Kankuro slammed the table, veins bulging in anger. This is blatant. Konoha's actions are too shadowy. Just as Marino Ibiki was about to respond, Zhuahao interjected. What? Are you dissatisfied? If anyone else feels the same, step forward. I can arrange for you to meet the divine. He is quite fair, you know? Kankuro asked, puzzled. Who is the divine? The surrounding crowd displayed expressions of confusion, whispering amongst themselves. The divine? Who could that be? Enough. I have no time to waste on you worthless fools. Zhuahao waved his hand dismissively. Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, come with me. You have all passed unconditionally. How despicable, how shameless. They truly passed just like that. Ding, 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 ding. Another wave of lottery points surged in. 3 minutes later, on the streets of Konoha, Zhuahao and his companions appeared somewhat bored. Shikamaru glanced at him and couldn't help but ask, Zhuahao, how did you manage that? To get us through so easily is simply astounding. Zhuahao shrugged, responding lightly. I'm not sure. Perhaps it was just good fortune? Shikamaru shook his head, skepticism glittering in his eyes. Impossible. You must have employed some underhanded means. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the real Marino Ibiki dragged his weary body in, a hint of fear still etched on his face. Inside the office, numerous jonin had gathered. The atmosphere heavy. The third Hokage sighed. Alas, it has come to this. I never anticipated Zhuahao would take such actions. Asuma interjected, Ibiki. I can't believe even you fell victim to Zhuahao's genjutsu. The power of the Sharingan and Appo's illusion is truly formidable. This examination has become exceedingly dramatic. Indeed. At this moment, the Marino Ibiki in the examination hall was merely a shadow clone of Zhuahao. This was also the reason Zhuahao and his companions could breeze through the assessment. It was as simple as dealing with the examiner. Kakashi spoke solemnly. I propose we promote Zhuahao directly to Jonin. For him, the Chunin exams pose no challenge whatsoever. Waihai Kurenai nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, his genjutsu is terrifying, and his taijutsu is equally formidable, while his ninjutsu is simply outrageous. Promoting him to Jonin is undoubtedly justified. The third Hokage shook his head, a hint of concern in his tone. I am well aware of this, but Zhuahao's personality is far too ostentatious. If we were to promote him to Jonin abruptly, it would surely attract undue attention and scrutiny from other shinobi villages. In this era, strength was paramount. Zhuahao sat on the streets of Konoha, basking in the warmth of the sun, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. He surveyed his surroundings, observing the whispers among some ninjas. Whether it was envy, jealousy, or anger, he remained indifferent. To him, it was merely a game. Shikamaru, what do you think about my privilege? Is there some hidden agenda? Zhuahao casually inquired, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Shikamaru shrugged, pondering for a moment, then replied earnestly, I believe Ibiki's intentions go beyond merely allowing you to pass. Perhaps this is a test of your capabilities. Ambition? I harbor no such desires, Zhuhao laughed lightly. Yet he contemplated Shikamaru's words internally. However, I do think you could utilize this opportunity to challenge the geniuses of other villages, showcasing your prowess, Choji interjected from the side, generally indifferent to matters aside from food. His desire for battle had never waned. A challenge? How intriguing! A spark of excitement flickered in Zhuhao's eyes at the thought of confronting other ninjas, especially those who were overly self-assured. Yet, in this age of Konoha's declining talent, it seemed there were few geniuses left. Neji? Perhaps he barely qualified. Sasuke? He was his own twin brother. Could he bring himself to slay him? That seemed impossible. Kakashi? He could barely be regarded as one, considering he was known as the man who was evenly matched with the Uchiha. I'm hungry. Choji piped up at an inopportune moment. Zhuhao frowned slightly. The second round of the exam is about to commence, and you're still thinking about food? Choji protested. Zhuhao, can't you help us pass the second round directly? I believe you have a way. I'll treat you later. Zhuhao shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Actually, there is a way. However, the second round will entail some rather interesting events. Are you truly not interested in participating? Chapter 30. The Forest of Death, the Scroll of Fire. The Chunin exams. Round 2 took place at the periphery of the ominous Forest of Death. Numerous ninja candidates gathered at this foreboding edge, the atmosphere taut with tension. Among them stood Mitarashi Anko, her striking outfit adorned with fishnet, capturing everyone's attention. Clearing her throat, she proclaimed, "Welcome to the second assessment, the Wilderness Survival Test." She proceeded to elaborate on the examination rules. First and foremost, each team would randomly receive a scroll, categorized as either a Heaven Scroll or an Earth Scroll. The teams were tasked with utilizing any means necessary within the Forest of Death to seize the scrolls from other teams. Only those who successfully collected both types of scrolls would be permitted to enter the central tower of the Forest of Death, thereby passing the assessment. Is that it? This is identical to the original narrative. Sasao felt a twinge of frustration. What happened to the promised change in the rules? Just as his thoughts spiraled, Anko interjected, "There is one final rule." The mention of a final rule piqued everyone's curiosity, eyes converging on Anko. She slowly unfurled a scroll, revealing a prominently inscribed character for fire. The Fire Scroll. A tremor of realization coursed through the hearts of all present. Sasao, your team is responsible for safeguarding this Fire Scroll. Possessing this scroll allows you to directly enter the central tower and successfully complete the assessment. Anko's words detonated like a bomb, inciting chaos in the arena. What? A direct pass again? This is too blatant. Clearly, favoritism is at play. How insidious. Kinkaro seethed, directing his fury at Anko. How can Konoha conduct themselves in such a manner? Why should Sasao enjoy an effortless passage? I'm not finished yet. Anko retorted with a sly smile, her gaze sweeping over the assembled candidates. If you can seize the Fire Scroll from Sasao's team, you will be exempt from the third assessment and can advance directly to Chunin. Her proclamation plunged the room into stunned silence. The implications of instant promotion to Chunin were understood by all. Almost instantaneously, their gazes shifted towards Sasao and his teammates. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Sasao exclaimed, unperturbed, casually spreading his arms with a playful smirk. You pathetic fools, I am most eager to see how you intend to snatch my scroll. Come. Embrace your demise. His tone was nonchalant, as if he were entirely unconcerned about the impending challenges. Yet, the expressions of the other candidates were grave. Their spirits ignited with a fierce resolve as they signed their names on death warrants, vowing to claim the Fire Scroll. Anko observed this with satisfaction, her voice ringing out cheerfully. All right. The assessment officially begins. As the assessment commenced, the air in the Forest of Death thickened with tension. Ino, her face etched with anxiety, inquired, Sasao, what do we do now? Shikamaru frowned slightly and replied gravely, we have become the target. All candidates will pursue us. Sasao, however, wore a confident smile, casually responding, this is simple, just watch me. He swiftly began forming hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a series of sharp sounds, countless clones of Sasao materialized around them. He then formed signs again. Transformation Jutsu. The clones morphed into the likenesses of Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, as well as Sasao, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, scattering like a whirlwind. Ino, perplexed, questioned, Sasao, what is the plan? Sasao, with a mysterious smile and a glint of cunning in his eyes, replied, you'll see soon enough. Moments later, teams in the Forest of Death encountered a startling scene. Sasuke's team had seized the Fire Scroll from Sasao's team, who were now making a hasty retreat. This entire act was executed with utmost secrecy, only discernible to the other teams in the shadows. Humph, Sasao's prowess is indeed formidable. We are no match for him. Kankuro sneered coldly, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. However, Sasuke's team is a different story. It seems Sasao intends to grant his brother a favor by deliberately relinquishing the fire scroll to him. How naive. I didn't expect to witness this. Sasuke's team found themselves pursued by the collective wrath of all candidates. Yet, the true Sasuke's team remained aimlessly searching within the dark forest for a team in possession of the scroll. Naruto, hurry up. Don't slow us down, Sasuke urged, impatience lacing his voice. Don't worry. I'm destined to be Hokage, Naruto replied confidently. If you hold me back, that would be a disaster. Humph, Sasuke scoffed, though a sense of urgency gnawed at him. Just then, a horde of unknown ninja suddenly charged at Sasuke's group, a dark mass advancing with imposing force. Sasuke, watch out, Sakura cried out suddenly. Sasuke fixed his gaze on the approaching ninjas, coldly demanding, what do you want? One of the ninjas arrogantly declared, hand over the fire scroll, and we will spare you. The fire scroll? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, disdain evident on his face. You dare come to us for the fire scroll? You must be mad. That scroll is in Sasao's possession, not mine. You should be looking for him. The ninja's expression shifted slightly, yet he persisted. Humph. I saw you take the fire scroll from Sasao. Hand it over. Otherwise, your entire team will not escape the forest of death. Since you insist on causing trouble, do not blame me for being merciless. Sasuke's voice was as cold as ice as he charged forward. These insignificant foes were no match for him. Like a tempest, Sasuke effortlessly dispatched several of the ninjas one by one. He surveyed the remaining adversaries with a chilling gaze, exuding an aura of authority. Do you still wish to continue this folly? Too powerful. The ninjas exchanged glances, filled with shock and fear. They could not fathom that Sasao was already astonishingly strong. And now his brother Sasuke displayed equal prowess. Is the Uchiha clan truly this formidable? How terrifying, how dreadful. Humph. A bunch of worthless fools, daring to seek trouble. How ignorant. Chapter 31. Confrontation with Lady Snake. Lady Snake's acknowledgement. Shikamaru, the fire scroll is now in your possession. Accompany Ino and Choji directly to the central tower. Everyone believes that the fire scroll is still in my hands, which grants you a temporary safety. However, time waits for no one. They will soon detect the anomaly. Sasao paused slightly, his tone turning serious. Thus you must hasten to the central tower. Shikamaru accepted the fire scroll, his brow furrowed with confusion as he inquired. What do you intend to do? Ino followed suit, asking, Sasao, what are you planning? Shouldn't we go to the central tower together? Calm down, calm down. Sasao waved his hand lightly, his demeanor remarkably relaxed. I merely wish to meet someone of great interest to me. I shall join you soon. With that, Sasao embarked on his solitary journey to seek Lady Snake, traversing the mysterious and perilous death forest, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. After all, she was Lady Snake, one of the legendary three Sannin, a being that transcended the human realm. Sasao raced through the death forest, the powerful fluctuations of chakra around him constantly bombarding his senses. Although he lacked proficiency in sensory abilities, his astonishing speed compensated for this shortcoming. Before long, his gaze brightened. Found her. Ahead. A ninja from the Sound Village came into view. With long hair and an unremarkable face, he emanated a chilling aura, akin to a cold-blooded serpent lurking in the shadows. Sasao smiled slightly and greeted her, Lady Snake, good day? Orochimaru turned to him, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes as he remarked, indeed. You are a super genius of the Uchiha clan. Your performance rivals even Itachi's. Oh, Sasao raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. You are the Orochimaru who was effortlessly defeated by my foolish brother with just a glance, right? Ding. Detected a fluctuation in Orochimaru's emotions. Lottery points 10,000. What is this? Lady Snake? What do you mean by a glance? No one knows how Sasao came to this knowledge. Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. What is the matter? Sasao narrowed his eyes slightly, an air of danger surrounding him. As a disciple of the third Hokage, I should be addressing you as Senpai. Orochimaru licked his lips, a cold smile gracing his face as he murmured, I did not expect your abilities to exceed my expectations. Sasao, you intrigue me more and more. In an instant, Orochimaru's form shifted, his neck extending like a snake, aiming to mark Sasao with a cursed seal. However, Sasao would not allow it. He activated his body flicker technique, evading the attack in the blink of an eye. Lady Snake, your speed is still too slow, Sasao teased, his tone laced with provocation. Take this. He swiftly formed hand seals, fingers dancing in the air. Within a second, he completed 7 hand signs, a speed that left even Orochimaru gasping in surprise. The Water Dragon Bullet, one of the jutsu requiring the most hand seals in the Naruto world, typically required 44 seals, yet Sasao managed to compress it down to 7. Given his still nascent understanding of water release, Water Dragon Bullet. With a commanding shout, a colossal water dragon materialized, roaring as it surged toward Orochimaru. Reacting swiftly, Orochimaru began forming seals. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and with a thunderous sound, a massive gray snake appeared beside him, its formidable presence intensifying the tension on the battlefield. The Water Dragon Bullet crashed against the serpent's body, splashing water everywhere, yet it failed to inflict any harm on Orochimaru. This spectacle prompted Sasao to squint his eyes in admiration, as expected of the legendary Sannin, possessing such astonishing battlefield reflexes. Although the impact of the Water Dragon Bullet did not injure Orochimaru, the force of the water did cause a slight moment of hesitation. Seizing this opportunity, Sasao summoned 1,000 cherry blossoms, charging forward with the weapon aimed at the heart of the serpent. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. You think it's that simple to approach me? The 1,000 cherry blossoms sliced through the air, transforming into smoke, swiftly followed by a surge of serpentine shadows attempting to encircle him. Sasao's heart raced. He decisively turned, weaving through the serpent shadows in search of a counterattack opportunity. Water release, water barrier. Sasao formed hand seals once more, creating an enormous water curtain around the battlefield, rippling like a barrier that separated him from Orochimaru. Orochimaru paused, impressive, Sasao. However, you are still too young. He waved his hand, a sinister smile tugging at his lips. Dance of the Snakes. The surrounding serpent shadows lunged at the water curtain like leaves in a tempest, aiming to break through the barrier. Sasao's heart sank. He understood that Orochimaru's technique was formidable. With a tearing sound, the water curtain began to destabilize, poised to be torn apart. Water release, great water collision. Sasao formed seals again, tracing a massive circle in the air. The water curtain expanded instantly, transforming into a torrent that surged toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression shifted as he quickly retreated, struggling to maintain his balance against the onslaught of water. I didn't expect you to utilize water release to this extent. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes, but he soon regained his composure. Earth release, earth flow wall. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking the approaching wave. The torrent crashed against the wall with a deafening roar, splattering water everywhere. The long battle, omitting 10,000 words, unfolded, with Sasao appearing as an inexhaustible fighting machine, unleashing jutsu, as if they required no chakra. Sasao, I acknowledge you. You may cease. Orochimaru finally shouted, unable to contain himself. The current state of Orochimaru was such that even his chakra was beginning to wane. After all, he had recently undergone the reanimation technique and was not in peak condition. At this moment, weariness washed over him. Though reborn through the reanimation, he had not reached his optimal state, and the depletion of chakra left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Faced with such a formidable opponent, even he had to concede that Sasao had exceeded his expectations. Truly, the Uchiha clan members are monsters. Chapter 32. A pleasant collaboration. Sasao gazed intently at Orochimaru, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Well, Ant Snake, what do you say? Will you accept my terms? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, quietly contemplating something profound. Sasao, it is truly a pity that you are not a rogue ninja with such audacious ideas. Sasao shrugged nonchalantly. What does it matter whether I am a rogue ninja or not? I act for the good of Konoha. The village has long been decaying. If the third Hokage does not perish soon, Konoha is on the brink of disaster. Thus, my intentions are solely for the benefit of the village. How can one label me a traitor? During the Chunin exams, Sasao was tasked with personally eliminating the third Hokage. He was more than willing to undertake this mission, as the reward of 300,000 lottery points was not easily come by. Orochimaru's lips curved into a sly smile. What benefits can you offer me? Or rather, why should I grant you the opportunity to slay the third? Sharingan, do you desire it? Sasao replied, a significant smile gracing his face, fully aware of Orochimaru's desires. The Sharingan was merely a trifle for him, given the staggering number of them hidden in the secret laboratory of his organization. At the mention of the Sharingan, Orochimaru's expression momentarily faltered, as if struck by this unexpected revelation. Are you truly proposing to part with your own eyes? Zhuhao let out a sinister laugh, which grew increasingly raucous. Ant Snake, I address you thus merely out of respect. Without that, you are but an inconsequential serpent. To dare covet my eyes is to invite your own demise. Before he could finish, Zhuhao sprang into action, darting towards Orochimaru like a bolt of lightning. His speed leaving his opponent unprepared. He clenched his fist and delivered a ruthless punch to Orochimaru's chest. With a resounding crash, Orochimaru was sent flying, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Beep. Emotional fluctuation detected in Orochimaru. Lottery points 10,000. Orochimaru, can you now acquiesce to my request? Very well. A pleasant collaboration it shall be. Deep within the forest of death, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura faced an unprecedented crisis. Their adversaries were Gaara's team, and the tension was almost suffocating. Fury etched on his face, Sasuke gritted his teeth and demanded, Why? Why is everyone fixated on us? Kankuro smirked mockingly, a hint of provocation in his gaze. Hand over the fire scroll. Don't make me resort to force, or you will regret it. Sasuke seethed, damn it. We don't have any fire scroll. At that moment, Naruto interjected, Sasuke, stop wasting time with them. We need to find a way to escape. Sakura tightened her grip on her kunai, resolutely stating, Naruto is right. We cannot afford to be held back. You wish to flee? Temari smiled slightly, her eyes glinting with challenge. Then allow us to demonstrate our strength. Suddenly, the sand surrounding Gaara began to stir, surging towards Sasuke like a tidal wave. However, Sasuke was no ordinary foe. He reacted swiftly, darting towards Gaara with lightning speed. If you choose to fight, then let us see. To everyone's astonishment, he deftly evaded Gaara's sand assault. Temari's expression shifted, revealing disbelief. Sasuke, you are indeed formidable, she mused internally. Yet, she remained vigilant, turning her gaze to Naruto and Sakura, her tone laced with provocation. I wonder if you possess Sasuke's caliber of strength. Just as an all-out battle seemed imminent, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Neji, Tinten, and Lee approached, their expressions grave. Neji spoke first, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. How foolish. You have all been played by Zhuhao. His words struck like a bolt from the blue, halting the conflict as everyone turned to Neji in shock. What? Played? Sasuke frowned. Neji continued, his tone calm, yet piercing. Zhuhao employed a tactic that made all the teams believe they were pursuing you, Sasuke, to obtain the fire scroll. His intent was to make you the center of attention. By now, Zhuhao is likely nearing the central tower. We foolishly chased after you, Sasuke, while many teams failed to gather the necessary scrolls, neglecting the objective. Kankuro seethed with rage. That cunning Zhuhao. He has been toying with us all along. The group seethed with indignation, realizing that their efforts had been in vain. Manipulated by Zhuhao. Not far away, Zhuhao observed them with a self-satisfied smile plastered on his face. Meanwhile, the system's notifications flooded in, as almost all participants experienced intense emotional fluctuations due to his actions. Beep, 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 beep. Name, Uchiha Zhuhao. Dimensional power, 16160. Special physique, Death God's body. Spiritual pressure, level 62. Sharingan left eye, 3 Tomo. Right eye, Manjiki. Ability, Divine Edge. Bloodline elimination, Dust release. Attributes Een, Lightning, Mastery. Fire, Mastery. Wind, Water, Earth. Death God abilities, Shuinpa, 6th stage. Swordsmanship, 6th stage. Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique. 5 nature transformations. Chidori, Rasengan. Rebirth through death. Zanpakuto, Simbenzakura, Wind type. Combat power assessment. Weak, Super Shadow level, 1001-12352. Lottery points, 992960. Hint, it is suggested that the host conduct a legendary lottery draw. A 10 consecutive draws from the legendary pool grants a dimensional growth gift pack. He was tantalizingly close to reaching 1 million lottery points. Zhuhao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Just a little more, and he could achieve a 10 consecutive draw. How exhilarating. Who else might provide him with additional lottery points? As he was lost in thought, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. A sly smile crept onto his lips. For the sake of my legendary 10 consecutive draws, I shall make do with you fools. My foolish little brother. Chapter 33. The terrifying Overlord Zhuahao. A suffocating pressure suddenly enveloped the scene, leaving those present momentarily stunned. Sasuke's gaze pierced through Zhuahao like a sharpened blade as he demanded, "How did you come to be here?" Zhuahao smirked disdainfully, a hint of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. TSK, it seems you've suffered quite a bit recently, my foolish brother. How do you like the surprise I prepared for you? Unexpected? Delightful? Sasuke retorted furiously. I find nothing delightful about it. Zhuahao licked his lips, his eyes glinting with barely contained eagerness. What do you intend to do? Sasuke questioned, confusion etched on his face. Zhuahao merely shook his head, his expression suddenly turning grave. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing directly before Sasuke, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ah! Sasuke cried out in agony, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. Sakura exclaimed, Zhuahao, what are you doing? He is your brother. Naruto shouted anxiously, Zhuahao. Why are you attacking Sasuke? Why, you ask? Would I divulge that it's for the sake of a lottery point? Zhuahao replied with a cold smile, his demeanor exuding a chilling nonchalance. Heh, what do you children understand? This is love, educational love, do you comprehend? He slowly approached Sasuke, towering over him with eyes that radiated cruelty and mockery. Sasuke, why are you so weak? Zhuahao's voice resonated coldly, each word a dagger to Sasuke's pride. How can you revive our Uchiha clan in such a feeble state? Zhuahao continued to press, his tone laced with disdain, questioning Sasuke's worthiness. If you are this weak and lack effort, how could you ever hope to defeat Itachi? His words cut through Sasuke's heart like a knife, tearing at the remnants of his confidence. Let me tell you a secret. Itachi is currently stronger than I am. A sneer graced Zhuahao's lips as he spoke. As Zhuahao's words echoed in Sasuke's mind, a wave of intense frustration, fury, and hatred surged within him, akin to a tempest brewing in his soul. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected in Uchiha Sasuke. Lottery points 100. For a subsequent period, Zhuahao unleashed a relentless barrage upon Sasuke. Ding. 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 The onlookers stood agape, utterly astonished. Is this truly how brothers interact? At that moment, Sasuke, bloodied and bruised, had evidently endured a severe beating. Kankuro reflected inwardly. How wonderful it is to have a brother like Gaara. After chastising Sasuke, Zhuahao's gaze shifted to Naruto, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Naruto, you have two choices, endure a beating or suffer a severe thrashing. Naruto faltered for a moment, stammering, I haven't finished speaking yet. However, before he could complete his thought, Zhuahao mercilessly struck him with a punch. Don't hit me. Naruto shouted in pain. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued. Despite Naruto being a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and possessing the remarkable resilience of the Uzumaki clan, he found himself in immense distress during this onslaught. Naruto, take this. The iron fist of love. Just then, a thunderous crash reverberated as the system's notification chimed. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected in Uzumaki Naruto. Lottery points 100. Ding. 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 He has gone mad. Zhuahao is completely deranged. Who will stop him? Sakura knelt on the ground, desperately shouting in despair, her voice echoing in the vast space, as if attempting to tear through the suffocating atmosphere. Heh, Sakura, do you have an issue with me? Zhuahao gazed at her coolly, a cold smile on his lips, his eyes glinting with danger and disdain, as if poised to strike at any moment. Sakura felt a tightening in her chest, stammering in defense, No. I just don't want to see you like this. Before she could finish, a gust of wind swept past, as Zhuahao ruthlessly kicked her in the abdomen. Get lost. Trash. You lack even the qualifications to provoke me. Zhuahao's voice was devoid of mercy, declaring his absolute authority. Sakura experienced a wave of excruciating pain, her body collapsing helplessly to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. As she was filled with despair and helplessness, Zhuahao then turned his gaze toward the members of Sunagakure, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. An unsettling wave of anxiety washed over them. Gaara, having personally felt Zhuahao's formidable power, clearly had no desire to confront him directly. He murmured, Let us leave, do not engage him. Zhuahao smiled, his eyes glinting with amusement, as though he relished this game of cat and mouse. Do you think you can slip away right under my nose? Devil, don't come any closer. Bang, bang, bang. A new wave of punches and kicks ensued. The group possessed no means of resistance, utterly suppressed by Zhuahao's overwhelming strength. The system notifications continued to blare in his ears, urging him to escalate his attacks further. He showed no mercy, even sparing Temari, as his fists rained down like a torrential downpour, suffocating all in their path. The Overlord. You wretched Overlord. Stop. Please stop. Witnessing the scene before them, Neji and the others swiftly made a decision. Let us move quickly and seize the scrolls from other teams. Neji urged, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Tintin nodded slightly in agreement, replying, Indeed, Zhuhao is far too terrifying. Remaining here is certainly unwise. Li's eyes blazed with fervent excitement as he declared, Yes, but I truly want to face Zhuhao in battle. Fool. This is not the time for such discussions. Neji interrupted Li's enthusiasm, urgency lacing his tone. Let us go. With a flurry of swift sounds, Neji and Tintin rapidly pulled Li along, employing the body flicker technique to escape in haste towards safety. The proctors of Konoha promptly reported the situation to the third Hokage. At that moment, within the Hokage's office, the third's expression bore an unmistakable anxiety. His brow furrowed deeply as if burdened by a weight that rendered him breathless. This boy has gone too far. To commit such absurd acts, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with a sense of helplessness. Kakashi stood nearby, a faint smile gracing his lips, seemingly having anticipated the chaos. I find this behavior quite in line with Zhuhao's character. Upon hearing this, the third's frown deepened. But this is the Chunin exams. If he continues down this path, everyone will be eliminated. Chapter 34. The legendary 10 consecutive draws. Haha. At last, I can partake in the legendary 10 consecutive draws. Zhuhao's heart brimmed with excitement. The long-anticipated event was finally within reach. System, initiate the legendary 10 consecutive draws at once. 1. Dimensional Fruit, Mythical Seed, 6 paths form mythical grade item. Extremely low draw probability. 2. Thunder Dragon Destruction Magic Crystal, Dimensional Version. 3. Ninetales Reincarnation Eye, Ability Selectable. 4. Reincarnation Eye of the Jewel, Red. 5. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan 2, Ability Selectable. 6. Resonant Thunder Fruit, Dimensional Version. 7. Dimensional Fruit, Phantom Beast Seed, Vermilion Bird Form. 8. Dimensional Crystals 10. 9. Divine Tree Seed, Dimensional Version. Note: exclusively for host fusion, cannot be planted or gifted, infinite growth. 10. Fire Dragon Destruction Magic Crystal, Dimensional Version. Congratulations. Host has obtained. Dimensional Crystals 90. Congratulations. Host has obtained. Thunder Dragon Destruction Magic Crystal, Dimensional Version. Zhuhao was momentarily stunned, his mind filled with questions. What is going on? System, come out here. I promise I won't harm you. You old fool. Beep. System grants. Dimensional Growth Gift Pack. Please check. 10 consecutive draws, and this is all I get? Dimensional Crystals? What use are these? Well, at least I did receive a Thunder Dragon Destruction Magic Crystal. If it had all been Dimensional Crystals, I would have suffered a significant loss. Truly, a non-lucky draw, a pure non-lucky draw. Dimensional Crystals increases the upper limit of dimensional power. Each adds 10 points. Name: Uchiha Zhuhao. Dimensional Power: 1060-1060. Special Physique: Death God Body, Spirit Pressure, Level 62. Sharingan Left Eye, 3 Tomo. Right Eye, Kaleidoscope, Ability, Divine Edge. Bloodline Elimination, Dust Release. Attribute Scene: Lightning, Mastery. Fire, Mastery. Wind, Water, Earth. Death God Abilities: Shuinpa, 6 stages. Sword Art, 6 stages. Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique. 5 Release Techniques: Chidori, Rinnegan, Rebirth Technique. Zanpakuto, 1000 Cherry Blossoms, Wind Type. Combat Power Assessment: Super Shadow Level, 1041-2352. Lottery Points, 600. System Backpack: High Level Training Elixir 5. Intermediate Training Elixir 65. Kaleidoscope Sharingan 2. 3 Tomo Sharingan 2, refined through repeated trials. Basic Sword Art Training Method. Basic Shuinpa Training Method. Chakra Nature Transformation Training Method, 5 attributes. Gazing at the Thunder Dragon Destruction Magic Crystal shimmering with golden light, Zhuhao's heart swelled with anticipation. The crystal's surface sparkled with threads of lightning, emitting a crackling sound. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the crystal whole. Instantly, it transformed into a wondrous liquid, swiftly merging into his limbs and coursing through his veins. The crackling sound of electricity reverberated within him, as golden lightning swirled around him like a tempest. Zuahao felt a powerful force surging within, and he couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he murmured, "Is this the power of dragon destruction magic? Incredible." It was time to head to the central tower. Ino must have been waiting for quite a while. His speed was as swift as lightning, golden lightning crackling around him, as if he were carving a dazzling trail through the air. With the implementation of Shuanpa, Zuahao's form accelerated even further. And with the potent enhancement from the Thunder Dragon Destruction Magic Crystal, his physical speed was unrivaled in the ninja world, except for the Flying Thunder God technique. System. Activate the Dimensional Growth Gift Pack. Beep. Congratulations. Host has obtained. Dimensional Fusion. Dimensional Fusion? What is this peculiar phenomenon? Suddenly, Zuahao felt a mysterious and formidable power coursing through him, an overwhelming density of dimensional energy. After a while, inside the central tower, Irika observed Zuahao and his companions, a proud smile gracing his face. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to Chunin. Zuahao waved his hand nonchalantly, responding with indifference. It's merely Chunin, nothing to make a fuss over. Irika scratched his head awkwardly. All right, since you have successfully become Chunins, there's no need to participate in the upcoming competition. You simply need to proceed to the Hokage's office to collect your Chunin certificates. Yay! Ino leaped with excitement, her face radiating pure joy. We did it. Shikamaru replied coolly, you're celebrating too early. Our ease in this endeavor is entirely thanks to Zuahao. Without him, we could never have succeeded so smoothly. Ino retorted, defiant, what do you know? My strength is considerable as well. Even without Zuahao, we would have advanced seamlessly. Zuahao raised an eyebrow and asked lightly, what's this? Ino, have you grown wings? Should I leave? No, Zuahao-chan. Ino hastily waved her hands, her eyes flickering with a hint of panic. I was wrong. Please forgive me this time, will you? Shikamaru helplessly rubbed his forehead, muttering, this guy has fallen head over heels again. It's truly a headache. Choji interjected, I'm hungry. Zuahao chuckled, a playful glint in his eyes. Let us go. We'll pay a visit to the third Hokage. He is quite wealthy. After all, the third was nearing the end of his days. Zuahao strode into the Hokage's office with an imposing demeanor, his gaze sweeping over the numerous jonin, a smirk playing on his lips. Are you esteemed jonin here to welcome me, Master Zuahao? As soon as he spoke, the jonin collectively facepalmed, their expressions reflecting embarrassment. In their hearts, they thought, welcome you? We were already discussing important matters. Did we need to prepare a special welcome for you? Seeing no response, Zuahao chuckled lightly. Since you have chosen silence, I shall take that as your acquiescence. Cough, cough, cough. The third Hokage cleared his throat, interrupting Zuahao's teasing. All right, enough of the antics. Your performance in this assessment was commendable, yet your methods were somewhat excessive, bordering on opportunism. Zuahao shrugged, raising his hands in mock innocence. Oh, you claim I am opportunistic? That I have gone too far? Very well, I would like to see if you, Hokage, dare to challenge my strength. He openly challenged the third, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Asuma hastily intervened. Zuahao, don't go too far. This is the Hokage's office. Kurenai echoed. Zuahao, this is a serious occasion. Do not jest. Kakashi frowned slightly, concern lacing his voice. Zuahao, why are you being so harsh on your brother? Zuahao raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. Oh, are you upset because I just dealt with Sasuke? Kakashi sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. You are brothers after all. Why treat him this way? Zuahao clenched his fists, his gaze indifferent as he slowly replied. This is the education of love. Do you comprehend? Do you understand what love is? Clearly, you do not. Chapter 35. Zuahao as the referee, publicly battling his brother? In the rain-hidden village, a gentle drizzle descended upon the earth like fine silk. On a broken bridge, Itachi stood side by side with Kisame, both clad in the mysterious and striking black and red cloud uniforms of the Akatsuki, resembling hunters amidst the night. Kisame spoke, Itachi-san, I have heard that your brother has accomplished quite astonishing feats in Konoha. With an expression of calm indifference, Itachi slowly replied, I have also heard. It appears he has. Your brother truly possesses audacity, daring to confront the high-ranking Danzo of Konoha, nearly losing his life. I would not have believed it had it not been for Zetsu's intel. Kisame shook his head, a hint of surprise evident in his eyes. Itachi slightly furrowed his brows, maintaining a stoic demeanor, yet his heart was tumultuous. He then inquired, what is the task this time? Kisame's lips curled into a mysterious smile. This task is rather intriguing. We are headed to Konoha. Itachi's frown deepened, his tone earnest. What purpose do we have in Konoha? Kisame's gaze flickered. We are to find your brothers, wow. Simultaneously, the examination in the Death Forest of Konoha had concluded successfully. The third round of the Chunin exams was about to commence. Wow. Adorned in a striking attire reminiscent of a death deity, with the star-pulling clamp upon his head, exuded an air of nobility that drew many curious glances. Clearing his throat, Zhuhao spoke with gravitas. Now, we officially commence our third round of assessments, the one-on-one practical examination. The rules are deceptively simple. There are none. All matches shall be one-on-one. The victor shall reign supreme. He gestured towards the electronic battle board behind him, where a massive screen emerged, displaying the exhilarating names of the combatants, ultimately settling on the first round's matchup. Uchiha Sasuke versus CHJR. Sasuke paid little heed to his opponent, fixating instead on Zhuhao, a surge of resentment boiling within him. Unable to defeat Itachi was one thing, but to find himself outmatched by his own twin brother, with the gap ever widening, was unbearable. The crowd took their positions, anticipating the imminent clash. With a graceful leap, Sasuke entered the arena, his gaze piercing as he locked on a CHJR. Come, I shall defeat you with a single move. With a wave of his hand, Zhuhao signaled the beginning of the battle. Sasuke swiftly seized the initiative, launching into an assault without hesitation. Fire release, great fireball technique. He executed the hand seals seamlessly. CHJR opted for agile evasion, avoiding a direct confrontation. Zhuhao yawned. This trivial skirmish was utterly tedious. After 3 exchanges, Sasuke emerged victorious, the ease of it all surprising. Contrary to the original narrative, he faced no hindrance from cursed seals, dispatching this opponent with unexpected ease. However, Zhuhao, standing aside, could no longer restrain himself. Dragon Slayer lightning. Lightning descends. Zhuhao exclaimed, and in an instant, a golden lightning bolt flashed above Sasuke's head, crashing down with ferocity. Sasuke screamed in agony, the excruciating pain radiating from his head throughout his body, nearly shattering his resolve. The spectators were left speechless. Zhuhao had struck his own brother? What on earth had come over him? Had he lost his mind? Kakashi appeared before Zhuhao in an instant, attempting to intervene. Stop, Zhuhao. Yet, Zhuhao's movements were swifter still. He delivered a knee strike that propelled Sasuke away, roaring, "You promised to finish it in one move, yet you used 3. Remember, we Uchiha are bound by our words. And victory is our destiny." The resounding echoes of the impact reverberated throughout the arena. If you do not experience a thorough electrifying treatment today, I would not be worthy of the Uchiha name. The onlookers shuddered involuntarily. Even seasoned jonin like Asuma and Kurenai felt a chill of sweat cascade down their backs. Utterly astonished. How terrifying. Such velocity, such ferocity of attack, directed at his own brother. Although Zhuhao bore no intent to kill, the palpable lightning accompanying his blows was chilling. Moreover, Zhuhao's fists crackled with the power of electricity. With a violent cough, Sasuke expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly to the ground. Though he was not in immediate danger, the searing pain was inescapable. Zhuhao gazed at the fallen Sasuke, his expression unfazed, remarking, "I barely exerted myself. How could you fall? My brother, even in such a state, you claim not to have used your full strength? Are you jesting?" Sasuke, consumed by rage and despair, spat another mouthful of blood. "Damn it! Why am I so weak? Why am I so powerless?" The desperate cries echoing in his heart led him to lose consciousness, plunging into a deep faint. Clang, 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 clang. A torrent of reward points flooded in. Zhuhao raised an eyebrow, surveying the silent crowd, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his voice. "Where are the medical ninjas? Do you lack the ability to assess and address the situation? A person has fainted, and yet you linger? Do you wish to abandon your duties?" Only then did the medical team snap into action, swiftly and carefully lifting Sasuke away. "Now, let us commence the second match." Upon his words, the names on the electronic battle board began to dance once more, finally stabilizing. Haruno Sakura versus Hinata. Ah, how delightful. I never anticipated Hinata would face her rival. Naruto exclaimed from the platform, his voice brimming with excitement. "Go, Sakura-chan. You can do it." His cheers pierced through the din of the crowd, laden with unwavering support and anticipation. Zhuhao chuckled, teasing Naruto, "Naruto, if you keep cheering for Sakura, she might truly win." Moreover, This is an excellent opportunity for a confession. He leaned closer to Naruto, a sly grin on his face. Come, allow me to assist you. Just shout Sakura. I like you. I want to have children with you. Perhaps she will indeed be moved by your declaration. After all, what woman can resist the fervent onslaught of a prince? Naruto, ever the simpleton, felt a rush of excitement at Zuahao's words, unabashedly shouting, Sakura-chan, I like you. I want to have children with you. Go for it. You must win. Indeed, the provocation had succeeded. Hinata, seated nearby, felt a tempest of emotions surge within her upon hearing the confession. Having harbored feelings for Naruto since childhood, witnessing him profess his affection for another girl was like a dagger to her heart, pushing her to the brink of eruption. Often, a timid and demure woman can unleash a terrifying force when her emotions erupt. Just like now. Byakugan, activate. Hinata's voice resonated with unwavering determination, her gaze fixed on Sakura, poised to embrace the impending battle for her love. Chapter 36. Hinata versus Sakura on the stage. Niji paused for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Before revealing a rare admiration, the main branch's young lady has finally shown some promise. His voice resonated like a resounding war drum, stirring the emotions of the surrounding audience. However, many spectators cast puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend how this typically gentle girl could exhibit such a formidable presence in battle. At that moment, Sasuke raised his hand. The fight began. Hinata crouched low like a poised leopard, her feet lightly tapping the ground as if sensing the currents of air around her. Her Byakugan allowed her to perceive Sakura's every movement as she lunged forward with a speed almost impossible to capture. A hint of panic flashed in Sakura's eyes. She quickly reacted, sidestepping just in time. Hinata's palm traced a graceful arc in the air. The sound of whooshing filled the atmosphere, as if even the air trembled at her movements. Gentle fist technique. Hinata's voice was crisp and resolute. With each motion, her hands danced like butterfly wings, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. Each punch was imbued with her remarkable skill and accumulated power, relentlessly targeting Sakura's form. The impact of her strikes compressed the air, producing a deep, resonant roar akin to the sound of rushing water. Sakura stood wide-eyed at Hinata's onslaught, her heart tightening. She forced herself to remain calm and quickly responded, raising her hands to form a defensive stance. Taking a deep breath, she resolved not to yield and prepared to counterattack. Swiftly, Sakura crossed her arms, creating a formidable barrier. In that moment, her strength surged forth. Despite facing Hinata's fierce attacks, she did not flinch. Instead, she advanced. With a sharp crack, Hinata's palm collided with Sakura's fist. The clash of their powers was like two raging torrents meeting, generating a powerful shockwave. Hinata's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't anticipated Sakura's resilience. Yet, she was undeterred. Fueled by a spirit ignited by love, swiftly readjusting her stance to launch an even more ferocious assault. Hinata's form blurred, resembling a gust of wind as she swiftly maneuvered to Sakura's rear, aiming for a decisive blow. Do you wish to escape? Hinata's voice carried a hint of chill, accompanying her strike. Sakura felt an immense pressure and sensed the urgency, swiftly pivoting, her legs propelling her backward, narrowly evading the lethal attack. Sasuke murmured to himself, truly spectacular. Absolutely magnificent. I never expected Hinata to possess such power. He then declared, all right, you may stop now. Hinata is the victor. Sakura was taken aback, her face clouded with confusion. Why? I haven't lost yet. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he spoke slowly. What? Are you questioning my judgment? The intensity of his gaze startled Sakura, causing her heart to race. Stammering, she replied, oh okay, I understand. On the sidelines, Kurenai was frozen. Her eyes locked onto the outcome of the match, astonished. Hinata has won. How is this possible? She questioned incredulously. Because of love, Sasuke retorted. It seems even you, a jonin, do not fully grasp the true essence of love. Kurenai's face flushed with embarrassment. The power of love? Sasuke excitedly announced. Now, let us proceed to the next round. The electronic battle board flickered once more, finally landing on two names. Rock Lee versus Gaara. Hey, it's my turn. Lee exclaimed with uncontainable enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with fearless determination. Let the flames of youth ignite. With a shout, he leaped into the air, performing a graceful somersault, landing firmly in the arena. Gaara, however, remained unfazed, instantaneously employing his sand body flicker technique to appear right before Lee, his gaze devoid of warmth. The atmosphere between the two opponents thickened with tension. Lee, as the most diligent ninja among the 12 young disciples of the Hokage, might not have been the strongest, but Sasuke held profound admiration for him. After all, as an ordinary individual without any innate ninja talents, he had achieved remarkable heights through sheer determination. Such tenacity was truly commendable. If one were to measure effort, Lee would undoubtedly claim the second spot, with none daring to assert they were first. The battle commenced. Gaara's absolute defense was renowned as one of the formidable abilities of the early Hokage era. However, with sufficient speed, one could discover an opening. Yet at this moment, Lee's velocity was evidently insufficient. Just as Sasuke began to lose interest, Guy suddenly called out to Lee, "Release your weights, Lee." Lee stared at Guy. A look of confusion etched on his face. "Is this true, sensei? Didn't you say one can only release them when protecting someone important?" Guy smiled gently, giving a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming like pearls. "Go ahead. I have permitted it." "Fantastic. Finally, I can let them go." Lee cheered, unable to contain his joy. Temari scoffed, "It's merely a weight. Throwing it aside is no great feat." At the moment Lee hurled the weights to the ground, the air seemed to freeze. The instant the objects met the earth, a deafening crash reverberated through the arena. Temari's expression shifted from disdain to shock. "How is this possible? Guy? This is excessive." Kakashi shook his head, casting a glance at Guy. "He's still just a child." Yet Guy remained unperturbed, grinning brightly. "That child is no ordinary boy. He is incredibly powerful. Trust me. Since the original battle description is omitted, we shall skip ahead." Sasuke observed the nearly incapacitated Lee, contemplating the outcome of the match. He decisively announced, "The match is over. Gaara is the victor." "And no I." Lee protested, his face etched with determination, though his body was on the verge of collapse. "I can still fight. I'm still capable." However, Sasuke did not grant him the opportunity, utilizing body flicker to appear before Lee in an instant, delivering a swift blow to the back of his head, causing Lee to lose consciousness and collapse heavily. "Thus, this match concludes," Sasuke stated nonchalantly. Seeing this, Gaara furrowed his brow in confusion. "He hasn't conceded. Why have you declared the result? He has already lost. Continuing could jeopardize his life," Sasuke replied, locking eyes with Gaara. Pausing for a moment, his tone shifted to a more somber note, laced with a hint of menace. "And, were you just contradicting me?" "I was not. My apologies. I must take my leave." Gaara quickly shook his head, slowly making his way toward the stands. He had no desire to confront Sasuke, knowing he could neither defeat him nor escape his grasp. Chapter 37. An unexpected encounter with Jiraiya. The lengthy and tedious competition finally reached its conclusion. A month later, the official matches would commence, announced the third Hokage in a calm tone. "A month?" Naruto inquired, puzzled as to why they had to wait so long. The third Hokage patiently explained, "This time is allotted for your preparation. This preparation period of 1 month allows you to analyze your opponents and gain a deeper understanding of their combat styles and weaknesses. Such information will be pivotal in the finals." After the crowd dispersed, Saho wandered aimlessly through the streets of Konoha, seeking ways to pass the time. For now, he merely needed to wait patiently for the Chunin exams and Orochimaru's invasion. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a comical scene. In a corner of a women's bathhouse, near a window, a man with a white hedgehog-like hairstyle was brazenly peering through binoculars at the bathing women. "Ah, is that not the legendary Toad Sage?" Saho exclaimed, his voice ringing clear. How shameless to engage in such indecent behavior in Konoha. His outburst startled the women in the bathhouse. "There's a pervert. A lecher. Hey, you brat. Stand still." The man shouted back, indignantly declaring, "I am the renowned Toad Sage. Just wait until I teach you a lesson today." "Huh. I know you are indeed the famous Toad Sage." Saho laughed heartily. "Brat. It's Toad Sage, not Toad Sage." Jiraiya corrected angrily, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. Shortly thereafter, Saho led Jiraiya to a secluded area, deep within the dense forests on the outskirts of Konoha. "You Uchiha brat, did you bring me here for a specific purpose?" Jiraiya queried. "Greetings, Toad Sage." Saho smiled slightly, pretending to be humble. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Saho Uchiha, the most talented, powerful, and handsome man in the history of the Uchiha clan." Jiraiya scoffed derisively. "I don't care who you are. You interrupted my research, and you owe me compensation, brat." Saho chuckled lightly, a hint of provocation gleaming in his eyes. Toad Sage, it seems your abilities are limited. No wonder you've never been able to win over Tsunade. If I were Tsunade, I wouldn't choose you either. His words struck a nerve with Jiraiya, igniting his fury. Brat, how dare you underestimate me? I am the Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku. I will certainly win Tsunade's heart. All right. Spare me the theatrics, Saho retorted dismissively. Just because you're a Toad Sage doesn't make you a true sage. With your current intellect, you stand no chance with Tsunade. I can guarantee that even in death, she wouldn't harbor any fondness for you. Jiraiya, filled with indignation. Shot back, brat, you know nothing. Suddenly, Saho revealed a mischievous smile. Actually, I can help you, but you must offer something in return. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, cautiously asking, oh, you can really help me win over Tsunade? Saho nodded slightly, his tone resolute. Of course, but it will require some sacrifice on your part. What sacrifice? Jiraiya inquired curiously, a flicker of hope surfacing in his heart. Saho smiled subtly, his eyes glinting with significance. The summoning scroll of Mount Mayaboku, one of the 3 great sacred lands. I need to sign a contract with the summoning beasts of Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya's expression turned serious at once, vehemently rejecting. You want that? Impossible, absolutely not. Saho shrugged indifferently. Well, if you refuse, then consider our deal null and void. Take care of yourself. Jiraiya quickly called after him. Wait. Don't rush off. Aside from the Mount Mayaboku requirement, I can agree to the rest of your conditions. I am one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. If you have enemies, just tell me, and I can help you deal with them. What do you say? Saho shook his head, a cold smile forming on his lips. Jiraiya, are you overestimating yourself? You may be one of the legendary Sannin, but you can't even defeat me. So how can you help me? Unable to tolerate such provocation from a mere child, Jiraiya fixed his piercing gaze on Saho. Brat, do you dare to say I am not your match? Let us have a fair duel. A duel? Sure. Saho raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. But I must clarify, there must be stakes. If I win, you will allow me to contract with Mount Mayaboku. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a tightening in his chest. He hesitated. After all, if he truly lost, he would have to honor that wager. Seeing Jiraiya's indecision, Saho seized the opportunity to taunt him further. Jiraiya, are you hesitating? Are you worried about losing to me? You are hailed as one of the legendary Sannin. How could you be afraid of a mere brat like me? That doesn't quite suit you, Toad Sage. Jiraiya frowned slightly, his voice lowering. Brat, do not think I can be swayed by your provocations. Contracting with Mount Mayaboku is no trivial matter, and I will not agree lightly. Goodbye. Farewell. Saho turned to leave. He had initially contemplated the idea of signing the contract with Mount Mayaboku, but Jiraiya was evidently unwilling to oblige. Thus, there was no need to waste more time here. The Sage mode greatly enhances combat power, but for Saho, it was currently unnecessary. Wait, brat. Jiraiya's voice called from behind him. Saho halted, coldly inquiring, what is it? Toad Sage, do you have more to say? Jiraiya spoke urgently. Change your conditions. I will certainly agree. Images of Tsunade's alluring form flashed in his mind, igniting an overwhelming desire that nearly consumed him. Yet, the contract of Mount Mayaboku was not something to be given lightly, placing Jiraiya in an unprecedented dilemma, his internal struggle growing more apparent. Please. Saho tilted his head, observing Jiraiya with a hint of sympathy. Do you think everyone yearns for Mount Mayaboku? You need not worry so much. I merely had a fleeting thought, and since you are unwilling to assist, there is no need to continue this conversation. Fuming, Jiraiya gritted his teeth. Damn it, brat, tell me how I can win over Tsunade. Huh? Saho smirked playfully. I want to tell you. If you have the capability, come and strike me. Come on. A toad dreaming of swan meat. What a laugh. Chapter 38. How to win Tsunade's heart. Jiraiya smiled slyly at Zao, his laughter laced with a hint of mischief. Kid, I can grant you a contract with Mount Mayaboku. Zao raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised by Jiraiya's sudden shift in demeanor. Oh, what made you change your mind? Jiraiya stepped closer, rubbing his hands together, a lustful grin spreading across his face. Hee. If you tell me how to win Tsunade's heart, I'll let you sign the contract with Mount Mayaboku. What do you say? Zao shook his head, his expression serious. To pursue Tsunade, it's not the right time yet. Jiraiya scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. TCH, why do I feel like this little brat is deceiving me? Zao smiled faintly, his gaze resolute. Whether you believe it or not is your business, but I am the strongest Uchiha in history. How could I deceive you? The Toad Sage? After much debate, Jiraiya ultimately succumbed to the allure of winning Tsunade's affection, allowing Zeo to sign the contract with Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya eagerly inquired, "Kid, quickly tell me, how can I win Tsunade's heart?" Zeo beckoned him closer, speaking in a mysterious tone. "Come a bit nearer, and I shall reveal it to you." As Jiraiya leaned in, filled with anticipation, Zeo whispered, "Go dream about it. Everything exists in dreams." Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! Detected emotional fluctuation in Jiraiya. Lottery points 10,000. Seeing the lottery points credited, Zeo couldn't help but chuckle, then adopted a serious demeanor. "All right, I won't deceive you anymore. Winning Tsunade's heart is actually quite simple, but it requires a long-term effort. I assure you, within 5 years, you will win her over. But first, you must heed my instructions and refrain from saying anything foolish around her. Do you understand?" Jiraiya nodded slightly, his eagerness palpable. "What should I do next?" Zeo replied earnestly. "Firstly, you must ascertain the type of person Tsunade is drawn to." Curiosity piqued, Jiraiya pressed on. "What kind of person does she like?" Zeo answered, "Certainly someone like Cotto Dan, a man of dreams and virtuous aspirations." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression darkened. "Cotto Dan, how could I ever become like him? That is utterly impossible." Noticing his distress, Zeo reassured him, "Do not worry, I do not expect you to become like Cotto Dan." Jiraiya, now even more puzzled, asked urgently, "Then what should I do?" Zeo grinned, teasingly replying, You don't understand, do you? Pursuing a woman requires skill and strategy. Follow me." Shortly thereafter, Zeo led Jiraiya into a hidden chamber, once the secret base of Danzo, filled with crucial information and hidden secrets. Jiraiya inquired, puzzled, "What is your intention in bringing me here?" As Zeo meticulously searched through a series of scrolls, he appeared utterly focused. "Found it!" he exclaimed excitedly. He picked up a scroll and eagerly handed it to Jiraiya, his tone brimming with anticipation. "Sage, take a look for yourself. The contents here will undoubtedly pique your interest." Jiraiya received the scroll, his brow furrowing slightly as he eagerly unfolded it, scanning its contents. "How is this possible? Is this for real?" His voice trembled with shock, his eyes widening in fear. Cotto Dan was actually affiliated with Danzo. He purposely approached Tsunade. "This is something I must inform Tsunade about immediately." Jiraiya's anxiety heightened, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Haha, this is fantastic. I finally have a chance." Zeo chuckled. "You actually intend to tell Tsunade about this right now? I must say, Sage, there's a reason you struggle to win over women." Jiraiya, confused, asked what reason. Zeo candidly replied, "Because you are too foolish." Refusing to back down, Jiraiya retorted, "Then what do you suggest I do?" Zeo answered earnestly, "This matter must be revealed at the right moment and in the right manner, allowing Tsunade to discover it herself for maximum impact. Now, let me handle the arrangements. You simply need to follow my lead." Jiraiya nodded, somewhat dazed. "All right, thank you." Zeo smiled gently. "Very well. We shall meet again after the Chunin exams." Jiraiya, puzzled, asked, "Chunin exams? Did you not claim to be strong? Why must you still participate in the Chunin exams?" Zeo laughed lightly. "I am not participating. I shall serve as a judge." Understanding dawned on Jiraiya. "Oh, I see." Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense. Danzo, Zeo's shadow clone and transformation technique, spoke gravely. "Hiruzen, Orochimaru has returned. The purpose of this Chunin exam is aimed directly at you." The third Hokage furrowed his brow, inquiring, "How did you acquire this information?" As an S-rank rogue ninja, Orochimaru's whereabouts have always been a mystery. How could you possibly know? Danzo replied nonchalantly, "How I came to know is of little importance. What matters is that we must eliminate Orochimaru during this Chunin exam." The third pondered, "All right, I understand the situation. What do you plan to do?" Danzo calmly stated, "During the Chunin exam, we must unite to confront Orochimaru." The third Hokage nodded slightly, responding, "Very well. However, prior to that, I need to conduct further investigations." Danzo silently acknowledged this and slowly exited the office. Not long after, numerous elite jonin from Konoha gathered in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere rife with tension. The third Hokage spoke solemnly. "I have an important announcement. S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru has returned and will appear during the finals of the Chunin exam in 1 month, with unknown intentions." As his words fell, shock spread across the faces of all present. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, undeniably a formidable threat. Kakashi reacted swiftly, asking gravely, "Is this information reliable, Hokage-sama?" The third Hokage replied, "The reliability is at 90%. Asuma frowned deeply, proposing, "I suggest we initiate a thorough investigation immediately. The entire village must enter a state of alert." Kurenai added, "This matter is of utmost significance and must not be taken lightly." However, the most crucial task now is to uncover Orochimaru's true motives for returning. It is imperative to note that this Chunin exam will be attended by the daimyo of the Land of Fire and various prominent figures. Should anything go awry, it would bring disgrace upon the Land of Fire. Chapter 39. The plan for Konoha's collapse. A month slipped by quietly. During this time, Konoha village was placed under strict martial law with heightened vigilance. Sasao remained immersed in his frenzied training, utterly indifferent to the world outside. Ino accompanied him, adapting to a life of rigorous practice. At last, the finals of the Chunin exams commenced with fervor. The atmosphere in the vast arena was tense and electrifying. ZZZ. Sasuke unleashed a Chidori, successfully piercing through Gaara's impenetrable defense. In the audience, Sasao reveled in the warmth of a beautiful woman nestled against him. Ino shyly perched on his lap, her cheeks flushed with color. Sasao murmured, "It seems Sasuke has learned quite a few valuable techniques from Kakashi during this month." Ino, curious, inquired, "Sasao, what was that technique?" "It felt incredibly powerful." Sasao raised an eyebrow, his expression grave. "It's not important. What matters is that trouble is approaching." Ino looked at Sasao in confusion. "What trouble?" Suddenly, countless feathers cascaded from the sky like falling snow. Gradually, those around them succumbed to a deep slumber. This was a potent group genjutsu. However, Sasao remained unaffected, having already dispelled all illusions beforehand. "Ino, get some rest. This is not a matter for you to involve yourself in." With a gentle smile, Sasao lifted Ino and laid her carefully on a bench, then vanished in an instant. On the rooftop, Orochimaru had successfully captured the third Hokage. Meanwhile, the Sound Ninja Quartet was prepared, the atmosphere thick with tension. 4 purple flames formation. Just as the barrier formed, 2 figures burst into the battlefield like arrows shot from a bow. One was Danzo, Sasao's shadow clone jutsu and transformation jutsu, and the other was Sasao himself. A massive scroll was secured at his lower back. "Sensei, are you alright?" Danzo clenched his fists dramatically, exclaiming, "Hisashi, I'm here to assist you." At that moment, the Kazekage slowly revealed his disguise, exposing Orochimaru's familiar and sinister visage. His voice was hoarse and deep. "Sensei, it has been far too long." Ha ha ha! Orochimaru's laughter echoed in the air, yet amidst the mirth, a solitary tear escaped his eye. The third Hokage remarked coolly, "You may as well kill me now. It seems your joy is overwhelming. I always believed you to be a rational individual. I have never witnessed such motives from you." Orochimaru smiled faintly, a strange curve gracing his lips. "Hee, of course, there is a purpose. However, I have always been fond of things that are in motion, though stationary windmills do have their charm. I wish to set the windmills spinning by destroying Konoha Bang." Sasao unleashed his strength, delivering a swift kick that sent Orochimaru flying, ensuring the safety of the third Hokage. "Sensei, you must flee. I will hold this fiend at bay," he shouted, his tone resolute. Sasao, you the third Hokage, was nearly moved to tears, his heart swelling with indescribable pride and concern. "Be careful, that is Orochimaru." "Haha." Sasao responded with laughter. "Do you still doubt my strength? Orochimaru is nothing to be feared." Orochimaru sneered, "Hee. You, a mere child, dare to obstruct me. Allow me to show you what true power is." Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. As his words fell, a thunderous sound erupted from the ground, and 2 coffins emerged, shaking the earth. One bore the inscription first, the other second. These were the Edo Tensei coffins of the first and second Hokage. The third Hokage's expression shifted drastically, fear gripping him as he shouted, "That is, stop him. That is Edo Tensei." He quickly formed hand seals, attempting to halt the summoning of a third coffin inscribed with fourth, forcing it back down. Sasao smiled slightly, whispering, "Ah, so this is the legendary Edo Tensei? Unfortunately, I have yet to learn it. Orochimaru, I must commend you. I cannot help but admire you." His gaze fixed on the first and second Hokage, narrowing dangerously as anger surged within him, particularly at the sight of the second Hokage. It is well known that Tobirama Senju harbored a long-standing animosity towards the Uchiha clan. In Sasao's view, The demise of the Uchiha clan bore considerable blame upon the second Hokage. Tobirama surveyed the surroundings, muttering, "Edo Tensei, did you summon us? And you, Hiruzen, you have aged considerably." Sasao wore a contemptuous smile. "Hee, so you are the second Hokage? You appear rather unimpressive, even weaker than I." Tobirama retorted coldly. Evil Uchiha brat Sasao's laughter dripped with mockery as he continued to provoke. "So, second Hokage, Tobirama, is it? Soon you shall understand what true evil is." Hashirama furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What exactly is happening?" "Lord First, the situation is as follows." The third Hokage succinctly explained the developments to Hashirama. Hashirama's countenance grew serious. "Be cautious, child of the Uchiha clan. Though we are not at our prime, we are by no means easily defeated." Orochimaru, growing impatient, interrupted, "Enough of the geriatric banter." Just as he finished speaking, Tobirama and Hashirama suddenly froze, their eyes losing their luster as if they were completely under control. Sasao slightly turned to the third Hokage, saying, "Sensei, it would be wise for you to keep your distance. The upcoming battle may prove quite intense." The third Hokage's expression was resolute as he replied, "No, they are the first and second Hokage. Although you possess great strength, you may not be able to handle them. I can provide assistance here." Sasao shook his head helplessly. "Sensei, you are no longer young. It is best to retreat. If you were to perish, who would lead Konoha? Wouldn't the village dissolve into chaos?" At that moment, Danzo interjected, "Hizashi, the boy speaks truth. This is not the time for bravado." Just then, Hashirama and Tobirama charged towards him. Sasao reacted instantly, leaping into the air. Clap! His hands came together with a resounding smack as he shouted, "Fire style, great fire annihilation." Chapter 40. The Roar of the Thunder Dragon, sealing the first and second Hokage. Flames blazed fiercely. The terrifying heat permeated the surroundings, making it difficult to breathe. The first and second Hokage were trapped within this inferno. However, their reanimated forms seemed unperturbed by the flames. The second Hokage swiftly performed hand seals. Water release, water barrier. In an instant, a torrent of water surged forth, forming a barrier that momentarily halted the encroaching flames. "Let me show you my new technique." Zeo inhaled deeply, his gaze intense. The roar of the thunder dragon. With a thunderous boom, a golden tempest of lightning coalesced within his mouth and erupted forth. The terrifying golden lightning transformed into a colossal pillar, hurtling towards the first and second Hokage. With destructive force, the lightning tore through their reanimated bodies, reducing them to mere fragments. Yet, the lightning did not relent, continuing its relentless assault on the barrier of the four purple flames formation. With a resounding crash, the barrier was breached, and the four purple flames formation collapsed into a cascade of luminous particles. In the distance, the Umbu ninjas bore witness to the spectacle, their astonishment palpable. "This power is truly terrifying. We have never witnessed such a formidable ninjutsu. It must be lightning release, the golden lightning." The four elite jonin of Konohagakure were equally drawn to the chaos, observing the unfolding battle from afar. Kakashi's expression was grave. Such powerful lightning release. What transpired over there? "The barrier has been shattered. We must hasten to assist the third Hokage." Asuma nodded in agreement. "Indeed, time is of the essence. We must immediately provide support." Kakashi exclaimed, "No, look. That golden lightning has not ceased." They beheld the dazzling golden lightning surging towards the towering mountains in the distance. With a deafening roar, the mountain's center was instantaneously pierced, leaving a gaping void that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Kurena's eyes widened in shock. Such potent lightning release, who could wield such power? Kakashi furrowed his brow and murmured, "I fear. Could it be him?" "Who?" Kurena pressed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Kakashi slowly articulated his suspicion, that golden lightning. Zeo seemed to have employed this very golden lightning before. "Is it truly Zeo?" A hint of astonishment broke through Kurena's voice. "It's highly likely to be him," Kakashi affirmed, his expression sober. At that moment, Zeo stood amidst the chaos, his gaze fixed upon the utterly obliterated forms of the first and second Hokage, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "The first and second Hokage. Is this truly all you are capable of?" Orochimaru's demeanor darkened, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. "Zeo, I never anticipated your strength. I underestimated you." Yet, Zeo knew he lacked any sealing techniques. Fortunately, Jiraiya was proficient in such arts. Zeo retrieved a massive scroll from his cloak, slowly unfurling it. Orochimaru scoffed, "You little brat. Do you truly think to use sealing techniques against me? How laughable." Zeo smiled slyly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. "Who said I was sealing you? The true target is not you." As his words faded, the scroll fully unfurled, emanating a mysterious power. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, incredulity creeping into his voice. "What is this?" Zeo's lips curled into a confident smirk. "This is a sealing technique I specially commissioned, designed specifically for you, Orochimaru." Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you suggesting?" "Enough with the chatter," Zeo declared, swiftly forming hand seals and striking the scroll with force, his voice resonating with conviction. "The first and second Hokage are mine today. Not even the gods can intervene." A powerful attraction surged forth, compelling the remnants of Hashirama and Tobirama. After all, their reanimated forms had been thoroughly dismantled. Sealing them was now a trivial task. Orochimaru, witnessing this, felt a jolt of realization as he comprehended the gravity of the situation. His plan to dismantle Konoha was now irrevocably thwarted. Without hesitation, he recalled his prior agreement with Zeo. The third Hokage had allowed Zeo to deliver the finishing blow, while Orochimaru merely played a part. Such an interesting fellow, Uchiha Zeo. Orochimaru's figure vanished into thin air. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, attempted to pursue, but was intercepted by Zeo. "Teacher, Orochimaru is treacherous. You are advanced in age. Exercise caution." The third Hokage felt a surge of emotion. "Heaven has granted me a worthy disciple." The future of Konoha appeared promising. Just as the first and second Hokage were sealed, two ethereal souls emerged. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, and Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. The second Hokage regarded Zeo, furrowing his brow. "Uchiha brat, you seem quite capable. The Uchiha clan has produced yet another remarkable individual. Hiruzen, Danzo, you both have done well." The first Hokage turned to Hiruzen, his eyes filled with warmth. "Monkey, it appears you have trained a fine disciple. The future of Konoha is bright. Ding." Detected emotional fluctuation from Hashirama Senju. Reward points 100,000. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation from Tobirama Senju. Reward points 10,000. As the first and second Hokage dissipated, the third Hokage wept tears of joy. To see his mentors once more in his lifetime, he felt no regrets. Lord Hokage, are you unharmed?" The Umbu ninjas rushed to his side, encircling him and Danzo protectively. Soon after, Kakashi, Might Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma arrived on the scene. Upon seeing them, Zeo jested, "Oh, why did you all arrive so late? The enemy has already been driven away. Are you perhaps plotting against Lord Hokage's safety?" Ding, ding, ding. Another wave of reward points was added to his account. The third Hokage spoke slowly. "Enough, Zeo. Stop joking. What is the current situation in the village?" Kakashi, his expression serious, replied, "Sunagakure has attacked Konoha. I understand this matter." The third Hokage contemplated briefly before directing his gaze at Kakashi. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Kakashi affirmed. "Immediately investigate the incident of Sunagakure and Appo's assault. I require a detailed account of the events and the current state of Sunagakure." The third Hokage's voice resonated with undeniable authority. "Understood," Kakashi responded without hesitation, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 41. The death of the third generation. Activate the left eye's kaleidoscope. At that moment, Danzo, utilizing the techniques of the shadow clone and transformation, stealthily appeared behind the third Hokage. A cold smirk graced his lips as he taunted, "Hiruzen, you've grown old. You require a mere child to fight for you." The third Hokage sighed, lamenting, "Indeed, I have aged." Before he could finish his thought, Danzo's kunai lunged toward his heart like a bolt of lightning. "Let this be your end." The strike was swift and decisive, as if it had been meticulously plotted. "Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama!" A multitude of Umbu ninjas rushed in, their eyes wide with shock at Danzo's brazen attempt to assassinate the third Hokage during such a critical moment. A wave of panic swept through the crowd. The man who had vanquished the first and second Hokage and driven Orochimaru away was now facing death at the hands of his own ally. How tragic, how lamentable, how disgraceful, how pitiful. The third's gaze dimmed, a harbinger of his impending demise. Bewildered, he uttered, "Danzo, how could you? Why would you kill me before so many witnesses?" Even as he approached the end of his life, he could not fathom Danzo's treachery. In a fit of rage, Sasao shouted, "You old dog, Danzo! You have slain my master. and I shall not let this stand. Prepare to die." With fury coursing through him, he struck with a punch that soared like a cannonball, sending Danzo flying with a speed that left onlookers astonished. Then, with a dull thud, Danzo vanished in a cloud of smoke, as if he had never existed. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Eliminate the third Hokage during the Chunin exams without being discovered. Reward, 300,000 lottery points. Rewards have been issued. Please check your account. Ding. The fame in the Ninja World series of missions has been activated. Mission 1, defeat the Raikage. Completing this mission will unlock the next phase. Reward, 300,000 lottery points. Ding. Completing all fame in the Ninja World missions will grant you a selection gift pack of mythical items. Please participate actively. With the influx of 300,000 lottery points, Sasao's spirits soared, though he feigned deep sorrow. "Master, how can you leave us? Without you, how can I possibly live? I don't want to live anymore. I shall take my own life." As he spoke, he grasped a kunai, preparing to plunge it into himself. "Stop. Sasao, have you lost your mind?" Asuma urgently intervened, anxiety etched across his face. Kurenai followed closely, her tone gentle yet firm. "Though we mourn the loss of the Hokage, death is a part of life, and we must accept it." Suddenly, Sasao erupted into laughter, a sound tinged with sorrow. Tears streaming down his face, not from grief, but from exhilaration. "You do not understand. You cannot fathom the significance of the third's demise." At that moment, a transformation occurred in Sasao's left eye. "Left eye, kaleidoscope, activate." Kai comforted Sasao. "We all feel your pain. After all, he was your mentor. Please, calm down. You know nothing." He retorted, "I am overflowing with joy. Joy to the point of tears. Do you comprehend? This is the kaleidoscope Sharingan, not merely the three tomo. It appears to be a superior form." Kurenai stared at Sasao's eyes in astonishment, her face a mask of shock. She could feel the overwhelming chakra emanating from the kaleidoscope Sharingan, an oppressive force laden with a sinister aura. "Asuma," exclaimed Sasao. "Your eyes." Sasao paused momentarily before questioning. "What of them? Are they?" "Look for yourself," Asuma urged, his tone laced with urgency. "Your eyes seem to have undergone a transformation." A sly smile crept across Sasao's face as he softly declared, "Fear not. This is the fruition of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolution. It is known as the Kaleidoscope Sharingan." Asuma raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. "Kaleidoscope Sharingan?" Kurenai chimed in with curiosity. "What exactly is the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Can it truly evolve beyond the three tomo? It's hard to believe there is further evolution." Sasao regarded them with disdain, as if to say, "Are you truly elite Jonin of Konoha and yet remain unaware of this?" "Ahem. Allow me to elucidate what the kaleidoscope is. Do you think the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit Sharingan can only reach 3 tomo? You are gravely mistaken. Our Sharingan can evolve continuously, from 1 tomo to 2, then 3, culminating in the kaleidoscope Sharingan." Ding, ding, ding. Another wave of lottery points was credited. Sasao smiled slightly, and continued, "And that is the essence of it." Asuma responded in astonishment. "I never imagined the Sharingan could evolve. I had never heard of such a thing." With a gentle smile, Sasao said, "I shall not linger for idle chatter. Farewell." With that, he disappeared in an instant, his next destination set on seeking Gaara as the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. What treasures of lottery points might he yield? Sasao was filled with excitement. Name Uchiha Sasao. Dimensional power, 1080-1080, dimensional fusion, not awakened. Special physique, death god body, spirit pressure, level 64. Kaleidoscope Sharingan left eye, ability, divine fall, right eye, ability, divine edge, Susanoo, unlock progress, third form. Bloodline elimination, dust release. Attribute seen, lightning, expert, fire, expert, wind, water, earth. Death god abilities, Shuinpa, level 7. Swordsmanship, level 6. Ninjutsu shadow clone technique. 5 nature transformations, Chidori, Rinnegan, rebirth. Zanpakuto, 1000 cherry blossoms, wind. Magic, dragon slayer magic of lightning. Combat power assessment, super shadow level, 1004-33352. Lottery points, 185236. System backpack, advanced training potions, X5. Intermediate training potions, X65. Kaleidoscope Sharingan X2. 3 Tomo Sharingan X2. Forged by fire. Basic swordsmanship training method. Basic Shuinpa training method. Chakra nature change training method, 5 attributes. Upon reaching the super shadow level, the enhancement of strength appeared to slow dramatically. Even with the acquisition of the Dragon Slayer magic crystal, growth remained sluggish. Fortunately, he had awakened the kaleidoscope in his left eye, enabling him to truly wield Susanoo. Previously, he could only manifest the initial form with one eye, but now, he could directly summon the third form, Yatagarasu, marking a significant advancement. Sasao murmured to himself, "It seems I must continue to accumulate lottery points. If I could draw a mythical being of the Six Paths form, my power would experience a qualitative leap. Mere incremental growth no longer suffices." Chapter 42. The crushing of Shikaku outside the village of Konoha. A fierce confrontation unfolded between Naruto and Gaara. As anticipated, Shikaku appeared, its immense figure shimmering with golden light under the sun, filling the air with a palpable tension. Not far away, Sasao squinted, observing the scene, inwardly exclaiming, "At last. I have waited for you, One Tail." At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly emerged from behind Sasao, his face brimming with excitement. "Hey kid, the Chunin exams are over. When are you going to help me win Tsunade's heart? I can hardly wait." Sasao rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Could you not appear so suddenly behind someone? It really is quite frightening, you know." Sorry. Jiraiya scratched his head, appearing somewhat sheepish. "I was just a bit anxious, haha." Sasao shook his head in resignation. "What good does your anxiety do? We don't even know where Tsunade is right now. Let's deal with the One Tail first." Jiraiya's expression grew serious. After all, they were facing a tailed beast. The power of tailed beasts was universally acknowledged as formidable in the ninja world. "Jiraiya," Sasao teased. "You aren't afraid of just a mere One Tail, are you?" Jiraiya chuckled, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Haha, not at all. I am the great sage of the toads. Sages fear nothing." Sasao glanced over, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Look, that kid Naruto has even summoned Gamabunta. It seems he has made significant progress this past month." With that, Sasao's figure flickered as he dashed toward Shikaku. "Hey, wait a minute. Sasao, what do you think you're doing?" Jiraiya shouted, following closely behind. For Sasao, Shikaku represented a vast opportunity for reward points. "Humph, Shikaku, come and meet your demise," Sasao declared, diving from the sky with a provocative expression, clearly unperturbed by the beast, as if it were merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Sasao, what are you doing here?" Naruto exclaimed, shock evident on his face. Even Sasuke, who had just arrived, was taken aback, his gaze fixed on the descending Sasao, his mind a whirlwind. Moments later, Jiraiya arrived at the scene as well. "Perverted sage, what are you doing here?" Naruto turned to ask. Jiraiya replied sternly, "Everyone step back. This is a tailed beast. You cannot confront it. Retreat. Quickly." Yet Sasao paid no mind to anything else. At this moment, his desire for reward points had reached its zenith, his mind consumed by the obsession for them. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. He clapped his hands, and terrifying flames transformed into a colossal dragon, charging fiercely towards Shikaku. "Ha! A mere human dares to challenge me." Wind style, Vacuum Sphere. Shikaku unleashed a massive sphere of wind, infused with immense chakra, hurtling towards Sasao with astonishing speed and power, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. As a tailed beast, Shikaku required no hand seals. As long as it had sufficient chakra, it could unleash powerful attacks endlessly. Fire style, Fire Dragon Barrage. Sasao swiftly altered his offensive, raining down flames from the sky. The two attacks clashed violently. Boom! The thunderous sounds of wind and fire colliding echoed, the intertwining flames and gusts creating an extraordinarily magnificent scene. Evidently, Sasao held the upper hand. Fire naturally overcomes wind, a fundamental truth. However, he did not exert his full strength, as his intent was not to annihilate the tailed beast, but rather to seize this opportunity for more reward points. Is this all the legendary One-Tail Shikaku can do? The Nine Tails is far superior. Upon hearing the name of the Nine Tails, Shikaku's fury ignited. Beep. Detecting emotional fluctuations in Shikaku. Reward points 10,000. Human. It seems you know a great deal. Today, I shall take your life. I am the strongest among tailed beasts. Oh, Vacuum Sphere. Die, human. Boom, boom, boom. Countless vacuum spheres rained down upon Sasao. Sasao licked his lips, a cold smile emerging. TSK, the weakest tailed beast dares to call itself the strongest. Today, I shall teach you the price of arrogance. Lightning Dragon's crushing fist. With a roar, Sasao erupted with brilliant golden lightning. his fist striking like a bolt toward Shikaku's form. Boom. Oh, that hurts. Shikaku was sent flying, soaring over 100 meters away. The ground behind it shattered, trees splintered, leaving behind a straight line of devastation as if the earth itself trembled. Beep. Detecting emotional fluctuations in Shikaku, reward points 10,000. Jiraiya stood astonished at this scene. Sasao had previously claimed he was strong, but no one had anticipated such strength. To send Shikaku flying 100 meters? What kind of power was required to achieve such a feat? At that moment, Sasao looked down upon Shikaku. Behind Shikaku, Gaara lay in deep slumber. As long as Gaara remained unconscious, Shikaku would remain in its separated state, at Sasao's mercy. Hehe. Shikaku, do you wish to return to your Jinchuriki's body, thinking that would ensure your safety? Unfortunately, today you shall face my retribution. Sasao sneered, his tone dripping with provocation. Shikaku, trembling, cried out, Who are you? Before it could finish, Sasao's iron fist struck down once more upon Shikaku, a thunderous sound reverberating. Oh, stop. Please stop. Shikaku's voice quaked with sheer despair. Sasao merely chuckled coldly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Oh, you seem devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Am I hitting too lightly? With that, his fists rained down like a tempest, resounding booms echoing through the air. Beep. Detecting emotional fluctuations in Shikaku, reward points 10,000. Beep. 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 At last, Shikaku succumbed, collapsing into unconsciousness. Sasao clapped his hands, satisfaction evident in his gaze. Enough. Shikaku's reward points were nearing their limit. It was time to withdraw. After all, there would be opportunities to confront this beast again in the future. Time to return to the village. Just then, Jiraiya scampered over again, eager. Hey kid, when are you going to help me chase Tsunade? I've been waiting for a month. Sasao frowned, his tone tinged with exasperation. Perverted sage, can't you change the subject? You drone on about Tsunade every day. It's unbearable. I've told you before. This matter requires careful planning and adaptability. It's not that simple. If it were so easy to win her over, would you have remained single all these years? Jiraiya, slightly dazed, nodded in agreement. You do have a point. Sasao continued. Soon enough, you will have a chance to meet Tsunade, so do not worry. There will be plenty of opportunities. Just follow my lead and do not act on your own, understood? Chapter 43. Itachi enters Konoha. My foolish brother Zhaohao smiled and said, My plan is as follows. First, you do this, and then you proceed like that. If there are any changes to the plan, I will inform you promptly. Jiraiya's eyes brightened with realization. Oh, I see now. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Zhaohao vanished in an instant. Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh heartily. And in the next moment, he too departed from the scene. Before long, Zhaohao found himself on the outskirts of Konoha, where he unexpectedly encountered familiar faces, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma. To his greater astonishment, Itachi and Kisame were also present, clad in the distinctive Akatsuki uniforms, drawing immediate attention. Is that not my foolish brother? Zhaohao exclaimed, swiftly employing Shuinpa to position himself before Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. Kakashi, be cautious. Itachi's strength is formidable. He is an S-rank rogue ninja. Meanwhile, Kurenai, panting heavily, revealed her exhaustion, clearly having sustained serious injuries in combat. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke coolly. It appears we no longer need to search for you. Let us engage directly, Mr. Itachi. Kisame coldly interjected, his eyes glinting with the thirst for battle. Hearing this, Kakashi urgently urged Zhaohao, you must leave. I will hold them off. At this moment, Konoha was in a precarious state. The third Hokage had fallen, and the fifth Hokage had yet to be appointed, leaving the village in its most vulnerable period. Many had defected, some had perished, and there was an erratic Jiraiya. The village was nearly devoid of any elite-level combatants. Kakashi fixed his gaze upon Itachi, his voice low and resolute. What is your objective? Without hesitation, Itachi replied, Zhaohao, come with us. He deliberately directed his attention towards Zhaohao, understanding that as a competent undercover agent, revealing some information was a fundamental tactic. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's heart tightened. Who was Zhaohao? He was the village's prodigy, the third Hokage's most cherished disciple. Following the death of the third, Zhaohao, who had narrowly escaped suicide, had become a paragon of loyalty to the village and a powerful potential asset. How could someone of Zhaohao's caliber be captured? Even if Zhaohao wished to leave, Kakashi, representing elite Jonin, would never permit it. Kakashi implored urgently. Zhao, you need to go? Quickly. Zhao flashed a cunning smile and replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, everyone. These individuals could never capture me. With my current invincible strength, I can easily defeat them with just one hand. With that, he placed his left hand behind his back, ostentatiously extending only his right hand, seemingly dismissive of Kisame and Itachi. To the onlookers, this display reeked of arrogance. The gravity of the situation seemed lost on him. Ding, 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 ding. A wave of rewards flowed in. Kisame, seething with anger, glared at Zhao. How dare you challenge us with one hand? Such arrogance. Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly and retorted, What? Does the old shark have objections? Before he could finish, he activated Shuinpa and appeared before Kisame in an instant. Delivering a single, ordinary punch, Kisame was sent reeling by the blow, blood spurting forth, his face contorted in agony. The scene left everyone present dumbfounded, utterly astonished. Zhao had grown even stronger, his speed greatly enhanced. Zhao smirked lightly, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. My foolish brother, how far can your eyes see now? Are they about to fail you? As the words left his mouth, his eyes transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan. Itachi gazed at Zhao's Manjiki with a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. After all, the last time they met, Zhao had awakened only one eye. Yet now he possessed a pair, signifying his significant growth and independence from protection. However, Itachi's expression remained stoic as he remarked, Manjiki, is it? It seems you have made considerable progress over the years. Yet, I wonder if Sasuke possesses such ability. Zhao scoffed derisively, huh? That kid Sasuke is currently only at the level of double Tomo. He is simply incomparable to a genius like me. As for your partner, his strength is rather mediocre. How could you choose such a weak companion? Have you perhaps regressed in intellect over the years, brother? Kisame, incensed by Zhao's words, felt blood rise in his throat. How dare you belittle me, you little brat? Itachi, sensing the escalating tension, quickly positioned himself in front of Kisame and urged, We should retreat. We are not their match. This is Konoha, and reinforcements may arrive. With that, he swiftly led Kisame in a retreat, escaping the scene. Watching the fleeing Itachi, Zhao smiled lightly, confidence radiating from his eyes. Turning to Kakashi, he teased, Kakashi, look at these guys. They are not strong. I can defeat them with one hand. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Asuma's expression mirrored disbelief, while Kurenai gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Have all the Sand Village ninja been dealt with? Zhao inquired, his tone revealing concern. Kakashi nodded in response. Most have been handled, though a few have escaped, and there has been some damage to the structures. Then why are you still here? Shouldn't you be pursuing the Sand Village ninja? As Zhao finished speaking, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai seemed to awaken from their stupor. The overwhelming impact of Zhao's earlier display momentarily having clouded their thoughts. Before the gates of Konoha, a gentle breeze rustled, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. A furtive ninja glanced around nervously, clearly anxious. Just then, Yamashiro Aloi caught sight of him. As a member of the Konoha analytical team, his sensitivity to the surroundings was unparalleled. This shifty-eyed individual moved stealthily, undoubtedly a spy from another nation. Halt! Who are you? Yamashiro Aloi's voice thundered, chilling to the bone. The shifty ninja panicked, his face paling, as he prepared to flee. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Yamashiro Aloi swiftly intervened, capturing the foreign spy without mercy. Chapter 44. Allow me a moment of rest. Not long after, the door of the intelligence department in Konoha village slowly creaked open, and Sasao stepped inside. His figure appeared particularly striking under the dim light. Uncle Haichi, I have heard that you have apprehended a spy from the Hidden Cloud village? He inquired with a smile. Yamashiro Haichi, upon seeing Sasao, exhibited a hint of surprise, his gaze reflecting a degree of scrutiny. After all, he had heard that his daughter was involved with this prodigious genius of Konoha. Sasao, what brings you here? This is the intelligence department, Yamashiro Haichi remarked, furrowing his brow with a somewhat stern tone. Uncle Haichi, I need that spy from the Hidden Cloud village. Sasao spoke nonchalantly, confidence radiating from his demeanor. Yamashiro Haichi paused momentarily, then asked, how do you intend to utilize him? Well, Uncle Haichi, that is of no concern to you, Sasao replied with a mysterious smile, as if concealing some unknown scheme. Half an hour later, amidst the dappled shadows of the trees in the back mountains of Konoha, the air was tinged with a faint scent of pine. Sasao's eyes, adorned with the three-tomo Sharingan, slowly revolved, emanating a mysterious and formidable aura. He gazed at the spy from the Hidden Cloud Village, his voice deep and commanding. You will return to the Hidden Cloud Village immediately and follow my instructions. The spy appeared dazed, seemingly overwhelmed by Sasao's presence, and slowly nodded in acquiescence, responding, understood. Sasao smiled faintly, his tone imbued with authority. Remember, you must convey the current state of Konoha to the Raikage within 3 days. Off you go. The spy nodded again and swiftly vanished into the forest using the body flicker technique. Haha, now we simply await the Raikage, that fool, to take the bait. After all, Konoha is currently in a weakened state. If they become aware of our circumstances, they will surely act. Do not disappoint me. Sasao mused to himself, then reclined on the ground, hands resting behind his head, basking in the warm sunlight. It was high time to relax. Just then, Ino's voice rang out from a distance. Crisp and tinged with urgency. Sasao-chan. Sasao turned his head, a smile gracing his lips. Oh? Ino, my dear. What brings you here? I was just enjoying myself. At his affectionate address, Ino's cheeks flushed, a wave of sweetness washing over her heart. She approached Sasao, gently sitting beside him, her gaze filled with concern. Sasao-chan. I heard that the third Hokage has passed away. You must be quite saddened? Sasao smiled faintly, his tone calm. What significance does sorrow hold? Regardless of grief, facts remain unchanged. The dead cannot be revived, and those who live must continue with life. Hence, I do not feel sorrow. Ino and Appo's heart ached upon hearing this, her eyes sparkling with a hint of joy. Sasao-chan, it is truly wonderful that you can think this way. Sasao smiled gently, resting his head on Ino's soft lap, enveloped in a sense of warm tranquility. He could not help but inwardly marvel at the comfort of resting his head there. Ino and Appo's cheeks instantly turned a shade of pink, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Sasao-chan, what are you? Her voice was soft and shy, like petals brushed by the wind. Just let me rest for a while. Just a moment. Sasao closed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips as he savored the tranquility. Ino felt a warm swell within her, her eyes shimmering with a gentle glow. It's all right, Sasao-chan. You can rest for as long as you like. Thus, Ino sat quietly on the ground, tenderly stroking Sasao's hair, savoring the stillness and beauty of the moment. Sasao's head rested peacefully on her lap. As if time had frozen in that instant, the essence of youth permeating the air, warm and filled with hope. Ino, her concern evident, asked, Sasao-chan, do you have something on your mind? You seem a bit different today. Is it about the village? Sasao gazed up at the azure sky, softly murmuring to himself, the interests of the village and the lives of loved ones, how absurd. Ino was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Sasao's words. What village interests? What lives of loved ones? How could they be absurd? Sasao seemed to sense Ino's confusion and spoke slowly. It matters not if you do not understand. I simply find one particular matter perplexing. Ino, eager to help, responded, Sasao-chan, you can share it with me. I can help analyze it. Sasao attempted to shift the topic, softly stating, by the way, I will need to leave the village in a few days. Ino asked curiously, leaving the village? Is there something important? Sasao replied nonchalantly, nothing of great importance. Merely executing a secret mission outside, nothing hazardous. Ino breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. At that moment, distant voices of Shikamaru and CHG reached them. Hey, you two, what time is it? Still here indulging in romance. Everyone else is busy preparing for the third's memorial service, and you two are so leisurely. Sasao and Ino quickly rose, realizing their lapse in decorum during this significant moment. Sasao broke the silence first. Astonished, the memorial service for the third has been prepared so swiftly? Shikamaru, exasperated, replied with a nonchalant tone. What a hassle. How can you be so carefree, not even knowing such a basic thing? CHG chimed in earnestly. Tonight is the memorial service for the third and all the fallen ninja. Sasao suddenly understood. Ah, I see now. That evening, fine rain fell like silk, gently drenching every corner of Konoha village. By the gravestones, a sorrowful atmosphere enveloped all present. The losses suffered by Konoha were indeed grievous, with the third Hokage sacrificing his life in this confrontation. No, the third was a victim of Danzo's treachery. Additionally, over 10 special Jonin and more than 20 ordinary Chunin lost their lives in this ambush. At this moment, Sasao stood at the forefront, clad in a black and white funeral robe, resembling a star in the night sky, poised and enigmatic. The star-shaped headpiece he wore exuded an air of formidable authority. Draped in a silver-white funeral shroud, soft as clouds yet dignified, it billowed gently with his movements, reminiscent of mist at dawn, enhancing his ethereal presence. His entire aura during this memorial service starkly contrasted with his previously arrogant and carefree demeanor. Deep and powerful, it seemed to momentarily solidify the surrounding air. Everyone took note of Sasao's transformation. Kakashi furrowed his brow, concern and confusion lacing his voice. "Sasao, what is wrong with you today?" Sasao's figure appeared shrouded in a mysterious halo, his profound gaze gleaming with a hint of cerulean, as if it could penetrate the turmoil within him, emanating an air of chilling elegance. Asuma, Kurenai, and Might Guy exchanged glances, each harboring the same question. Could the death of the third have struck such a profound blow to Sasao that it catalyzed his character development? They observed Sasao, their minds racing with speculation, pondering if perhaps all of this was intertwined with the third's passing. Chapter 45. Zohao, you want me to be Hokage? I decline. On the following morning, the gentle sunlight cascaded over the village of Konoha, bathing the entire settlement in a golden glow, rendering everything exquisitely beautiful. However, within the Hokage's office, an atmosphere of tension prevailed. On the desk lay a will, the final words of the third Hokage. Present were two advisors from the upper echelons of Konoha, Sanai Koharu and Mito Gate Haya. Koharu was the first to shatter the silence. According to the third Hokage's wishes, the candidate for the fifth Hokage is Uchiha Zohao. As soon as these words were uttered, the office was engulfed in astonishment. Even the usually composed Kakashi found himself momentarily speechless. Zohao? Although his strength was indeed formidable, he was far too young and lacked sufficient experience. Kakashi furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend this decision. Asuma could not help but interject. Zohao's temperament hardly seems suited for the role of Hokage. While Yuhi Kurenai harbored her own reservations, she ultimately chose silence. It was well known that Zohao had demonstrated extraordinary prowess during the Konoha collapse plan, an undeniable testament to his abilities. However, his youth and inexperience remained significant concerns for shouldering such a grave responsibility. At this moment, the door to the Hokage's office creaked open as Zohao entered, emanating an air of cold intensity. He fixed his gaze upon the assembled individuals and declared with unwavering conviction, "You want me to be Hokage? I'm afraid I must decline." This proclamation left everyone in stunned silence. Someone dared to refuse the position of Hokage? It was a title coveted by countless shinobi of Konoha. How could he simply reject it? Yet, upon further reflection, it became apparent that Konoha was experiencing a severe shortage of capable candidates to succeed the Hokage. Koharu's expression turned anxious as she urged, "Zohao, this is the third Hokage's will. Do you truly wish to defy the wishes of our forebears?" Zohao chuckled coldly, a hint of disdain in his tone. "A will is merely a will, but we must also consider the current reality. I believe I am utterly unfit for the position of Hokage, and I have no desire to be Hokage. Moreover, can you persuade the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Clearly, you cannot." He paused momentarily, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, and continued, "Furthermore, if I were to become Hokage, my first decree would be to annihilate the other four nations and unify the shinobi world. Would you still consent to my ascension as Hokage then? You know nothing and should refrain from pretending to be clever." His voice resonated like thunder, imposing a sense of pressure upon those present. Koharu smiled slightly and remarked, "As expected, you have indeed declined." Zohao furrowed his brow in confusion. It seems you anticipated this?" Koharu explained earnestly. "The third Hokage's will indicated that you would likely refuse the position of Hokage." Zohao raised an eyebrow. "And then?" At this point, Mito Gate Haya interjected. "If you are unwilling to become Hokage, there is another option, the position of Hokage's assistant." Zohao inquired with curiosity, "Hokage's assistant?" Mito Gate Haya replied firmly, "This is a role you cannot refuse. As a shinobi of Konoha, in times of crisis, you must shoulder this responsibility." Zohao appeared unconvinced. "Hokage's assistant? What benefits does that entail? Is it lucrative?" The others exchanged exasperated glances, a wave of disbelief washing over them. This was the position of Hokage's assistant, a role that required no arduous tasks yet afforded the luxury of power and freedom, allowing one to choose whether to engage in any affairs or remain uninvolved entirely. Upon hearing Mito Gate Haya's explanation, Zohao finally grasped the true nature of the Hokage's assistant position. Wasn't it merely a role of significant authority with minimal responsibility? Fine, but I have a condition. Zohao revealed a sly smile. Mito Gate Haya was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "Speak." Zohao raised a finger and slowly stated, 1 million Ryo per month. How does that sound? 1 million Ryo 500,000 1 million Ryo? Koharu was instantly taken aback. This figure was indeed somewhat extravagant, yet within their realm of acceptance. It was worth considering. Very well, it's settled then. Mito Gate Haya ultimately acquiesced, his tone tinged with resignation and compromise. After all, Konoha was currently in its weakest state since its inception. If the other 4 great nations were to invade now, resistance would be utterly futile, especially against a village like Kumogakure that revered strength. Koharu stated, "Since you have agreed, from this moment forward, you are the Hokage's assistant. With the position of Hokage currently vacant, I must trouble you to temporarily assume the role of Hokage." Zohao was taken aback. It seemed a royal flush awaited him. All this talk was merely leading him to become Hokage, albeit temporarily. This was all due to Zohao's earlier flattery. Who would have thought that even the third Hokage's will would linger on his name? He had inadvertently ended up as acting Hokage. This sensation, it felt as though he had been outmaneuvered. Koharu smiled faintly and remarked, "It's merely an acting Hokage role. It won't be for long. We should be able to resolve this before we find a candidate for the 5th Hokage." Zohao squinted, a playful smile curving his lips. "Heh, you truly are remarkable, to dare play tricks in my presence. If you want me to be the acting Hokage, that is acceptable. However, I require more payment. Otherwise, I shall not take on the role of acting Hokage." Koharu, unperturbed, asked, "How much do you want?" Zohao confidently replied, "A one-time payment of 10 million Ryo. If that is not feasible, then we can't negotiate." Koharu nodded without hesitation, agreed. Zohao sauntered to the Hokage's seat, crossing his legs nonchalantly, his expression suddenly turning fierce. "Since I am now Hokage, then, immediately issue a bounty for Danzo Shimura, classifying him as an S-rank rogue ninja. Furthermore, we cannot spare Sunagakure either. Dispatch envoys to negotiate with them, and based on the demands of war, ensure they compensate for the damages. If they refuse to pay, then Sunagakure should cease to exist. Lastly, all of you must conduct a self-reflection. Why was Orochimaru able to invade Konoha? And why did the shinobi from Sunagakure manage to infiltrate here? Was it not due to Konoha's weakened defenses? All Jonin and Chunin must submit a 5,000-word self-reflection and provide a proposal for improving Konoha. By tomorrow morning, I expect to see these documents on my desk. If I do not see these materials, you need not consider yourself shinobi. Go home and drink milk instead. Understood?" Faced with Zohao's assertiveness, everyone could not help but gasp in astonishment, their hearts pounding with the weight of the responsibilities laid upon them. Issuing a bounty for Danzo, sending envoys to negotiate with Sunagakure, drafting reflections and proposals. These formidable tasks filled them with immense pressure. "Very well, this Hokage has other matters to attend to, so I shall not indulge you any longer," Zohao concluded, decisively rising and exiting the Hokage's office, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 46. Do not court disaster. The news of Zhuang temporarily acting as Hokage spread swiftly throughout the village. The following day, the Konoha 12 quickly learned of this development. At that moment, Zhuang found himself surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic young ninjas. Naruto was the first to speak, his voice brimming with excitement. "Zhuang, you've actually become Hokage. Though only temporarily, this is truly remarkable." Zhuang smiled modestly and waved his hand, humbly responding, "Oh, they originally intended for me to take the position permanently, but I declined. For now, I must settle for this temporary role. Ha ha ha." Rock Lee's eyes sparkled with fervor as he exclaimed, "Incredible. This is the essence of youth." Burning brightly, "Zhuang, you are our inspiration." A chorus of admiration and envy erupted from those around them, creating a vibrant atmosphere. All right. Zhuang quickly gestured for calm. "This is merely a temporary position. Once the 5th Hokage assumes office, I shall relinquish my role." Nevertheless, at that moment, Zhuang wielded all the powers of Hokage. Although his position was transient, it far surpassed that of the Konoha 12. After exchanging pleasantries with the crowd, he made his way directly to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon the neatly stacked documents on the desk. These were the reports and improvement proposals drafted by the elite Jonin. The efficiency of these shinobi was astonishing. They had managed to formulate improvement plans overnight. Zhuang couldn't help but mutter to himself as he perused the documents, a sense of helplessness and bitterness rising within him. However, as he delved deeper into the reviews, his forehead became lined with exasperation. These proposals lacked substantive significance. What were these individuals thinking? If so many ninjas were available, did they truly believe I needed their opinions? Before long, Jiraiya slowly pushed the door open and entered. Zhuang regarded him with a teasing smile. Feigning arrogance as he declared, "Jiraiya, why not promptly pay your respects to the esteemed Hokage?" Jiraiya internally rolled his eyes, thinking, "Pay respects to you? Do you fancy yourself an emperor? Listen, kid, you ought to tell me how we should proceed." Jiraiya urged impatiently. Zhuang smiled faintly and calmly replied, "Don't rush. Your first step is to bring Tsunade back to serve as Hokage." Jiraiya furrowed his brow, inquiring, "And then? The subsequent matters will be handled by me." Zhuang continued, "You merely need to follow my arrangements, particularly concerning the Akatsuki's operations. It is imperative that you adhere to my instructions, otherwise, you won't even know how you met your end. Remember, do not court disaster. And do keep a close eye on Naruto's training. Just look at how weak he has become. I truly cannot comprehend what you have taught him. He can't even perform the Rinnegan." Jiraiya responded with some exasperation, "Kid, do you have any idea how difficult the Rinnegan is? Given Naruto's talent, it would be a challenge even for him to master it in a year." Zhuang smiled gently, extending a finger and softly stating, "Do you really think the Rinnegan is that difficult?" As soon as he finished speaking, a Rinnegan formed on his fingertip, emanating a chakra fluctuation more intense than a typical Rinnegan. Jiraiya stared at him in astonishment, somewhat shocked. "This? What are you doing?" Zhuang then extended 5 fingers, each one supporting a small Rinnegan, resembling a chakra flower in full bloom, dazzling in its brilliance. "Is the Rinnegan truly so difficult?" Zhuang raised an eyebrow, his gaze laced with challenge. Jiraiya was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to respond. Meanwhile, in the hidden cloud village, within the Hokage and Appo's office, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. "Are you telling the truth? The third Hokage is dead? Moreover, Konoha is currently in a state of severe devastation. Its strength almost entirely depleted?" The Hokage questioned angrily, his robust physique and dark complexion rendering him particularly imposing. "Indeed, Hokage-sama," a spy replied respectfully, his tone imbued with excitement. "This is the perfect opportunity for us to coerce Konoha. I suggest we dispatch envoys immediately, just as we did last time. I have heard that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can be transplanted, unlike the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, which is protected by a cursed seal." The Hokage slammed his hand on the table, the deafening sound causing the entire office to tremble. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he proclaimed, "Samui, this time, let your team head to Konoha and seize this opportunity." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Samui, Omoi, and Karui responded in unison, their eyes glimmering with the tension of the impending mission. The trio swiftly set off. Omoi frowned, expressing his unease. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. I sense that things aren't quite right." Karui retorted dismissively, "What is there to doubt? It's merely a small village like Konoha. Even if the intelligence is flawed, we can regard this mission as a friendly visit." Samui appeared more serious. "Enough. Our mission is of utmost importance. We must remain adaptable to the situation. Our targets are the Jinchuriki, Sharingan, and any obtainable Kekkei Genkai and secret techniques. The Hidden Cloud Village is renowned for its combative spirit. Beyond their martial zeal, they possess a peculiar obsession with acquiring various Kekkei Genkai and secret arts. Furthermore, it cannot be said that all ninjas from the Hidden Cloud share this trait. Historically, the Hokages have often been brash individuals, lacking in intellect." At this moment in Konoha, sunlight streamed through the curtains of the Hokage's office, where Zhuang languidly reclined in his chair, exuding an air of leisure. "I wonder when those fellows from the Hidden Cloud will arrive. I can hardly contain my anticipation." He mused softly to himself, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. The distance between the land of lightning and the land of fire is not extensive. A day's journey suffices for them to arrive. Based on Zhuang's estimations, they would reach Konoha by tomorrow. As he mentally prepared for the forthcoming meeting, his excitement quickened. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Jiraiya, accompanied by Naruto, was engaged in training while simultaneously searching for Tsunade's whereabouts. Concurrently, Sasuke was not swayed by Orochimaru's temptations. However, his obsession with avenging Itachi remained profound, even intensifying, driving him to undertake more fervent training. Chapter 47. boldly stepping into the fray Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, and Might Guy. Four elite jonin of Konohagakure gathered together, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Zaha fixed his gaze upon them and spoke. Tomorrow, the envoy from Kumogakure will arrive in Konoha. As jonin, I trust you all understand the purpose of their visit. Kakashi furrowed his brow and cautiously inquired, could it be a chance to exploit our vulnerabilities? Indeed, Zaha affirmed with a calm nod. Our visible strength has plummeted, and Kumogakure will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. However, I am well prepared. He paused, scanning the faces of his comrades before continuing. What I am about to disclose must remain confidential. Only the four of you need to be privy to this. Do you understand? At this proclamation, Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, and Might Guy were momentarily taken aback, their minds racing with speculation about the gravity of Zaha's forthcoming words. With a serious demeanor, Zaha slowly articulated, tomorrow, I will journey to Kumogakure. My plan is simple yet audacious, immersing myself in the fray, compelling the Raikage to submit through sheer strength. Time swiftly passed, and the Kumogakure envoy, Team Samui, officially arrived in Konoha. They proceeded directly to the Hokage's office, only to be met with a shocking sight. Zaha sat confidently in the Hokage's seat. Welcome, esteemed visitors. Please, take a seat. He greeted with a smile, introducing himself. I am Uchiha Zaha, the acting Hokage of Konohagakure. Samui frowned and asked, you are the Hokage? Karui scoffed derisively, retorting, how could a mere child like you be the Hokage? After all, their intelligence indicated that the third Hokage had perished. The notion of electing a mere 12-year-old as a temporary Hokage in such a short span was utterly absurd. Zaha appeared to be an easy target, someone they could easily manipulate. Zaha narrowed his eyes, surveying the three. Let you remain arrogant for a few more days. Soon, you shall learn what true fear entails. I wonder what Kumogakure's envoy hopes to achieve, or what guidance you wish to provide. Samui replied, I've heard that Konoha recently endured a devastating battle, with Tsunagakure betraying you and the rogue ninja Orochimaru having slain the third Hokage. Surely, the strength of your village has waned significantly. Zaha responded, I am impressed by Kumogakure's information network. As you can see, Konoha is indeed in a precarious situation. Karui's excitement surged at this, of course. A merchant from our village happened to pass through Konoha during the turmoil and was tragically killed because of your village's upheaval. His son returned and recounted the entire ordeal. As Hokage, shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? A merchant from Kumogakure, you say, dying fortuitously in Konoha? Such claims are utterly ludicrous. Is this merely a guise to extract benefits from us? Yet, Zaha was unfazed. So, how does Kumogakure propose we compensate for this? Samui smirked coldly. We demand the surrender of Uchiha Sasuke as reparations for the death of our compatriot in your village. Zaha was not angered by this demand. Instead, he responded with unwavering clarity. Uchiha Sasuke, you have a point, but that is out of the question. He is my brother. How could I possibly hand him over? Karui shot back. Uchiha Zaha, do you not fear that we from Kumogakure might send our forces to obliterate your village? Fear? Indeed, I am terrified. Zaha feigned trepidation, nodding. While I cannot surrender my brother, I would be willing to accompany you. Samui frowned. You? As the acting Hokage, will your village permit you to leave? What is impossible about that? Zaha shrugged nonchalantly. I ask, do you wish to proceed or not? I have yet to visit your Kumogakure. I am quite eager to see the scenery. Let us depart. Zaha rose, prepared to follow Samui and her team to Kumogakure. Why do you all stand there in shock? I have already stated that if you seek reparations, then allow me, your temporary Hokage, to accompany you. Is that not sufficient? His demeanor remained strikingly calm, as though he had never regarded the situation with concern, leaving the Kumogakure representatives in disbelief. Half an hour later, at the gates of Konoha, Ino, Shikamaru, and Shoji hastily caught up with Zaha and his departing companions. Ino's face was etched with worry, despite Zaha's prior mention of a secret mission. She had never imagined it would lead to Kumogakure. Zaha, Ino hesitated, struggling to voice her concerns. Do not fret, Zaha said, gently wrapping his arm around Ino's waist and kissing her passionately, the fervent kiss momentarily freezing the world around them. After the kiss, Zaha waved his hand, wearing a confident smile. Rest assured, do you not know of my strength? There is nothing to fear. Kumogakure is merely a ragtag group. His tone dripped with disdain, as if he were indifferent to the impending peril. The trio silently watched as Zaha and his companions departed, each consumed by their own complex emotions. Shikamaru frowned, unable to suppress a sigh. What a hassle. Zaha has chosen this critical moment to leave the village, and he is now the acting Hokage. Choji looked worried. I wonder when he will return. Being the temporary Hokage, his monthly salary could easily sustain me for a year. Ino shot Choji an exasperated glare, her anger flaring. You dolt. At such a time, you're still thinking about food? Why not just eat yourself to death? If anything were to happen to Zaha, I will make you pay. Shikamaru, hands in his pockets, remarked casually, TCH. Do you genuinely believe Zaha was coerced into going to Kumogakure? Ino, puzzled, retorted, wasn't he? That is Kumogakure after all. Shikamaru sighed wearily, contemplating the lack of critical thinking among his peers. Listen, let me share a secret. My father mentioned that Zaha's strength has surpassed that of the late third Hokage. His voice rose with excitement. Imagine, a superpower surpassing the third Hokage. Venturing alone into another village, what do you think will happen? Ino remained anxious, but other villages have their Kage and numerous ninjas. Zaha is but one person. He could easily fall into danger. Shikamaru, exasperated, tapped his forehead, finding it too tedious to explain, yet he continued patiently. Look around. There are no Jonin or Umbu present. This indicates that Zaha's journey to Kumogakure is a plan that Konoha's higher-ups had long ago deliberated. He paused momentarily, his gaze imbued with wisdom as he continued to elucidate regarding the perilous matter you mentioned. My analysis and understanding of Zhuhao's character have led me to a conclusion. Zhuhao possesses an excessive confidence in his abilities, even believing he can contend against the entirety of Chunin village. Thus, the ultimate conclusion is that Zhuhao's journey to Chunin village was a premeditated outcome. Shikamaru's lips curled into a faint smile as he shook his head, murmuring, it seems that Chunin village is destined for misfortune. If Zhuhao were present, he would undoubtedly give Shikamaru a thumbs up for such an astute analysis. Chapter 48. The Beast Unleashed. This marked the first journey for Zohu since he entered the world of Naruto. Karui questioned him, Hey, you little brat Hokage, what on earth are you thinking? Do you not fear for your life following us to the Hidden Cloud Village? Zohu appeared unfazed, casually replying, Whether I live or die is of no consequence. What matters is that I have already informed all the ninja villages in the shinobi world about your actions. I believe that within 3 days, the entire ninja world will be aware of the despicable deeds of your Hidden Cloud Village. At this moment, Zohu resembled a ferocious beast unleashed, reveling in his newfound audacity. From an external perspective, Konoha seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, in reality, it was Konoha that held the upper hand. It could only be said that the Hidden Cloud Village had misjudged their opponent. Samui was about to speak, but was caught off guard as Zohu delivered a powerful punch, sending her flying. How could this be? Such incredible speed, she exclaimed, her face etched with shock. Zohu showed no mercy as he turned towards Karui and Omoi, unleashing a series of heavy punches that left both opponents sprawled on the ground. Utterly defenseless, Zohu gazed down at the three, a cold smirk playing on his lips. I apologize, but your Hidden Cloud Village has become my prey. I have heard tales of your fierce customs. I am eager to witness who the true ferocity lies within my presence. Clenching his fists, the knuckles cracking with anticipation, he seemed eager to engage in a fierce battle. The three lay on the ground, blood trickling from their mouths, their expressions dazed. Samui struggled to ask, What on earth have you done to us? Why can we not move? Zohu tilted his head, his eyes void of emotion, coldly observing them. Is this the strength of the elite from the Hidden Cloud Village? Your performance has truly disappointed me. You cannot even discern such a fundamental matter. Clink, clink, clink. A wave of lottery points was credited. Samui labored to inquire, What do you want from us? What do I want? Zohu regarded the golden-haired, buxom kunoichi with a look of incredulity, coldly retorting, Is it not you from the Hidden Cloud Village who has been harboring ulterior motives all along? I never sought trouble in Konoha. You came to provoke us. Now, lying on the ground like dogs, do you still wish to blame me? Indeed, it was true. The Hidden Cloud Village had long harbored covetous thoughts towards Konoha, while Konoha had never sought conflict. The Hidden Cloud initiated the confrontation, faced with Zoha's accusations. The trio from the Hidden Cloud fell silent, ensnared in helplessness. At this moment, the atmosphere in Konoha was thick with tension. Sasuke learned of Zohu's predicament, and a wave of despair surged within him. His fists clenched tightly, anger and anxiety intermingling as he muttered, Damn it, I must find him. However, Kakashi swiftly grasped Sasuke's arm, halting his advance. Sasuke, calm down. Zohu has his own plans. This is not a reckless venture. Let go of me, Sasuke shouted, his eyes flashing with unease and anxiety. Kakashi, please calm him down. This is not the time for tantrums. Kakashi's brow furrowed as he endeavored to soothe Sasuke's emotions with a steady tone. Sakura followed closely, gently advising, Sasuke, please calm down. Zohu will be fine. Naruto trained diligently with Jiraiya, striving to enhance his abilities. According to the original narrative, Sasuke was supposed to leave Konoha to follow Orochimaru for training. Yet, the current Sasuke had not been subjected to the cursed seal. Instead, he chose to train under Kakashi. Despite Kakashi being an experienced elite genin, his strength still paled in comparison to Orochimaru. At this moment, Sasuke's heart brimmed with longing. He ardently wished to grow stronger. Kakashi, teach me more powerful ninjutsu. Sasuke's voice exuded determination and desire, his eyes sparkling with defiance and resolve. He yearned to surpass Zohu, to exceed Itachi, and ultimately avenge himself by taking Itachi's life. Kakashi furrowed his brow, adopting a patient tone. Sasuke, you need to remain calm. There is no need to rush your training. No, I must learn the most powerful ninjutsu now. The flames of ambition burned fiercely in Sasuke's eyes. Kakashi sighed, realizing that Sasuke was no longer receptive to advice. His heart was solely consumed by an unrelenting pursuit of power. Perhaps influenced by Zoha's actions, Sasuke's yearning for strength intensified. Just then, a sinister laugh filled the air, sending chills down their spines. Hee hee. How amusing. Uchiha Sasuke, the power-seeking Uchiha. Kakashi's heart tightened, his alertness surging, his gaze fixated on Orochimaru, who evoked an unsettling atmosphere. Sakura, paralyzed by fear, turned pale as a ghost. The presence of a shadow-level powerhouse radiated an oppressive aura, causing even the typically composed Kakashi to feel beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He inhaled deeply, striving to steady his emotions, addressing Orochimaru with a grave tone. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, what brings you here? Hee hee. Orochimaru's laughter echoed ominously, laced with provocation. I am here for the Uchiha, of course. Kakashi, do not attempt to obstruct me. Your strength is far too lacking. Zzz. In an instant, Kakashi gathered Chidori in his hand, arcs of electricity illuminating the surroundings. He was poised for a counterattack, his heart racing with tension. Even if you are one of the legendary Sannin, my current strength is sufficient to contend with you. Hee hee. Orochimaru sneered disdainfully, a chilling smile curling his lips. I wonder who has instilled such courage in you. Kakashi. Before he could finish his words, Orochimaru transformed into a blurred shadow, swiftly charging towards Kakashi. Kakashi's heart raced. He reacted quickly, Chidori shining brilliantly in his grasp, accompanied by a thunderous roar as he prepared to engage. The distance between them closed in an instant. Kakashi's electric surge colliding with Orochimaru's snake-like form, seemingly freezing time in that moment. The intense current intertwined with the air, warping the very atmosphere due to their clash. Do you think you can stop me with merely this? Orochimaru coldly mocked, his eyes glinting with malice, as several enormous snakes materialized in his grasp, lunging towards Kakashi like phantoms from the shadows. Chidori! Kakashi exclaimed, and despite the gigantic snake's onslaught, his Chidori erupted with dazzling lightning, piercing towards the foremost serpent. The moment electricity met the snake's body, a deafening explosion resounded, cleaving the serpent in two, blood splattering everywhere. However, Kakashi had no time to celebrate his victory, as more serpents followed in an unending wave, encircling him. He nimbly dodged their strikes, but their speed was astonishing, nearly overwhelming him. What are you struggling against, Kakashi? Orochimaru's taunting voice echoed in his ears, unaffected and increasingly smug. You have talent, but it is still insufficient, Kakashi. I will not let you succeed. Kakashi's determination surged as chakra rapidly gathered within him. He needed to find an opportunity to counterattack. Just then, he noticed Sasuke, who had been captured by Orochimaru. Sasuke. Kakashi's heart tightened, overwhelmed by an immense sense of urgency. His entire chakra surged like a tidal wave, and his resolve solidified in an instant. He must transcend this dire predicament and save Sasuke. Raikiri. With a low exclamation, Kakashi unleashed his ultimate technique, the lightning illuminating the air as it surged towards Orochimaru. However, it was evident that Orochimaru had no intention of lingering there. Gripping Sasuke's arm firmly, Sasuke appeared utterly vulnerable before him, unable to resist. In that fleeting moment, they transformed into a shadow and vanished silently. Kakashi was filled with helplessness, knowing well that Orochimaru was not an adversary that a mere elite J-nin like himself could confront with ease. Chapter 49, Uchiha Zhao, Reikage. I have heard tales of your formidable lightning release. In the office of the Reikage, hidden within the village of Cloud, Uchiha Zhao finally arrived after a day of relentless travel. Without pausing for respite, he strode directly into the office. His gaze fell upon the three members of Team Samui lying on the ground, their breath shallow and clearly gravely injured. Upon witnessing this, the Reikage's fury ignited, his expression darkening ominously. "Brat, did you inflict these injuries upon them?" He glared at Zhao, seeming ready to pounce and tear him apart. Zhao shrugged nonchalantly, a smirk dancing on his lips. Who can blame them for being weak? As the temporary Hokage, they showed me insufficient respect, so I had to teach them a lesson on honoring the strong. Reikage, I've heard your lightning release is quite impressive, Zhao continued, his demeanor dripping with provocation. His gaze sharp as a blade fixed on the Reikage. The air around them seemed to crackle with electricity, golden lightning weaving around him, pulsating with a brilliant glow, as if ready to erupt at any moment. The Reikage furrowed his brow, evidently incensed by Zhao's insolence. How dare a mere 12-year-old challenge him? Zhao's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as he licked his lips, excitement glinting in his eyes. Suddenly, a bolt of golden lightning crashed down from above, striking with blinding speed. Startled, the Reikage reacted swiftly, narrowly evading the attack. Uchiha Zhao, are you attempting to instigate war? He demanded, his voice laced with fury. War? Do you truly believe you have the right to speak of war? Is it not your village of Cloud that is universally acknowledged as the harbinger of conflict? Zhao's tone was icy, laced with contempt. Today, I shall grant you, the Reikage, a taste of the wrath of lightning. Zhao's aura surged like a tempest, crackling audibly. The golden lightning threatened to envelop the entire Reikage building in its dazzling brilliance, leaving onlookers in a daze. The Reikage's complexion shifted dramatically, panic and unease flickering in his eyes. This is bad. We must retreat, he shouted urgently. Yet, Zhao's cold laughter echoed as he mocked. Too late. Drawing a deep breath, he felt the tumultuous power within him, and then bellowed, roar of the lightning dragon. With his shout, a colossal beam of lightning erupted from his mouth, crashing towards the Reikage building, its thunderous boom resonating like a war drum, shaking the very souls of all present. The lightning coalesced into a dragon form, spiraling forth with unparalleled might, bearing down on the Reikage. A sense of urgency gripped the Reikage, the overwhelming peril snapping him into clarity. He swiftly gathered chakra, forming hand seals to brace for the impending assault. Alert! Emotional fluctuation detected in Reikage AI. 10,000 lottery points. Activate lightning release armor mode. The Reikage commanded, immediately encased in a shimmering blue shield. The clash between the lightning dragon and the shield erupted in a blinding flash, the air buzzing with the cacophony of electricity, as if the entire building trembled in response. Though the Reikage's lightning release mode was formidable, it was swiftly torn asunder, revealing cracks that threatened to shatter his defense. The Reikage's lightning release chakra mode is nothing to boast about. I hardly exerted myself, yet your defenses crumble? Zhao's voice sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, his hands tracing elegant arcs as more lightning converged from all directions. Reikage, your time is up. Zhao's laughter echoed in the Reikage's ears, infused with madness. A jolt of realization struck the Reikage. If he did not retaliate soon, he would be utterly vanquished. He quickly recalibrated his strategy, opting for an offensive approach. Lightning release, lightning plow hot knife. The Reikage roared, channeling all his lightning release chakra, propelling himself towards Zhao like a bolt of lightning, aiming to deliver a lethal strike with unparalleled force. However, Zhao remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In my hand, I forge a golden weapon, a halberd entirely composed of lightning, radiating resplendent light. Feel my strike. Lightning dragon halberd, Zhao cried, unhesitatingly launching the weapon towards the Reikage, as if to rend the very fabric of space itself. With a swish, the lightning dragon halberd sliced through the air, instantly colliding with the Reikage. He was immediately engulfed in a torrent of lightning, the electric storm swirling around him. The anguished cries echoed as the Reikage was hurled backward by the overwhelming force. At that moment, he was thoroughly defeated. Alert! Emotional fluctuation detected in Reikage AI. 10,000 lottery points. Congratulations, host, for completing the renowned task of the Shinobi world. Defeat the Reikage. Reward: 300,000 lottery points. Rewards have been issued. Please check. Commence the next task. Disturb the village of Cloud. Rewards will vary based on the scale of the disturbance. Lottery points: 100. 000 to 1, 000. Name: Uchiha Zhao. Dimensional power: 1090. Dimensional fusion: not awakened. Special physique: Death God Body. Spirit pressure: level 65. Rinnegan left eye ability: Divine Fall. Right eye ability: Divine Edge. Susanoo, unlock progress. Third form. Bloodline elimination: Dust release. Attributes: Een, lightning, proficient. Fire, proficient. Wind, water, earth. Death God abilities: Shuinpa, level 7. Swordsmanship, level 6. Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique. 5 Nature Transformation Techniques. Chidori, Rinnegan, Rebirth with Life Technique. Zanpakuto, 1000 Cherry Blossoms, Wind Type. Magic, Lightning Dragon Annihilation Magic. Combat Power Assessment, Super Shadow Level, 1004-35352. Lottery Points, 535,256. System Inventory, High-Level Training Potions, X5. Intermediate Training Potions, X65. Manjiki Sharingan X2. 3 Tomo Sharingan X2. Forged by repeated trials. Fundamentals of Swordsmanship. Basic Shuinpa Technique. Chakra Nature Transformation Training Method. 5 Attributes. Gazing upon the new task from the system and his amassed lottery points, Zhao felt a surge of exhilaration. He privately resolved to accumulate another 1,000,000 lottery points to attempt the legendary 10 consecutive draws. Zhao remained steadfast, refusing to believe he could not summon a mythical seed. However, the most pressing task at hand was to create chaos in the village of Cloud. After all, the magnitude of rewards was directly correlated to the scale of the disturbance. If he were to cause a ruckus, he intended to make it monumental. Zhao mused to himself, determined to secure at least 800,000 lottery points. Otherwise, this expedition outside the village would be in vain. How to create this chaos and who to target became a dilemma, especially now that he had defeated the Reikage. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was currently unaccounted for in the village of Cloud. There were no longer any formidable opponents in the village that could warrant Zhao's attention. Should he, like Nagato, simply obliterate the village of Cloud? Chapter 50, The Divine Blade's Might. The Red Cherry Blossoms. The Reikage has been defeated. All the hidden Cloud ninjas stared in disbelief. In that moment, their world collapsed. Zhao Hao's aura transformed instantaneously, morphing into that of the Grim Reaper. His figure emanated an oppressive, deathly aura. The 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand gradually materialized, appearing like an ethereal illusion. One hidden Cloud ninja exclaimed in shock. How did this guy's clothing appear? It's so bizarre. And how did his blade manifest? Let yourselves be engulfed by fear, you worthless beings. Zhao Hao's voice was low and chilling, as if it emerged from the abyss of death itself. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. With a sudden flourish of his hand, the blade transformed into countless vibrant cherry blossoms, swirling through the air, seemingly intent on painting the entire world in shades of pink. What is this? A terrified figure recoiled, eyes wide with disbelief. Run. Do not touch these blossoms. Another hidden Cloud ninja screamed, face etched with terror, as they scrambled in all directions. Zhao Hao smiled coldly. Do you really believe you can escape? Swish, swish, swish. Countless cherry petals sliced through the skin of the hidden Cloud ninjas, blood erupting in an instant. Yet, these ninjas were not wholly annihilated. Zhao Hao's intent was not to slaughter, but rather to incite a tremendous upheaval within the hidden Cloud village. By leaving these ninjas alive, he could amass even more points for his lottery. Ding! Emotion fluctuations detected from 23 hidden Cloud ninjas. Lottery points 15200. He slowly advanced towards the heart of the hidden Cloud village, dragging the Reikage behind him like a lifeless dog. The air around was thick with tension and fear, the eyes of the ninjas reflecting panic and despair. Ding! 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 Their Reikage was being dragged along the ground with such ease by a single individual, utterly devoid of any resistance. This was simply inconceivable. Zhao Hao's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. The power of his right eye, the divine blade, was now unleashed. The surrounding cherry blossoms, under his gaze, gradually shifted from pink to a deep crimson, the vibrant red exuding an unsettling aura. The divine blade, invincible and unyielding, 100 true damage. This power could effortlessly attach itself to any object, weapon, or even sharp items. Cherry Blossom Requiem. Zhao Hao intoned softly, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. In an instant, the blood-red cherry blossoms converged around him, forming an exceptionally sharp long sword. This sword, roughly 10 meters in length, resembled a terrifying blood serpent, radiating a chilling presence. With a sweep of his long sword, a powerful sword aura surged forth like a raging tide, swiftly traversing the surroundings. The sword energy interlaced, carving suffocating paths through the air, bearing the trait of invincibility as it swept across the entire Hidden Cloud village. In the blink of an eye, every structure within the village was cleaved in two by the sword's force, a scene horrifying beyond belief. The very air seemed to freeze. Only the splintering wood and flying debris bore witness to the cataclysmic strike that had just transpired. Huff, huff, huff. Zhao Hao inhaled deeply, a wave of fatigue washing over him. His right eye was drenched in blood, a piercing pain flooding his mind like a relentless tide. He furrowed his brow, enduring the sharp sting, pondering inwardly. The immense power unleashed has truly drained my ocular strength. Even my current abilities struggle to bear this burden. It appears I must exercise restraint in the future when utilizing the kaleidoscope. My earlier actions were far too reckless, reflecting on the devastation wrought in a single strike. Obliterating every building in the Hidden Cloud village, the sheer destructive force was indeed terrifying, yet the price paid was equally immense. Ding, 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 ding. Countless lottery points flooded in, offering Zhao Hao a semblance of solace. At this moment, Zhao Hao's weakened state caught the attention of numerous Hidden Cloud ninjas. Look, his eyes are bleeding. Quickly kill this guy. Come, let us eliminate him. An avalanche of Hidden Cloud ninjas surged forward, their rage palpable. Impudent fools. How dare mere ants challenge the illustrious Uchiha? Zhao Hao retorted coldly, his gaze piercing. Uchiha, I care not what clan you belong to. You've destroyed our home. We shall avenge ourselves. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone together. This evil Uchiha must perish. Zhao Hao's figure shot forth like a drawn sword, slicing through the air, vanishing from sight in an instant. He navigated the battlefield with ease, his fists and legs weaving together in a dance, reminiscent of a performer on stage. Each strike resonated like a graceful melody, accompanied by the agonizing groans of his adversaries. Why is he so fast? His right fist targeted a Hidden Cloud ninja's face. The motion fluid and graceful, the punch slicing through the air like a spring breeze, instantly striking its mark. The ninja's body was hit, losing balance and staggering, as if an invisible force had toppled him to the ground. Zhao Hao slightly leaned to the side and then delivered a sweeping kick, his movement akin to an elegant bow. Imbued with irresistible power, aimed at another foe. He spun mid-air, his legs streaking like meteors across the night sky, arriving before his opponent before they even realized it. Each blow was perfectly timed, neither lacking in force nor grace, blooming like a blood-red rose upon the battlefield, radiating brilliant splendor. With a dull thud, more Hidden Cloud ninjas fell one after another. Your ninjas from the Hidden Cloud are nothing but this. However, just as Zhao Hao mocked the Hidden Cloud ninjas, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of chakra approaching. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Hao murmured, such a powerful chakra. It must be the Eight Tails. With dark skin contrasting against his radiant yellow hair, a pair of piercing eyes concealed behind dark sunglasses, and 7 gleaming blades hanging from his waist. This was none other than the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Oh yeah, my brother has been defeated. Killer Bee exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, his body swaying to an invisible rhythm. He danced and exaggeratedly mimicked rap gestures, his hands waving in the air as if summoning an unseen beat. With each heavy stomp, dust clouds billowed, and his infectious voice brought forth laughter amidst the chaos. Oh yeah, it's the Uchiha from Konoha. Not good. Oh yeah, he feigned panic, pointing to the sky with exaggerated surprise, though a mischievous grin lingered on his lips. Then, swiftly turning, he slid sideways, only to pivot back as if engaging with an invisible audience. I'm coming. Killer Bee fears not. With the 8 tails within, all foes shall kneel. He swung his arms vigorously, igniting the air around him with his fervor. Even in such a tumultuous moment, his sense of humor remained undiminished. Chapter 51, Tempered by Trials. The mad battle with the Eight Tails. Are you the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee? A faint, dangerous smile curled at the corner of Zaho's lips as he gazed coolly at Killer Bee, assessing this Eight Tails Jinchuriki, who appeared rather unimpressive. Killer Bee's expression instantly hardened. Alarm bells ringing in his mind. This person is exceedingly dangerous. I advise you to flee at once. The voice of the Eight Tails echoed in his consciousness, laced with urgency. Cold sweat trickled down Killer Bee's brow, a sense of dread enveloping him. The fact that even the Eight Tails issued a warning was unprecedented, underscoring Zaho's formidable strength. Zaho's sword, 1,000 cherry blossoms, gradually dissolved, merging into his being. He clenched his fists, twisted his neck, and a look of exhilaration illuminated his face. Let the battle commence. It is a perfect opportunity to stretch my limbs. Killer Bee inhaled deeply, igniting an indomitable spirit within. You must flee. You are no match for this man. He possesses a terrifying power. Do not be deceived by his outward demeanor. There's no turning back now. The Hidden Cloud Village has been destroyed. As a member of the village, I cannot cower at this moment. With resolve, Killer Bee unleashed the chakra of the Eight Tails, causing the air around him to become searing and oppressive. Enveloped in chakra, his form swelled, and the phantom of the Eight Tails materialized behind him, his eyes gleaming with determination. Come, show me your strength, Zaho. Killer Bee roared, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged at Zaho. His fist traced an elegant arc through the air, aimed directly at Zaho's face. Yet, Zaho's reflexes were astoundingly swift. He sidestepped with the agility of a leopard and swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful punch that struck Killer Bee in the abdomen. Pain coursed through Killer Bee, propelling him backward, nearly throwing him off balance. However, he quickly steadied himself, astonishment flooding his mind. Truly formidable. Such speed. Killer Bee realized this battle would be far more arduous than he had anticipated. He rapidly mobilized his chakra, transforming into a blur as he lunged at Zaho once more, his fists now enveloped in tailed beast chakra, radiating an overwhelming aura. What a reckless young man. Yet, you are still too weak. A sly smile graced Zaho's lips as he met the oncoming attack. His body moved like a tempest, effortlessly evading Killer Bee's punch. In a swift turn, he retaliated fiercely, delivering a sweeping strike that connected with Killer Bee's cheek, the force sending him flying as if struck by a speeding truck. Though he did not fall, he was propelled 100 meters away. Now this is interesting. Zaho's eyes glimmered with the fervor of combat, exuding an almost frenzied energy. He followed up with a flying kick aimed at Killer Bee's face, the sheer force causing the air to tremble. Killer Bee was compelled to invoke his tailed beast cloak once again, bracing for impact. The collision of their fists erupted into a thunderous roar, shaking the ground and billowing dust into the air. A fierce gale swept through, uprooting nearby trees, instilling fear in all who witnessed. How exhilarating! Zaho bellowed in excitement, his muscles surging with power amidst the battle, his madness only amplifying his strength. Each of his movements radiated unparalleled speed and force, overwhelming Killer Bee and leaving him gasping for breath. How can you be this powerful? Is there no limit to your stamina? Killer Bee was stunned, a hint of fear creeping into his heart. Eight Tails, fully transformed. The resolve for vengeance for the Hidden Cloud Village resonated in Killer Bee's voice. The complete form of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, emerged, every tentacle radiating potent chakra as it surged toward Zaho, intent on annihilating him. Finally, this is becoming interesting. Zaho's eyes sparkled with excitement as his body transformed, moving with unparalleled agility, effortlessly evading the Eight Tails' assault. Zaho's combat style was intensely aggressive, frenetic, and swift, each counterattack striking like lightning, pressing the Eight Tails into a corner. Come, show me the prowess of the Eight Tails, the second of the tailed beasts. Zaho's voice rang out like a war drum. With a sudden, powerful punch, Zaho unleashed a force akin to thunder, crashing into the Eight Tails' form. The resounding boom echoed as the Eight Tails was sent staggering backward, visibly shaken. Is this all you can do, Eight Tails? You can't even withstand a single punch? Zaho taunted disdainfully, provoking the Eight Tails, igniting its fury. In that moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Emotional fluctuation of the Eight Tails detected, lottery points 80,000. Hearing the system's notification, Zaho's excitement intensified. Countless lottery points awaited him. The fierce battle raged on, from the village's entrance to its farthest reaches, finally reaching its climax. In the crucible of this chaotic conflict, Zaho's physical strength was honed further. Ultimately, the Eight Tails collapsed, utterly spent. Zaho stood triumphantly atop the Eight Tails' head, surveying the scene with piercing eyes and an imposing presence. He smirked coldly, exuding an air of dominance. Is there anyone else? Countless Hidden Cloud ninjas displayed expressions of terror. Is it truly the end for the Hidden Cloud village? At that moment, the Eight Tails dissipated, revealing Killer Bee, who fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding earth. Ouch! Such a powerful Uchiha. I couldn't oppose to even withstand him. Oi! Even in dire straits. Killer Bee attempted to strike a signature rap pose, striving to showcase his spirit. However, as soon as he spoke, he collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Damn it! Damn it! You devil! The Reikage seethed with rage, slowly rising from the ground, his gaze fierce as he locked onto Zaho. Zaho's lips curled into a cold smirk as he indifferently replied, "A devil? You summoned me here. Haven't you been seeking compensation? Is this not my gift to you?" The Reikage, furious, waved his hand dismissively. "You get out of here. You devil. The Hidden Cloud village does not welcome you." Zaho, however, grinned slyly. "Oh, why the sudden change of heart? You invited me here. Why the unwelcoming attitude now? Is it that my gift to you is insufficient?" Chapter 52, Reikage's Severed Arm. Zao's stratagem. The Reikage was consumed by fury, yet he could only suppress his resentment, unable to retort. Zao's prowess was simply too overwhelming. He was no match for him. "Heh, cat out your tongue? So spineless. You're the Reikage, after all. How can you capitulate so readily?" Zao taunted, a sardonic grin playing on his lips. The Reikage lowered his head, silent, his heart seething with indignation. "Oh, no response. Do you believe silence will resolve matters? Today, I shall obliterate your cloud village entirely. I will erase it from the shinobi world." Zao's voice reverberated like thunder, shaking everything around them. Upon hearing this, the Reikage's eyes widened in disbelief, a surge of fear and rage welling up within him. You are beyond tyrannical." He finally erupted, his voice filled with reluctance and fury. Boom. Zao unleashed a devastating punch, the deafening sound echoing through the air. The already severely wounded Reikage was once again struck by this force, collapsing heavily onto the ground. His injuries exacerbated. It was fortunate that the Reikage possessed a resilient constitution. Otherwise, an ordinary shinobi would have perished long ago, unlike old codgers like Inoki. Zao remarked nonchalantly. "Tyrannical? I intend to be. What can you do about it?" Cough, cough. The Reikage coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His voice was feeble. "What must I do for you to spare us?" Zao responded icily. "Sever your own arm. If you do so, I shall depart from your cloud village." The Reikage gazed upon the ravaged cloud village. Lightning-infused chakra materialized into a hand blade, and without hesitation, he severed his left arm, his countenance devoid of any faltering. Zao furrowed his brow, inwardly astonished. He had not anticipated that the Reikage would be so decisive, willing to sacrifice his own limb for the sake of his village. Along a shaded path in the land of fire, sunlight dappled through the leaves, casting an intricate pattern of light and shadow as Jiraiya and Naruto strolled leisurely. Naruto could not help but interject. "Hey, pervy sage, when are you going to teach me some awesome ninjutsu?" Jiraiya was lost in thought, oblivious to Naruto's words. Seeing this, Naruto pressed him repeatedly. Hey, pervy sage, answer me." "Huh." Jiraiya's reverie was broken, and he finally snapped back to reality. "What were you saying?" Naruto responded eagerly. "I said, teach me the most powerful ninjutsu." Just then, a man with bandages wrapped around his face emerged from ahead, none other than Danzo Shimura. "Halt, Ninetales!" he commanded coldly. Jiraiya exclaimed in alarm. "You are the S-rank rogue ninja, Danzo Shimura." His tone was laced with shock and vigilance. Naruto inquired, puzzled. "Who's Danzo Shimura?" Jiraiya frowned, urging urgently, "Naruto, step back. This man is extremely dangerous." Danzo Shimura was no ordinary adversary. He hailed from the same era as the third Hokage. Although Jiraiya was uncertain of what stratagems this rogue ninja still possessed, he would not let his guard down. At that moment, a thought flashed through Jiraiya's mind. He suddenly recalled the pouch that Zao had given him, a crucial reminder containing 3 stratagems. Flashback in the tranquility of the Hidden Leaf Village's training grounds. Zao was engaged in earnest conversation with Jiraiya, his expression serious. Jiraiya, remember, when you encounter Danzo, open the first pouch, he said firmly, conveying a sense of importance that could not be ignored. If you encounter him again, open the second pouch, and so on. For a total of 3, Zeo added. Jiraiya asked quizzically, what's the purpose of these pouches? Zeo clapped Jiraiya on the shoulder, smiling. These are to help you with Tsunade. Trust me, you can't go wrong. In flashback, Jiraiya slowly retrieved the first pouch, his mind filled with uncertainty. He cautiously opened it, revealing a small slip of paper with a single word inscribed upon it. Pursue. Pursue? Was he meant to pursue and assassinate Danzo? Jiraiya could not help but furrow his brow, a hint of doubt crossing his mind. Just then, Danzo abruptly turned and fled into the distance without hesitation. Jiraiya was taken aback, his face etched with bewilderment. What's going on? However, as he recalled the word pursue on the note, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he suddenly understood. He bellowed, "Don't run. Pervy Sage, wait for me." Naruto called out anxiously, struggling to keep pace with them. Danzo's speed was remarkable, so much so that Jiraiya could barely keep up. It was as if he was toying with them, luring them to a specific location. Jiraiya seemed to sense something amiss. What is Danzo up to? He came and ran, as if he wanted to lure us to some place. Before long, they arrived at a place called Tanzaka Town. Unexpectedly, Danzo had vanished without a trace. Naruto panted, his face filled with confusion. Pervy Sage, why are we here? And who was that mysterious person? Jiraiya frowned, muttering to himself. Humph, he got away. Danzo's strength is not to be underestimated. Hey, Naruto urged. Pervy Sage, what are we doing here? Jiraiya suddenly punched Naruto on the head, producing a resounding thud. Quiet, brat. Don't disturb the sage's train of thought. Just then, a melodious female voice echoed from behind Jiraiya, tinged with surprise. Lady Tsunade, look. It's Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya instantly realized what was happening and quickly turned around, spotting Tsunade and Shizune. Naruto asked curiously, Pervy Sage, who are these two? Do you know them? Jiraiya did not respond to Naruto's question, but instead walked straight towards Tsunade, a familiar smile gracing his lips. Tsunade waved at him, smiling. Well, Jiraiya, I didn't expect to run into you here. What a surprise. Jiraiya felt a sudden unease wash over him, and a shiver involuntarily ran down his spine. At that moment, the air in the distance began to distort violently, as if a powerful force was brewing. Wind release, vacuum bullets. The sudden roar shattered the tranquility. It was Danzo. Jiraiya and Tsunade simultaneously recognized the imminent danger, their minds sounding the alarm. Today, none of you will escape. Danzo's voice was filled with ruthlessness and oppression. Wind release, great vacuum sphere. He unleashed another powerful ninjutsu, a storm of wind sweeping through the area, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently in the gale. Even Jiraiya was incredulous. Such potent chakra. Danzo is this strong. Chapter 53. A Hokage she shall be, whether she wills it or not, Danzo stated icily, fortuitously. Both of you are present. Today, you shall meet your demise together. Tsunade retorted furiously, Humph. You old codger, a turncoat, as expected. Today, I shall cleanse the hidden leaf of your treachery in my grandfather's name. Jiraiya, his brow furrowed, interrogated, Danzo, why did you assassinate Lord Third? Danzo scoffed. Spare me your idle chatter. Prepare to meet your end. As the twilight descended, starlight filtered through the tavern windows, casting a gentle glow upon the table. In the dim candlelight sat Jiraiya, Naruto, Tsunade, and Shizune, their faces etched with solemnity. Jiraiya initiated the conversation, his voice steady yet laced with urgency. As you have witnessed, Danzo has murdered Lord Third and is now a rogue ninja. Tsunade scoffed derisively. Inconceivable. That old coot, Danzo, capable of assassinating the old man? The defenses of the hidden leaf are but a mere facade. Jiraiya's brow furrowed, his tone becoming more grave. That is not the crux of the matter. More importantly, you are now the foremost candidate for the 5th Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. What? This woman, the candidate for the 5th Hokage? Preposterous. Tsunade chuckled softly, her gaze fixed intently on the blonde youth before her, inquiring with a hint of jest. Heh, brat, who might you be, to address me in such a manner? Naruto, with unwavering confidence, pointed to his face, proclaiming with pride, I am Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage, destined to be Hokage. Oh, Tsunade's eyebrow arched, a playful smile gracing her lips as she turned to Jiraiya, remarking, your apprentice leaves much to be desired, save for his talent for boastful pronouncements. He pales in comparison to the fourth. Naruto, momentarily consumed by rage, stammered, What did you just say? Naruto, silence. Adults are conversing. Children should refrain from interjecting. Jiraiya's voice, like a resounding hammer blow, silenced Naruto, who could only lower his head in indignant resentment. Jiraiya turned his attention to Tsunade, his gaze beseeching, Tsunade. The hidden leaf now stands in dire need of a Hokage possessed of capability, strength, and wisdom. You were once the most formidable medical ninja, having weathered countless battles. Do you truly not desire to contribute to the village? Tsunade shook her head, declaring resolutely, me as Hokage? I decline. At that moment, a figure entered the tavern, disrupting the tense atmosphere. A Hokage she shall be, whether she wills it or not, echoed Saho's voice, imbued with an undeniable force. Naruto, upon catching sight of Saho, nearly leaped with excitement, exclaiming, Saho. It and Apos, S. Saho. Tsunade and Apos. S. brow furrowed slightly as she inquired with curiosity, and who might you be? A member of the Uchiha clan? Saho approached her deliberately, halting before the table, his gaze unwavering. He introduced himself with assurance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Saho, the interim Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. I hereby request that you immediately return to the village to assume the mantle of Hokage, or else. Tsunade scoffed, cutting him off, or else. What could you possibly do? Saho remained undeterred, his tone laced with a hint of threat. Jiraiya and I, together, could forcibly escort you back to the village. Tsunade smiled with disdain. Do you truly believe that you two possess the capability? Based on a mere underachiever like Jiraiya and a mere whelp like you? Jiraiya was taken aback, perplexed by the unfolding events. He winked at Saho, seeking clarification. Saho reciprocated with a wink, signaling that everything should proceed according to his cues. However, such conspicuous gestures could hardly escape Tsunade's keen eyes. You two, what machinations are you plotting? Tsunade's voice carried a hint of displeasure, her eyes gleaming with suspicion. Saho smiled faintly, stating, I am a disciple of Lord Third. In a strict sense, you could consider yourself my senior disciple. The Hidden Leaf is in dire need of a leader of prestige, capability, responsibility, and fortitude. The position of fifth Hokage is rightfully yours. Tsunade paused, then furrowed her brow. You are a disciple of the old man? I have never heard of such a thing. Jiraiya interjected. Tsunade, Saho was the old man's last disciple, possessing exceptional talent and strength that rivals my own. His words left both Tsunade and Shizune in stunned silence. Ding. Detecting emotional fluctuations in Tsunade. Lottery points 10,000. Ding. Detecting emotional fluctuations in Shizune. Lottery points 1,000. Although Jiraiya had once been an underachiever, he was now a formidable figure, an absolute Kage-level shinobi with access to the game-breaking Sage mode. For Jiraiya to commend Saho's strength as surpassing his own naturally aroused suspicion within Tsunade. Brat, I am inclined to believe your words. However, if you wish for me to return as Hokage, you must first defeat me. Saho shook his head, stating indifferently, No, I have no desire to fight you. You are too weak. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, her voice resounding. Brat, what are you saying? Saho responded without flinching. I am saying that you are truly too weak, and this is a disaster. Jiraiya, witnessing the escalating tension, quickly interjected, Tsunade, calm yourself. As the two seemed poised to engage in combat, the atmosphere grew stifling. Saho hastily pleaded, Senior disciple, please, restrain yourself. Tsunade, however, wore a sly grin. I shall not find contentment until I have given you a sound thrashing. Saho, maintaining a faint smile, countered, if senior disciple is willing to return as Hokage, I shall impart to you a method to ensure victory in every gamble. Tsunade's brow arched slightly, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Indeed? Saho nodded firmly, assuredly. My words, as Saho, are never uttered in falsehood. A smile crept across Tsunade's lips. Very well. It is decided. I shall return to the village as Hokage. Shizune, knitting her brows, couldn't help but interject, Lady Tsunade, such a decision is rather hasty, is it not? Tsunade declared with exuberance, it is settled. We depart at once. For her, the prospect of guaranteed gambling victories was an irresistible lure. Saho narrowed his eyes slightly, responding softly, then it is agreed. With that, he turned and began to walk away. Jiraiya hastily caught up, asking anxiously, Hey, what is the situation now? What should I do next? Saho smiled faintly, leaning in to whisper in Jiraiya's ear, After Tsunade assumes the mantle of Hokage, I shall have her focus her attention on Danzo's movements. Then, we need only seize the opportune moment. Jiraiya and Appo's face lit up with understanding, exclaiming, I see, I understand. Chapter 54. Another 10 consecutive draws. Has the system crashed? In just a few days, the news of the devastating blow to Yuin village at the hands of Uchiha Zeo spread rapidly across much of the ninja world. The higher-ups in Sunagakure, Awagakure, and even Kirigakure were all well acquainted with the incident. In the office of the Tsuchikage in Awagakure, Anoki erupted into laughter. Haraha! That brash rakage has truly bitten off more than he can chew this time. His laughter echoed throughout the spacious office, but soon his expression grew serious. This Uchiha Zeo appears to be quite formidable. I must find an opportunity to test his limits. Meanwhile, in the tranquil hills behind Konoha, Zeo once again set foot upon this familiar land. He slowly opened the system panel, his heart brimming with anticipation as he prepared to assess the spoils of the past few days. Name, Uchiha Zeo, Dimensional Power, 1090-1090, Dimensional Fusion, Not Awakened, Special Physique, Death God Body, Spirit Pressure, Level 65, Sharingan Left Eye, Ability, Divine Fall. Right Eye, Ability, Divine Edge, Susanoo, Unlock Progress. Third Form, Bloodline Elimination, Dust Release, Attributes Een, Thunder, Mastery, Fire, Mastery, Wind, Water, Earth, Death God Abilities, Shuinpa, Level 7. Swordsmanship, Level 6. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. 5 Nature Transformations, Chidori, Rasengan, Rebirth Technique. Zanpakuto, Shimbunzakura, Wind Type, Magic, Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic, Combat Power Assessment, Super Shadow Level, 1,435,352, Lottery Points, 133,5456, System Backpack, Advanced Training Elixir 5, Intermediate Training Elixir 65. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan 2, 3 Tomo Sharingan 2, Forged to Perfection, Basic Swordsmanship Training Method, Basic Shuinpa Training Method, Chakra Nature Transformation Training Method, 5 Attributes. Task of Renown in the Ninja World 3. Create a disturbance at the 5 Kage Summit using your true identity and defeat the 5 Kage. Reward Lottery Points. 1,000,000. Zeo rubbed his hands together, excitement coursing through him. System. Initiate the legendary 10 consecutive draws. 1. Dimensional Fruit. Mythical Seed. 6 Paths Form. Mythical Item. Extremely low probability of draw. 2. Death God Pill. Consuming grants the Death God Body. Paired with the Ice and Snow type, Zanpakuto, Shirayuki, Ordinary Version. 3. 9 Tomo Rinnegan, Ability Selectable. 4. Tomo Reincarnation Eye Red. 5. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan 2, Ability Selectable. 6. Thunder Fruit, Dimensional Version. 7. Dimensional Fruit, Phantom Beast Type, Vermilion Bird Form. 8. Dimensional Crystals 10. 9. Divine Tree Seed, Dimensional Version. Note: exclusively for host fusion, cannot be planted, cannot be gifted, infinitely growing. 10. Fire Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal, Dimensional Version. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Fire Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal, Dimensional Version. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Death God Pill, consuming grants the Death God Body. Paired with the Ice and Snow type, Zanpakuto, Shirayuki, Ordinary Version. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Dimensional Crystals 80 System. Is this all you have for a 10 consecutive draw? Last time I could overlook it, but again? Do you think I'm easy to bully? System. Is currently under attack. Emergency repair in progress. Zeo anxiously shouted, System. System. Come out. What is going on? Has the system crashed? He tried again, but the system remained inaccessible. It was entirely non-functional. Helplessly, he gazed at the Zanpakuto in his hand and the shimmering Fire Dragon Slayer magic crystal, along with the 80 dimensional crystals, feeling increasingly perplexed. At that moment, he could only stand there in a daze, his mind blank and utterly bewildered. After consuming the magic crystal and dimensional crystals, what should he do with Shirayuki? The system backpack was no longer usable. What a headache. Just then, Ino's figure rushed toward him from afar. Zeo-chan. Zeo-chan. Upon seeing Zeo, Ino's face lit up with immeasurable joy, as if a day apart felt like 3 autumns. Without hesitation, she leaped into Zeo's embrace. In the warmth of his arms, Zeo wore a delighted smile and softly said, "Ha, little darling, I have a special gift for you." Ino curiously asked, "What is it?" Zayo slowly presented the gleaming shuriyuki before her. Ino gazed at the blade, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. What a beautiful sword. Is this for me? Zayo nodded slightly, then took out a mysterious gleaming death god pill from his robe, earnestly stating, you need to consume this as well. Ino looked at the death god pill in her hand, her brow furrowing in confusion. What is this? Zayo replied with a hint of a mysterious smile. No matter what it is, just eat it. It will enhance your strength. Without hesitation, Ino swallowed the death god pill, then moved her body slightly, perplexed. But I don't feel anything at all. What did I just eat? Zayo's expression grew tense. Wait, do you really not feel anything? At that moment, Ino suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her complexion turning pale as she murmured, I feel so dizzy. Zayo-chan. Seeing this, Zayo immediately held her tightly, concern etched on his face. How do you feel now? Besides dizziness, do you feel anything else? Ino's voice was weak and hurried. Dizzy. And my head feels heavy, like it's on fire. Zayo furrowed his brows tightly, urgently asking, do you feel a special power surging within you? Ino shook her head, her expression dazed. No, just dizzy and… Zayo held Ino close, his figure flashing. Lacking knowledge of medical ninjutsu, he felt somewhat at a loss regarding Ino's current state. Fortunately, Konoha had the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade, in the Hokage's office. Tsunade sat behind her desk, her gaze piercing as she surveyed Shizune and Mito. Her voice was cold and commanding. What on earth is going on? How could there be so many defection incidents within the root? The Umbu is severely understaffed. Give me a reasonable explanation. Her tone exuded fury. Shizune replied nervously. It's because of Danzo. He defected and took numerous root ninjas with him. Preposterous. Tsunade slammed the desk, causing the items within the room to tremble slightly. I need a clear explanation of how this situation escalated. I did not bring you here to waste time. Shizune sighed, saying, we truly have no way to stop him. Danzo is too despicable, and we don't know why he has turned like this. At that moment, Mito spoke up. We could consult Zayo. He is now serving as the Hokage's aide and surely has a way to resolve this. Chapter 55. The Reaper and Ino with a resounding bang. Saho tightly embraced Ino and forcefully pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Quickly, sister, please help me see what's wrong with Ino. Tsunade furrowed her brow and coldly replied, have you not noticed that I am currently occupied with important matters? Upon witnessing Saho's abrupt entrance, Kurumi and Mito exchanged glances and silently exited the Hokage's office. They had no desire to involve themselves in Tsunade's affairs, especially at their age. Such thankless tasks were best avoided. Although Tsunade's expression was stern, she did not hinder their departure. Instead, she turned her scrutinizing gaze towards Saho and inquired, is this your little girlfriend? Saho replied, sister, Ino suddenly fainted. Can you take a look? Tsunade stood up and approached Saho, glancing at Ino in his arms. Follow me. Your little girlfriend appears to be in a state of unconsciousness. Before long, they arrived at the Konoha hospital. In a patient room, Tsunade frowned and sternly questioned, what exactly have you done to your little girlfriend? Saho, feeling anxious, gulped and urgently said, sister, can you tell me what's wrong with Ino? Your secrecy is making me worry. Is it really serious? With a furrowed brow, Tsunade replied earnestly, from all observations, her physical condition is remarkably good, completely healthy, but she is currently unconscious. I cannot, however, explain the cause. Saho frowned in dissatisfaction, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Sister, are you simply unable to find any issues and concocting excuses to placate me? Is it that your medical skills are insufficient? You quack. What did you just say? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Do you dare to question my medical expertise? Have you done something particularly reckless to your little girlfriend? Saho helplessly raised his hands in defense, explaining, I haven and Appo's, I merely wanted her to become stronger. Tsunade and Appo's gaze grew increasingly severe. What have you done? I gave her some medicine to enhance her strength. Saho's voice carried a note of pride. Tsunade paused, then questioned, what kind of medicine? That I cannot disclose. It's my secret, Saho said with a mysterious smile, evading a direct answer. Tsunade sighed in exasperation, her tone turning serious. Listen, there are no shortcuts in this world. The so-called strength-enhancing medicine you speak of may not even exist. You wouldn't, Appo's, truly be so deranged as to use your little girlfriend as a test subject, would you? Nonsense. How could I do something so insane? The medicine I gave Ino is perfectly legitimate. Saho's voice revealed a hint of panic, his tone urgent. At that moment, Ino weakly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy as if she had just emerged from a deep abyss. What has happened to me? Saho breathed a sigh of relief, quickly leaning closer to inquire, You're awake? How do you feel? Ino furrowed her brow, murmuring, I don't know. I feel as if something has awakened within me. Her voice was barely audible, yet it resonated with confusion and unease, as if an unknown power was subtly altering her fate. Ino gazed in astonishment at Tsunade's sudden appearance, her voice tinged with disbelief. Even Lady Hokage has come. Tsunade offered a gentle smile, her tone softening. Ino, you should take this time to rest. However, Ino firmly shook her head and sprang from the bed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I feel great. There's a very special power emerging from within me. Saho encouraged her from the side, give it a try. Ino nodded, a surge of anticipation swelling within her. All right. As her voice resonated, it was as if a storm was brewing, and a wave of spiritual pressure erupted from her being. Instantly, Ino's clothing transformed into the dark garb of the Reaper, resembling the onset of night. The blade, Shiroyuki, manifested in her hand, its icy blue radiance casting a faint aura of frost, as if the very air had frozen in awe. She appeared to embody the essence of death itself. You did it, Ino. Congratulations. Saho's voice brimmed with excitement and pride, his eyes glistening with admiration for Ino. Tsunade, taken aback, slightly furrowed her brow. Is this the bloodline limit of ice? And this blade in your hand, it seems to possess remarkable abilities. Ino nodded with pride. Indeed, it's the blade Saho gifted me, named Shiroyuki. It grants me the power of ice and snow. Tsunade, her chin resting on her hand, expressed her astonishment. This is simply incredible. A blade with such capabilities is seemingly more powerful than the 7 ninja swords of the mist. Saho slowly approached Ino, his gaze unwavering as he gently placed a hand on her shoulder, silently conveying encouragement. Before she could react, he suddenly leaned in and kissed her without warning. The kiss was unexpected, like a whirlwind sweeping through, causing Ino's heart to race as she gasped, Ah. Saho. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her eyes wide with shock and bewilderment. Observing this, Tsunade inwardly sighed and chose to discreetly exit. Her figure vanished in an instant, granting Ino and Saho a moment of solitude, as if the entire world had paused at that instant, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats resonating in the air. Finally, she's gone. Saho exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He turned to face Ino, his expression earnest. Ino, from now on, you must not only cultivate chakra, but also hone your spiritual pressure. Spiritual pressure? Ino responded with curiosity, sensing the strange force within her. Is that the power I just awakened? Saho nodded, his expression solemn. I foresee a great calamity looming over Konoha within the next 3 years. It would be wise to prepare. With the unknown variables dissipating, he knew he must remain vigilant. After all, he was not invincible. He needed to intensify his training to face the impending challenges, including Madara, Obito, and Kage Akatsuki. What should I do to train, Saho? Please help me. Ino pleaded, her eyes shimmering with hope and longing. Saho smiled gently in response. Very well, let us go. As his words fell, he extended his hand, softly grasping Ino's, as if imparting an invisible strength. Chapter 56. The Pursuit of Danzo. 3 days later, the sun shone brightly over Konohagakure, casting warm rays of light. Yet the Hokage's office was engulfed in chaos, as if a storm were about to descend. Standing before the desk, Saho's voice resonated with undeniable fury. When shall we pursue Danzo? Have you all forgotten how the 3rd Hokage met his demise? His words thundered through the air, instilling a sense of urgency in everyone present. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, her expression a canvas of helplessness. The Umbu have not gleaned any information on Danzo in recent days. We have no leads. However, she queried, why are you so anxious? Kakashi shook his head, his gaze steady. Saho, Danzo is now akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Our urgency is unwarranted. Our immediate concern lies not in hunting Danzo, but in the recent overtures from Sunagakure regarding a friendship treaty with Konoha. At that moment, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji hurriedly entered, breathless and visibly flustered. Shikamaru's brow was knitted in concentration, his tone grave. Hokage-sama, we've just pinpointed Danzo's location. Given his status as an S-rank rogue ninja, we are ill-equipped to confront him. Before he could finish, Saho interjected decisively, I shall accompany you. Tsunade's voice resonated throughout the office, Ino. You must join as well. This time, we cannot allow Danzo to escape. Ino nodded without hesitation, acknowledging, understood, Tsunade-sama. An hour later, within the forest outside Konoha, a tense atmosphere enveloped the air, the trees swaying gently in the breeze, as if holding their breath for the impending confrontation. Danzo stood atop a hill, surveying the approaching Konoha ninjas, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, you have finally arrived. At this moment, Saho led the charge at the forefront, a knowing smile gracing his features as he bellowed. Danzo, prepare to meet your end. The sensation of hunting one's own nemesis was indeed peculiar. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo swiftly formed seals, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades that rained down upon them like a hail of gunfire. The sound of the air being torn apart echoing through the forest. Undeterred by the onslaught, Saho clapped his hands together, shouting, "Fire release! Great fireball technique!" As his words fell, an immensely fearsome fireball erupted from his mouth, its blazing flames flickering in the sunlight, resembling a miniature sun as it surged toward Danzo. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of alarm flashed in Danzo's eyes, prompting him to turn and flee. His figure became a blur amidst the clash of wind blades and fireball. Gritting his teeth in frustration, "Damn it! I will return. Konoha shall perish. Let us pursue swiftly. We cannot allow Danzo to escape." Saho's voice was resolute and urgent, injecting a surge of determination into the impending chase. As his words echoed, his spiritual pressure erupted, transforming him into a formidable specter. Instilling dread. With a sudden motion, he activated the body flicker technique, darting like lightning toward Danzo's direction, closely followed by Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. However, Ino's brow furrowed slightly, a nagging feeling of impulsiveness nagging at her. She murmured to herself, perhaps Saho's reckless haste stems from the loss of the third Hokage? After all, his mentor was slain, and given Saho's youthful fervor, such a decision seems understandable. As she mulled over her thoughts, Ino finally untangled her emotions, quickening her pace to align with her companions. Before long, Danzo reached a hidden base, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive, as if even the light dared not penetrate. Ino's gaze roamed the dim walls, her curiosity piqued. Where is this? Before she could finish, Shikamaru swiftly pulled her back, cautioning, be wary. There may be traps. Saho surveyed the surroundings with the keen eyes of a hawk, declaring, this appears to be one of Danzo's secret hideouts. Indeed. He has taken refuge here. Shikamaru's brow knitted tighter as he pondered their next move. What should we do now? Without hesitation, Saho's eyes gleamed with determination. We charge in directly. Ino silently scrutinized the research facility, sensing the malevolent aura in the air, her heart racing. The atmosphere exuded a darkness befitting Danzo's hideout. Truly, the reputation of the shadows in the ninja world was well-deserved. Just then, Saho sensed an unsettling shift, alarm bells ringing in his mind. A cold chuckle reached his ears. Too late. Before Saho could react, Yamanaka Ryoko unleashed her secret technique, poison dust technique. Instantly, a mass of dark, venomous insects surged forth, ravenous and insatiable, as the air thickened with a putrid stench. Humph! If you seek death, do not blame me. Saho roared, as his weapon, 1,000 cherry blossoms, erupted with brilliant light. A powerful gust swept through, heralding an impending storm. The winds are rising. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. With a fierce cry, he flicked his wrist, unleashing a torrent of cherry blossoms that rained down with unparalleled force, forming a dazzling storm that obliterated the surrounding darkness. As if to vanquish the shadows within the entire research facility. Impossible. What bloodline limit is this? Yamanaka Ryoko gasped in horror, realizing the dire situation as she turned to flee, her steps quickening like a startled fawn. Flee. Do you think you can escape? Saho's thunderous shout reverberated, his fury igniting a potent aura around him. Cherry blossom tempest. In an instant, the blossoms erupted like a tempest, transforming into countless sharp blades, akin to lethal raindrops cascading from the heavens. Each cherry petal shimmered with a chilling light, reflecting a blinding brilliance in the sun, evoking fear. The blossoms swiftly formed a vast offensive matrix, tightly woven like an enormous net, relentlessly pursuing Yamanaka Ryoko. The air was filled with a shrieking sound of slicing, as if time itself were being torn asunder by this overwhelming force. Terror filled Yamanaka Ryoko's heart as he hastened his pace. Yet the omnipresent cherry blossom blades appeared to possess a will of their own, accurately tracking his every movement, as if the entire world were enveloped in this deadly edge. With every swing of the blades, deep gouges marred the ground, dust swirling, suffocating. I cannot be struck, Yamanaka Ryuko cried inwardly, yet amidst this indiscriminate tempest, escape felt futile and hopeless. This is a relentless onslaught. Chapter 57. The fear of silence. The crowd involuntarily swallowed hard, their eyes filled with shock and reverence. Zuahao's formidable presence was suffocating. The technique he had just displayed was nothing short of an indiscriminate, all-encompassing destructive strike. Within this confined terrain, escape was impossible for anyone. Observing the cold corpse of the oil user, Zuahao curled his lips into a disdainful smile and boldly declared, "You, a mere insect manipulator, dare to challenge me." His voice sliced through the surrounding silence like an icy blade, exuding unparalleled confidence and authority. Standing nearby, Silence reflected thoughtfully, "Let us venture ahead. It seems there are secrets hidden within." Her voice was gentle, her gaze directed at Zuahao. He nodded, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. "Let us proceed." After a considerable time, the group had yet to locate Danzo's figure, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a sealed secret chamber. Silence stepped forward, whispering, "It appears this place harbors many secrets. Should we explore?" Her gaze turned to Zuahao, for he held the highest status among them. Despite his youth, he was a genuine advisor to the Hokage, a prominent figure in Konoha's upper echelons. "Of course, we must investigate. This chamber may conceal the secrets of Danzo's defection." "Stand back. I shall break the door." Zuahao's tone was resolute, his eyes shimmering with profound significance as he cast a glance at Silence. The others instinctively took a few steps back, their hearts racing with anticipation and trepidation. Ino's voice was soft yet laced with concern. "Zuahao, please be careful." "I understand." Zuahao replied with a slight nod. Instantly, he was enveloped in a golden electric aura, the lightning surging within him like a raging tide. His fists crackled with electricity, radiating a dazzling brilliance, as if a thunder dragon were poised to strike. Thunder dragon smash. Zuahao unleashed a powerful blow, his fist shooting forth like lightning, colliding with the heavy door. With a thunderous roar, the door shattered, fragments scattering like rain, dust swirling around them. The air thick with an overwhelming sense of shock. As the dust began to settle, Zuahao surveyed the scene before him, a forgotten secret chamber filled with countless scrolls. The wooden table at its center was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, clearly untouched for ages, exuding an aura of desolation and mystery. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, observing, "This seems to be an abandoned chamber, otherwise it wouldn't have been sealed away." Zuahao spoke plainly, "Ino, Shikamaru, Choji. Weaver will handle the scrolls on the left. Sister Silence, focus on the scrolls on the right, if you please." Silence nodded, replying, "Understood." Thus, they began to meticulously examine the scrolls. Before long, Silence made a shocking discovery. She uncovered a segment detailing the background of Dan Kato and was astounded to find he was affiliated with the Root organization. Even more shocking was her revelation of Dan Kato's true intention in approaching Tsunade, which was to psychologically undermine this princess of the Land of Fire. The outcome was clear. Tsunade ultimately succumbed to hemophobia, irrevocably straying from the path of a ninja. Simultaneously, Silence uncovered the insidious machinations through which Danzo orchestrated the demise of Shinsuke. The information was utterly staggering. She swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Zuahao's voice suddenly broke the tension. "Sister Silence, you seem rather tense. Have you made a discovery?" Startled, she quickly shook her head, exclaiming, No, absolutely nothing significant, just some information about the Root ninjas." "Alas," Zuahao sighed, a hint of disappointment in his tone, "we too have found no significant progress. Let us continue our search. I believe these scrolls contain the intelligence we seek." In this heavy atmosphere, they refocused their attention on the scrolls, delving into the sordid deeds orchestrated by Danzo. Time slipped away, and half an hour passed. Suddenly, Silence's eyes widened in horror, a chill coursing through her, as if a wave of icy air surged to her mind, sending shivers down her spine. A tide of fear engulfed her heart, forcing an involuntary shudder. Within the scrolls, she discovered a chilling piece of information, the detailed account of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. The contents of the scroll left her astounded. The downfall of the Uchiha clan was entirely orchestrated by Danzo, And even more chilling was the shadow of the third Hokage lurking behind. Terror gripped silence. If Zhuhao were to learn of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. This information must never reach him. Stealing a furtive glance at Zhuhao, she was momentarily taken aback. He was smiling warmly at her, that inviting and gentle smile tightening her chest with guilt. A 12-year-old child, whose family had been exterminated, with the perpetrator being someone from his own village, yet he remained oblivious. All the hatred and resentment were unhesitatingly directed toward Itachi Uchiha. Such a fate stirred even Silence's compassion. Sister Silence, have you discovered anything? Zhuhao inquired softly. Silence swallowed hard, struggling to force a smile as she replied, No, I haven't found anything particularly noteworthy. Well then, it seems it's time to leave. Zhuhao sighed, a touch of disappointment evident. It appears there is no valuable information here, alas. On the journey back, Silence felt a heavy weight in her heart, as though a great stone rested upon her chest. Sister Silence, what troubles you? Zhuhao noticed her distress, asking with concern, Why are you sweating so profusely? Are you unwell? Should we return for a few days of rest? I can arrange some time off for you. Ino sighed, her voice laden with disappointment, alas. We have yielded no gains this time. However, Danzo's heinous acts must not be obscured. It is infuriating to see Orochimaru exploit children for his experiments, and even the typically composed Shikamaru felt uneasy, murmuring, I cannot believe Konoha harbors such horrifying secrets. Suddenly, Zhuhao placed a hand on Silence's shoulder. His tone calm as he asked, Sister Silence, with this newfound information, what are your thoughts? Silence laughed awkwardly, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Danzo is truly despicable. We must expose his crimes. We absolutely must. Chapter 58, Tsunade Shizun, what are you pondering? Upon returning to Konoha, Sasao hastily made his way to the back mountain, immersing himself in an intense training regimen. Beside him, Ino silently followed, practicing alongside him. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Choji returned home, providing their elders with a detailed account of the recent mission. Shizun, however, found herself back in the Hokage's office, her heart heavy with worry, unable to find tranquility. Tsunade furrowed her brows and inquired, What did you gain from this mission? Yet, Shizun seemed lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to her question. Tsunade frowned again, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Shizun, what occupies your mind? Still, Shizun remained unresponsive, her expression vacant. Shizun. Tsunade finally could no longer contain herself, raising her voice in a commanding tone. Only then did Shizun realize Tsunade was calling her. Lady Tsunade, did you summon me? Tsunade's brow knitted with concern. What troubles you? What transpired? You seem off since your return. Is there a significant discovery you have made? After a moment of hesitation, Shizun replied, It and Appos. Nothing, Lady Tsunade. Merely some matters regarding Danzo. Tsunade's expression darkened, her gaze sharpening. Shizun, have you learned to lie to me? Speak plainly. What have you uncovered? Shizun trembled slightly, shaking her head resolutely. Truly, it is nothing. Please, Lady Tsunade, do not press me further. Shizun. Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply as she slammed her hand on the table, her voice resonating with authority. As the Hokage, I command you to divulge everything you know. In that moment, Shizun's heart felt a profound anguish. Faced with the situation, she found it impossible to reveal the truth to Tsunade. If Tsunade were to discover it, it would surely incite a tumultuous upheaval. Lady Tsunade, I genuinely cannot say. If I do, it would only inflict further harm upon you. Shizun implored, her voice filled with inner turmoil. Oh, Tsunade's eyebrow arched slightly, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Your reluctance only piques my interest further. Before she could finish, Tsunade swiftly appeared behind Shizun, snatching the sealing scroll from her grasp with a speed akin to the wind. Since you refused to tell me, I shall peruse it myself. Meanwhile, on the back mountain of Konoha, Sasao and Ino were entrenched in a tense and focused atmosphere, each wielding their respective Zanpakuto, the gleam of their blades illuminating the gravity of the moment. They were engaged in an intense practice bout. Your swordplay is still too slow. You must quicken your pace. This is the foundation of utilizing a Zanpakuto. Sasao's gaze was sharp, observing Ino's every movement with clarity. Ino furrowed her brow, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she took a deep breath, striving to steady her hands. While she felt a mix of reluctance and tension in response to Sasao's critique, she understood that his demands were not without reason. The power of the Zanpakuto lies in its instantaneous explosion. Lacking the ability to react in a heartbeat would render her attacks easily thwarted. I will accelerate, she retorted, her voice imbued with a fierce determination. Sasao nodded affirmatively, a smile gracing his lips. He then swung his Zanpakuto lightly, releasing a powerful aura from the blade, as if challenging Ino's will. Come, test my assault. Sasao's voice boomed like thunder, and in an instant, his figure vanished from Ino's sight. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Ino quickly adjusted her stance, alertly scanning her surroundings. At that moment, Sasao's silhouette appeared like a phantom from the left, the blade's light slicing through the air, aimed directly at her side. Startled, she swiftly dodged, raising her Zanpakuto to deflect his strike. Good, that is speed. Sasao nodded in approval, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He launched another series of attacks, his blade cutting through the air relentlessly, seemingly intent on cornering Ino. Despite her rising anxiety, Ino recognized this as her opportunity for advancement. She inhaled deeply, adjusting her breath, attempting to make her movements more fluid. She began to sense the connection between her Zanpakuto and her body, striving to make each swing of the blade as natural as her heartbeat. As time passed, Ino's movements grew increasingly fluid, the light from her blade shining with a more dazzling brilliance. She could feel her rapport with the Zanpakuto deepening. Once more, Ino shouted, her voice laced with defiance and challenge. A flicker of surprise crossed Sasao's eyes. He had not anticipated such rapid growth in Ino. With a gentle smile, he tempered his aggressive stance, engaging her in a true contest of skill. Their blades clashed fiercely in the mountains, the air thick with the essence of their determination. As if nature itself was awed by their duel. As time slipped away, the sun descended on the horizon, casting its golden light upon them. Ino's forehead glistened with sweat, yet her gaze sparkled with unwavering resolve. After a vigorous exchange, she had elevated her swordsmanship to a new echelon. Indeed, you are progressing swiftly, Sasao remarked, his heart swelling with pride for her achievements. Ino wiped the sweat from her brow, a smile gracing her lips. Thank you, Sasao. Your guidance has been immensely beneficial. Yet, she added, but this is only a fraction of my potential. I have only unleashed 1% of my strength. Sasao's expression turned serious. A true adversary will not grant you such time to think and respond. You must remain ever vigilant to make the right choice in life and death moments. Ino nodded, silently vowing to exert herself even more. Suddenly, the earth quaked violently, as if an unseen behemoth stirred beneath the surface. Sasao and Ino felt a powerful tremor ripple through the back mountain, trees swaying and rocks trembling slightly. Ino's face blanched, her voice trembling. What just happened? Is it an earthquake? Sasao's brow furrowed, shaking his head slightly. I am uncertain. Let us investigate the situation. 3 minutes later, Sasao and Ino hurriedly arrived at the foot of the Hokage building. Gazing at the astonishing scene before them, Ino covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth has occurred? The floor housing the Hokage's office had been utterly devastated by some terrifying force. Even the walls of the first floor of the Hokage building were riddled with deep cracks, as though a colossal beast had torn through. Sasao furrowed his brow and urged, we must ascend and ascertain what has transpired. Chapter 59, Tsunade's Fury, Saho's Inquiry. Damn it. Cursed Danzo. Not only did he deliberately orchestrate the death of Rope Tree, but it turns out even Danzo's in league with him. Tsunade's voice thundered like a tempest, her eyes aflame with a fury that seemed capable of incinerating everything in her vicinity. Standing nearby, Shizune wore a look of concern, attempting to temper this raging storm. Lady Tsunade, please, do not be so angry. Yet, Tsunade, consumed by wrath, nearly lost her reason. How can I not be furious? And that third Hokage, how could he commit such a despicable act? Her words were steeped in disappointment and rage, the air thickening with tension, as if the very atmosphere trembled in response to her fury. Is this the will of fire? Konoha has decayed to such a degree. The third died with his honor. Lady Tsunade, the truth behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation must never reach Saho. If he learns of it, who knows what reckless actions he might take, endangering Konoha. Tsunade, in her anger, let out a bitter laugh. Shizune, do you truly believe this can be concealed for long? The third allowed Danzo to commit such heinous acts, and you now wish for me to continue hiding the truth? Shizune, in a state of urgency, implored, Lady Tsunade, for the peace of Konoha, you must keep this secret. You are now the Hokage, bearing the future of the entire village. Just then, Saho and Ino entered the room. Saho wore a playful smile, resting his chin on his hand, clearly intrigued by the unfolding scene. What are you two up to? It looks like the Hokage's office is on the verge of collapse. Seeing him, Shizune immediately frowned. Saho, what brings you here? Saho shrugged, grinning. With all this commotion, I dare say the villagers are already aware. At that moment, Tsunade fixed her gaze on Saho, her expression revealing hesitation, as if she had much to convey but was unsure how to begin. Saho smiled slightly, calmly inquiring, Sister, what are your thoughts upon learning all this? Tsunade, taken aback, asked in confusion, What matters? Saho raised an eyebrow, replying, Surely, I refer to the matter concerning Danzo. Shizune, anxious, turned to Saho. Do you know something? Saho nodded slowly, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. I know everything. He narrowed his eyes, coldly questioning. Hokage, I shall ask you once more. Do you have anything to say regarding Konoha's extermination of my Uchiha clan? Shizune interjected. Saho, Lady Tsunade's emotions are rather unstable at the moment. Perhaps it would be wise to postpone such inquiries. Tsunade suddenly interrupted their exchange. If you wish to know my thoughts, I shall tell you. I will provide you with a reasonable solution, but now is not the time. Ino, bewildered, looked between them. What are you discussing? I cannot comprehend a word. Saho smirked coldly, threateningly addressing Tsunade. Hokage, remember your promise. Should you fail to deliver, I shall bring ruin to Konoha. With that, he took Ino by the shoulder and departed the Hokage office, leaving behind a palpable tension in the air. As they walked, Saho's demeanor seemed somewhat subdued, a hint of melancholy shadowing his features. Ino, concerned, asked, Saho, what's wrong? You seem troubled. Saho, weary, let his eyelids droop, murmuring, Ino, please return. I wish to be alone for a while. Ino, still uneasy, pressed, Saho, are you truly all right? Saho shook his head, his tone flat. It's nothing. I merely desire some solitude. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the mountaintop, painting the sky in shades of crimson. Saho sat alone atop the heights behind Konoha, his gaze distant, as if he were watching the sun sink below the horizon, his heart swirling with an indescribable melancholy. As the last rays of daylight faded, the world around him seemed to dull into darkness. At that moment, a deep voice shattered the stillness. Uchiha Saho, have you made your decision? Will you come with me? The masked man, Tobi, appeared beside him like a specter, his aura ominous and enigmatic. What you offer me depends on what you can provide, Saho replied, his tone tinged with cold indifference, akin to the approaching night, deep and unfathomable. Tobi inquired coldly, what is it that you desire? Saho stood firm, stating plainly, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan is intricately tied to you, isn't it? Tobi smiled faintly, a hint of derision in his voice. You are mistaken. It was Itachi who truly extinguished your kin, at least on the surface. However, the true architects were Danzo and the Third. Yet, I am not that hidden hand. Saho furrowed his brow, pressing further. Your right eye is also a Sharingan, indicating an inseparable bond with the Uchiha clan. You claim to be Uchiha Madara. Yet Madara perished during the era of the first Hokage. Do you think I would believe you? Tobi coldly retorted. Perhaps you should simply state what you wish for, rather than engaging in this futile dialogue. Saho replied earnestly, I wish to resurrect my clan. Moreover, I seek a means to suppress the side effects of the Sharingan. Surely, you can assist with that. With a slight smile, Tobi stated, if you are willing to aid me in realizing my Moon Eye plan, your clan shall be revived. As for the side effects of the Sharingan, I can also address that. Saho scoffed derisively, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. The infinite Tsukuyami? Illusions are ultimately just illusions. You are rather naive. Tobi and Appo's expression remained unyielding, his tone resolute. So, I take it you are refusing my offer? Saho shook his head, his voice unwavering. First, provide me with something to suppress the side effects of the Sharingan. After all, as a high-ranking official of Konoha, I cannot easily trust your empty promises. Tobi's countenance shifted to one of difficulty. Injecting Hashirama cells was not something everyone could endure, and such procedures required a professional laboratory. He furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply before slowly stating, do you think suppressing the side effects of the Sharingan is that simple? If you join me and assist in executing the Moon Eye plan, I assure you, you will not suffer loss. The stronger you become, the better it is for me. You can rest assured of that. Chapter 60. Injection of Hashirama cells shortly thereafter, at 3 o'clock in the morning, within a clandestine laboratory in the ninja world. Under dim lighting, Zao lay quietly on the experimental table, a palpable tension permeating the atmosphere. The voice of the masked man, Obito, echoed in his ears. We are about to begin. Zao gaze swept across the ground, landing on the peculiar sight of black and white Zetsu. Unable to contain himself, he jested, "What an odd creature you are. Do you count as one person or two?" White Zetsu chuckled, responding, Zao has posed such a strange question. Black Zetsu, what do you think, we one or two? Shut up, you imbecile. Black Zetsu impatiently interrupted. Obito's demeanor turned serious. All right, we are commencing the injection now. I must clarify that Hashirama cells are not something just anyone can endure. If you die during this process, do not blame me for not warning you. The corners of Zaoheo's mouth lifted slightly, unafraid as he declared, "Bring it on. Inject as much as you can. How much do you wish to inject?" Obito inquired, his brow furrowing. "Do not stop. Whatever quantity you have, that is what I want." Zaoheo's voice brimmed with audacity, revealing his indomitable spirit. Wow. Zaoheo is quite bold. Does he not fear death? White Zetsu exclaimed in astonishment. "Fool, be quiet." Black Zetsu interjected once more, his tone rife with exasperation. Countless syringes, akin to ravenous ants, swiftly penetrated Zaoheo's veins, and the process of injecting Hashirama cells commenced. Is this truly Hashirama cells? Zaoheo mused, recognizing their legendary status as they instigated a profound transformation within his body. At that moment, he sensed an invisible force coursing through his veins, his muscles tightened, and strength appeared to accumulate within him, invigorating his spirit. 10 minutes later, Obito's voice disrupted his reverie. "You can stop now. That is sufficient. Do not stop. Continue." Zaoheo retorted without hesitation, fervor gleaming in his eyes. "Are you certain your body can withstand this?" Obito's tone conveyed concern. He did not wish for such a formidable ally to perish here. "Humph. In this world, there is nothing that Zao Ri-Tian cannot endure. Come on." Zaoheo's confidence blazed like a flame. "You are quite audacious, boy. Remember, you said it yourself. If you die, do not blame me." Obito shook his head, a playful smile curving beneath his mask. He then turned to White Zetsu. "Inject the full dosage until Zaoheo calls for a halt." 20 minutes passed, then 30, then an hour, time slipping away like merciless sand in an hourglass. It was now 6 o'clock in the morning, and the atmosphere in the laboratory remained tense. Zaoheo had absorbed Hashirama cells for a full 3 hours. "Do not stop. Continue." At this moment, he appeared almost frenzied, exuding an uncontrollable power, his eyes sparkling with madness. The cells within him surged, undergoing relentless transformation as Hashirama's cells rendered every second invaluable, each enhancement shaping his limits. Obito observed him, astonished, and remarked, "You are indeed a genius among geniuses, rivaling my own prowess in my youth. Cease now. If this continues, you will not withstand it. I cannot stop. I need to grow stronger." Zaoheo's voice roared with unwavering conviction. At this point, he relied on no systematic state. The Zaoheo of the past may not have fought so desperately, but the current Zaoheo was acutely aware that his strength was merely that of a shadow, and he was still far from the level required to contend with Kagaya Akatsuki. Even against Uchiha Madara, he held no assurance of victory. This overwhelming sense of crisis acted as a blade, constantly urging him forward, ensuring he seized every opportunity to enhance his power. As Hashirama cells continued to pour into him, Zaoheo felt as if he were ablaze, strength and potential intertwining within him, a fervent desire igniting that led to an unprecedented metamorphosis. Another half-hour passed, and Zaoheo was now drenched in blood, oozing from his pores, resembling a distorted canvas reflecting his fervor and dedication. Is it not time to stop? This is terrifying. Has Zaoheo lost his mind? White Zetsu's voice trembled with fear, witnessing the scene with helplessness. "Stop. Ignore whatever Zaoheo says. Halt immediately." Obito's voice remained composed. Yet, Zaoheo shouted defiantly, "Do not stop. How can a man lament misfortune? As long as I do not die, inject me to the brink." "You cannot. If this continues, you will truly perish. Your capillaries have already burst, and if this goes on, your major arteries will rupture." White Zetsu urged urgently. But regardless of Zaoheo's frantic cries, White Zetsu remained unmoved. Ultimately, he coldly ceased the injections. Obito sighed, shaking his head. "Why go to such lengths? You have already attained what you desired. Why push yourself so?" Breathing heavily, Zaoheo slowly descended from the experimental table, the aching sensation in his muscles gradually dissipating. He stretched and felt as though every cell in his body was rejoicing. A satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed, is this the method you speak of to suppress the side effects of the Sharingan? Quite impressive, I appreciate it. Obito nodded slightly, his tone calm, yet laced with approval. Go wash up. Afterward, I will elaborate on the moon and Appos, SI plan. Zioheo nodded, anticipation flickering within him as he entered another small room. As he washed, the cool water cascaded over him, washing away his fatigue. The bloodstains gradually faded, as if cleansing the fervor and anger within him. After his ablutions, he emerged refreshed, the power of his muscles amplified by the invigorating water. Standing before the mirror, Zioheo murmured to himself, so this is Hashirama's cells? Truly extraordinary. My physical strength has increased at least threefold. Feeling the surging power within him, an almost uncontrollable might stirred his spirit. His regenerative abilities had reached terrifying heights. He wondered just how formidable the first Hokage had been in his prime. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and felt the strength of each muscle, as if he were no longer the same person he once was. Quietly, he pondered, I wonder if I could defeat the Raikage with a single punch. Moments later, Obito began to explain the intricacies of his moon's eye plan in detail. Excessive details omitted. This is the plan, do you understand? Zioheo was momentarily taken aback before a look of enlightenment spread across his face. So, that is how it is. The Ten Tails? How intriguing. The Moon's Eye, Infinite Tsukuyami. Chapter 61. Zhuhao joins Akatsuki draped in a cloak adorned with crimson clouds against a black background. Zhuhao emanated an aura of mystery and allure. He bore no forehead protector of the Hidden Leaf Village, seemingly proclaiming his severance from the past. At that moment, he found himself concealed within a secret corner of the Rain Village, surrounded by a gentle drizzle. The swiftness with which he traversed from the Leaf Village to the Rain Village was undoubtedly facilitated by Obito's Kimui space. Zhuhao's gaze was sharp, and a smirk graced his lips as he spoke with a hint of astonishment. I never imagined you possessed the space-time abilities of the Sharingan. The masked figure, Obito, smiled faintly, a mysterious glimmer in his eyes, as he replied, Come, I shall introduce you to the members of Akatsuki. As Zhuhao materialized in the clandestine location of the Rain Village, he was met by a cadre of individuals clad in black cloaks with red clouds. The air thick with tension. Deidara, Sasori, Kisame, Itachi, Haiden, Kaku. At the center stood Pain and Konin, resembling two stoic statues, their eyes fixed on the newcomer. Zhuhao. Breaking the silence, Zhuhao scoffed. So this is Akatsuki? I must say, you hardly impress me. With just this handful of members, what kind of combat prowess can you possibly possess? Itachi, you truly lack discernment. Itachi furrowed his brow, astonished to discover that the one joining Akatsuki today was none other than his brother, Zhuhao. He opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by Pain's chilling interruption. To dare belittle Akatsuki is to invite folly. Pain's voice resonated like ice, imbued with an uncompromising authority. Zhuhao's gaze shifted to Pain's Rinnegan, a disdainful smile curling his lips. Ah, so this is the eye of the Sage of Six Paths. It hardly seems formidable. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, Zhuhao's arrogance unsettling everyone present. He surveyed the assembly with a cold glare, continuing, Now that I have joined Akatsuki, it is only fitting that I assume the position of leader. Do any of you dissent? Haiden's eyes flickered as he stepped forward. You, boy, what gives you the right to lead? Let me gauge your strength first. Just don't die on me. Zhuhao chuckled derisively, his voice laced with scorn. You think you can match me? Perhaps you should reconsider. You are simply too weak. His words struck like daggers, piercing Haiden's pride and darkening his expression. How dare you? Prepare to die, you arrogant fool. Haiden roared, fury igniting within him, as if to shatter Zhuhao's hubris. Yet, before he could complete his threat, Zhuhao moved like lightning, his fist aimed squarely at Haiden's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Zhuhao's fist connected flawlessly, propelling Haiden through the air. He arced gracefully, followed by a series of pained retches, blood spewing forth as he crashed to the ground. Unable to rise. How is this possible? The collective shock reverberated among the onlookers, their disbelief fixated on Zhuhao's astonishing speed. Zhuhao cast a cold glance at the assembly, a mocking smile gracing his lips, radiating an air of invincible confidence. Is anyone else inclined to challenge me? His deep, commanding voice echoed like thunder, shaking the very souls of those present. The air around them seemed to freeze, and silence reigned as no one dared to break it. as the crowd remained unresponsive. Zhuao's smile widened with pride, his voice rising in triumph. Since none of you dare to step forward, I shall henceforth be the leader of Akatsuki. I am now the god of Akatsuki, and you will all heed my commands. His declaration sliced through the remnants of order like a sharp blade, sending shockwaves through every member present. Shinra Tensei, Pain suddenly raised a hand, his voice booming like thunder, filling the entire space. A powerful gravitational force surged towards Zhuao, as if to drag him into an abyss. Alarm bells rang in Zhuao's mind as he felt the overwhelming pressure. In an instant, he activated his body flicker technique, evading the pull of Shinra Tensei with lightning speed. Such formidable gravity. Is this merely a Deva Path clone? He marveled inwardly, casting a wary glance back at Pain, his respect for the leader of Akatsuki growing. Is this truly your ability? Gravity, indeed, is impressive. Zhuao stood at a distance, but it still falls short. Pain replied coolly, if you wish to join us in Akatsuki, then strive for peace rather than bullying your fellow members with your strength. Haha, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Zhuao ambled closer, a relaxed smile adorning his face, for we are now comrades pursuing a shared dream. Why resort to violence? Isn't that right, Haydn? He pointed playfully at the still recovering Haydn, a teasing glint in his eyes. Fuming, Haydn gritted his teeth. You little brat. I am blessed by the evil god. You cannot kill me. Submitting to you is out of the question. Huh, what of your immortality? Do you think I wouldn't enjoy severing your head and drinking to your demise? Zhuao retorted, amusement dancing in his eyes. Haydn smirked defiantly, then come and try. If you dare. Zhuao paused, then replied nonchalantly, a request so rare, indeed. I shall not hold back. Before the words left his lips, his 1,000 cherry blossoms transformed into a sharp beam of light. Employing his body flicker technique, he wielded his blade with elegance, slicing through the air and separating Haydn and Appo's head from his body in an instant. The surrounding Akatsuki members stood in stunned silence, awestruck by Zhuao and Appo's unbelievable speed. Yet, despite this, Haydn still clung to life. Haha, I am under the protection of the evil god. You will never kill me. He laughed, his voice brimming with bravado and defiance. Humph. In the world of shinobi, I shall not tolerate anyone more arrogant than myself. Zhuao bellowed, launching a fierce punch toward Haydn's body, thundering down like rain. His fists rained upon Haydn, who found himself helpless in this one-sided assault. I was wrong. Please stop. Haydn cried out in desperation, fear and regret lacing his voice. Zhuao's cold laughter echoed, arrogant? And yet you dare to flaunt it before me? Will you continue to be so overconfident? No more, no more. I promise to be humble from now on. Haydn pleaded, his face a mask of terror. Oh, please stop. I truly won't be arrogant again. Chapter 62. The meeting at Myokuzen, cultivating the art of senjutsu with a rush of resolve coursing through him. Zhuao arrived at Myokuzen after joining the Akatsuki. The urgency to hone his skills in senjutsu ignited within him, especially as the system had crashed. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. Old Toad, teach me the art of senjutsu, Zhuao exclaimed, gazing up at the colossal figure of the toad, Frosmaru, an ancient entity. Frosmaru had been a presence in the world since the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Frosmaru paused momentarily, inquiring, you wish to learn senjutsu? Why is that? Raising an eyebrow, Zhuao retorted, is that not possible? Shaking his head, Frosmaru replied earnestly, it is not that it is impossible, but your physique is rather unique, making the cultivation of senjutsu exceedingly challenging. Challenges are trivial. Just tell me how. Zhuao dismissed the concern, pausing briefly before adding, and summon that Jiraiya fellow to me. Thus began Zhuao's journey into the world of senjutsu. The chakra required for senjutsu necessitates a perfect equilibrium among natural energy, physical energy, and spiritual energy. Any imbalance could lead to petrification or loss of control. For Zhuao, this posed a particular challenge as he harbored dimensional power, spiritual pressure, and magic within him. Shinshaku, the sage, shook his head, a hint of resignation in his voice. Young man, your constitution indeed does not suit the practice of senjutsu. Perhaps you should reconsider. Humph. Zhuao raised an eyebrow, a defiant smile curling at the corners of his lips. I refuse to believe I cannot master such a trivial art. With a fierce determination, he commenced the reckless absorption of the surrounding natural energy. Shinshaku's expression shifted to alarm. Have you lost your mind? Such actions could lead to your petrification. Yet, astonishingly, Zaoheo not only evaded petrification but absorbed the natural energy at an astonishing pace, seemingly unaffected by the process. Shinshaku's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. You have not turned to stone. Zaoheo erupted into laughter. This natural energy is hardly dangerous. It is quite simple. After a considerable time. Jiraiya. He greeted with a smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. What brings you to my side? I see you have begun your training in Senjutsu. Zaoheo looked up, responding nonchalantly. Jiraiya, where have you been? How fares Naruto's training? With a casual shake of his head, Jiraiya replied, that Naruto fellow possesses remarkable tenacity. He is quite stubborn. Zaoheo raised an eyebrow. Nevertheless, let us discuss your matters now. I have already resolved half of your issues with Tsunade. How do you intend to repay me? Jiraiya, taken aback, queried, really? What is the current situation? In a hushed tone, Zaoheo revealed, Tsunade harbors no lingering feelings for Kato. I even left Konoha for this matter. How do you propose I repay you? Jiraiya gasped, what? You left Konoha? Zaoheo nodded. Indeed, I no longer wish to remain in Konoha. An awkward silence ensued, and Jiraiya sighed softly. Since you do not wish to stay in Konoha, there is little we can do. What are your plans now? Zaoheo declared resolutely. I shall focus on my training to enhance my strength. Let us rendezvous here at Myokuzen. I shall contact you through the messenger toad if needed. He paused before adding. And for heaven's sake, do not provoke the Akatsuki. Do not. Otherwise, I cannot assist you. Rest assured. Jiraiya waved dismissively. You have repeated that many times. My ears have grown accustomed to it. Now, I shall commence my own training. You may take your leave. With eyes closed, Zaoheo began to concentrate on absorbing the natural energy. Jiraiya departed Myokuzen, continuing his journey alongside Naruto to further their training. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki headquarters, an atmosphere of tension and mystery enveloped the room. Konan and Pain engaged in a hushed discussion, their brows furrowed. Nagato, Konan began. What do you perceive to be Zaoheo's true intentions? He does not seem to exhibit any clear motives for defection. After a moment of contemplation, Pain replied, regardless of his intentions, our plan to capture the tailed beasts will not be impeded. Although he is formidable, he is ultimately just one man, and his power remains limited. Konan frowned with unease. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that Zaoheo's motives are far from simple. At that moment, black and white emerged from the ground, interrupting their discourse. I have acquired intelligence. Zaoheo is undeniably sincere in his defection from Konoha. Konan questioned skeptically. How can you be so sure? Black slowly elucidated. The vendetta against his clan is, in fact, Danzo's conspiracy. Konoha is not a monolith. Upon discovering this, coupled with his arrogant and ambitious nature, how could Zaoheo possibly wish to remain in such a place? He will undoubtedly seek an opportunity to strike at Konoha. As time progressed, 3 days later, in the Hokage's office within Konoha, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji convened, confronting Tsunade directly. Ino boldly initiated, her tone echoing Zaoheo's own audacity. Lady Tsunade, may I inquire where Zaoheo has vanished to? Why is Danzo's wrongdoing yet to be revealed? What are you waiting for? An air of coldness surrounded Ino, as if the very atmosphere had solidified. Tsunade retorted, are you three here to cause a disturbance in my office? Ino, temper your enthusiasm. Allow me to clarify. Shikamaru interjected softly, turning to Tsunade with a more respectful tone. Lady Tsunade, the three of us have engaged in discussions with our families and feel that Danzo's crimes are indeed shocking. If left unaddressed, many may experience disappointment and disillusionment. Furrowing her brow, Tsunade displayed a troubled countenance. Zaoheo had seemingly departed Konoha, and it had been 3 days since his return, complicating her position as Hokage. Moreover, the new generation of Ino Shikacho had intruded upon her office to question her, further complicating matters. Clearing her throat, Tsunade adopted a serious tone. Please remain calm. Zaoheo has merely gone on a mission. As for Danzo's crimes, I assure you they will be made public. You need not worry. She paused, scanning the faces of those present before continuing. However, there is an urgent task that requires your attention. Ino asked quizzically, what task? Tsunade responded. Sunagakure has been attacked by unidentified ninjas and has sent a request for assistance to us in Konoha. Chapter 63. The Capture of the Tailed Beast. Gaara faces misfortune amidst the swirling sands. The desolate expanse surrounding Sunagakure appeared particularly barren. In this arid wasteland, Zaho, Scorpion, and Deidara traversed slowly. The the grains of sand glistening faintly with a golden hue under the sun. Zaho remarked nonchalantly, I am accompanying you this time primarily to ensure your safety. After all, this is your inaugural attempt at capturing a tailed beast, and I am yet to gauge your capabilities, lest you meet your demise during this endeavor. Scorpion smiled subtly, confidence gleaming in his eyes as he replied, Rest assured, my eternal art shall never falter, nor shall it lead to my demise here. Deidara, intrigued, scrutinized Zaho and could not help but inquire, Zaho, you appear even younger than I. How is it that you possess such strength? I have heard tales of you defeating the Hokage. Is that true? Zaho flashed a charming smile and softly responded, Would you like to ascertain the potency of my lightning release? Perhaps experiencing it firsthand would suffice. Deidara shivered involuntarily and quickly shook his head. I think I shall pass. That Haiden fellow is immortal, but I am not. At that moment, a ninja from Sunagakure suddenly appeared before them, casting a wary glance over the trio. Who are you? What brings you here? The sand ninja inquired coldly. The three exchanged surprised glances, astonished to encounter a ninja from Sunagakure in such a place. Zaho scoffed, What? Do you require my intervention to deal with such a lowly minion? Little Deidara? Little Scorpion? Haha. Deidara burst into laughter, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Allow me to handle this. The sand ninja's face paled with fear as he shouted, Intruders! Intruders! Someone help! Before he could call for reinforcements, Deidara interjected. You won't get the chance. He then unleashed a small clay bomb from the air, hurling it straight at the sand ninja. The ninja, filled with dread, exclaimed, What is this? Boom. The clay bomb exploded instantaneously, releasing a tremendous shockwave that obliterated the sand ninja, leaving no trace behind, not even a scream to mark his demise. Zaho frowned. Little Deidara, do you intend to draw the entire Sunagakure upon us with such a ruckus after killing a Chunin? Deidara laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. What do I care? Even if the whole of Sunagakure descends upon us, I am unfazed. Let them all perish under my art. Hurry up and follow me. We may have already revealed our position, Zaho declared, swiftly leaping forward. Scorpion and Deidara promptly followed. Soon, they arrived at Sunagakure, and Deidara grimaced, surveying the dreadful environment. Just then, Gaara emerged from the shadows, his gaze fixed coldly upon the trio. What do you seek by trespassing into our village? He inquired icily. Oh, have you forgotten me? I am Gaara, Zaho replied with a smile, a hint of provocation in his eyes. Upon recognizing Zaho's face, Gaara's eyes widened in astonishment. Zaho, what brings you here? Deidara interjected dismissively. No time for reminiscing. It is time for my artistic performance. Gaara's expression hardened, and he thundered, You seek death. Deidara sneered, his hands moving rapidly through the air, igniting the atmosphere before him with an intense heat. With a cunning smile gracing his lips, he launched a bomb crafted from clay and sand at Gaara. Art is an explosion, Deidara proclaimed, as the bomb traced a graceful arc through the air, radiating brilliant light towards Gaara. Gaara's expression shifted slightly, his inner fury ignited. With a swift motion, he commanded the surrounding sand to coalesce into a massive sand wall, thwarting Deidara's assault. The sand wall erupted with a deafening explosion upon contact with the bomb, scattering grains of sand and forming a swirling sandstorm. Humph. You think to use such trifles against me? Gaara chuckled coldly, a murderous glint in his eyes. With a mere thought, the sand surged forth like loyal guardians, encircling Deidara with relentless force. You are terribly Navi. Deidara smirked disdainfully, swiftly retreating as he prepared to unleash a more formidable technique. In the sky, several clay birds surged towards Gaara. His expression grew increasingly grave, recognizing the threat posed by this formidable opponent. He summoned an even greater flow of sand, forming an immense sand vortex in an attempt to consume the clay birds. However, in that instant, the clay birds detonated. The terrifying force of the explosion sent Gaara hurtling backward. How is this possible? This power is beyond my defenses, he murmured in disbelief. Observing this scene, Scorpion muttered, It appears I need not intervene. Seizing the opportunity, Deidara taunted loudly. It seems you're not so strong after all. The Jinchuriki is but this. Damn it. I will kill you. Gaara's rage surged, half of his body beginning to undergo tailed beast transformation. In this desert, the power of Shikaku would be greatly amplified, far surpassing that of his time in Konoha. You all shall perish, he roared, as Shikaku's hand extended towards Deidara. Yet, Deidara deftly evaded this lethal strike with a nimble sidestep. At that moment, Zaho furrowed his brow and impatiently called out, "Little Deidara, hurry. Stop playing around. It's merely a one-tail, and you've wasted so much time." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, as if even the heavens were tense in anticipation of the unfolding drama. At that moment, Temari and Kankuro made their grand entrance, akin to heroes from a film. Temari, brimming with fury, pointed at Uchiha Zaho and exclaimed, "Uchiha Zaho, I never expected you would dare to appear openly in Sunigakure. And your companions even dare to attack Gaara. What do you intend to do?" Kankuro, trembling with anxiety, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. The aura of these individuals was overwhelmingly potent, akin to being surrounded by a pack of ferocious beasts. "What am I here for? Are you feigning ignorance?" Zaho scoffed disdainfully. "Of course, I'm here. But I shan't reveal that to you." "Oh dear. We are all friends here. Must you inquire so deeply? We are merely here to take Gaara with us. It would be wise not to impede us, or else." Chapter 64. The action of the pig-deer butterfly, the obstruction of a Wagakure Yamano. Slow down. We can hardly keep up with you. At this moment, amidst the dense forest where shadows danced, 3 figures were sprinting with all their might. Yamano, Shikamaru, and Choji were striving to reach Sunigakure. Yamano, adorned in a sleek black outfit, bore the weapon Shirayuki at her waist, exuding an air of vitality. "Hurry up. I have a feeling Saho is waiting for us in Sunigakure." Her voice brimmed with urgency and anticipation. Suddenly, several ninjas from Iwagakure blocked their path. Heh, ninjas from Konoha. The sight of the Iwagakure forehead protectors cast a shadow of dread over the trio. Yamano was the first to speak, her tone grave. "Iwagakure ninjas. How dare you gather intelligence near Konoha?" The leader of the Iwagakure ninjas, a formidable jonin, emanated an intimidating presence. With a sinister grin, he declared, "Huh? I didn't expect to encounter the new generation of Konoha. Tell me what you know about Saho, or prepare to face the consequences." Upon hearing this, Yamino's brows furrowed, and she brandished Shirayuki, adopting an attack stance with unwavering resolve. "If you wish to learn about Saho, you shall not have the chance." Haha. The Iwagakure jonin chuckled coldly. "Since you refuse to provide information, do not blame us for being ruthless. We will take you back for interrogation." In an instant, the shadows on the ground stealthily advanced towards the Iwagakure ninjas. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Success. Shikamaru formed hand seals and whispered, "Shadow imitation jutsu." In that fleeting moment, the Iwagakure ninjas found themselves ensnared, unable to move. However, one jonin managed to evade capture, leaping swiftly and hurling shurikens towards Yamano and her companions. Yamano reacted with lightning speed, drawing her sword to clash against the shurikens, the sound of metal ringing out. Without hesitation, she charged towards the Iwagakure jonin. Her speed akin to a flash of lightning, an overwhelming spiritual pressure radiating from her. "Allow me to deal with you, Iwagakure ninja," Yamano stated coldly, her gaze unwavering. "First dance, moon white." She chanted softly, creating a circular pattern on the ground with Shirayuki. As she moved, the temperature plummeted, as if time itself had frozen. A frigid mist surged forth like a tempest, enveloping the surroundings. The Iwagakure jonin's face contorted in disbelief, fear and shock filling his eyes. "How is this possible? This is the aura of Ice Shield. Your blade. So cold." He involuntarily shivered, dread gnawing at his very soul. Yamino's voice pierced through the icy air. "Chilling as winter. Die for me." With a swift motion, the circular frost radiated explosively, resembling a blizzard that bore down upon the Iwagakure jonin. In that moment, he felt an irresistible force, as if the world itself had frozen before his eyes. The frost sliced through him like blades, and in an instant, the Iwagakure jonin was encased in ice, shattering into fragments. "Yamano, you are incredible," Choji exclaimed, awestruck by her prowess. The speed of her advancement was astonishing. She had single-handedly vanquished an Iwagakure jonin. Yamano, panting and clearly fatigued, had exerted herself too much, having only recently mastered the technique. Shikamaru, struggling to maintain control over the remaining Iwagakure ninjas, urged, "Quickly, help me. I can barely hold them. They're about to break free. Let me handle this." Yamano replied, gripping Shirayuki tightly as she approached the Iwagakure ninjas. "To learn about Saho, you must perish." With swift strokes, she dispatched the Iwagakure ninjas, leaving them lifeless on the ground. In a nearby shadow, White Zetsu peered from behind a tree. "Iwagakure has sent someone to Konoha, and they sought to eliminate Saho's little girlfriend. I wonder how Saho will react to this news. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure. Haha, how weak you all are. I didn't even need to exert myself. And you fell. Saho looked down at the three figures sprawled at his feet, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. Gaara, struggling to speak, asked weakly, "What do you want?" However, Saho ignored Gaara's inquiry, coldly ordering, "Deidara, take them away." "Got it." Deidara quickly complied, binding them together and placing them atop his enormous clay bird. With a flap of its wings, they soared away. Not long after, on the way back to Akatsuki, White Zetsu appeared unexpectedly. "Oh." Saho raised an eyebrow, surprised. "What did you just say? Konoha is searching for me? And Awagakure is intercepting Yamano?" "Indeed, that is the gist of it," White Zetsu continued, turning his gaze to Saho. "So what do you plan to do?" Deidara interjected with a laugh. "Ha. I know Awagakure very well. How about I take you there, Saho?" Saho smiled slightly, teasing. "Oh, Deidara, if I were to obliterate Awagakure, would you be heartbroken?" Deidara laughed heartily in response. "Ha, of course not. I've been meaning to unleash my new artistic bomb. By the way, I heard you have a younger sister. What is her name?" "Kuratsuchi, right?" Saho asked casually, a glint of meaning in his eyes. "Uh-huh." Deidara's eyes widened, astonished. "How do you know so much?" All right. Saho waved his hand dismissively. "I'm heading to Awagakure to teach them a lesson. You just take the one-tails directly to the leader. And as for Temari and Kankuro, don't kill them. They might be useful as hostages." Thus, Saho embarked on his solitary journey towards Awagakure, with White Zetsu closely following, providing information as needed. "Saho, what are your intentions?" "It seems you don't have a concrete plan to go to Awagakure yet," White Zetsu asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. Saho replied, "White Zetsu, you are not human. You cannot understand what love is. Everything I do is for my love. Do you comprehend? Love? What is love exactly?" White Zetsu retorted, perplexed. "Thus, you truly do not understand love," Saho declared earnestly. "Let me give you an example. Your relationship with Black Zetsu is, in fact, a manifestation of love." "What do you mean? You say this is love?" White Zetsu appeared even more bewildered. "Exactly. Love is when two individuals can merge into one, relying on and supporting each other," Saho elaborated. White Zetsu suddenly understood. "So that's it. This is love. I suppose I should seek out Black Zetsu to experience what love truly means." Chapter 65. What? Has Zhaohao betrayed us? Ino and her companions arrived at Sunagakure. Yet they found no trace of Zhaohao. Furrowing her brow, she murmured, "Could it be that Zhaohao has already departed?" At that moment, a Sunagakure ninja appeared and addressed Ino and her group. "You are ninjas from Konohagakure, aren't you? Unfortunately, you have arrived too late. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro have already been captured." Ino gasped. "What? Who took them?" Despite their haste, they had arrived a moment too late. Shikamaru, maintaining his composure, inquired of the Sunagakure ninja, "What exactly transpired? Can you provide detailed information?" The Sunagakure ninja replied slowly, "The captors were rogue ninjas clad in black cloaks with red clouds. And one of them was Zhaohao from your village. Given our prior conflicts with Konohagakure, I have a vivid impression of Zhaohao. I cannot be mistaken. It is absolutely impossible." Ino immediately retorted, her face aflame with anger. "Zhaohao would never commit such an act. You are slandering him." Shikamaru also expressed skepticism. "Are you certain it was Zhaohao?" Choji shook his head, disbelief etched across his face, clearly unwilling to accept that Zhaohao might be involved in such deeds. The Sunagakure ninja snorted dismissively and asserted, "I am certain that the one who took your comrades was Zhaohao from Konohagakure." Ino, eager to know more, pressed, "Which direction did he head?" The ninja responded nonchalantly, "I do not know." Shikamaru recorded all the information onto a scroll and said to Ino, "Let us leave. There is no point in lingering here." They needed to report their findings back to Konohagakure. Ino nodded and replied, "All right." Their mission had been largely fruitless, with the only information being that Zhaohao had indeed been in Sunagakure and had abducted Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. Time passed swiftly, and a day later, Ino and her companions returned to Konohagakure. Inside the Hokage's office, a tense atmosphere enveloped the room. Tsunade slammed her hand on the desk, her voice booming. "What? Zhaohao has actually defected?" Shikamaru swallowed hard and cautiously replied, "Lady Tsunade, this is all the information we have gathered. We cannot yet confirm its authenticity." Tsunade furrowed her brow, her fingers gently massaging her temples as a torrent of thoughts surged through her mind. This situation was exceedingly troublesome for her. Could it be that all of this stemmed from my failure to disclose Danzo's crimes in a timely manner? She reflected, feeling an immense weight of responsibility. At that moment, Ino stepped forward resolutely, declaring, "Lady Tsunade, I will go find Zhao. Tsunade, taken aback, responded, "What did you say? You wish to search for Zhao? Do you know where he is now?" Ino nodded slightly and explained, "Although I do not know his exact location, I can sense him if he is within a certain proximity." Ino had developed a spiritual pressure that allowed her to sense Zhao, who possessed a similar energy. Tsunade frowned, contemplating the implications. After all, Ino and Zhao and Appo's relationship had effectively evolved into that of lovers. Allowing Ino to search for Zhao seemed reasonable. Ultimately, Tsunade nodded and said, "Very well, Ino, the task of locating Zhao is entrusted to you. Do you require any assistance?" Just then, the door to the Hokage's office burst open, and Sakura rushed in, her voice laced with anxiety. "Lady Tsunade, what should we do about Sasuke now?" The intertwining fates of Zhao and Sasuke had collided. Was it mere coincidence? As tension filled the air, Kakashi entered the room, his expression serious as he addressed Tsunade. "Sasuke is my subordinate. He has been captured by Orochimaru, and I bear some responsibility in this matter. So I wish to." Tsunade interrupted him without hesitation. "Kakashi, while you are indeed a genius, Orochimaru is far more formidable than you might imagine. You are not yet equipped to rescue anyone from his clutches." At that moment, Asuma and Kurenai entered the office, followed closely by Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. Asuma spoke up, "Lady Tsunade, how about we form a pursuit team to search for both Zhao and Sasuke?" The prospect of 3J Nin leading the charge was undoubtedly a powerful arrangement. Tsunade nodded slightly in agreement. "Very well. I entrust this mission to you." At this moment, on the outskirts of Awagakure, a landscape of towering rocks surrounded them. Although the environment was superior to that of Sunagakure, it still paled in comparison to Konohagakure. Zhao, clad in a black cloak with red clouds, stood atop a high rock, not displaying his deathly demeanor. I wonder what expression that old Kudanoki will wear upon seeing another wielder of dust release." Zhao licked his lips, anticipation coursing through him. 3 minutes later, within the Tsuchikige's office in Awagakure, Inoki stared at Zhao in shock, exclaiming, You. How did you get in here? You are Zhao? Zhao narrowed his eyes, a serpent-like glimmer emanating from them, his dangerous aura palpable. "So you are the Tsuchikige? You sent people to ambush my woman. How shall we settle this score?" Inoki, bewildered, stammered. Zhao, growing impatient, continued, "Inoki, stop pretending. Confess your crimes." Inoki's expression darkened with anger as he retorted coldly, "Kid, understand this. You are in Awagakure, not a place where you can act recklessly." Zhao shrugged nonchalantly, adopting an air of arrogance. "Inoki, I have heard that dust release is formidable. I, Zhao, would like to see for myself." Inoki furrowed his brow and demanded, "How did you get in here? Did the ninjas outside not stop you? And what is with your attire? Have you joined the Akatsuki?" Zhao casually scratched his ear, a look of disdain on his face. "Do you really think those pathetic umbu from Awagakure could stop me? You are truly naive. At your age, have you not gained wisdom along with the years?" Inoki's fury surged as he bellowed, "You dare insult me? I am the Tsuchikage. The title of Kage is not to be dishonored." Zhao scoffed. "The title of Kage is not to be dishonored? I shall show you what dishonor looks like today." Inoki struggled to contain his rage and said, "Zhao, what is your purpose here? I do not wish to engage in conflict with you. Simply state your intentions." "Intentions?" Zhao's lips curled into a wicked smile. "If you wish to make amends, then 1,000,000,000 Ryo in cash will suffice as compensation." Chapter 66. Zhao, Sage Mode. Activate. With a thunderous clap, Daimyo slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming like thunder. "You dare to insult me so brazenly? Do you comprehend the worth of 100 million silver notes?" Unfazed, Zhao casually extended 2 fingers, a provocative smile playing on his lips. "Given your earlier disrespect towards me, the price has now doubled to 200 million. Fury ignited within Daimyo as he roared, "Get lost. I have no money for you. If you wish to fight, come." Zhao narrowed his eyes, eagerly awaiting this very challenge. In an instant, he appeared before Daimyo. Impossible. This speed. Daimyo's pupils dilated with shock and disbelief. The next moment, Zhao's fist struck like lightning, sending Daimyo hurtling through the shattered glass window, his form soaring into the sky as if cast into the heavens. "You are courting death," Daimyo bellowed, suspended in midair. his gaze ablaze with fury as he fixed his eyes on Zhuahao. At that moment, a colossal fireball hurtled towards him. Oh no, this fire technique is too powerful. Daimu's expression shifted, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Earth release, arm of rock. He swiftly formed seals, conjuring a massive rocky arm before him to counter the devastating fireball. Boom. Leave now, and I shall spare your life. Zhuahao's gaze sharpened, a sneer curling his lips. Oh, spare me? You imply you can kill me at will? You are digging your own grave. Today, you cannot blame me. Daimu's hands spread wide, forming a transparent square barrier within his palms. Dust release, original world separation technique. His voice dripped with confidence, as though he had already secured victory over Zhuahao. Dust release? You think you are the only one capable of this technique? Zhuahao's eyes glimmered with disdain, unperturbed as he traced a similar trajectory in the air, conjuring an identical barrier. Dust release, original world separation technique. Daimu's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you possibly wield dust release? Zhuahao chuckled lightly, unperturbed. Dust release is merely a fusion of wind, earth, and fire chakra. You don't think you are the sole master of it, do you? Daimu stood frozen, as if the very foundations of his world had crumbled. The sky had fallen. His world had utterly collapsed. Zhuahao raised 3 fingers, a cunning glint in his eyes. For 300 million. I shall take my leave and promise not to trouble you again. What say you? How dare you raise the price, you insolent brat? Daimu growled, teeth clenched in fury. Zhuahao continued. If you can hand over the 4 tails and 5 tails from your village, I could forego the 300 million. How does that sound? Realization dawned upon Daimu as he grasped Zhuahao's true intent. You seek the tailed beasts? Absurd. There is no way. Since you refuse. Zhuahao paused, clapping his hands together. Sage mode. Activate. Vast natural energy converged rapidly, and Zhuahao's face transformed, adorned with the distinctive markings of Sage mode, black a shadow accentuating his deep gaze. A black circle appearing on his forehead. As Daimu witnessed this transformation, a bead of cold sweat dripped from his brow. Zhuahao stated coldly, I hope you recognize the gap in our strengths. Surrender the 4 tails and 5 tails obediently, or you may pay me 300 million as restitution. Otherwise, you shall not withstand my next move, and it may very well cost you your life. Should you perish, I will utterly annihilate Awakens. I hear you have a granddaughter named Akatsuki. I wonder what might happen if she were to be cast into those slums where the desperate reside. The starving refugees would show no mercy. Daimu roared in fury. Zhuahao, you are seeking death. How dare you threaten me? Sage art, fire release, great fire annihilation. Zhuahao unleashed without reservation, summoning a torrent of flames that surged forward like a fan, the scorching air distorting around them. Daimu's heart raced in panic. The might of this fire technique was insurmountable. Earth release, rock golem technique. Daimu hastily formed seals, summoning a colossal rock creature for offense or defense, exerting all his efforts to control it. Yet even then, it could not withstand the overwhelming force of the Sage art fire release. Cracks began to spread across the surface of the rock giant, its defenses crumbling under the escalating heat. Daimu, I never anticipated you could barely endure my attack. But now, let us see if you can withstand this. The next technique was one that Zhuahao had devised himself. S-class forbidden technique, water, fire, and wind release. Crimson Lotus Heavenly Fire Calamity. Seals. Een, Si, Su Een. Chun, merging the chakra pathways of fire, wind, and water. 3-phase annihilation reaction. Fire release provides a high-temperature core, wind release creates a vacuum vortex, and water release generates supercritical fluid. The convergence of these elements formed a dark red, nebula-like burning band, with temperatures soaring beyond 6,000 C, approaching the surface of the sun, theoretically capable of incinerating creations of yin and yang. At that moment, as Zhuahao continued forming seals, he was aware that this technique was newly developed, and its power was beyond even his own comprehension. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as terrifying flames writhed in the air, ravenously consuming the surrounding air, accompanied by crackling sounds as the searing waves expanded outward. The dark red nebula-like burning band emerged, resembling a furious dragon, thrashing its body with terrifying ferocity. The massive rock creature was instantly melted by the fire's onslaught, reduced to ashes without a shred of resistance. The burning band spread across the sky, temperatures skyrocketing, an oppressive wave of heat enveloping Iwagakure. At this moment, Daimyo found the heat nearly unbearable, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Zhuhao, cease this madness. You will destroy the entire Iwagakure. He cried desperately, his voice laced with profound fear. Zhuhao raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly stating, "For 100 million. Not a penny less." Yes, yes, yes. Daimyo acquiesced immediately, utterly frantic, eager to conclude this conflict. I will provide the silver notes at once. Please, stop. I beg you. With a sweeping gesture, Zhuhao allowed the remnants of the flames to dissipate gradually, the lingering heat still pervading, yet the temperature beginning to return to normal. Had you foreseen this, you would not have acted so foolishly from the outset, would you, Daimyo? You surely do not desire to see Iwagakure meet its end. Chapter 67. Do not disturb my romantic affairs after a considerable time, in the land of rain, where the land of fire and the land of earth converge. Zhuhao gazed intently at the ceiling scroll in his hand, which boldly displayed the characters for 400 million taels. For 100 million. How long will it take to accumulate that? He muttered to himself, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. At that moment, a figure cloaked in a mask appeared before him, exuding a somber aura and interrupting his reverie. Zhuhao, you are being exceedingly reckless, he said coldly, his words laced with discontent. Unfazed, Zhuhao clicked his tongue. How do you know I'm being reckless? And how dare you spy on me? The masked man, with an air of authority, inquired, what is the purpose of this? What significance does heading to Iwagakure hold now? Tilting his head, Zhuhao regarded him with a look of incredulity. My girlfriend has been wronged. Should I not seek justice for her? If it were you, and your girlfriend faced such a plight, what would you do? The masked man faltered, memories of Rin flooding his mind. If she were to endure such an ordeal, how would he respond? Very well. Consider this a temporary reprieve, the masked man finally conceded, his tone softening slightly. However, do not act independently henceforth. Our original target was the two taels in Kumogakure, and now we have raised alarms. Iwagakure will be on high alert, undoubtedly complicating our plans. At that juncture, the enigmatic white Zetsu appeared, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Ah, you are still here. I possess intriguing information. Would you care to hear it? Zhuhao blinked in surprise, asking, what information? White Zetsu continued. Konoha has recently formed a special team led by Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. Their mission is to locate you and rescue Sasuke, who has been captured by Orochimaru. More importantly, your girlfriend is part of this team. Zhuhao's brow furrowed, and he calmly demanded, and then? With a sly grin, White Zetsu replied, it seems they are en route to the land of rain, having accurately tracked your movements, and are hastening toward your location. The masked man declared, Zhuhao, you must handle this matter yourself. I believe your strength will suffice to evade those individuals. With that, he transformed into a vortex, vanishing into thin air. Zhuhao remained rooted in place, his gaze resolute as though awaiting something. Time passed quietly, a gentle rain falling, thickening the air with tension. Unable to contain his curiosity, White Zetsu asked, Zhuhao, what are you waiting for? Zhuhao smiled faintly, his tone placid. I am awaiting their arrival. White Zetsu frowned, pressing on. Why do you not leave this place? Why should I depart? Zhuhao murmured, his gaze piercing through White Zetsu as if peering into the distance. They are coming. Not long after, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and the others finally appeared. A smile unfurled across Zhuhao's face as he spoke softly. You have finally arrived. I have awaited you for quite some time. Ino's heart surged with longing as she rushed toward him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Zhuhao, I've missed you so much. Come back with us. Gently, Zhuhao wrapped his arms around Ino, gazing down into her face. Ino closed her eyes slightly, leaning in for a kiss. Zhuhao squinted, gradually leaning down to meet her. The surrounding onlookers were momentarily stunned. We clearly came to find Zhuhao, yet they are here flaunting their affection? Especially Sakura. Her heart brimming with envy and jealousy, could hardly believe their display. Ahem. Kakashi cleared his throat, attempting to regain a semblance of seriousness. You too. Be mindful of your surroundings. Zhuhao and Ino slowly parted, the atmosphere suddenly becoming somewhat awkward. Zhuhao broke the silence first, inquiring, what brings you to seek me? Zhuhao, Kakashi said, his brow furrowed with concern. Is there something specific behind your departure from Konoha? Have you truly joined the Akatsuki? Zhuhao shrugged nonchalantly, a faint smile adorning his face, seemingly unconcerned. Konoha was becoming rather dull. I merely sought a breath of fresh air. If you choose to view me as a rogue ninja, so be it. I am indifferent. Asuma expressed his worries. Zeo, that is not our intention. We were simply concerned about your sudden departure. With a hearty laugh, Zeo waved dismissively. Haha, there is no need for concern. I am thriving out here. He produced the scroll from within his robe, giving it a gentle shake. 400 million taels. Ino, take this with you to Konoha and treat yourself to something delicious. Do not let yourself grow thin. With that, he playfully pinched Ino's waist, eliciting a fit of giggles. How ticklish. Zeo, you are incorrigible. Please, stop. She protested shyly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Ahem. Kakashi attempted to appear stern once more. Zeo, be mindful of your influence. We are still present. Raising an eyebrow, Zeo smirked playfully. You may leave. Do not disturb my romantic endeavors. The group looked on, perplexed. Zeo firmly grasped Ino's hand. And with a swift motion, the two vanished. In a secluded area of the Land of Rain, it was just the two of them. Ino lowered her gaze, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she shyly asked, Zeo, what have you brought me here for? Haha. Zeo's lips curled into a suggestive smile, his eyes gleaming with mischief. What do you suppose I would bring you here for? Ino's heart raced, her blush deepening, as if even her ears were painted crimson. She met Zeo's gaze, captivated by the affection shimmering in his eyes, causing her heart to flutter. A gentle breeze caressed them, bringing a coolness that could not quell the fervor surging within her. I do not know, she replied softly, her voice laced with uncertainty, yet tinged with anticipation. Zeo leaned in closer, the warmth of his breath prompting Ino to instinctively retreat a step, her heart a swirl of nervous excitement. A broader smile played upon Zeo's lips, relishing her reaction. He leaned slightly closer, whispering into her ear, I merely wish to share some secrets with you. Ino's heart skipped a beat, her face burning as if aflame. Secrets? She ventured tentatively. Yes, concerning our relationship. Zeo's voice was low and intimate. In that moment, Ino's heartbeat resonated louder, the world around them fading into insignificance, leaving only the two of them. Her gaze flitted between his tender eyes and the subtle curve of his smile, her mind racing with endless possibilities. An intoxicating blend of anticipation and anxiety swirled within her, leaving her utterly entranced. Chapter 68. The Lulon Ruins, System Reboot. After a long while, Ino finally reunited with the others. At that moment, her cheeks were still slightly flushed, as if influenced by some emotion. Sakura approached her with concern and asked, What were you doing just now? Ino gently shook her head and replied vaguely, I cannot tell you. Just then, Yugao interjected, Ino, what did Zeo say to you? Ino shook her head again and said, Let us find Sasuke. Zeo said not to worry about him. Kakashi furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and slowly spoke. What exactly did Zeo say? What does he intend to do? That outfit he wore earlier seemed to belong to the Akatsuki organization, didn't he? Ino replied, Zeo told me quite a bit, but he never mentioned the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Black Zetsu was eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon hearing this, he muttered to himself, It seems Zeo is not an undercover agent. That is a relief. Black Zetsu gradually melded into the ground, no longer paying attention to the group's movements. At the same time, Zeo was inquiring about certain matters with White Zetsu. White Zetsu, do you know the location of the Lulon ruins? His gaze was firm, and an air of urgency permeated his demeanor. White Zetsu paused for a moment before responding, Lulon ruins. What place is that? Zeo understood that what he sought was precisely the dragon vein of Lulon. The dragon vein harbored boundless chakra, and even possessed mysterious powers that transcended time and space, a power that left Zeo yearning. His resolve strengthened as he continued, White Zetsu, with your intelligence-gathering abilities, you should be able to ascertain the exact location of the Lulon ruins within 3 days, correct? White Zetsu nodded and replied earnestly, Yes. I have already dispatched my clones to search. I believe we will soon find this so-called Lulon ruins. However, what do you intend to do there? 3 days later, in Konoha village, Tsunade received this crucial intelligence, her brow furrowed as she murmured, Zeo and Sasuke are truly two troublesome individuals. For now, I need not worry about Zeo. After all, he is powerful, and his will cannot be easily swayed by others. As for Sasuke, it's uncertain what that madman Orochimaru might do. Tsunade's aide, Shizun asked, Lady Tsunade, how should we respond now? Kakashi and the others seem to have found no trace of Orochimaru. It's as if he has vanished into thin air. Shizen paused for a moment and added, "Moreover, according to letters from the Cloud and Rock villages, they seem to expect compensation from us." Tsunade coldly replied, "Let us not concern ourselves with the Cloud and Rock villages for now. Those fools fell into Zeuheo's hands, but have come to question us. They should directly confront Zeuheo." Shizen frowned and explained, "Lady Tsunade, they mean to say that we in Konoha have not placed a bounty on Zeuheo. Theoretically, Zeuheo remains a ninja of Konoha, and we must bear responsibility for the incidents he caused in the Cloud and Rock villages." "Humph." Tsunade scoffed, slamming her hand on the table. "Let them go find Zeuheo. It's absurd for them to come here and cause a ruckus when they are the weak ones." At that moment, in a remote corner of the ninja world, an endless expanse of desolate desert stretched before the eye, golden sands swirling violently, resembling endless waves. A colossal pit loomed ahead, unfathomably deep, exuding an aura of mystery. Zeuheo stood at the edge of the pit, donned in a grim attire, his head adorned with a star-capturing clamp, his expression devoid of emotion, exuding an air of seriousness. He had not chosen the Akatsuki cloak. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he murmured to himself, "Is this the Lulon ruins? The dragon vein. I have finally arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, Zeuheo leaped without hesitation into the abyss. Shortly after, he found himself amidst ruins, surrounded by shattered stones and crumbling walls. In the center, a complex sealing technique pulsated with a faint glow. Zeuheo gazed at the seal, murmuring, "This seems to be a layer of sealing technique, according to the original text. It should be the fourth S sealing technique. This is troublesome." Sealing techniques were Zeuheo's weakest area. He slowly approached the center of the seal, rubbing his temples and muttering, "This is quite a headache. Is my only option to devour it directly?" Standing at the core of the seal, he felt his chakra swirling within, accompanied by an invisible force gradually converging. Zeuheo closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and began to absorb the sealing technique with all his might. Gradually, a fearsome chakra began to emanate, causing the air around him to tremble. Such formidable power! This is the legendary force of the dragon vein. He marveled inwardly. Beep. Detecting powerful energy, the dimensional lottery system is rebooting, initiating. Gradually, Zeuheo fell into a peculiar state. It was an extremely relaxing sensation, as if the entire world had lost its gravity, and the surroundings were so tranquil that it felt as though nothing existed. Even the sound of his breathing seemed to vanish. When Zeuheo slowly opened his eyes, a dazzling ray of sunlight pierced through, causing him to squint slightly in discomfort. "Where is this?" he murmured. Before him stood towering buildings, interwoven with intricate passageways, a sight difficult to imagine existing in the world of Naruto. Thus, Zeuheo began his meticulous search and exploration of Lulon. In the central square, a lively atmosphere prevailed, as if a grand celebration were underway, with crowds surging like waves. Atop one of the high buildings stood a red-haired woman, gazing into the distance with a hint of confusion, as if she had words to share. She was none other than the queen of Lulon, Sarah. Zeuheo stood amidst the throng, whispering to himself, "Is this the queen of Lulon, Sarah? She seems capable of freely activating or deactivating the power of the dragon vein. If I wish to obtain the power of the dragon vein, having her assistance would surely yield twice the result with half the effort." Just at that moment, Sarah was gently nudged, causing her to stumble forward, and the ground beneath her feet suddenly cracked, sending debris cascading down. Zeuheo's heart raced as he swiftly activated his instant movement technique, silently rushing to her side and saving her just in time. At that moment, in a hidden corner, Zeuheo locked eyes with Sarah. He spoke earnestly. "You are the queen of Lulon, Sarah, aren't you?" Sarah, still shaken from her near-death experience, realized she could have perished had it not been for Zeuheo's timely intervention. She trembled slightly and asked, "Did you save me?" "Indeed, it was I who saved you." Zeuheo nodded, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Had I not acted promptly, you would likely be dead by now. How do you intend to repay me?" "Repay?" Sarah appeared momentarily dazed, her mind flashing back to the terror of that life-threatening moment. Zeuheo's eyes sparkled with cunning as he softly said, "Surely you don't believe in unconditional love in this world? Don't be so naive. Tell me what benefits you can offer me. If you cannot satisfy me, I might just kill you." Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in Zeuheo's mind. Beep. The dimensional lottery system has successfully rebooted. Chapter 69, Dimensional Virus. System Crisis, Name, Uchiha Saho. Dimensional Power, 1910-1910. Dimensional Fusion, Unawakened. Special Physique, Death God Body, Spirit Pressure, Level 69. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Left Eye, Ability, Divine Fall. Right Eye, Ability, Divine Edge, Susanoo, Unlock Progress, Third Form. Bloodline Elimination, Dust Release. Attributes Een, Lightning, Mastery. Fire, Mastery. Wind, Water, Earth. Death God Abilities, Body Flicker, 7 stages. Swordsmanship, 6 stages. Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique. 5 Nature Transformations. Chidori, Rinnegan. Rebirth through Death. Sage Techniques, Sage Mode. Sage Art. 5 Natures. Sage Art. Chidori Derived Technique. Sage Art. Rinnegan Derived Technique. Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, Wind Attribute. Magic, Lightning Dragon Slayer Magic. Fire Dragon Slayer Magic. Combat Power Assessment, Super Shadow Level, 1006-53743. Lottery Points, 335256. System Backpack, High-Level Training Potion 5. Intermediate Training Potion 65. Kaleidoscope Sharingan 2. 3 Tomo Sharingan 2. Refined through repeated trials. Basic Swordsmanship Training Method. Basic Body Flicker Training Method. Chakra Nature Transformation Training Method. 5 Attributes. System Warning. Currently being eroded by a dimensional virus, the probability of winning has significantly decreased. During this period, it is not recommended for the host to participate in the lottery. Virus Erosion. 69. Saho furrowed his brow deeply, lost in thought. Dimensional virus erosion? System. What on earth is happening? System. Come forth and speak. I know you can communicate. From now on, I will ask, and you shall respond with yes or no. Was the reason for my low winning probability in the previous 10 draws due to this dimensional virus? Yes. If the virus erosion reaches 100%, will the system crash like last time? Yes. So, if it weren't for this dimensional virus, I would have received more rewards? Yes. Saho clenched his teeth in frustration, a wave of helplessness and anger surging within him. Then how can I eradicate this dimensional virus? System Prompt. To eliminate the dimensional virus, a substantial energy impact is required, or the host's own power must be sufficiently strong to unleash a tremendous surge of energy, thus negating the effects of the virus erosion. It seems I must swiftly harness the power of the dragon vein to purge the virus. You are. Saho, how did you end up here? Naruto's voice suddenly rang out, clear in Saho's ears. Naruto? You are here too. Saho responded in astonishment. Naruto scratched his head, a hint of an awkward smile appearing. Saho, you look like you did 3 years ago? Haven't you grown at all? Saho furrowed his brow slightly, asking earnestly. You are here on a mission, right? Just then, Sarah interjected. Who are you people exactly? Naruto confidently pointed to his forehead protector, replying, I am a Leaf Village ninja. Saho, appearing impatient, coldly retorted, Enough, Sarah, take us to the dragon vein. Do not force me to resort to violence. I am not fond of killing. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, What is going on? Sarah's gaze flickered over to Saho, a surge of fear coursing through her. Saho's aura radiated a hint of murderous intent, suggesting that failure to comply with his demands could lead to dire consequences. Naruto, you need not involve yourself in this matter, Saho said calmly. What I require now is solely the dragon vein. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Naruto, I am aware that you came here to hunt the centipede. In truth, we have no conflicting interests. You pursue your centipede, and I will acquire my dragon vein. Understand? Naruto scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. But, Saho, why do you need the dragon vein? Is there something hidden behind this? Even so, Sarah has done nothing wrong. Why must you harm her? Saho's brow furrowed slightly as he gently patted Naruto's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Naruto, some matters are best left unknown to you. All I can tell you is that without the dragon vein, my life is in peril. Can you comprehend? After hearing this, Naruto appeared enlightened, saying, I see now. I understand. Are you truly intent on seeking the dragon vein? But I cannot lead you there. Sarah's voice trembled, revealing her immense anxiety. In an instant, Saho moved with lightning speed, seizing Sarah by the neck and forcefully pinning her against the wall, coldly stating, I apologize, but my patience is limited. Even without you, I will find the dragon vein, though it may take a bit longer. This scene left Naruto in a frenzy, urgently calling out, Saho, wait. Calm down. Let's talk this through. However, Saho's grip tightened instantaneously, seemingly aiming to extinguish Sarah's breath. As she struggled in agony, she emitted faint cries. I will give you 3 seconds to take me to the location of the dragon vein. Saho's voice was as icy as it was unyielding. At that moment, Sarah suddenly vanished. What is this? Saho furrowed his brow, contemplating. Flying Thunder God? He turned around to find 3 masked individuals silently appearing behind him. At the forefront stood the youthful 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, followed closely by Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi, both prepared for battle. Saho gazed at the 3, his tone indifferent. Are you 3 here to obstruct my endeavors? Minato smiled slightly, yet his tone remained serious. Apologies, but our mission is to protect Queen Lulon. We cannot allow you to harm her. Saho scoffed derisively, his expression filled with disdain. You think you can stop me with just the 3 of you? How naive. Minato did not respond, merely shaking his head gently. He then vanished with Sarah in an instant, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Saho stood there, momentarily blank. They simply ran away? Naruto suddenly interjected. Saho, what are you planning to do? Sarah seems to have been rescued. Sighing helplessly, Saho replied. It seems I must collect my debts from the father through the son. He instantly appeared before Naruto, delivering a merciless punch to his abdomen. Naruto curled up in pain. Gasping, Saho, why did you hit me? Saho replied coldly. Do you not understand the principle of the son repaying the father's debts? Naruto's face was a picture of confusion. What do you mean by the son repaying the father's debts? Chapter 70. The Betrayal of Sand-Hidden Ninja. A mere ant in the lowest depths of the central tower of Lulon, shrouded in a somber atmosphere. A colossal puppet manufacturing factory loomed silently, akin to a great beast, permeated by an air of tension and industriousness. In the center stood a massive grinding machine, where the weary common laborers continued their toil, not daring to cease their work. At this moment, Zhuhao and Naruto had successfully infiltrated this clandestine locale. Curiously, Naruto inquired, Zhuhao, how did you discover this place? With a mysterious smile gracing his lips, Zhuhao replied, I wonder if you recall me mentioning that our Uchiha clan has an esteemed elder well-versed in futurism. A flicker of realization crossed Naruto and Appo's eyes as he responded. Oh, it was Uchiha Kashimoto who informed you, wasn't it? Nodding his head with pride, Zhuhao remarked, it seems the young ones can indeed be taught. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows above, a ghastly visage radiating arrogance. It was Lulon, or rather, the traitorous sand-hidden ninja, Baizhu. Zhuhao felt a surge of annoyance. Dare to put on an act before me? Are you seeking death? Baizhu sneered coldly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What's the matter? Lost your tongue? Are you afraid? With a piercing gaze, Zhuhao retorted, You must be Baizhu. A mere ant dares to masquerade before me. Now, I offer you the chance to kneel and save your life. Baizhu cast a disdainful glance at Zhuhao, a smirk of contempt gracing his features. And who do you think you are? To me, you are nothing but an insignificant pawn, even less than an ant. Kneel? What a grand jest. Zhuhao's expression darkened, his eyes sharp as blades. Before a being as lowly as you, I find it beneath me to squander my time. Today, a single punch will show you what true despair entails. Baizhu raised an eyebrow provocatively, his eyes filled with challenge. Let us see you try. I wish to witness how a mere minor player can shake my current standing. In an instant, Zhuhao surged forward like lightning, his fist charged with unparalleled power, aimed directly at Baiju's face. Before Baizhu could react, the force struck him, distorting his features and sending him crashing to the ground, shock etched upon his face. Coughing up blood, Baizhu gasped, Damn it! I can't move. What have you done to me? With a dismissive expression, Zhuhao looked down upon Baizhu, slowly stating, I haven't even exerted my full strength, and yet you lie defeated, ant. Approaching Baizhu, Zhuhao poised himself and suddenly kicked him into the air. Without mercy, he unleashed a powerful punch. In a flash, Zhuhao appeared behind Baizhu, delivering another heavy blow. Thus, Baiju's body was volleyed into the air like a ball, relentlessly battered by Zhuhao. Stop. I beg you, I was wrong. Baiju's voice trembled with desperation and fear, tears glistening in his eyes as if pleading for mercy. Wrong? Zhuhao's cold laughter echoed, his gaze laced with merciless mockery. Do you believe you still have the right to beg for mercy? Your pretense before me is the reason for your punishment today. With another forceful punch, Baiju's form spiraled down like a toppled top, hurtling towards an unforgiving impact. Each collision seemed to tear at his very soul, and Baiju felt himself on the verge of collapse. "I don't want to die," he trembled, his voice rife with helplessness. Notification. Emotional fluctuation detected. Lottery points 1,000. Unfortunately, you have no choice left, Zhuhao sneered, dripping with endless derision. Today, you shall fully comprehend what despair truly means. Once more, he lunged forward, confronting Baiju directly, unleashing the full extent of his power in a single devastating punch. As if intending to shatter both Baiju's pride and dignity. The air thickened with absolute pressure, and in that moment, Baiju appeared utterly obliterated, consumed by an abyss of darkness and fear. Zhuhao's voice rang icy. "Kneel, and I may spare your life." However, Baiju lay grievously injured, lacking even the strength to rise, let alone kneel. "What is this?" Zhuhao's eyes darkened with murderous intent. "Before my noble Uchiha clan, you dare not kneel? Do you presume to look down upon me?" Within, Baiju felt an unbearable torment. "I wish to kneel, but I lack the strength." Despair. A profound, deep-seated despair. Notification. Emotional fluctuation detected. Lottery points 1,000. Zhuhao continued. "I know you are gravely wounded. Your puppet technique lies dormant, and even your body cannot move. Did you think that acquiring the power of the dragon vein rendered you invincible? The true essence of power is always self-enhancement, while puppet techniques are but a mere diversion. Thus, you shall meet your demise." Baiju, in a panic, pleaded for his life. "Do not kill me. I will kneel, I will kneel." Summoning an unknown reserve of strength, he clambered from the ground, desperately banging his head against the earth. "Please, spare my life." Zhuhao clicked his tongue in disdain, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. "You still possess the strength to bow. I am a man of my word. Since you have knelt, I shall spare your life." As Zhuhao finished speaking, he leaped gracefully, landing squarely before Naruto. "That scoundrel is Baiju. I have taken care of him for you." Notification. Emotional fluctuation detected in Naruto. Lottery points 1,000. Naruto stared, wide-eyed and stammering. "Zhuhao, you have grown stronger than before." "Enough." Zhuhao interrupted, his tone turning serious. "I must now absorb the dragon vein's power. Remember, do not disturb me, understood?" After locating the dragon vein's position, Zhuhao seated himself in a meditative posture, beginning to absorb its energy. At that moment, the dragon vein was bestowing chakra upon the puppets created by Baiju, preventing Zhuhao from fully harnessing its strength. Previously, his quest for the dragon vein was solely aimed at enhancing his power. However, the situation had changed. He now needed to overcome the dimensional virus within the system, which required a monumental amount of energy. As Zhuhao pondered, Baiju's puppets suddenly erupted into a frenzy, emitting a cacophony of maniacal laughter. "Ha, go die." With a thunderous crash, a massive earthen puppet rose from the ground, exuding an intimidating presence. The puppet's voice dripped with scorn. "Just now, you merely launched a sneak attack. Allow me to show you what true dragon vein power entails." Chapter 71. The Eruption of the Dragon Vein. System unlocked. Zhuhao scoffed disdainfully. "Huh? You still dare to seek death? Very well, I shall grant you that wish." Just as he prepared to strike, Sarah's figure suddenly appeared, interrupting his actions. "And Lulon, stop. What are you doing? Where exactly is this place?" "They were right. You truly are." "Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, you are far too informed. It is time for you to perish." The voice of the centipede dripped with malice, filling the air. "Enough. Do not waste my time." Zhuhao retorted. "You, a mere insect, dare to act arrogantly before me?" Then, he paused, his expression turning grave. "Let us see how you fare against my new technique." Lightning release. Purple thunder dragon's roar. His voice resonated like thunder. In an instant, a purple lightning dragon materialized in the surrounding air. The dragon was entwined with golden arcs of electricity, spiraling in the sky while emitting a deafening roar that seemed capable of rending the very air and assaulting the enemy and Appo's eardrums. "Howl! What is that sound?" "My ears." The lightning dragon dove like an arrow, targeting the colossal puppet of the centipede. As it descended, the ground split apart, erupting like an angry volcano, spewing forth torrents of lightning and magma, scorching the air around them. The centipede bellowed in fury. "How can this be? What kind of power is this? I cannot comprehend it." Zhuhao replied coldly. "Insect, this is a power you shall never grasp, nor shall you ever reach." Amidst the scorching destruction wrought by the lightning and magma, the massive puppet began to crack, emitting ominous creaking sounds as it disintegrated piece by piece. Impossible. The power of the dragon vein cannot be so feeble. I refuse to accept this. Refuse to accept? Zhuahao sneered. That is all you are capable of. Allow me to share a secret. You have not even harnessed 1/10,000th of the dragon vein's power. How can this be? It is impossible. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected from the centipede. Lottery points 5,000. Ultimately, amidst endless resentment and despair, the centipede met its demise. Zhuahao clapped his hands. Heh. Finished. That essay wrap. Turning, his gaze fell upon Naruto, who was covering his ears, seemingly still affected by the previous roar. Meanwhile, Sarah had fainted, her complexion pale. Without a second thought, Zhuahao focused on absorbing the power of the dragon vein once more. 3 minutes later, he furrowed his brow, feeling anxious as he murmured. The speed of absorption is far too slow. It cannot possibly yield the energy needed to shatter the dimensional virus in one go. Must I fully unlock the power of the dragon vein? At that moment, Minato and his companions arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Sarah unconscious, they rushed over to assess the situation. Thankfully, it was merely a brief fainting spell, and she was not seriously harmed. Naruto, Minato said, turning to him. You all came too. Minato frowned, admonishing, you have all been exceedingly reckless. He then turned to Zhuahao, his tone serious. The dragon vein is an extremely unstable chakra. To absorb it so carelessly could endanger your life. Naruto, with unwavering determination, replied, Zhuahao is my friend. I may not understand why he needs the power of the dragon vein, but he has stated that without it, his life is in jeopardy. Therefore, I must assist him. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression softened slightly. I see. Then we have no other choice. Let us first find a way to help your friend. Zhuahao interjected. Sarah is the queen of Lulon. I desperately need her to unlock the full power of the dragon vein. Minato shook his head, his brow furrowed. I am uncertain. But the power of the dragon vein is exceedingly perilous. Are you truly willing to proceed? At that moment, Sarah slowly opened her eyes. What just happened? Did I faint? Zhuahao replied earnestly. To make a long story short, as the queen of Lulon, you should know how to completely unlock the power of the dragon vein, correct? Sarah nodded. Indeed, I can fully unlock the power of the dragon vein, but it is far too potent. I have never done so before and do not dare to attempt it. Zhuahao smiled slightly, his tone resolute. Then now, you may need to unlock the dragon vein's power completely. Sarah asked in confusion, why? Zhuahao's gaze was sharp as he replied calmly, because I need it. Naruto pleaded, Sarah, please help my friend. Zhuahao is a good person. He will not harm you. Sarah, filled with emotion, questioned, why should I trust you? You have no idea how powerful the dragon vein is. If I recklessly unlock it completely, we cannot predict the terrifying consequences. Zhuahao stood slowly, fixing a cold stare upon Sarah, his voice imbued with authority. Sarah, am I being too lenient with you? When I say unlock, I mean unlock. Why all this needless chatter? If you refuse to do so, I will forcibly dismantle the entire seal of the dragon vein, and it will unleash its full power regardless. But you must understand, the consequences of that cannot be undone. Upon hearing this, fear washed over Sarah's face. No, absolutely not. A dragon vein that could not be sealed again would be an unspeakable calamity for Lulon. I will give you 3 seconds to decide. If you do not unlock it, I shall do so forcibly. 3, 2. Sarah, filled with anxiety, finally managed to utter, I will unlock it. 3 minutes later, as the dragon vein was completely unlocked, a terrifying and potent purple chakra surged forth like a torrent. System notification: the dimensional virus is undergoing a severe energy impact, and the virus is rapidly being eliminated. Virus infection level: 70, 60, 58, 54, 49. Ding. Congratulations, host. The dimensional lottery system has resumed normal operation, fully unlocked. At this moment, the power of the dragon vein had been thoroughly harnessed by the system. Nearly exhausted, in a flash of dazzling light, the fabric of time and space tore apart. The power of the dragon vein awakened once more, instantly transporting Zhuahao, Naruto, and Minato back to their rightful timeline. In a swirling sandstorm, at the edge of a massive pit, Zhuahao lay flat on the ground, slowly opening his eyes. Squinting slightly, he murmured to himself, I have returned? Chapter 72, Devouring Flames, draining the two tails at last. The system has been unlocked. At this moment, Zeo and Appo's heart swelled with exhilaration. Though his strength had not significantly augmented, the system had truly returned. and he felt as if he had regained a purpose. That purpose was to fervently accumulate lottery points and engage in frenzied draws. How is the plan to capture the two tails progressing, Baiju? Zao inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Baiju suddenly emerged from the ground. Zao, I did not expect you to return so soon. I thought you would vanish for quite some time. He continued, Haiden and Kakuzu are currently tasked with capturing the two tails of the cloud-hidden village. Zao paused momentarily before asking, have they succeeded? Baiju shook his head, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. Not yet, Zao. Would you like to participate in the plan to capture the two tails? Clenching his fists, a smirk crept onto Zao's lips as he replied, of course. How could I miss the exhilarating endeavor of capturing a tailed beast? After all, the lottery points associated with a tailed beast were opportunities he could not let slip by. As time slowly passed, a day had swiftly elapsed. In the cloud-hidden village, Zao finally reunited with Kakuzu and Haiden. Upon seeing Zao, Haiden's face paled in an instant. As if a mouse had encountered a cat, his body shivering involuntarily. What are you doing here? He stammered, his voice tinged with unspoken dread. Kakuzu sternly admonished, Haiden, stop dawdling. We are in the cloud-hidden village, where tailed beasts should never be underestimated. You must take this seriously. Zao is now our ally, not our enemy. At that moment, a woman's voice pierced through the air. You are members of the Akatsuki. It was the host of the Two Tails, Ujito. The plan to capture the Two Tails begins now. To their surprise, they had encountered their target so swiftly. Haiden licked his lips, gripping his scythe, and charged towards Ujito without hesitation, brimming with a fervent bloodlust, driven by sheer recklessness. Kakuzu furrowed his brow in confusion. Are you just going to rush in? Have you lost your mind? Haiden's eyes sparkled with madness, as if releasing the pent-up torment Zao had inflicted on him not long ago. I couldn't defeat Zao. But how could I possibly be bested by you, the Two Tails? He sneered, a sense of disdain curling his lips. What a joke. I possess an immortal body. Sensing the imminent danger, Ujito swiftly turned to flee. 10 minutes later, within a shadowy basement of the cloud-hidden village, Ujito gazed intently at Zao and his two companions, calmly declaring, Here, I shall annihilate you all. Zao stepped forward, a cold smile gracing his lips. Apologies, but I detest those who attempt to put on airs before me. Even if you are a stunning woman. Ujito scoffed. Enough with the nonsense. Prepare to face my wrath. Before her words could fade, a dazzling blue flame erupted from her, the blue fire of the Two Tails, indicating her partial transformation into a tailed beast. I'm ready, Haiden exclaimed, eager to engage. I fear no mere flames. Wait, Zao interjected. Do not interfere. Allow me to teach this little kitty a lesson. Seeking death. How dare you underestimate me? Ujito roared, her voice resonating like thunder. She then expelled a massive fireball, flames roaring in the air like the fury of the Two Tails. How amusing that you would use flames against me. Zao chuckled derisively, unperturbed, and charged straight towards the fireball. What followed was an astonishing spectacle. Zao opened his mouth wide, and as if drawn by a current, all the flames surged into his being. Zao burped, a broader smile illuminating his face. This fire is delightful. I could use more. Ujito stared in disbelief, her expression shifting from shock to utter incredulity. How is this possible? You can consume fire. Beep. Detected emotional fluctuations from Ujito, 10,000 lottery points. Beep. Detected emotional fluctuations from Kakuzu, 10,000 lottery points. Beep. Detected emotional fluctuations from Haiden, 10,000 lottery points. The ability to absorb flames. Even Kakuzu and Haiden were taken aback. It was one thing to consume ordinary flames, but those were the flames of a tailed beast. Even the relatively weaker Two Tails wielded power on par with that of a Kage. Zao felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration wash over him upon hearing the system notifications. He beckoned to Ujito. Little kitty, bring me more. I am still hungry. Ujito, exasperated, retorted, damn it. How can you still consume my flames? Then allow me to show you my ultimate power. Instantly, Ujito was enveloped in blazing blue flames, the inferno swirling around her like a tempest. In a mere second, a complete form of the Two Tails materialized before them, as Ujito fully transformed into a tailed beast. Zao surveyed the fully manifested Two Tails and remarked, Is that it? You seem rather unimpressive. With a thunderous roar, the Two Tails unleashed a wave of scorching flames. The complete form of the Two Tails exuded an aura of dread. resembling a ferocious beast. Yet, Zao maintained his composure, a faint smile lingering on his lips. He inhaled deeply, his gaze playful, then unleashed a frenzied absorption, devouring the searing flames entirely. Impossible. You can absorb the complete flames of the two tails. Zao chuckled lightly, his tone brimming with confidence. Oh, it's no big deal. You will soon learn what true fear is. I shall drain you completely. Zao leapt into the air, landing deftly on the back of the two tails. He opened his mouth wide and, without hesitation, bit into the creature's form. What are you doing? Why do I feel my strength waning? Are you consuming my power? The two tails' voice trembled with panic. Zao's eyes gleamed with fervor as he voraciously absorbed the flames of the two tails. I shall drain you dry. Two tails. This scene left everyone present in a state of shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. Haydn widened his eyes, stammering. Is he eating the two tails? Can a tailed beast even be eaten? Kakuzu was equally astounded, exclaiming, I have never witnessed such a miraculous ability. Uchiha Zao is truly unfathomable. At that moment, as Zao consumed the two tails, its body gradually weakened, and even its voice grew faint. What do you want from me? No. Beep. Detected emotional fluctuations from the two tails. 10,000 lottery points. Beep. 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 Chapter 73. The emotional turmoil of Uchiha Obito. Ultimately, the wooden figure lay on the ground, disheveled and feeble, breath faint. Sasao burped contentedly, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. TSK, the flames of the two tails are rather impressive. He turned to Haydn and Kakuzu, continuing. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and take her away. Thus, the wooden figure was escorted away by Kakuzu and Haydn. Sasao, too, leisurely departed from the hidden cloud village, leaving no trace of their passage. As time silently slipped by, 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. In the hidden mist village, the sea shimmered under the sunlight, and Sasao stood shoulder to shoulder with the masked man Obito, gazing at the distant waves. Sasao broke the silence first. To be honest, I'm not particularly adept at water release. The masked man Obito replied, It's all right. The task of capturing the three tails is assigned to Deidara. You merely need to cooperate. However, Sasao hesitated for a moment, shaking his head. Wait. I believe it would be more fitting for me to take the lead. Obito looked at him with confusion, asking, Sasao, you've been unusually eager to capture tailed beasts lately. Why do you always want to be at the forefront? Naturally, Sasao would not disclose that his motivation was to earn lottery points from capturing tailed beasts. So he fabricated an excuse. Capturing tailed beasts can significantly enhance my strength. You understand, right? This is also part of my training. Obito nodded. I see. Then let us proceed according to your wishes. Sasao revealed a cunning smile, teasingly saying, I heard the previous host of the Three Tails was a medical ninja from Konoha named Rin. Beep. Detected emotional fluctuation of Uchiha Obito, lottery points 10,000. With a playful expression, he continued. It said that this Rin had a childhood bond with Kakashi, but when I was in Konoha, I never heard Kakashi mention her. Beep. Detected emotional fluctuation of Uchiha Obito, lottery points 10,000. Obito fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Sasao unabashedly continued his teasing, well aware that Obito's infatuation was likely drifting toward Rin. Why are you so quiet? I mean, you wouldn't be unaware of the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, would you? I heard both of Kakashi's teammates perish there. Beep. Detected emotional fluctuation of Uchiha Obito. Lottery points 10,000. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Sasao became bolder, a smirk of triumph spreading across his face. I must inquire further. Kakashi actually had a childhood friend. If that medical ninja named Rin were still alive, would they have gotten married? No sooner had he finished speaking than Obito's body trembled slightly, emotions surging uncontrollably. Beep. Detected emotional fluctuation of Uchiha Obito, lottery points 50,000, in a brief exchange. A staggering 90,000 lottery points had been accrued, filling Sasao with exhilaration. However, Obito's expression darkened abruptly as he interjected, Enough. Let us focus on capturing the tailed beast. Obito was clearly irate. Sasao chose to cease his provocations. The lengthy process of capturing the beast, details omitted. Beep. Detected emotional fluctuation of Kisame, lottery points 10,000. The three tails slowly emerged from the sea, revealing its massive form. Kisame was enveloped in a layer of hard shell, adorned with sharp spikes, resembling a moving fortress, exuding an air of authority. Yet, at this moment, Kisame was on the brink of exhaustion, its breath faint, as if it could sink beneath the waves at any moment. Sasao clapped his hands in satisfaction, a smug smile adorning his face. These tailed beasts are simply too weak. I haven't even exerted myself. And you're already on the verge of collapse. Name, Uchiha Sasao. Dimensional power, 1950-1950. Dimensional fusion, not awakened. Special physique, death god body, spirit pressure, level 71. Kaleidoscope Sharingan left eye, ability, goddess fall, right eye, ability, goddess edge, Susanoo, unlock progress, third form. Bloodline elimination, dust release. Attributes Een, lightning, expert, fire, expert, wind, water, earth. Death god abilities, Shuinpa, level 7. Swordsmanship, level 7. Ninjutsu shadow clone technique. 5 nature transformations. Chidori, Rinnegan. Rebirth through death technique. Sage techniques, sage mode. Sage art 5 natures. Sage art, Chidori derived sage technique. Sage art, Rinnegan derived sage technique. Zanpakuto, Senbon Zakura, wind attribute. Magic, lightning dragon slayer magic. Fire dragon slayer magic. Combat power assessment, super shadow level, 1,773,743. Lottery points, 454736. System backpack, high-level training potion 3, intermediate training potion 45, kaleidoscope Sharingan 2. 3 Tomo Sharingan 2, refined through repeated trials, fundamental swordsmanship training method, fundamental Shuinpa training method, chakra nature transformation training method, 5 attributes. In the land of rice, the Sound Village. The Sound Village was established by Orochimaru, serving as his sanctuary. Orochimaru gazed at Sasuke before him, his raspy voice tinged with admiration. Sasuke, your progress over the past 2 months has been astonishing. Very commendable. Sasuke, a prodigy among prodigies, had merely been overshadowed by Sasao's extraordinary prowess. In terms of talent, few in the Naruto world could surpass Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke gripped the Kusanagi sword, his gaze sharper than 2 months prior, as if it could pierce through anything. However, within those deep eyes lay an intense hatred. He fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, his voice unwavering. Orochimaru, tell me where Itachi and Sasao are. Where are they now? Orochimaru smiled slightly, rasping, Sasuke. Do you really believe that 2 months of training would suffice to defeat Itachi? Sasuke remained obstinate, refusing to back down. What? Do you think I would lose to Itachi now? Orochimaru couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though he maintained his composure. At this moment, Sasuke was not only incapable of defeating Itachi, but Orochimaru estimated that he could barely hold his own against Itachi for 3 moves before succumbing. Sasuke furrowed his brow, fury igniting within him. Are you underestimating me? Suddenly, Sasao's voice echoed through the air. Orochimaru is not underestimating you. He is mocking your ignorance. Sasao's tone dripped with scorn. Ignorance is a sin, and regrettably, you have no idea how vast the ninja world is, nor do you comprehend your own insignificance. Sasao, it's you. Show yourself. Sasuke shouted angrily, scanning his surroundings, but failing to spot Sasao's figure. Sasao's voice resonated once more, laced with derision. Look at you, with your Sharingan. Yet you cannot even locate my presence. At this moment, you should understand your own frailty. No sooner had he spoken than a hand suddenly patted Sasuke's shoulder. How is this possible? When did you appear? He turned in astonishment, only to find Sasao standing quietly beside him, completely undetected. Such speed was likely beyond even Orochimaru's capability. Chapter 74, what did you say? Jiraiya went to investigate Akatsuki? Orochimaru gazed at Saho, a wave of astonishment washing over him. He had not anticipated Saho would come here personally. Saho, is there a particular matter that prompted your visit today? Orochimaru inquired with a nonchalant tone, laced with curiosity. Saho offered a faint smile, casting a peculiar glance at Orochimaru. I came to assess Sasuke's condition and to impart some training methods. With that, he slowly retrieved a sealing scroll from his robe, delicately handing it to Sasuke. Sasuke accepted the scroll, questioning, what does this contain? Saho leaned closer to Sasuke, whispering, it contains a potion that will enhance your training efficacy. Really? Sasuke's heart surged with excitement, yet a hint of skepticism colored his tone. Saho nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, it is genuine. At that moment, a figure approached, characterized by white hair, green eyes, red eyeshadow, and 2 red dots between his brows. This individual was none other than Kimimaro. Saho paused momentarily before speaking. Ant Snake, I presume this is Kimimaro? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Saho's knowledge. Oh? Saho-kun, you are acquainted with Kimimaro. In the original narrative, Kimimaro was a fleeting character, afflicted by a terminal illness passed down through his clan. A hereditary disease linked to the Kagaya clan. Saho could not help but exclaim, Ah, it appears your subordinate and Appo's condition is quite dire. Orochimaru rasped, Saho-kun, are you interested in Kimimaro? Saho replied thoughtfully, if it weren't for his grave illness, Kimimaro's potential would indeed be remarkable, but hereditary diseases are not easily cured. Ant Snake, why not entrust him to me? I could seek Tsunade's assistance for his treatment. Orochimaru displayed a look of surprise. I did not expect you to take an interest in Kimimaro. To be frank, Orochimaru had little interest left in Kimimaro. The latter's illness had reached an irreversible stage, with a prognosis of less than a month to live. My lord, Kimimaro attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Orochimaru. Enough. From now on, you shall accompany Saho. He will find a way to treat you, though do not harbor excessive expectations. Though Orochimaru's tone was flat, it betrayed a trace of helplessness and coldness. Understood, Kimimaro lowered his head, silently accepting the situation. An hour later, Saho and Kimimaro arrived in the Land of Fire. Just then, a sudden sound erupted, accompanied by a cloud of smoke. As a messenger frog appeared before Saho. Oh, a messenger frog? Saho raised an eyebrow, then revealed a playful smile. Do you bear important news? If not, I might just stew you for a delightful frog dish. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation from the messenger frog. Lottery points 500. The messenger frog perspired nervously, hastily replying, Indeed. It is of utmost importance concerning Jiraiya. Speak quickly, do not dawdle. Saho's impatience was evident. The frog stammered, Jiraiya is investigating the Akatsuki organization. And I recall you warned him not to interfere with this matter, so I thought it prudent to inform you. What did you say? Saho's eyes widened in shock. Jiraiya is investigating Akatsuki. The messenger frog hurriedly clarified, I am merely the bearer of this news. I know nothing beyond that. Before he could finish, the messenger frog vanished with a loud pop. Well, Jiraiya, I kindly assist you in pursuing Tsunade, and you go off seeking death. Saho's teeth clenched in frustration. He had warned Jiraiya repeatedly against engaging with Akatsuki. Sigh. Saho exhaled. Since you've chosen to court danger, I can do little to prevent it. According to the original story, Jiraiya was supposed to investigate Akatsuki 2 years later, but with Saho's anomaly, a butterfly effect had occurred. Kimimaro, slightly taken aback, asked, My lord Saho, what should our next course of action be? You seem to be in a predicament. Saho gently waved his hand. Concern evident in his tone. You should prioritize your own well-being. Your condition is grave. My immediate task is to restore your health. A warmth surged within Kimimaro. Though he did not display much emotion, he earnestly nodded. Thank you, my lord Saho. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation from Kimimaro. Lottery points 1,000. Time passed gradually. Around 3 in the afternoon, in the Hokage's office of Konohagakure, Saho stood before Tsunade with Kimimaro in tow. Oh, Saho, you've brought someone back with you. Tsunade leaned against her desk, crossing her legs. Speak. What is your intention? Saho pointed to Kimimaro beside him, saying, This is my friend. He is gravely ill, and I need you to heal him. It's as simple as that. Tsunade furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Kimimaro's Sound Village attire, her tone serious. He is from the Sound Village. As far as I know, Orochimaru was the founder of that village, correct? Saho nodded, confirming, Indeed, Kimimaro was once under Orochimaru's command, but he is now my subordinate. Tsunade seemed to ponder this, slowly responding, I see. I can assist you, but you must agree to one condition. Saho, intrigued, asked, What condition? Tsunade fixed her gaze on Saho, her tone resolute. No vengeance against Konoha, nor any actions that would endanger Konoha. Saho shook his head dismissively, a hint of disdain in his voice. Oh, sister, truly, at your age, why remain so naive? Upon hearing the words, old woman, Tsunade's fury erupted, her veins bulging as she retorted sharply. You brat. Who are you calling an old woman? Dare to repeat that? Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation from Tsunade. Lottery points 10,000. Saho waved his hand, signaling her not to be angered. Sister, please do not be upset. We are all family here. Let's converse amicably. After all, you are quite advanced in years. What if you become so enraged that you enter menopause? Wait, sister, It seems you have already surpassed the age of menopause. Now you should be considered a senior citizen. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation from Tsunade. Lottery points 10,000. Saho, shut that ugly mouth of yours. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table. Everything you and Appos VE endured in Konoha is its fault. I can agree to your request. But are you truly unwilling to reconsider the matter I just mentioned? Chapter 75. Zayo, you only know how to tease me. If you wish for me to harbor no resentment towards Konoha, the method is rather simple. Zayo slowly withdrew an envelope from his waist and gently placed it on Tsunade's desk. A playful tone laced his voice as he remarked, "If you agree to the conditions within this letter, I shall grant your wish. What do you think?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow slightly, not even glancing at the contents of the letter, and resolutely replied, "I accept your terms." Zayo was momentarily taken aback. Did she truly agree so readily without even a glance at the letter? Tsunade's expression was serious, her tone unwavering. As Hokage, I must take responsibility for the past mistakes of Konoha. I am willing to accept your conditions. This is my sincerity as Hokage. Zayo smiled, waving his hand dismissively. That is splendid. Kunmaru, you shall remain here. Tsunade will attend to your treatment. Whether you survive rests upon your fortune. With that, he slowly exited the Hokage's office. His steps unhurried. This certainly saves me a great deal of trouble, he mused inwardly. In truth, the contents of the letter were quite simple. It was merely an acceptance of Jiraiya's pursuit. He had not anticipated that Tsunade would agree so readily without even looking. He couldn't help but imagine how her expression would have changed had she actually read the letter, and how the situation might have unfolded. As Zayo descended the Hokage building, his gaze met Ino's in the air. Ino? Zayo smiled gently, a soft light flickering in his eyes. Zayo. Ino and Appos' voice was imbued with surprise and excitement. After 2 months of separation, this moment of reunion stirred her heart profoundly. Without hesitation, she leapt into Zayo and Appos' embrace, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Zayo, you finally returned. A kiss. Of course I have. I've been eagerly awaiting our reunion, Zayo replied tenderly, cradling Ino's face in his hands, his deep gaze revealing boundless warmth. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected in Yamanaka Ino. Lottery points 5,000. Ino's heartbeat quickened. Her cheeks flushed as she bit her lower lip, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. At that moment, everything around them faded into a blur, leaving only the two of them. She whispered, I truly missed you. I've been thinking about what it would be like when you returned every day. I feel the same. Zayo's voice was low and warm, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing Ino's heart. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected in Yamanaka Ino. Lottery points 5,000. Now we can do so many things together. Ino exclaimed excitedly, her eyes glimmering with enthusiasm. First and foremost, I must give you a big kiss. Zayo leaned down slightly, slowly closing the distance between them, his warm breath grazing her cheek. Ino's heart raced like a drum, her smile blossoming further, her gaze filled with shyness and anticipation. As their kiss concluded, ding. Emotional fluctuation detected in Yamanaka Ino. Lottery points 5,000. Hey. Can you both be a little mindful of your surroundings? We are in the Hokage building. Shikamaru lamented, holding his forehead in embarrassment. Zayo, curious, asked, I thought you were searching for Sasuke's whereabouts? Why are you back so soon? Alas, we found no trace of Sasuke after 2 months. We had no choice but to give up, Shikamaru sighed, his tone heavy with resignation. Zayo nodded lightly, taking Ino's hand as they unhesitatingly walked away. Shikamaru? Choji? Asuma? Are you just leaving like that? We are supposed to report on our mission. Ino has taken a 2-year leave. Hokage has granted special permission for Zayo to assist her. Zayo waved his hand decisively. All that remained were the silhouettes of Zayo and Ino. A 2-year leave? And special permission from the Hokage? Is that not a bit too audacious? Zayo, why have you brought me here? Is there something special you wish to discuss with me? Or something I wish to? Ino's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zayo's expression grew serious as he stated, Ino, you have made remarkable progress during this period. For the next 2 years, I shall conduct special training with you. Ino was taken aback. I was prepared to dedicate myself to you. And you speak of special training? Zayo furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, what is the matter? Do you have any objections? Do you not wish to enhance your strength? Humph. Ino pouted, playfully retorting, I am already quite powerful. Ordinary J-nin are no match for me. Do I truly need special training? Zayo beckoned her with a finger, his gaze meaningful. Come, attack me. If you can endure 3 moves from me, I shall fulfill your innermost desire. Ino's cheeks flushed as she wriggled, shyly saying, Zao, have you seen through the secret in my heart? Zao smiled faintly, continuing to beckon her. Once you can withstand 3 moves from me, I will reveal it. Zanpakuto, Shiroyuki versus Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura. In a flash, Zao appeared behind Ino, his speed so swift that she could not react in time. Senbonzakura rested lightly against her neck, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Ino, my dear, you have lost. You could not withstand even 1 move. Ino felt a surge of frustration, pouting slightly. No, that was a sneak attack. Let us try again. This time, I will surely withstand 3 moves. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected in Yamanaka Ino. Lottery points 5,000 thus. Ino continued her attempts until nightfall, yet every strike was thwarted by Zao's overwhelming speed. Ino was now panting heavily, her expression dazed, clearly at her limits. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected in Yamanaka Ino. Lottery points 5,000. Zao sheathed his sword, speaking in a calm tone. All right, today's training ends here. We must attend to some important matters. Ino bent over, gasping for breath, weakly asking, what else is there, Zao? At that moment, Zao effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry, cradling her in his arms. You've developed quite well during this time. You've gained some weight, Zao teased, his fingers inadvertently wandering at her waist, giving it a gentle squeeze. Wonderful. At this rate of growth, in 2 to 3 years, you'll be ripe for the picking, Zao thought with a smirk. Enough, Zao. You only know how to tease me. Ino protested shyly, a blush gracing her cheeks, yet unable to mask the sweet shyness that accompanied it. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected in Yamanaka Ino. Lottery points 5,000. Chapter 76. A confrontation in the village of Rain. A gentle drizzle fell upon the uneven skyline of towering buildings, interspersed with connecting pipes. Nagato, alongside Conan, gazed at the approaching figure of Jiraiya, their teacher. The Akatsuki had already gathered intelligence about his arrival in the Rain village, which was purportedly to investigate their organization. I am aware of this matter and shall take care of it, Conan assured. The scene shifted as Jiraiya made his way directly to the village's red light district. On the surface, it appeared he was indulging in revelry, but in truth, it was merely a fade for gathering information. The pleasures of life were a mere indulgence. With laughter echoing around him, he embraced 2 beautiful women, reveling in the vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, causing him to freeze in place, his expression shifting to one of gravity. Danzo, Jiraiya thought with alarm. Without uttering a word, Danzo unleashed a powerful wind technique, a tempest that swept through the area. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. He attacking directly? He swiftly dodged the onslaught, but the 2 women beside him were not as fortunate. They were violently blown away, sustaining injuries and collapsing to the ground in pain. You old dog, Danzo. How dare you show up and harm my ladies? They are my savings. Jiraiya fumed, unable to contain his frustration. Danzo glared at him coldly, declaring, You brat. Today, I shall teach you a lesson for daring to seek death in the Rain village. Jiraiya scoffed dismissively, retorting, Only a fool would engage you. I am leaving now. In an instant, he vanished from Danzo's sight using the body flicker technique. Yet, an ominous feeling gnawed at Jiraiya. This visit to the Rain village was fraught with peril. Just moments after his arrival, he encountered Danzo. Could it be that Danzo had joined the Akatsuki? No, that couldn't be right. Jiraiya racked his brain, perplexed as to why Danzo was pursuing him. Just then, a sharp sound sliced through the tranquility. You can't escape. Jiraiya. Danzo pursued him relentlessly. Jiraiya, astonished, turned back, indignantly demanding, Why are you still chasing me, you old thief? Danzo replied coolly, Humph. You dare seek death in the Rain village? I'll strike you down every time you appear. Ping. Emotional fluctuation detected. Lottery points 10,000. A chill ran through Jiraiya as he swiftly turned, forming hand signs with remarkable speed. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A deafening roar erupted as a searing flame, akin to a dragon, erupted from his mouth, a wave of heat washing over him. Danzo, unfazed, smirked derisively. A mere parlor trick. He leapt gracefully, evading the fiery assault. A resounding thud echoed as Danzo suddenly materialized before Jiraiya, catching him off guard. A powerful punch struck Jiraiya in the abdomen, sending him flying. Jiraiya gasped in pain. What speed? This feels so familiar. The speed was reminiscent of someone he couldn't quite place. Danzo coldly advised, If you dare return to the Rain Village, I shall strike you down every time, understand? Ping. Emotional fluctuation detected. Lottery points 10,000. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Conan and Nagato observed the unfolding drama. Nagato furrowed his brow, his tone laced with confusion. Why is Danzo specifically targeting Jiraiya? It appears he has a particular vendetta against him. Conan nodded slowly. However, this does simplify matters considerably. Nagato inquired, have you ascertained Danzo's movements within the shinobi world? Conan shook her head, her expression tinged with disappointment. No, intelligence indicates no notable actions from Danzo. A day later, in the Hokage's office within Konoha, Jiraiya stood before Tsunade, battered and bruised, his face a portrait of grievance. I failed, he lamented. Tsunade widened her eyes in shock, questioning, who did this to you? Despite his injuries, Jiraiya's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. It was Danzo. He is in the Rain Village and stronger than before. Danzo, Tsunade exclaimed, springing from her chair and slamming her palms on the table, her voice brimming with fury and excitement. I've been searching for that old fool, and now he delivers himself to me. Jiraiya hastily cautioned, Tsunade, hold your enthusiasm. Danzo's strength is formidable, even I am no match for him. Who do you think should go after him? Tsunade pondered, her brow furrowed in thought, before exclaiming, send Sasuke. Sasuke? Jiraiya gasped in surprise. That kid has returned? Are you sure about sending him? His voice trailed off, laced with hesitation. At that moment, Ino entered the Hokage's office. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, she greeted softly. Tsunade looked up, her brow knit. Ino, didn't you take a 2-year leave? Why are you here today? Ino turned to Jiraiya. I'm here to see you, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what is it? Ino produced a note and handed it directly to him. This is from Sasuke. He asked me to deliver it to you. With that, she turned and exited the office. Jiraiya scanned the note, his eyes quickly scanning the text. It read, come quickly, XXN, room XX. Furrowing his brow, Jiraiya pondered and in? A room? What could this mean? Tsunade inquired, what does Sasuke want with you? Jiraiya shook his head, his brow knitted in confusion. I'm not entirely sure. But I must go see. 10 minutes later, on the streets of Konoha, Jiraiya clutched the note, his gaze darting around the buildings as he searched for the unmentioned. What is that kid up to? He doesn't even show himself, just sends me a note? What is this and Appos, heaven on earth and Appos, in? There's south no such place in Konoha. He continued his search, but nearly half an hour passed with no sign of the inn. Just as he began to feel disheartened, Kakashi appeared before him, smiling slightly. Lord Jiraiya, are you searching for something? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiraiya scratched his head and replied, I'm looking for an inn called Heaven on Earth. Is there such a place in Konoha? I've never heard of it. Chapter 77. A critical strike on Jiraiya. Oh, Lord Jiraiya is actually seeking out the heavenly realm? I am quite familiar with that. Kakashi exclaimed excitedly, promptly revealing the exact location of the establishment to Jiraiya. Oh, I see now. Jiraiya nodded, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. 10 minutes later, in a secluded corner of Konoha village, a grand edifice loomed before him. It was the inn. The sign prominently displayed the 4 characters of Heavenly Realm, exuding an aura of elegance despite its rustic appearance. Jiraiya murmured to himself, to establish an inn in such a remote locale and still attract patrons is truly remarkable. Well, I suppose I should step inside and take a look. As he pushed open the door to the designated room, he was instantaneously taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. Inside, several women clad in revealing attire cast him sultry glances, their eyes sparkling with allure, akin to petals dancing in the spring breeze. The warm atmosphere enveloped him, quickening his heartbeat. Lord Jiraiya, their voices intertwined like a sweet serenade, intoxicating him with their honeyed tones. Come here, one of them slightly pouted her rosy lips, seemingly beckoning him closer. Weavy, missed you, another shyly tossed her hair, revealing a hint of seduction. I'm pregnant now, their melodious whispers wove together, stirring a tempest within Jiraiya's heart. Ding. Emotion fluctuation detected in Jiraiya. 10,000 lottery points. Ding. 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 Hee. Jiraiya was utterly entranced by this spectacle, his expression transforming into one of insatiable desire. Hee. Lovely ladies, you are. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him as his gaze flitted between the enchanting women. His rationality long since dissolved in the face of their captivating charms. Their alluring forms resembled blossoms in full bloom, exuding an irresistible fragrance. "Lord Jiraiya, come play with us," one of them called out sweetly, her skin glowing under the candlelight, appearing almost liquid to the touch. Another stepped forward, slightly bending down, allowing Jiraiya to feel her warmth more distinctly. "We can share so much fun together." Jiraiya finally succumbed to laughter, his eyes shimmering with longing. "Oh, lovely ladies, you truly set my heart aflame." Ding. Emotion fluctuation detected in Jiraiya. 10,000 lottery points. Ding. 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 The lengthy teasing session, omitting vast amounts of text. Ultimately, the three women vanished with a resounding thud. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. They disappeared? Shadow clone technique? Damn it, I've been played. It must be that little brat, Sasuke. Ding. Emotion fluctuation detected in Jiraiya. 10,000 lottery points. Ding. 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 In the back mountains of Konoha, old haunts. Haraha. Sasuke's laughter echoed through the air, nearly causing him to lose his breath. "I can't breathe." "Ha ha ha. That guy Jiraiya." Ino, puzzled, inquired, "Sasuke-chan, what delightful event has transpired?" With a subtle smile, Sasuke beckoned her closer, whispering into her ear. A minute later, Ino erupted into fits of laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." The scene shifted to Jiraiya, who strode down the bustling streets of Konoha, his countenance marked by gloom and inner turmoil. "Ah, Lord Jiraiya, you've returned to Konoha." At that moment, Might Guy appeared, accompanied by his three eager disciples. Jiraiya, lacking enthusiasm, replied, "Ah, it's you, Guy? What brings you here?" Might Guy flashed a thumbs up, grinning widely, his brilliant white teeth glinting in the sunlight. "Lord Jiraiya, I've recently mastered a new technique, and I wish to engage in a youthful duel with you." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's mind raced with confusion. A youthful duel? What on earth is that about? Can't you see that this sage is in a foul mood? Just then, from the back mountains, Sasuke's system chimed in. Ding. Emotion fluctuation detected in Jiraiya. 10,000 lottery points. Unperturbed by Jiraiya's irritation, Might Guy suddenly launched an attack. Konoha's dynamic entry. He yelled, his movement swift and decisive. Jiraiya, startled, was caught off guard and sent flying by a single kick. Ding. Emotion fluctuation detected in Jiraiya. 10,000 lottery points. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Dimensional power, 1950-1950. Dimensional fusion, not yet awakened. Special physique, death god body, spiritual pressure, level 71. Sharingan left eye, ability, divine fall, right eye, ability, divine edge, Susanoo, unlock progress. Third form, bloodline elimination, dust release. Attributes Een, lightning, mastery, fire, mastery, wind, water, earth. Death god abilities, Shuinpa, level 7. Swordsmanship, level 7. Ninjutsu multi-shadow clone technique. 5 nature transformations. Chidori, Rinnegan. Rebirth of life technique. Sage techniques, sage mode. Sage arts. 5 transformations, sage arts. Chidori derived technique. Sage arts. Rinnegan derived technique. Zanpakuto, Sinbin wind attribute. Magic, lightning dragon slayer magic. Fire dragon slayer magic. Combat power assessment, super shadow level, 1,773,743. Lottery points, 1,013, 740. System inventory, advanced cultivation potion 3, Sharingan 2, 3 Tomo Sharingan 2, forged by fire. Swordsmanship basic training method, Shuinpa basic training method, Chakra nature transformation training method, 5 attributes. Sasuke was brimming with excitement, seated in the back mountains, his gaze fixed intently on his system panel. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. His emotions surged like a tidal wave, nearly spilling from his lips. He never anticipated that Jiraiya would grant him such a bounty of lottery points. What a delightful surprise. He turned to Ino, without hesitation planting a kiss on her cheek. "Ha ha. Ino, my dear, you are my lucky star today." Ino, bewildered yet unable to suppress a smile, queried, "What is happening? Has something good occurred? How could I not be joyful?" In just 10 minutes, I acquired at least 500,000 lottery points from Jiraiya. Now, I can finally attempt the legendary 10 consecutive draws. This will be the first time since the system returned to normal, and I can hardly wait to see what treasures await. Chapter 78, a legendary 10 summon, an unprecedented bonanza. System, initiate a legendary 10 summon. Legendary Prize Pool. 1. Dimensional Fruit. Mythical Zoan. 6 Paths Form. Mythical Grade Item. Extremely Low Probability. 2. Ultimate Immortal Body. Physical Ascension to Immortality. Near Immortality. The Pinnacle of Immortal Bodies. 3. 9 Tomo Rinnegan. Ability Selection. 4. Tomo Tensigen. Crimson. 5. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan 2. Ability Selection. 6. Rumble Fruit. Dimensional Variant. 7. Dimensional Fruit. Mythical Zoan. Phoenix Form 8. Dimensional Crystal 10-9. Divine Tree Seed. Dimensional Variant. Note: exclusive to the host for fusion, non-plantable, non-transferable, infinitely growing. 10. Ice Type Zanpakuto. High Rinru. Dimensional Variant. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ultimate Immortal Body. Physical Ascension to Immortality. Near Immortality. The Pinnacle of Immortal Bodies. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9 Tomo Rinnegan. Ability Selection. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Tomo Tensigen. Crimson. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Eternal Mangeki Sharingan 2. Ability Selection. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Rumble Fruit. Dimensional Variant. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dimensional Fruit. Mythical Zoan Phoenix Form. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Divine Tree Seed. Dimensional Variant. Note: exclusive to the host for fusion, non-plantable, non-transferable, infinitely growing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ice Type Zanpakuto. High Rinru. Dimensional Variant. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dimensional Crystal 20. A gasp of disbelief escaped Zhuao's lips. Incredible. 8 in one go. I'm invincible. I am truly invincible now. Ding. Host, would you like to fuse with the ultimate immortal body? Yes. Ding. Would you like to fuse with the 9 Tomo Rinnegan? Please select left eye or right eye. Fuse. Left eye. Commencing ability selection for the Rinnegan. In addition to the Rinnegan's basic abilities, the host can select 1. Limbo, Border Jail. 2. Amino to Jikara. 3. Planetary Devastation. 4. Takamimyuba no Kami. 5. Paper Crane Teleportation. 6. Time Reversal. System Notification. The host can choose to forego selection, and the 9 Tomo Rinnegan will randomly generate a new ability. Zhuao's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered. Upon closer inspection, bestowing any of these abilities upon him would not significantly augment his strength. System, I relinquish the selection. Generate a new ability for me, he declared resolutely. Ding. Host, would you like to fuse with the Tomo Tensigen? Fuse. Ding. Host, would you like to fuse with the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan? D-Jutsu power will stack with the host's original Mangeki. Yes. Quickly, fuse everything. Suddenly, Zhuao's eyes began to itch, an unbearable itch that he could barely endure. Simultaneously, an uncanny transformation seemed to occur within his body, a potent force erupting from within, threatening to tear him apart. The air vibrated violently in that instant, the surrounding space seemingly trembling. Ino was propelled far away by this incredible force, retreating a full 10 meters. At this moment, Zhuao felt a terrifying mental energy surge into his mind like a tidal wave, overwhelming him. Waves of heat coursed through his body, causing excruciating aches. Like a severe fever from his past life, his mind was muddled and his vision blurred. He struggled to speak. His throat parched, and he whispered, "Ino, help me. I can't." Later that night, at Konoha Hospital, in a private room, Zhuao lay in bed, slowly opening his eyes. What's going on? Why can't I see? Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? His left eye was now the 9 Tomo Rinnegan, and his right eye was the crimson 6 Tomo Tensigen, emitting a breathtaking, eerie, and enigmatic glow. But he simply could not see. Zhuao was now blind, utterly blind. Ding. System warning. The Tomo Rinne Tensigen is currently undergoing fusion. Estimated time, 3 years. Zhuao mused to himself. I didn't expect the fusion process to be so arduous. This body can't withstand such immense power. He slowly sat up and stretched, then frowned. My strength doesn't seem to have increased significantly. How is that possible? I fused with the ultimate immortal body. Just then, the system's notification sounded again. Please select the additional abilities for the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. 1. Amaterasu. 2. Tsukuyami. 3. Left Kamui. 4. Right Kamui. 5. Kagetsuchi. System. I choose 3 and 4. Dual Kamui. Who wouldn't want the legendary Kamui couples dimension? Then I can. Name, Uchiha Zhuao. Dimensional power, 1950-1950. Dimensional fusion, unawakened. Special Constitution, Shinigami Body, Ryatsu. Level 71. Ultimate Immortal Body, currently growing, growth cycle, 10 years. Consuming more food can accelerate growth. Tomo Rinne Tenseigen Left Eye, Abilities, Godfall, Kimui, Right Eye, Abilities, God's Edge, Kimui, Susanoo, Unlock Progress, Complete Body, Rinnegan Basic Abilities. Tenseigen Basic Abilities, Void Devouring World, Limbo, Border Jail, Crimson Prison Cycle, Blood Pool Descent. Divine Tree Seed, integrated into the heart. Dimensional Branch Count, 0. Each time a certain amount of new energy is absorbed, an independent dimensional branch is opened in the body, and the end of the branch bears a corresponding ability. Bloodline Elimination, Dust Release. Attributes Yin, Yang, Lightning, Mastery, Fire, Mastery, Wind, Water, Earth. Shinigami Abilities, Shuinpa, 7 steps. Swordsmanship, 7 steps. Ninjutsu Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. 5 Nature Transformation Ninjutsu, Chidori, Rasengan, Reanimation Jutsu. Sage Arts, Sage Mode. Sage Art, 5 Nature Transformation. Sage Art, Chidori Derivative Sage Technique. Sage Art, Rasengan Derivative Sage Technique. Zanpakuto, Simonzakura, Wind Type. High Rinmaru, Ice Type. Magic, Lightning Dragon Slayer Magic. Fire Dragon Slayer Magic. Combat Power Assessment, Super Kage Peak, 10999999. Summon Points, 13740. System Inventory, Dimensional Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Phoenix Form. Rumble Fruit, Dimensional Variant. Dimensional Crystal 20, Advanced Training Potion 3, Mangeki Sharingan 2, 3 Tomo Sharingan 2. Moreover, there were many more precious items in the system inventory. 20 dimensional crystals, the Rumble Fruit, and even a special dimensional fruit, Mythical Zoan, Phoenix Form. This was truly an unprecedented bonanza. Zuahao closed his eyes, and a pure white ribbon suddenly materialized in his hand, gently tying it over his eyes. Just then, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and Asuma entered the room, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Asuma spoke first, asking with concern, Zuahao, what happened? We heard you suddenly collapsed. What exactly occurred? Chapter 79, Zeo's Blindness? What a preposterous jest. Asuma queried, perplexed. What has befallen your eyes? Zeo demurred slightly, replying with a tranquil tone, forgive me. I've encountered a slight setback during my recent cultivation, resulting in temporary blindness. Blind? Zeo is of the Uchiha clan. What an absurd jest. Ino, concealing her mouth with her hand, wore a countenance of concern. Zeo, my dear, what has befallen you? Why has this transpired? What does the forfeiture of one's eyes portend? The Uchiha clan is renowned for its Sharingan. Now that Zeo has relinquished this advantage, Wooden and Oppos, tea that render him half as effective? Zeo gently waved his hand, conveying that there was no need for alarm. It will mend in due course. Why the trepidation? Rest assured, I am the paramount ninja in this world. A glint of tears gradually surfaced in Ino's eyes. Zeo, even at this juncture, with your vision obscured, you remain so optimistic, consoling us in such a manner to allay our concerns. Ding, 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 ding. Draw points credited. Even Zeo was somewhat bewildered by this influx of draw points. What's the occasion? This evokes an emotional response. But upon reflection, having something is preferable to nothing. Right then, Ino, let us proceed to the barbecue. I crave meat. Indeed. Ino nodded emphatically, approaching the hospital bed and tenderly aiding Zeo to rise. Throughout their journey, she meticulously supported him, wary of him stumbling. I am grateful for your presence. Ino, thank you. Zeo's voice bore a hint of gratitude. Ino responded with a gentle smile, her eyes gleaming with warmth. It is of no consequence. For you. I am willing. 3 minutes elapsed. In a secluded corner of the barbecue restaurant, Ino was attentively feeding Zeo morsel after morsel, her gaze filled with solicitude. Gently, Zeo, there is an abundance remaining, she softly reminded him, anxious lest he consume it too hastily. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. A full 3 hours had elapsed. Even Ino was astonished by the prodigious appetite before her. Zeo, my dear, what has befallen you? Why has your appetite burgeoned so? She couldn't help but inquire. At that moment, Zeo uttered softly, in truth, I am yet to be satiated. Not yet satiated? That is inconceivable. Ino was taken aback. As she was about to retort, Zeo abruptly slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming in a resounding tone, Proprietor, bring me another ton of meat. The proprietor wore a bewildered expression. A ton of meat? His establishment's inventory did not encompass such a quantity. The proprietor hastily responded, "Zao, esteemed sir. Your demand is..." Zao interjected, "What? Do you doubt my capacity to devour such a quantity of meat? Or do you question my ability to settle the account? Be prompt, and furnish me with as much as you can muster." Concurrently, in a remote corner of the ninja realm, amidst a dense forest, Itachi and Kisame were advancing rapidly. At that juncture, a pale figure abruptly emerged from the thicket, obstructing their path. "Itachi, I bear ill tidings." Itachi and Kisame halted instantly, their gazes converging upon White Zetsu. Itachi and Appo's countenance remained serene, as he inquired blandly, "What ill tidings do you convey?" "Your sibling, Zao, has encountered misfortune." Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly. "What precisely has transpired?" White Zetsu inhaled deeply and continued, "His eyes have been rendered sightless." Itachi's visage froze momentarily, his expression becoming remarkably intricate. His brow furrowed, betraying a rare hint of trepidation. "What are the particulars? Impart to me the sequence of events." White Zetsu shook his head, his demeanor grave. "I am not privy to the specifics. I am merely aware that he has abruptly forfeited his vision. This poses a dire impediment to our designs." Itachi nodded imperceptibly, then proceeded to solicit further intelligence. Having gleaned a plethora of information regarding Sasuke, he ultimately nodded resolutely and proclaimed, "I must needs journey to the Hidden Leaf Village." Kisame inquired inquisitively, "Oh, you intend to venture to the Hidden Leaf Village? Is it to seek out your brother, Zao?" I opined that even in his blindness, his prowess remains formidable. We need not harbor concerns. Your brother is no simpleton. At that juncture, Itachi mused inwardly. Zao must have succumbed to blindness as a consequence of the excessive utilization of the Mangekyo. This outcome has transpired with undue haste. Zao, scarcely 13 years of age, has already forfeited his sight. This places Itachi in a quandary. If I were to bestow my eyes upon Zao, what would become of Sasuke? If I were to bestow them upon Sasuke, what would become of Zao? Kisame interrupted his reverie, inquiring solicitously, "Itachi, what occupies your thoughts?" Itachi responded with nonchalance, "Let us proceed to the Hidden Leaf Village." Kisame remained silent, observing him in quietude. Itachi's equanimity, aloofness, and detachment remained immutable. Such as Itachi, a man who perpetually conceals his innermost thoughts. That very night, beneath the starlit canopy of the Hidden Leaf Village, tranquility and warmth prevailed. In Ino's abode, the Hidden Leaf Flower Shop exuded a delicate floral fragrance, lending an aura of serenity to the surroundings. At that moment, Zao was being meticulously escorted into her boudoir by Ino. The gentle illumination within the chamber cast a warm glow upon the walls, evoking an atmosphere of intimacy. "Ino, where am I?" Zao inquired inquisitively, his eyes betraying bewilderment. Ino responded with a gentle smile. "Why, you are in my abode, dear Zao. Even if your vision remains obscured for the duration of your existence, I shall perpetually tend to you and accompany you throughout your life." She tenderly clasped his hand and murmured, "Do recline." At that precise moment, Ino perceived a gentle zephyr. How can there be a breeze within the confines of a dwelling? As she raised her gaze, she beheld Itachi and Kisame, clad in the Akatsuki's black cloaks adorned with crimson clouds, standing before them. Upon beholding this spectacle, Ino instantly interposed herself between Zao and the intruders. Observing this, Itachi silently nodded in affirmation. At least Zao is not without protection. Standing in place, Zao sensed the movement of air. "Ino, has someone entered? Who is it?" Itachi uttered impassively, "My foolish sibling." "Itachi." Upon hearing this voice, Zao was instantly relieved. For it was indeed Itachi. Itachi would never harbor animosity towards him. Ino exclaimed, "You are Zao's elder brother, the S-ranked rogue ninja, Itachi. You shall not harm Zao, or I shall engage you in combat." A frigid aura emanated from Ino's person, and her Zanpakuto manifested instantly. "Hold, desist from hostilities." Zao interjected abruptly, discerning the sound of their respiration. He advanced towards Itachi. Itachi knitted his brow in perplexity. "Foolish sibling, what is your intent in standing before me?" Zao gazed silently at Itachi, meticulously discerning the subtle undulations of his breath. In that instant, he sprang into action with astonishing velocity, surpassing even Itachi's capacity to react. In the blink of an eye, Zao held a crimson fruit within his grasp. Itachi felt his throat constrict, as if he had swallowed something. What have you fed me?" "Huh." It is a boon indeed. I myself was loath to partake of it. Cherish it, my foolish brother. It was the mythical Zoan-type dimension fruit, model, vermilion bird. Zao ultimately resolved to bestow it upon Itachi. After all, his aspiration was the mythical Six Paths model, and he held the vermilion bird model in some disdain. Chapter 80. The threats from Chunin village and Iwagakure. Ultimately, Itachi and Kisame chose to depart, refraining from any excessive actions towards Sasao and Ino. In the dead of night, within the Akatsuki headquarters, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the gathering. The members convened through the use of the Genjutsu technique. Pain, the leader, surveyed the room and spoke in a solemn tone. Has everyone arrived? I have an important announcement to make. Haydn, unable to contain his impatience, interjected. What is it? Pain's expression grew increasingly serious. This matter concerns Sasao. The mention of Sasao instantly piqued everyone's curiosity, as he had previously provoked them all openly, drawing considerable attention. Pain continued. Sasao has lost his sight. His strength has significantly diminished, and the time frame for his recovery remains uncertain. Currently, he is recuperating in Konoha, still covertly one of ours. What? Sasao is blind? Haydn exclaimed, disbelief lacing his voice. At that moment, a surge of unbridled fury ignited within him. Now that you are blind, just wait until I teach you a lesson. You curse Sasao. Pain frowned and admonished. Haydn, do not entertain thoughts of killing Sasao. He had the capability to eliminate you at that time, but chose not to. Our objective is to collect the tailed beasts and establish peace in the world. Do you understand? Ultimately, Pain managed to quell the emotions of the Akatsuki members. The scene shifted to the office of Iwagakure Sasuke. Inoki received the news of Sasao's blindness, and an uncontrollable joy spread across his face. What a turn of fate. Who could have imagined that this Sasao would fall to such a state? The opportunity for revenge has finally arrived. A glint of malice flickered in Inoki's eyes. Bring him in. Instantly, a member of the Umbu appeared before Inoki, his demeanor both respectful and swift. Inoki began drafting a letter and, a minute later, handed it to the Umbu with the command. You must head to Chunin village immediately and deliver this letter personally to the Raikage. The journey from the land of Earth to the land of Lightning would take approximately 2 days, making the round trip a total of 4 days. Inoki's plan had quietly commenced, awaiting the moment of retribution. Konoha, you have only yourselves to blame for your reckless Sasao, who has offended too many. This time, you shall pay a bloody price. 2 days later, in the Raikage's office in Chunin village, the sound of the Raikage's raucous laughter echoed throughout the room. Ha ha ha! Wonderful! Wonderful! He exclaimed, that brat Sasao has gone blind. And Inoki actually wishes to unite with us in applying pressure on Konoha. Excellent. With that, the Raikage took a seat and began drafting a letter, essentially agreeing to the proposal. The revenge from Chunin village and Iwagakure against Sasao had commenced. Time passed quietly, and 3 days later, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, the atmosphere was tense. Tsunade slammed her palm against the table, producing a sharp sound that accentuated her growing anger. Chunin village and Iwagakure. They dare to threaten us into handing over Sasao. If we refuse, they plan to launch a joint assault on Konoha, attempting to incite a ninja world war. Kakashi furrowed his brow and inquired, should I go summon Sasao? Tsunade shook her head, her tone unwavering. No, we cannot hand Sasao over to them. Chunin village and Iwagakure have always pushed their advantage. If we yield, they will only see us as weak and escalate their demands. If war is what they desire, then let it be war. In the present Konoha, Tsunade was in power, known for her notorious temper and resoluteness. She would never consider yielding Sasao for the sake of peace, unlike the third Hokage might have. Meanwhile, in the Ino household, Sasao sat quietly at the table in the living room. On the table lay a small box containing a sound fruit and a note. Taking a deep breath, Sasao retrieved a sealing scroll and began sealing the item within. Ino, are you there? He asked softly. I'm here, Sasao-chan. Ino's voice came from another room, warm and inviting. Sasao smiled faintly and said, Jiraiya should still be in Konoha. Could you help me summon him? I have matters to discuss. Ino nodded eagerly. Okay, I'll go find him right away. Before long, Ino returned with Jiraiya before Sasao. Upon seeing Sasao, who was blindfolded, Jiraiya stood frozen in place. What happened to you? Kid. Sasao waved his hand gently, replying nonchalantly, it's nothing, just blind. Blind? And you say it's nothing? Jiraiya's heart sank. You are from the Uchiha clan. Relying on your eyes. With a sigh, Jiraiya sat down across from Sasao. So, what did you want to discuss? Do you see the scroll in my hand? Sasao lifted it. I need you to deliver this scroll to Zetsu and ensure that Orochimaru does not find out. Jiraiya frowned. You know where Orochimaru is? Of course. Sasao replied. If all goes well, Orochimaru should be in Otogekyure, training Sasuke. Curious, Jiraiya asked, what S in that scroll? That S not for you to worry about. Sasao smiled slightly. Just tell me if you are willing to assist me. Of course, Jiraiya responded. But when will you help me win over Tsunade? Let us not rush that, Sasao replied earnestly. Just help me deliver the scroll to Zetsu. All right. Jiraiya nodded, taking the scroll. Do you know Orochimaru's exact location? If you could tell me, it would save me a lot of trouble. Sasao smiled subtly and said, it's quite simple. Orochimaru's laboratory is located underground at the northernmost point of Otogekyure. Once you go there, you'll understand. Jiraiya nodded seriously, responding, good. I will ensure the scroll is delivered safely to Zetsu. That night, within the laboratory of Otogekyure, a tense atmosphere prevailed. The expansive training ground was bathed in moonlight, casting a serene glow. Sasuke had just consumed a vial of training potion, feeling the surge of chakra within him intensify, accelerating his training. Is this the secret behind Sasao's rapid power enhancement? He pondered inwardly. Just then, Orochimaru approached slowly, his figure appearing particularly enigmatic in the shadows. His raspy voice emerged. Sasuke, I have some troubling news to share with you. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, alertly inquiring, Orochimaru, what troubling news could compel you to come in person? Chapter 81. Sasuke's fury. What did you say? Saizo is blind. The Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages actually demand that Konoha hand him over? At that moment, Sasuke's face was a portrait of disbelief, his eyes flickering with anger and incredulity. Saizo had lost his sight. Even more infuriating was the audacity of these two villages to demand the surrender of his own brother. They were courting death. How dare they bully my brother? Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud villages, you shall pay for this. Sasuke's voice resonated with profound rage. In this world, the only family he had by blood was Itachi and Saizo. Itachi was his sworn enemy, but Saizo was different. He was truly his twin brother. One could say that Saizo was his only kin in this world. Orochimaru's hoarse voice carried a hint of mockery, but rest assured, Konoha has no intention of handing over Saizo. How amusing that Saizo has lost his sight. Such a waste for the Sharingan to be destroyed. Sasuke frowned slightly, coldly replying, all right, I understand this matter. You may leave now. Orochimaru shook his head gently, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned to depart. Sasuke, dismissing him, returned to his training. Gripping the Kusanagi sword, the blade shimmered as it accompanied his agile movements. The sword's momentum surged like a rainbow, as shuriken and kunai danced elegantly and sharply in his hands, tracing graceful yet lethal arcs. Train, train, and train some more. At this moment, an unparalleled determination ignited within Sasuke, a steadfast belief in his desire to grow stronger. Meanwhile, from the shadows, Jiraiya observed this scene, nodding to himself. This fellow is working so hard. Indeed, every member of the Uchiha clan is a monster. Confirming that no one else was around and that only Sasuke remained, Jiraiya decided to reveal himself. In an instant, he appeared before Sasuke. Who are you? Upon seeing Jiraiya, Sasuke immediately became alert, a glint of suspicion in his eyes. Jiraiya smiled, saying, don't be tense, Sasuke. I'm here to deliver something to you. Saying this, he casually tossed a scroll to Sasuke. Sasuke caught it with one hand, puzzled, and asked, what is this? Jiraiya replied, this is something Saizo asked me to give you. What's inside? You can see for yourself. I'm not sure either. Farewell. Before he finished speaking, Jiraiya performed the body flicker technique and vanished from sight. Sasuke opened the scroll, revealing a small box that filled him with curiosity. He slowly lifted the lid, and a faint surge of lightning energy stirred in the air, as if beckoning him. What is this? A fruit? He was astonished to discover a golden fruit within the box, its surface glimmering with tiny sparks of electricity, emitting a crackling sound. This is the thunder fruit. Just then, his gaze fell upon a note, and he hurriedly picked it up, eagerly reading its contents. Sasuke, when you see this note, you will undoubtedly be intrigued by the fruit before you. Do not hesitate, swallow it immediately. It will bestow upon you immense power, allowing you to become the embodiment of lightning, the second strongest ninja in the ninja world. For the title of the strongest will forever belong to me. Ha ha ha. Sasuke's heart raced. Although the words on the note filled him with disbelief, he understood that such an opportunity was rare. Gritting his teeth, he resolved without hesitation to consume the thunder fruit. How dreadful it tastes! What is this wretched thing? The flavor of the fruit caused him to grimace, almost unbearable. Yet, despite this, Sasuke persevered, devouring the thunder fruit bite by bite, secretly anticipating the formidable power it would bring. Crackling. Sasuke felt a torrent of strength coursing through his entire being. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before him. His entire body transformed into flickering lightning. The air around him crackling with electric currents, producing a piercing sound. Such overwhelming lightning was truly breathtaking. Is this the power of becoming lightning that Saizo spoke of? He could hardly contain his excitement, clenching his fists and reveling in the surging energy. Itachi, with this power, I will surely kill you. Absolutely. And as for those from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages, wait for me. You will pay dearly for this. At this moment, in the Hidden Stone village, the night draped over the village like a heavy velvet cloak, quietly enveloping it. Dim moonlight filtered through sparse clouds, casting a gentle glow. The surroundings were hushed, occasionally interrupted by the low chirps of night insects. The streets of the village, paved with bluestone, appeared especially cold in the night. Such a night was the perfect opportunity for Itachi and Kisame to infiltrate. Their figures glided silently through the shadows, their target clear. Their objective, capturing the Four Tails. Yet, Itachi harbored another secret intention, to teach the arrogant individuals of the Hidden Stone village a lesson. Ever since he ingested that peculiar substance given by Saizo, he felt his body had become extraordinarily robust, even acquiring several astonishing abilities. More importantly, Itachi's illness had been cured. Kisame spoke casually. Itachi, are you certain the Four Tails Jinchuriki is still in the Hidden Stone village? It is said he has a strained relationship with the village and has long since departed. Itachi pondered for a moment before responding. Let us investigate first to ascertain the exact location of the Four Tails. We will split up. I will seek the Tsuchikage, and you will scout elsewhere for information. Kisame nodded slightly, and the two vanished into the night. At the home of Inoki, he lay languidly in a chair, eyes closed in contemplation, seemingly pondering something profound. Suddenly, a chill wind swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. An ominous premonition arose within him, as if something dreadful was about to occur. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes, fixed intently upon him. Confusion filled Inoki's mind. But at that moment, his body was suddenly drawn into a blood-red space by a mysterious force. This is the Tsukuyami space. At this moment, Inoki found himself bound to a crumbling stone pillar, unable to move, with the shadows surrounding him seemingly mocking his helplessness and despair. What on earth is happening? He thought, a flicker of terror evident in his gaze. Not far away, Uchiha Itachi stood silently, his eyes calm as water, devoid of any ripple. His expression was severe, as unfathomable as an abyss, exuding an aura of danger that instilled an inexplicable fear. You are the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Itachi. Inoki's voice trembled as a wave of intense fear surged within him. Chapter 82. Itachi causes trouble. Itachi approached with a faint smile, a cold curve at the corner of his lips, clasping a kunai that glimmered with a subtle light in his hand. Do you know? In this Tsukuyami realm, your despair shall be my greatest delight. As his words fell, Itachi's wrist flicked lightly, and the kunai sliced through the air, unhesitatingly plunging into Naka's abdomen. Blood gushed forth instantly, staining his garments crimson. Inoki gasped in agony, his eyes reflecting boundless terror and despair, yet he found himself with no avenue of escape. Helplessly writhing in pain, I shall take my time, torturing you slice by slice, allowing you to experience endless suffering, Itachi whispered, his tone laced with a chilling calmness. He gently withdrew the kunai, then carved a deep wound across Inoki and Appo's arm, blood splattering forth amidst the excruciating pain. Inoki and Appo's cries echoed harshly in the stillness of the space. But Itachi seemed oblivious, his expression unwavering. He continued with excruciating slowness and meticulous precision, letting the blade dance across Naka's body, savoring every moment of his painful struggles and shivers. Have you ever considered how vulnerable you would feel at this moment? Itachi's voice, ghostly and mocking, lingered in Naka's ears. Despair flooded Naka's heart, his consciousness gradually fading, yet he remained powerless to resist, sinking deeper into torment. It's over, utterly over. Inoki, you should know. Sasuke is my brother. How dare you spy on him? Within the Tsukuyami realm, Noki endured relentless torment for 3 full days and nights. While in the outside world, only a mere second had passed. At this moment, Noki lay exhausted, teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Itachi had already departed quietly, leaving no trace behind. The following morning, the hospital in Awagakure was enveloped in a heavy silence. Noki lay on the hospital bed, his complexion pale, seemingly unable to awaken. Kuratsuchi, his granddaughter, and her father, Anoki's son, stood vigil at his bedside, their hearts filled with worry. What on earth happened? How did he change so drastically overnight? Kuratsuchi's father inquired anxiously. The medical ninja replied solemnly, based on our current understanding, Lord Sasuke has suffered immense psychological trauma. With a furrowed brow, Kuratsuchi's father pressed. When will he awaken? The medical ninja shook his head with a heavy heart. If his condition improves slightly, it may take about 6 months. If it does not, he may remain in this comatose state for a lifetime. Kuratsuchi's father gasped in shock. What? A lifetime in a coma? Wouldn't he that make him a vegetable? The medical ninja sighed, revealing a hint of helplessness in his gaze. It entirely depends on Lord Sasuke's own will. We cannot make an accurate judgment. All we can ascertain is that he has endured an extraordinarily powerful mental assault. Suddenly, an umbu from Awagakure appeared before Kuratsuchi's father, breathlessly declaring, "This is bad. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki has gone missing." Kuratsuchi and Appo's father was taken aback. What did you say? The Four-Tails Jinchuriki is missing? How could that be? What has happened? It and Appo's over. Truly over. With the Tsuchikage unconscious and the tailed beast lost, Iwagakure's strength has plummeted to an all-time low. As he contemplated the recent pressures being exerted on Konohagakure, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kisame were hastening towards Kumogakure. Kisame inquired with curiosity, "Itachi-san, why are we heading to Kumogakure? The Five Tails has yet to be captured." Itachi replied slowly, "Kumogakure seems to be brewing a war against Konohagakure. If a great ninja war erupts now, it would severely hinder our Akatsuki's pursuit of the tailed beasts." Understanding dawned on Kisame. So you intend to apply some pressure on Kumogakure? But can just the two of us manage that? Itachi nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. Indeed, the two of us are more than sufficient. The current ninja world was rife with undercurrents. Awagakure and Kumogakure were jointly pressuring Konohagakure. Sunagakure was severely weakened and preoccupied with its own troubles, while Kirigakure had already fallen under Obito's control, sealing itself off from the world. The primary battleground remained in Konohagakure, Kumogakure, and Awagakure. Now, with Awagakure already crippled by Itachi, all that remained was Kumogakure. Coincidentally, Sasuke was also on his way to Kumogakure, racing forward alone, his eyes filled with a hint of hatred. Kumogakure, Awagakure, and Itachi. Just wait for me. I am now overwhelmingly powerful, Sasuke exclaimed, enthusiasm bubbling forth, as if needing to unleash the fervor within. In an instant, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Kumogakure with astonishing speed. The surrounding trees emitted wisps of smoke from the searing heat of the lightning, and the air crackled with an electrifying tension. Just then, Sasuke's gaze fixed upon a ninja from Kumogakure. "Halt!" he barked sharply. The Kumogakure ninja wasted no time. Swiftly hurling 3 kunai, the sharp projectiles slicing through the air directly at Sasuke. However, Sasuke appeared in front of the Kumogakure ninja in a flash. Like a bolt of lightning. "Humph," he scoffed coldly, his hand gripping the Kumogakure ninja's throat like a vice. "Tell me, what is the situation in Kumogakure?" The Kumogakure ninja's expression shifted to one of shock and fear. "Why, you are Uchiha Sasuke. How is this possible? Aren't you just a genin? Why are you so strong?" Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Do you look down on a genin? Allow me to show you the true power of a genin." In an instant, lightning surged forth like a raging tide, swirling around him. The Kumogakure ninja writhed in agony, electrified to the point of foaming at the mouth. "Tch. Kumogakure's J-Nin is no better than this. Too weak." Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. 3 minutes later, as Sasuke pressed onward, he fortuitously crossed paths with Itachi and Kisame, both also in a hurry. "Itachi! Sasuke!" The air crackled with tension, the encounter igniting the long-buried fury within Sasuke. His eyes gleamed with unnameable hatred, a tidal wave of anger threatening to engulf him, even his sanity. "Die!" Itachi's gaze remained fixed on him, a hint of surprise flickering across his face, followed by a cold smile. My foolish little brother. It seems you have acquired new power. Chapter 83, Sasuke vs. Itachi. You are still too weak. I am now incredibly strong, far surpassing you, Itachi. Prepare to meet your end. Sasuke's roar reverberated like thunder, as the Chidori in his hand erupted with blinding brilliance, enveloped in crackling lightning, exuding an overwhelming presence. Itachi momentarily paused, only to calmly respond with a swift kick. Yet to his astonishment, he struck nothing but air. His foot passed through Sasuke's form. Ha! Surprised, are you? This is my new ability. Sasuke cackled madly. Just as the Chidori was about to collide with Itachi, a crimson skeletal figure suddenly materialized around him. It was Itachi's Susanoo. How can this be? What is happening? Sasuke exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief, a surge of shock coursing through him. Itachi regarded him with a detached gaze, though internally, he felt a swell of emotions, an unexpected sense of pride. Sasuke's growth had exceeded his expectations, compelling him to resort to Susanoo. My foolish little brother. I never imagined you would reach such heights, yet you are still too weak. Itachi coldly remarked, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Before his words could settle, he vanished like a flash of lightning, reappearing behind Sasuke. As he threw a punch, Itachi realized once again that he struck nothing but air. His hand passed through Sasuke's form. Furrowing his brow, Itachi mused. Could this be an ability that disregards physical attacks? Recognizing Sasuke's unique skill, he swiftly leaped back to maintain distance. In midair, Itachi swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The moment his voice faded, a torrent of terrifying flames erupted from his mouth, roaring forth like a furious beast, barreling towards Sasuke. With a thunderous crash, the flames surged forward, carrying the power to obliterate all in their path. Sasuke's heart sank. Although his lightning release could ignore physical attacks, its endurance was severely limited. Having just traversed a distance and engaged in battle using the lightning release, he had depleted too much chakra and stamina. At that moment, his chakra was insufficient to contend with the ferocious fire-style attack. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly retreating, opting for escape without hesitation. However, he did not forget to utter a fierce vow. Itachi, within 3 years, I will personally end your life. Meanwhile, at the Barbecue Q restaurant in Konoha village, Sasuke reveled in Ino and Appo's attentive care. Food and drink were plentiful, and he was thoroughly content. Ino nestled against his shoulder, one arm wrapped around his, while the other offered him a delectable piece of fragrant grilled meat. Ah, Sasuke-chan, open wide, she exclaimed excitedly, her face radiant with anticipation. Shikamaru shook his head helplessly, sighing. Sasuke, when will your eyesight return? Sasuke replied nonchalantly, in about 3 years. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru frowned. 3 years? We have to endure both of you for 3 years? Ino interjected, displeased. Shikamaru, be quiet. Don't you think this is wonderful? Her eyes sparkled with infatuation. 3 years. I can be with Sasuke-chan every day. Sasuke inquired. Ino, has anything significant happened in the ninja world recently? Any news from the Cloud or Rock villages? Ino paused, her brows slightly furrowing. Sasuke-chan, why are you suddenly interested in these matters? You need to rest and recover your eyesight. Ino was aware of the situations in the Cloud and Rock villages, as Tsunade had specifically instructed her not to share such information with Sasuke. Shikamaru interjected, Sasuke, nothing major has transpired in the ninja world during this time. Nothing? Really? Sasuke's face revealed a hint of skepticism. Given his understanding of the Cloud and Rock villages, he believed they would not remain idle upon learning of his blindness. Shikamaru, sensing Sasuke's growing suspicion, felt a surge of nervousness. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This guy was far too perceptive, as if nothing could escape his notice. Sasuke, you're overthinking it, Shikamaru hastily explained. Nothing significant has occurred in the ninja world. All right, Sasuke replied calmly. If there is currently no activity, I can rest easy. Despite being blind and experiencing a considerable decrease in combat effectiveness, if he focused on honing his sensory abilities, he could still exhibit considerable strength. Coupled with the immense power bestowed upon him by his ultimate sage body, he was by no means inferior in taijutsu to anyone. After satisfying their appetites, Sasuke and Ino ventured to the back mountain together. Ino, her face a mask of curiosity, asked, Sasuke-chan, what do you plan to do? Are you going to train? But with your eyes like this, can you still train? Sasuke shook his head, responding slowly, being blind will not impede me much. I need to concentrate on enhancing my sensory skills. As long as my perception is sufficiently strong, even without sight, I can accurately discern the location of my enemies. Ino inquired, perception? What does that mean? Sasuke smiled gently, explaining, it's quite simple. I can sense an enemy's breathing, the flow of air around me, and the fluctuations of their chakra. Ino remained puzzled. But how do you train your perception? Sasuke beckoned, come, attack me. Ino gasped in surprise, but your eyes. She hesitated, yet upon seeing Sasuke's resolute demeanor, she resolved to assist him in honing his sensory abilities. Taking a deep breath to center herself, she charged at Sasuke, gathering a faint chakra in her hand, attempting a simple attack. At that moment, as she struck, Sasuke perceived her footsteps growing nearer, the chakra's waves rippling through the air. As Ino's attack approached, Sasuke's heart gradually steadied, every sense sharpening at that instant. Suddenly, Ino's strike came like a gust of wind, her fist nearly brushing against Sasuke's face. In a split second, Sasuke deftly sidestepped, feeling the punch's wind pass by, bringing a subtle warmth. Effective. His heart leapt with joy. His perception was indeed effective, seemingly clearer than ever before. Ino again. Sasuke's voice brimmed with confidence. Ino hesitated, then launched another attack, choosing a more complex maneuver to disrupt Sasuke's rhythm. Yet, Sasuke's movements seemed to meld with the air, each motion fluid as he accurately evaded every one of Ino's strikes. Very good, Sasuke exclaimed with excitement. Sensing his awareness of the surrounding environment becoming increasingly astute, he could clearly detect Ino's presence, the location of her chakra, and the trajectory of her attacks, even sensing her slight fatigue. As time passed, Ino's strikes quickened, yet Sasuke remained calm and composed. Once more, Ino found it astonishing, despite Sasuke's blindness. He could still perceive her attacks, and a sense of competitiveness stirred within her. Chapter 84. The Vermilion Bird Form. The beaten Raikage 2 days later. On a tranquil yet desolate noon, the Yunlei Gorge of the hidden cloud village lay in silence. Itachi and Kisame had stealthily infiltrated the village. At this moment, Hidden Cloud Village was undergoing reconstruction. The former splendor and grandeur had vanished, leaving the village shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Wow, Kisame remarked in awe. This is your brother Zaoheo's handiwork. Now I understand why the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages harbor such animosity towards him. Who could endure such devastation to their village? If it were Kisame as the Raikage, he would have declared war on Konoha long ago. Enough lamenting, let us clear the area. The CH Nin and J Nin of the Hidden Cloud were quietly dispatched by Itachi and Kisame, leaving no trace behind. The duo swept through, until they finally encountered the Raikage. The Akatsuki members. You dare come to my Hidden Cloud village? You seek death. The Raikage bellowed, his voice thunderous, as if he intended to tear them apart. Yet, Itachi merely regarded the Raikage with a calm expression, seemingly unfazed by his fury. At that moment, a faint spark emanated from him, hinting at the brewing of immense power. In the next instant, a pair of crimson flaming wings unfurled from his back, resembling the majestic vermilion bird in flight, dazzling and resplendent. The red flames began to envelop Itachi, cloaking him in a mysterious and formidable aura. What is this? The Raikage's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Itachi. In a sudden burst of energy, Itachi lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to the Raikage's abdomen. The speed was so overwhelming that even a ninja renowned for his quickness like the Raikage could not evade it. With his healthy state and the power of the vermilion fruit, Itachi was nothing short of terrifying. Before the Raikage could react, Itachi's figure vanished like lightning, only to reappear again as if a tempest had swept through. His legs struck like blades, unleashing a flurry of ferocious kicks aimed at the Raikage's vital points. Each blow resonated like thunder, striking the Raikage's heart and leaving him breathless. Cough! The Raikage could not suppress a groan, blood nearly bursting from his mouth as his complexion turned pale. His body was uncontrollably pushed backward, as if forcefully repelled by an invisible power. Itachi followed closely, turning swiftly to appear at the Raikage's side, a ghostly presence, and without warning, he unleashed a punch. The punch, imbued with searing flames, struck the Raikage's shoulder with a deafening impact. The Raikage was forced to kneel, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of oppression. The air around him distorted and heated by the vermilion flames. This is a force you cannot withstand, Itachi stated coldly, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. His fiery wings gently fluttering, sending waves of heat cascading around him. I refuse to accept this. The Raikage's heart brimmed with resentment and fury. Uchiha. You Uchiha have repeatedly provoked our limits. This is truly infuriating. Itachi observed the Raikage silently, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he coolly replied. You still have strength to speak. Then, before he could finish, his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscopic pattern, emanating suffocating pressure. As the Raikage met Itachi's gaze, he was instantly engulfed by an inescapable dread and was drawn into the illusory realm of Tsukuyami. In that endless darkness, he endured 3 days and nights of torment, while merely a second passed in the outside world. Ultimately, the Raikage collapsed to the ground, deprived of consciousness, like a straw without support. Itachi smiled faintly, turning to Kisame and saying, The objective has been achieved, let us depart. In the land of fire, within Konoha village, the 5th Hokage Tsunade convened with several Genin, including Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, Might Guy, and also Zeoheo and Ino. Tsunade furrowed her brow and inquired, Zeoheo, what is the purpose of summoning us here? Zeoheo nodded earnestly, responding, Ino requested that I gather you. There is indeed something crucial to discuss. Kakashi, intrigued, asked, What is it? Zeoheo took a deep breath and candidly stated, I called you here today in hopes that you could assist me in honing my sensing abilities. After all, being blind in both eyes is exceedingly inconvenient. At that moment, Zeoheo, with the ice wheel in his left hand and the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his right, donned the garb of a Shinigami, a celestial headpiece adorning his brow, a silver scarf wrapped around his neck, and his eyes obscured by pristine bandages, exuding an air of mystery like an unparalleled swordsman. His expression was grave, his voice deep and resolute as he declared, I am coming for you, so be prepared. In Zeoheo's mind, a divine perspective map emerged, showcasing 6 flickering chakra flames. The largest flame undoubtedly belonged to Tsunade. Under the assault of Tsunade and the Konoha Genin, Zeoheo skillfully dodged, his sensing abilities continually sharpening. An hour passed, and astonishingly, Zeoheo had evaded every attempted strike. He provocatively gestured, saying, Are you underestimating me? Do you think I am weak just because I am blind? Hold nothing back. Give it your all. Tsunade momentarily paused, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes as she replied, Little brat, are you certain you want us to go all out? Unfazed, Zeoheo taunted, Come on. Don't underestimate me. Then don't blame me if you get hurt. Tsunade warned, leaping into action, her right leg soaring high, aiming for his head. She then plummeted down like a cannonball, exclaiming, Painful heavenly foot. With a resounding crash, the earth shattered, debris flying and dust swirling. Sensing the overwhelming force, Zeoheo leapt swiftly, narrowly evading the lethal strike. He marveled inwardly. That was close. Tsunade truly lives up to being Hashirama's granddaughter. Her strength is extraordinary. Tsunade, now astonished, muttered in disbelief. How could he evade my attack in such a blind state? With a provocative smile, Zeoheo confidently remarked, Bring it on. Is this all you've got? In response to his taunt, Tsunade charged once more, this time swinging her fist, prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Simultaneously, Kurenai launched 3 kunai like arrows aimed straight at Zeoheo. Kakashi unleashed Raikiri from his hand, a bolt of lightning striking towards Zeoheo, illuminating the area with electric brilliance. Meanwhile, Guy, undeterred, opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates, hurtling towards Zeoheo like a tempest. Hee. Now this is getting interesting. Zeoheo's laughter resonated amidst the fray, brimming with confidence and challenge. Chapter 85. 3 years, 6 paths level. Zuoho 3 fleeting years have passed. During this period, Zuoho has honed his perceptive abilities to an unparalleled level. Each day, he either immersed himself in training or walked the path to nourishment, living a life of utter contentment. Name, Uchiha Zuoho. Dimensional power, 3130-100. Dimensional fusion, not awakened. Special physique, death god physique, spiritual pressure, level 89. Ultimate sage body, currently growing, growth cycle, 10 years. Accelerated by consuming food. Remaining, 5 years. Sharingan left eye abilities, God fall, God might. Right eye abilities, God edge, God might. Susanoo, unlock progress. Complete. Base abilities of Rinnegan. Base abilities of Rebirth Eye, Void Devourer, Grave of the Wheel, Crimson Rebirth, Descent of the Blood Realm. Divine Tree Seed, integrated into Heart. Number of dimensional trunks, 0. Each time new energy is absorbed, independent dimensional branches are developed within the body, with the tips producing corresponding abilities. Bloodline elimination, dust release. Attributes yin, yang, lightning, mastered, fire, mastered, wind, mastered, water, mastered, earth, mastered. Death god abilities Chunin, 8 levels. Swordsmanship, 8 levels. Ninjutsu shadow clone technique. 5 nature transformation techniques. Chidori, Rinnegan, rebirth technique. Sage techniques, sage mode. Sage art 5 natures. Sage art, Chidori derived technique. Sage art, Rinnegan derived technique. Zanpakuto, Shimazakura, wind type. High Rinmaru, ice type. Magic, Dragon Slayer magic of lightning. Dragon Slayer magic of fire. Combat power assessment, 6 pads level, 1000-355-3671. Lottery points, 221-3740. System backpack, advanced training potion 3, kaleidoscope Sharingan 2, 3 Tomo Sharingan 2, refined through repeated trials. Fundamental swordsmanship training method, fundamental Chunin training method, chakra nature transformation training method, 5 attributes. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Zuoho nodded in satisfaction. His left eye, the 9 Tomo Rinnegan, and his right eye, the 6 Tomo Red Rebirth eye, emanated a formidable aura. At this moment, Zuoho appeared even more handsome and mature than 3 years prior. His stature evidently elevated. Just as he was lost in self-admiration, Ino entered the room. After 3 years of time's gentle passage, Ino had matured beautifully. Her alluring curves captivating, her slender waist sculpted an enchanting silhouette, while her ample bosom contrasted strikingly with her well-proportioned legs, prompting Zuoho to steal glances. Zuoho, what would you like to eat today? Ino's voice flowed like a gentle morning rain, soft and sweet, imbued with a touch of warm affection. Zuoho smiled slightly and nodded. Let's head to Ichiraku Ramen today. Yes. Ino's face blossomed with a radiant smile as she naturally linked her arm with his, gently leaning against his shoulder, savoring their shared warmth. Then let us hurry. 10 minutes later, within the Ichiraku ramen shop, Zuoho and Ino were engrossed in savoring their steaming ramen. Before Zuoho, over 20 empty bowls were neatly stacked, silently narrating the tale of his astonishing appetite. The proprietor chuckled, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. Zuoho, slow down. Thanks to you, our village's food industry has flourished over these 3 years. Indeed, Zuoho's prodigious appetite had significantly boosted the culinary scene in Konoha, enriching nearly all the commoners who operated eateries along this street. Boss, bring me another 100 bowls. Today, I intend to feast, Zuoho exclaimed, devouring yet another bowl of ramen. Wiping his mouth, still yearning for more. Coming right up, the proprietor replied, realizing that he had his work cut out for him today. Ino had already filled herself with 2 bowls and leaned against Zuoho's arm, gazing at him with starry eyes. Just then, Kakashi appeared at the entrance of the ramen shop. Leaning against the wall, his expression grave. Zuoho, the Hokage summons you for a meeting. Zuoho paused, quickly recollecting himself, and replied, Wait, let me finish this meal. Meal? What time do you think it is? You're still eating. Kakashi frowned, urging him, Hurry, important matters await us. With the world as vast as it is, eating is paramount. I'll come after I finish, Zuoho declared, unable to resist the allure of his steaming ramen. Kakashi sighed helplessly, knowing that Zuoho's status surpassed his own. Ultimately, he had no choice but to leave in silence. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office. Tsunade looked up and inquired, Where's Zuoho? Kakashi replied, He's eating. He'll come once he finishes. Tsunade expressed her confusion. Eating? What time is it? He is still at it? 3 hours passed, and Zuoho had yet to appear in the Hokage's office. Tsunade's brow furrowed. What is going on? Why hasn't Zuoho arrived? Asuma shook his head, his tone laced with exasperation. I just checked on him. He is currently at a barbecue place, indulging in meat. He said he would come after he finishes. Still eating meat? It's been 3 hours. Tsunade's impatience began to surface. At that moment, the office door swung open, accompanied by cheerful laughter. Haha, I'm back. Naruto burst in, brimming with enthusiasm. Huh, why are there so many people here? What is going on? He scanned the room, confusion evident in his eyes. Kakashi lifted his head, offering a slight smile. Naruto, you're back from training? Naruto asked, puzzled. What is happening? Why is everyone here? Kakashi replied casually, We are waiting for Zuoho. Naruto suddenly realized Zuoho. I just saw him. He is at the dumpling shop, enjoying dumplings. Asuma's eyes widened in surprise. The others displayed similar bewilderment. He was just eating barbecue. Now he is off to eat dumplings? Does he not realize their SA meeting? As the group's patience wore thin, Zuoho and Ino strolled in leisurely. Zuoho, with an impassive expression, asked, "Are you looking for me?" Tsunade, visibly irate, exclaimed, "You little brat. This is outrageous. How can you take so long to eat? Do you comprehend the urgency of the situation? The ninja world is on the brink of chaos." Unfazed, Zuoho boldly replied, "The affairs of the ninja world concern me not. If it descends into chaos, so be it. Do not disturb my meal. I merely wish to enjoy my food in peace." Chapter 86. Sasuke's Rampage Through the Shinobi World. Enter Saho. Tsunade's tone took on a severe edge. "Do you comprehend the magnitude of your involvement in this matter?" Saho, taken aback, responded with a puzzled expression. "Involved? Enlighten me." Tsunade, her face etched with gravity, began. "A mere month prior, your own brother, Sasuke, wreaked havoc upon the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages, leaving the Raikage and Tsuchikage wounded, and claiming the lives of at least 100 Chunin and scores of Jonin from both villages." Saho clicked his tongue, displaying a peculiar admiration. "Impressive. He has indeed cultivated formidable power. I never anticipated such rapid advancement. Sasuke is practically taking on the 5 great nations single-handedly." Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, her voice resonating with undeniable authority. "Saho, do you grasp the gravity of this situation? Sasuke is a shinobi of the leaf. His actions are tantamount to a declaration of war against the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone." "A declaration of war? That's a rather dramatic interpretation, wouldn't you say?" "He merely wounded the Raikage and Tsuchikage," Saho countered, his brow furrowed with a hint of disdain. Suppressing her mounting anger, Tsunade stated in a measured tone, "There is also the matter of Danzo. His transgressions have come to Sasuke's attention, and he now plots vengeance against the leaf." Saho paused, then inquired, "An Itachi? Is he deceased?" Tsunade shook her head, a trace of resignation in her expression. "Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts have been shrouded in mystery for years. Intelligence on him is scarce. However, our focus must remain on Sasuke's actions. You must bear some responsibility, as he is, after all, your brother." Saho spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, his face betraying mock innocence. "Very well, how would you have me atone? Should I apprehend him, or perhaps defend you from Sasuke and Appo's as retribution? However, let me be clear, I will never harm my own kin." At that moment, a member of the barrier team burst into the Hokage's office, his face contorted with alarm. "We have an intrusion. Enemies have breached the village," he exclaimed, his urgency palpable. Tsunade's brow furrowed, a hint of displeasure in her voice. "Such histrionics. What is the meaning of this?" Suddenly, Sasuke's enraged roar echoed from above. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. The thunderous cry reverberated, instantly seizing the attention of all present. Above the Hokage's office, a colossal dragon of pure lightning materialized, crackling with blinding energy as it plunged earthward. The sheer force of the impact caused everyone to reflexively hold their breath, their countenances grim. Even Saho appeared momentarily stunned, musing inwardly, that aura, it is undoubtedly Sasuke's. To think he has grown so powerful in 3 years. This power surpasses even his original potential. The Thunder Dragon crashed down with earth-shattering force. What? Impossible. It withstood my Thunder Dragon attack. Sasuke descended from the sky, clad in a pristine white kimono. A barrier of rosy hue had staunchly deflected the full force of the Thunder Dragon's assault. Saho materialized before Sasuke, seemingly from thin air. "My foolish younger brother, you have finally returned. However, your strength, it leaves much to be desired." Sasuke's eyes widened, his voice laced with fury. "Saho, why do you obstruct me? Have you forgotten the past? Where is Danzo?" Saho spread his hands in a gesture of nonchalance, responding languidly, "I have not forgotten." Sasuke's voice rose in pitch. "Then why do you stand in my way?" Saho shook his head with a weary sigh. "I am not here to impede you. However, the destruction of the Hokage's tower will accomplish nothing. Your actions are merely a cathartic release." At that moment, 3 figures emerged beside Sasuke, the remaining members of Team Hawk. Karen, Suigetsu, and Yugo. Karen stared intently at Saho, her eyes gleaming with surprise. "Ah, Sasuke's elder brother. He is even more handsome than Sasuke." Yugo cautioned warily. "Be careful. This one is no simple opponent. His power is immense, truly immense." Suigetsu, his brow furrowed with concern, added, "Why must our adversaries always be so powerful? The Hidden Stone and Cloud were one thing, But this is the leaf. Saho flashed a confident grin, extending a single hand towards Sasuke and beckoning him with a flick of his fingers, taunting, "Come, my foolish brother. Let us see how much you have truly grown in these 3 years." Sasuke's eyes blazed with unwavering resolve. "Precisely what I intend." As the words left his lips, Sasuke was enveloped in a radiant aura, his power poised to erupt. "Come then, my foolish brother." Saho's voice dripped with provocation, his body tensing in anticipation. Sasuke offered no retort, instead launching a swift and forceful assault. Far too slow. Your speed is lacking." Saho effortlessly evaded the attack, sidestepping with grace before retaliating, his hand transforming into a razor-sharp wind blade aimed at Sasuke's temple. Sasuke reacted with agility, ducking to avoid the blow before executing a swift backflip, gracefully evading the danger. "Your speed remains insufficient." Saho sneered, his eyes sparkling with battle lust. His body moved with the predatory grace of a panther, swiftly closing the distance and unleashing a series of powerful blows, forcing Sasuke into a desperate defense. Having spent 3 years honing his skills and defeating both the Tsuchikage and Reikage, Sasuke's confidence had reached its zenith. With renewed determination, Sasuke countered, his fists raining down, laced with arcs of lightning, embodying 3 years of relentless effort and unwavering resolve as they struck towards Saho's chest. You still possess the capacity to retaliate." "Not bad." Saho grinned. Their attacks collided in mid-air, resembling 2 whirling vortexes locked in combat, the surrounding atmosphere vibrating with the force of their blows, erupting in a shower of sparks. "Sasuke, cease this at once." Naruto's figure materialized between Sasuke and Saho, attempting to quell their escalating conflict. "Naruto, stand aside." Sasuke's voice was fraught with impatience. "Sasuke." Sakura arrived breathlessly, her gaze fixed on Sasuke with evident apprehension. Simultaneously, the surrounding onlookers converged, heightening the tension. Kakashi stepped forward, his tone grave. "Sasuke, desist. You have already caused enough commotion. Relinquish your hatred and allow tranquility to prevail." Chapter 87. The Dimensional Trunk Intervening? That's out of the question. At this moment, Zooheo was eager to warm up, and how could he allow these individuals to disrupt him? Without hesitation, Zooheo declared, "Enough. Stand down. I command you in my capacity as Hokage's advisor." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting confusion. Zooheo clenched his fists, his gaze piercing. "Come on, Sasuke. Show me your true strength." "All right." Sasuke nodded, instantly enveloped in crackling lightning, transforming into a streak of lightning that surged towards Zooheo. No matter how hard they tried to dissuade them, there was no stopping these 2 brothers. Their power was astonishing. Zooheo took a deep breath and inhaled sharply. Immediately, all the lightning surrounding Sasuke was consumed by him. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Devouring lightning? What kind of ability is this?" Sasuke exclaimed in disbelief. "How is it possible for you to absorb my lightning?" Zooheo smiled faintly, licking his lips as the dimensional trunk within him began to grow gradually, pulsating with a hint of lightning energy. "Your lightning is impressive. After consumption, its power has surged back," he asserted confidently. Sasuke furrowed his brow. "This can't be. It seems I have no choice but to unleash that move." In that instant, Sasuke's eyes morphed into a kaleidoscope, and a purple skeletal frame emerged around him. This was the legendary Susanoo. "You think you're the only one who can do that?" Zooheo replied with a playful smile. And then, under ordinary eyesight, he activated his own Susanoo. He summoned a white Susanoo. With a tremendous roar, the 2 Susanoo fists collided violently, sending powerful shockwaves radiating from the center of their battle, as if tearing everything around them apart. The fierce impact shook the entire Hokage building. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers' perception of Sasuke was irrevocably transformed. It was unbelievable. Zooheo was formidable, but even Sasuke had become so powerful. "Why, Zooheo? Why are you always stronger than me?" Sasuke shouted in frustration. The abilities of the rumble fruit proved futile. Even Susanoo was of no use against Zooheo. "Let me show you my ultimate technique. Raijin Susanoo. Activate." With a deep roar, Sasuke's Susanoo underwent further evolution, transforming into the awe-inspiring 3rd form, Yatagarasu Susanoo. Instantly, countless flickering bolts of lightning coiled around the Susanoo, swirling through the air like a colossal dragon. Zooheo, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile mischievously. "Excellent. Truly splendid. Today I shall feast." He inhaled deeply and began to absorb. What followed was a terrifying spectacle. The lightning released by Sasuke's Susanoo was drawn in, as if by a tidal force. Simultaneously, the dimensional trunk within Zaoheo continued to grow, filling him with elation. Haha, is this all you can do, Sasuke? Let me witness your true prowess. The battle raged on, with each of Sasuke's strikes embodying his unwavering resolve. Yet, he always fell just short, merely a fraction away. This intangible pressure relentlessly challenged his limits, igniting his fierce competitive spirit. Why? Why is it that I always fall just short? He roared, his voice brimming with frustration and confusion. Zaoheo offered a faint smile, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, because you are still too weak. But fear not, with just a bit more effort, you might surpass me. Sasuke was infuriated, gritting his teeth in anger. He shook his head, deciding to leave. Zaoheo, just you wait. One day, I will defeat you. Zaoheo made no attempt to hinder Sasuke, for his dimensional trunk had fully activated its first branch, the lightning attribute trunk. Though Zaoheo chose not to intervene, others were not inclined to stand idly by. At that moment, Naruto and Sakura stood resolutely in front of Sasuke, blocking his path. Naruto gazed firmly into Sasuke's eyes, as if to convey that he could not simply leave. Step aside. Do not obstruct my path. Sasuke's voice held a hint of urgency, his cold gaze sweeping over them. I will not let you leave, Naruto declared resolutely. Sasuke, please come back, Sakura implored. Sasuke coldly replied, step aside. Naruto stood his ground. No, I will not. Sasuke's voice revealed a tinge of desperation. I do not wish to kill you. Please move aside. With a powerful punch, Sasuke struck Naruto in the abdomen. I warned you not to try to stop me, otherwise, I will show no mercy, he stated coldly, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Having spoken, he turned away without hesitation, swiftly moving forward with Karen and several others. Sakura watched Sasuke's departure, feeling increasingly distant from him. Gazing at his retreating figure, her heart ached. Ino approached Sakura, gently patting her shoulder, her tone soft and comforting. Don't be anxious, these things take time. Sakura lifted her head, a flicker of resentment in her eyes. It's easy for you to say. Look at how you've spent the past 3 years. How can you understand my feelings? During those 3 years, Ino had been inseparable from Zaoheo, filling Sakura with envy and helplessness. Now, as Ino stood before her attempting to console her, it only deepened Sakura's discomfort. Noticing Sakura's gloomy expression, Ino couldn't help but inquire with concern, Sakura, what's wrong? You seem off, what happened? Sakura offered no reply, merely lowering her head and walking away expressionlessly. Sakura-chan, where are you going? Naruto called after her, running closely behind, concern etched across his face. At that moment, Kakashi sighed from a distance. Ah, what a headache. All right, everyone, stop sighing and let us get to business. Zaoheo squinted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ino, let us go? Ino, intrigued, asked, what is going on? Where are we headed? She knew Zaoheo too well. Whenever he wore such a meaningful smile, it often signified that he was planning something unexpected. To notify the other ninja villages, it's time to convene the 5 Kage Summit. The moment Zaoheo's words left his mouth, everyone exchanged incredulous glances, astonished. The 5 Kage Summit? Is such a decision being made so hastily? Seeing their reactions, Zaoheo furrowed his brow slightly, his tone growing more serious. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly inform each ninja village to be present. If anyone fails to attend, I will personally visit their village and have a word with their Kage. Chapter 88, The Mythical Prize Pool. The 5 Kage Summit gazing upon the over 2 million lottery points. It was not that Zaoheo was unwilling to use them, but rather that 3 years prior, the dimensional lottery system had been updated to include a new prize pool, the Mythical Prize Pool. Each draw could consume as much as 1 million lottery points. The most crucial factor, however, was the inherent risk associated with the Mythical Prize Pool, making Zaoheo hesitant to proceed. The Mythical Prize Pool consisted of the following. 1. Dimensional Fruit, Mythical Seed, 6 Paths Form. 2. The Origin of Zanpakuto, the Nameless Blade, the original form of all Zanpakuto, capable of simulating any Bankai, significantly enhancing spiritual pressure strength and its limits. 3. Dimensional Devourer, the Egg of Azathoth, a parasitic mythical creature embryo, uncontrollable by its host. Should it be drawn in the current world, it could pose significant dangers, even leading to annihilation. Zaoheo had come to the 5 Kage Summit primarily for the rewards associated with the renowned Shinobi World Series of missions. 3 days later, the summit was convened in the Land of Iron, where snow cascaded down, blanketing the world in silver. As the Hokage, Tsunade felt it was her duty to attend this significant gathering. Meanwhile, Zioheo made his way to the Akatsuki's headquarters alone, clad in a striking black coat adorned with red clouds. "Hello, everyone." Zioheo greeted with a gentle wave and a warm smile. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, raised an eyebrow in surprise and inquired, "Have your eyes recovered?" Zioheo shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Indeed." Pain then pressed on, "What information have you brought this time?" With a glint of mystery in his eyes, Zioheo responded, "The 5 Kage Summit is a rare opportunity, but I wonder if you all can seize it." At that moment, the Akatsuki had captured 7-tailed beasts, leaving only the 8 tails and 9 tails yet to be acquired. Haydn, interjecting, sneered, "Heh, Zioheo, how do you explain the situation with the 8 tails? This is all your fault." "Blame me?" Zioheo raised an eyebrow, flexing his hands with a hint of disdain in his gaze. "Then enlighten me. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for disarming you." Haydn recoiled slightly, a flicker of anxiety crossing his features, yet he mustered a cool demeanor, retorting, "TCH, this is all because of your brother. If it weren't for Sasuke, our plan to capture the 8 tails would not have failed." "Oh, it's Sasuke's fault?" Zioheo's voice dripped with sarcasm. Pain interjected, "Indeed. We were poised to capture the 8 tails when your brother Sasuke wreaked havoc in the hidden cloud village, allowing the 8 tails to escape. And it remains at large to this day. It appears to be a mere accident." Zioheo smirked, seemingly satisfied with the unfolding farce. "However, I believe you must also understand that the 8 tails escape was not simply a matter of chance." Haydn glared furiously, seething, "What do you mean by that? Are you insinuating that the Akatsuki's strength pales in comparison to your brother?" "I merely speak the truth," Zioheo shrugged. "Then we must devise a plan to locate the 8 tails," Pain stated firmly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "Do you possess any intelligence?" "Not much," Zioheo smiled faintly. "However, I've heard the 8 tails loves to hold concerts. You might want to search in more entertaining locales. Well, I must take my leave. I have to rush to the 5 Kage Summit." Zioheo waved farewell, turning to depart with a charismatic air, vanishing from their sight. Haydn fumed. That guy has been insufferable for 3 years, coming and going as he pleases. How infuriating. Kisame chuckled coldly. He possesses the audacity to be arrogant, while you lack such privilege. Shortly after Zioheo's departure, Kisame's figure materialized. Pain queried, "Kisame, have you located Itachi?" Shaking his head, Kisame replied somberly, "No. Itachi has mysteriously vanished." For over a year, Kisame had searched in vain, yet he firmly believed Itachi was alive, as he understood his true strength. Pain replied calmly, "Very well. The 5 Kage Summit is about to commence. This presents an excellent opportunity. We should seize the moment to strike at the summit, bypass the 8 tails, and focus on capturing the 9 tails." Meanwhile, in the land of iron, where snow blanketed the ground and the chill was biting, Asuma, accompanied by Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, trudged through the swirling snow. Shikamaru, frowning, complained, "What a hassle. Why must the 5 Kage Summit be held in the land of iron?" Ino shook her head, urging, "Enough complaining. Let us keep moving. The summit is fraught with danger. We must be cautious." At the same time, in the heart of the land of iron, Tsunade had arrived at the summit venue, though the other 4 village leaders had yet to appear. To her surprise, a familiar figure stood behind her, Jiraiya. Tsunade sat quietly, her expression grave, seemingly lost in profound thought. Jiraiya, noticing her demeanor, couldn't he help but ask, "Tsunade, what weighs on your mind?" With a slight shake of her head, Tsunade's voice dripped with resignation as she replied, "The current Konoha is not what grandfather envisioned. The shinobi world has strayed far from his ideals." Jiraiya furrowed his brow, tentatively asking, "Is this due to the Uchiha situation?" Taking a deep breath, Tsunade's brow furrowed as she sighed. "The Uchiha truly are a vexing dilemma, ha." Jiraiya chuckled lightly, "It's not so bad. I find Zioheo rather easy to get along with." Tsunade, however, shook her head, her tone laced with exasperation. "You don't understand. It's not just Zioheo, but Sasuke, and the mysteriously vanished Itachi Uchiha as well." Not long after, approximately 2 hours later, the remaining leaders of the 4 great shinobi villages began to arrive. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, was swathed in bandages, appearing quite frail. The Reikage was in a similar state, wrapped in bandages as if he had sustained severe injuries. In contrast, Gaara, the Kazekage, appeared in good condition, while Mei Terumi, the Mizukage, wore a worried expression, her eyes betraying her concern. As the 5 Kages gathered under one roof, Zaoheo entered the hall with a smile, his presence immediately drawing the attention of all. "Hey, you've all finally arrived. I shall not hold back," he declared with a hint of provocation in his voice. Inoki bellowed, "Zaoheo, this is the 5 Kage summit. Do you intend to fight here?" Unfazed, Zaoheo smirked coldly. "Oh, Inoki, you, in such a state, still dare to attend the summit? At your age, why not pass your position to your granddaughter and let her support you?" Chapter 89. Defeating the 6 Paths of Ito. Mythical Item Selection Chest. The towering Noki bellowed, "Sa, the injuries I bear were inflicted by your brother. Now that you, as his elder sibling, are present, shouldn't you take responsibility for his actions?" Indeed. At that moment, the Raikage stepped forth to support Sa, his tone resolute. The Mizukage, Terumi Mei, delicately licked her lips. Her gaze fixed intently upon Sa as she murmured, "Truly a Uchiha, each one more handsome than the last." Gaara, the Kazekage, remained silent, maintaining a composed demeanor. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her voice laced with solemnity. "Sa, cease this nonsense. We are amidst the 5 Kage summit, a time for decorum, not foolishness." Sa smiled faintly, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. "Nonsense? I am far from it. Today all 5 of you shall fall. Who is in favor? Who stands against?" Suddenly, Sa sprang into action, appearing before the Raikage in an instant. The onlookers were caught off guard. With a resounding boom, his fist struck the Raikage, sending him crashing to the ground. At that moment, the Hokage's guards finally reacted, their expressions shifting in alarm. "Not good," Darui exclaimed, rushing towards Sa, his demeanor tense. "Easy, Raikage." As Darui prepared to unleash his lightning jutsu, Sa interrupted him with a cold smirk. "Too slow." Before Darui could react, Sa struck again. Darui grunted, astonished. How is he so fast? Sa then turned his gaze towards Noki, a sly smile gracing his lips. "Next, it's your turn." "Stop," Jiraiya interjected. Brow furrowed. "Sa, cease this foolishness." "Sa, move aside." Sa's gaze was as cold as frost, devoid of mercy. In his hand, the 1,000 cherry blossoms transformed into a radiant light. "Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms." With his proclamation, the blades of the 1,000 cherry blossoms gradually vanished, morphing into a flurry of cherry blossoms, as beautiful as they were deadly, reminiscent of a spring breeze. Under the pressure of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, succumb. With Sa's command, a tremendous wave of spiritual pressure surged forth. What overwhelming force is this? Clink, 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 clink. The lottery points surged in abundance. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of making a name in the shinobi world, causing a ruckus at the 5 Kage summit and defeating the 5 Kages. Reward, 1,000,000 lottery points. Rewards have been issued. Please check your account. Clink. Unlocking the ultimate task of making a name in the shinobi world. Defeat the Edo Tensei Obito, defeat the resurrected Obito, and defeat the 6 Paths Obito. Reward, 1 mythical item selection chest. A mythical item selection chest? It requires the defeat of 3 forms of Obito. However, for Sa, these tasks pose little challenge. The 6 Paths Obito may be troublesome, yet not insurmountable. After a considerable time, Sa departed and soon spotted Ino amidst the pristine white snow. "Ah, Ino dear, you're still here." Sa grinned mischievously. "I've completed my business and am ready to leave." Ino blinked in surprise. "Completed your business? What business?" Shikamaru interjected. "Sa, aren't you being a bit hasty? We haven't even arrived yet." Asuma, equally astonished, locked eyes with Sa. "You've already been to the summit?" Sa nodded, a faint confidence evident on his face. "Indeed, the 5 Kage summit has concluded. You may return to the village." The group? At that moment, the atmosphere at the 5 Kage summit was thick with tension, nearly suffocating. Damn, that detestable Sa dared to disrupt the 5 Kage summit. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the hall, causing the very ground to tremble. A colossal centipede erupted from the earth, slithering forth in a spine-chilling manner. Following closely was Haiden. Brandishing his scythe, a maniacal grin plastered across his face as he charged in, cackling. "Ha ha, that rascal Sa has finally made himself known. You lot have lost your fighting spirit, haven't you? Ha 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 ha." This scene sent shivers down the spines of the Kages and their guards, the atmosphere growing even more tense. Tsunade exclaimed in shock, "You are the Akatsuki." Pain, The leader of the Akatsuki strode in slowly, demanding, "Where is the Nine Tails? If you reveal its whereabouts, perhaps your lives can be spared." Upon seeing Pain's mysterious Rinnegan, Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat as he questioned, "Is that Nagato Si? Who are you?" Ignoring Jiraiya, Pain continued, "Tell me where Naruto is, or do not blame us for our ruthlessness. You are already severely injured and cannot hope to stand against us." Jiraiya furrowed his brow. In truth, he was unscathed, likely due to Sa's restraint. Tsunade, too, had sustained minimal injury, her formidable healing abilities allowing her to recover swiftly. However, the Reikage and Tsuchikage were not so fortunate. They had arrived injured and were now incapacitated by Sa's might, rendering them devoid of combat capability. Tsunade exchanged a knowing glance with Jiraiya, both nodding in silent agreement. Jiraiya then bit his finger, letting blood drip as he began to weave hand signs. Summoning technique. The three ninjas from Mount Maibokuzen, make your entrance. Suddenly, an ear-splitting explosion echoed, as if the very heavens trembled in response. Deidara's manic laughter reverberated through the air. "Ha! Art is an explosion, like a fervent artist." He unleashed his destructive creations. As countless explosive clay orbs descended from above, Jiraiya's heart raced, realizing the imminent danger, and he immediately pulled Tsunade back. Just as they moved, a series of deafening blasts erupted, akin to thunderclaps, shaking everything around them. "Old man, today you shall witness my ultimate art." Deidara's laughter grew increasingly frenzied, as though he aimed to engulf the world in his artistic vision. Noki's face flushed with rage, his teeth clenched as he roared. "You, stop this. You're driving me mad. Deidara, you've lost your mind. Cease this at once." Noki weakly waved his hand, desperate to halt the chaos but feeling utterly powerless. Jiraiya's brow was furrowed tightly, his voice laced with anxiety. "Damn, there are too many of them. Our intelligence is severely lacking. We have no means to counter them." Tsunade, too, frowned, acknowledging the Akatsuki's enigmatic nature. For 3 years, Konoha had failed to gather sufficient intelligence, leaving them in the dark about their adversaries. Yet, Jiraiya smiled faintly, determination glimmering in his eyes. "Tsunade, fret not. I will ensure your safety." Chapter 90. Pain, feel the agony. Countless puppets surged forth in a relentless tide, a masterpiece crafted by the scorpion of the red sand, now proving to be fortuitously useful. The anxious Frostmith leader shouted, "Jiraiya, what is happening? Why do our foes always prove to be such formidable adversaries?" Jiraiya furrowed his brow, responding without hesitation, "Enough questions, let's engage." The trio from Maiboku Mountain, Frostmith Winta, Frostmith Ken, and Frostmith Hero, united their strength, matching the power of the strongest shadows. Yet, they faced the entire Akatsuki organization, surrounded by formidable foes, the situation precarious. Above them, clay bombs hovered ominously, encircled by innumerable puppets. Kisame, Haiden, and others watched intently, poised to strike. In the sky, Konan unfurled her paper wings, and behind her, Pain stood solemnly, exuding an air of authority. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya invoked the summoning technique, instantly calling forth Shima and Fukasaku. They settled firmly on his shoulders, their expressions grave. Shima urged, "Little Jiraiya, the situation is dire." Jiraiya replied earnestly, "Please, I need to enter sage mode." Closing his eyes, the surrounding natural energy began to vibrate, chakras swirling around him, coalescing into a potent force enveloping his being. "Sage mode activate. Are you ready? The battle commences," he proclaimed, fearlessly charging ahead. Power and speed intertwined, as though an invisible wind propelled him forward. Frostmith Winta, Frostmith Ken, and Frostmith Hero followed suit, their combat stances finely tuned. The trio formed a solid barrier, ruthlessly dismantling the advancing puppets. "Winta oil," Jiraiya commanded. "Good," he affirmed, standing securely atop Winta's head, inhaling deeply as chakra surged within him, the world seeming to freeze at that moment. Winta unleashed a torrent of glistening toad oil, cascading forth like a golden river. "Sage art, fire release, toad oil flame bomb." Jiraiya's voice boomed like thunder, igniting the tension in the air. A tremendous explosion erupted as the vast sage art fire release fused perfectly with the toad oil, unleashing a terrifying heatwave that swept around, tearing through the air like a ferocious beast. This technique epitomized the pinnacle of fire release. The searing flames consumed everything, reducing all clay bombs and puppets to mere ashes, leaving no trace behind, as if time itself succumbed to the Inferno's might, offering no refuge. Impressive. Jiraiya's display left the Akatsuki members momentarily stunned. Haha, Jiraiya truly lives up to his name. Allow me. Suddenly, the hungry ghost path materialized, appearing like a specter. Without mercy, he absorbed all of Jiraiya's techniques. Jiraiya widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? This is Sage Art Fire Release, and yet it was absorbed. Pain coldly remarked. This is the power of a god. The divine is insurmountable. Embrace your fated defeat. His voice dripped with ruthlessness and authority. Today, I shall make you from the 5 great nations truly experience what suffering means. Shinra Tensei. Pain spread his arms wide, the surrounding air pulsating violently under his command. A powerful repulsive force erupted like a torrent, lifting the ground and structures, dust swirling chaotically. The earth, wind, lightning, and water shadows were caught off guard. Even the trio from Miyaboka Mountain was sent flying. Jiraiya exclaimed in shock, "What is this ability?" It repelled all surrounding objects. The ability to absorb ninjutsu and repel everything around him. This pain grew increasingly enigmatic. As he walked slowly toward the center, his footsteps resonated like heavy hammers, striking fear into the hearts of the onlookers. Feel the pain. Experience the agony. Accept the suffering. Understand the suffering. Those who know not pain shall never know peace. With a deafening roar, the central tower of the land of iron crumbled to ruins, reduced to rubble, dust rising, and fierce winds sweeping in, narrating the merciless and terrifying nature of this calamity. In that moment, the fate of many hung in the balance. Master Jiraiya, Granny Tsunade, Naruto's voice suddenly echoed from afar. His figure dashed toward them like lightning, eyes filled with urgency and unease. At that moment, Jiraiya stood as an unyielding barrier before Tsunade, yet tragically, his back was riddled with countless shards, blood seeping through his clothing. Tsunade gasped in horror, "Jiraiya, you." Jiraiya, with drooping eyelids, though nearly unable to stand, mustered a faint smile. "It's nothing. I am the Sage of Miyaboku. This minor wound means little." Meanwhile, Pain gazed coldly at Naruto, his eyes sharp as blades. "You have finally arrived. We have been searching for you." His voice was calm, yet suffused with an oppressive weight. How infuriating. Naruto's anger surged within him, glaring at Pain, his gaze sweeping over the Akatsuki members. "Is it you who has harmed everyone?" Pain remained indifferent, as if everything lay within his grasp. "Indeed, Ninetales, you have finally come. Now it is your turn. You wretches have harmed everyone, including Master Jiraiya and Granny Tsunade. I will not spare you. I shall crush you all." Naruto's voice crescendoed, fury surging like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, on the border between the land of fire and the land of iron, in the dense forest, Sasuke led Team Hawks swiftly toward the venue of the 5 Kage summit. The sound of footsteps echoed through the trees, accompanied by the rustle of leaves. "Hurry. The Akatsuki has gathered in the land of iron. This is an excellent opportunity for us to strengthen our power." Sasuke's voice was low, imbued with undeniable resolve. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on their target, igniting a fierce desire to grow stronger within him. Yugo frowned. "Sasuke, regardless of whether the information from Sai is reliable, given the current situation, we may not arrive in time." Sasuke frowned. "That cannot be. They are the 5 Kage. They will not fall easily. At our current pace, we should still have a chance." Chapter 91. Sasuke vs. Pain. As Sasuke and his companions arrived at the site of the 5 Kage summit, a tense feeling gripped their hearts. The vast expanse was riddled with pits of varying depths, as if it had recently borne witness to a brutal battle. An eerie silence enveloped the area, broken only by the soft whisper of the wind caressing the fractured ground. Furrowing his brow, Sasuke was engulfed in confusion. What transpired here? Could the battle have already concluded? At that moment, a powerful surge of chakra resonated from a distance, a deafening roar seeming to rend the very air, causing the ground to tremble violently. Sasuke immediately turned towards the sound. It was Naruto's presence. "We must hurry." 10 minutes later, Sasuke and his group stood at a distance, their eyes fixed on the fierce clash between Naruto and Pain. "Sasuke, come help." Naruto and Appo's voice pierced through the chaos, laced with urgency. At this point, Naruto had entered Sage mode, his movements fluid, yet the sight of his injuries clenched Sasuke's heart. "Naruto, truly useless. You remain the same underachiever." He scoffed. Stop with the disparaging remarks. Our foe is formidable. I've already taken down 3. Naruto gasped, his tone tinged with anxiety. Yet, at that moment, the 3 enemies he had just vanquished re-emerged before them. How is this possible? How can you be revived? Naruto exclaimed, his unease mounting. Sasuke observed Naruto with a calm demeanor, a smirk playing on his lips. Naruto, cease with the boasting. Allow me to assist you. Let me show you what true power entails. Before his words faded, Sasuke transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing towards the center of Pain's 6 paths. Just then, the hungry ghost path materialized before him, attempting to absorb the lightning coursing through Sasuke's body. However, the lightning Sasuke wielded was no ordinary ninjutsu. It was the power of the thunder fruit. With a thunderous boom, the lightning struck the hungry ghost path, sending it crashing against the rocks, immobilized. Naruto, witnessing this, widened his eyes in shock, murmuring, "How is it that Sasuke's lightning was not absorbed by that creature?" The Deva Path of Pain chuckled coldly. Uchiha Sasuke, I didn't anticipate your arrival here." Sasuke pointed a finger at the Deva Path, a scornful smile gracing his lips. His chin raised defiantly as he gazed into Pain's eyes. "So, you are the leader of the Akatsuki? If it is you, your strength must be noteworthy. Today, I shall use you to validate my power." Naruto urgently implored. "Sasuke, quickly save the others. The 5 Kage have been taken by the enemy." Sasuke, taken aback, inquired, "What did you say?" Naruto hurriedly clarified. "The 5 Kage have been defeated and captured by the Akatsuki, including Master Jiraiya." "Che," Sasuke scoffed, shaking his head with disdain. "It appears the 5 Kage are not as formidable as I thought, unable to contend with mere members of the Akatsuki." Naruto urged, "Sasuke, the task of rescuing the 5 Kage falls to you." Yet, Sasuke seemed to disregard him, his gaze resolute as he charged towards the Deva Path of Pain. Thunderous lightning. Crackling. An eerie sound of electricity echoed, and Sasuke's figure vanished from sight. The Deva Path furrowed his brow, pondering, where has he gone? In that fleeting moment of distraction, a bolt of lightning sliced through the air, striking the Deva Path directly. Shinra Tensei. The Deva Path raised his hands, reacting swiftly to activate Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted, deflecting the lightning, while simultaneously sending Sasuke hurtling away. Naruto shouted anxiously from the side, "Be careful. This guy can repel everything around him." "No problem." Sasuke's body suddenly halted midair, swiftly pivoting to charge at the Deva Path once more. "Susanoo, activate." As his words fell, Susanoo ascended to its 4th form. With potent chakra radiating around him, the bow of Susanoo materialized, glowing with the brilliance of lightning. In an instant, a lightning arrow was released, cleaving through the air, aimed directly at the heart of the Deva Path. However, just then, the hungry ghost path again intervened, mercilessly absorbing all of Susanoo's arrows. "Hehe, did you think this was the end?" Sasuke grinned, his smile tinged with arrogance. At this moment, a flicker of lightning glimmered on the ground behind the Deva Path, suddenly morphing into a gleaming blade of lightning. The speed was so swift that the Deva Path had no time to react, instantly severed in 2 by the blade. Impossible. Sasuke has truly grown so powerful. In the distance, a towering verdant tree stood, created by Konin's paper jutsu. Beneath it, Nagato stood quietly, his crimson hair dancing in the wind. His gaunt figure riddled with chakra tubes, creating an unsettling appearance. He murmured softly, "The Deva Path has been slain. Sasuke's strength is indeed formidable." Konin frowned slightly, inquiring, "What should we do now?" Nagato gazed ahead with unwavering resolve. "It seems we have no choice but to employ that technique." An hour later, Sasuke had defeated the 6 paths of pain and stood before Nagato. He looked at Nagato and Konin, a mocking smile curling his lips. "I never imagined the leader of the Akatsuki would be a disabled man incapable of moving his legs. How laughable." Nagato replied coolly, "Sasuke, since you are the brother of Saizo, I shall spare you. However, should you continue to be so obstinately ignorant, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "Hehe, lack of courtesy? I am curious to see just how you will demonstrate your amp. Oppos, courtesy and amp. Oppos, towards me." Zzz, as the thunder roared in the air, Sasuke was enveloped in electricity. Resembling a tempest on the brink of eruption, poised to unleash a lethal strike against Nagato. Nagato, however, remained as steady as a mountain, inhaling deeply as he gradually summoned a miniature black hole that ascended towards the sky. "This is Chibaku Tensei." Sasuke's brow furrowed tightly. a sense of intangible danger creeping upon him. Nagato smiled, a blend of indifference and confidence gracing his features as he slowly proclaimed, "Feel the power of a true god." No sooner had he spoken than the rocks and soil beneath were swept up as if caught in a violent tempest, drawn towards the miniature black hole's gravitational pull. Flying chaotically, the atmosphere thickened with a palpable pressure, as if time itself had frozen in that moment, and even Sasuke felt disoriented by the force, his footing faltering as he succumbed to the pull of Chibaku Tensei. Chapter 92. You are not the true Obito. 3 days later, in the village of Rain. In a dim and damp basement, the air was thick with the scent of mildew, and the walls were cloaked in shadow. The masked man, Obito, stood in the faint light, his gaze deep and enigmatic as he regarded Sao, a faint smirk gracing his lips, tinged with a hint of arrogance. All 5 Kage are now in our grasp. What more do you desire? Sao responded with a slight smile, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. If my conjecture is correct, you are not Madara, are you? Obito's expression momentarily faltered before he regained his composure. Coldly inquiring, do you doubt my identity? Shaking his head, Sao replied, step forward. Before the words had fully left his lips, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows, exuding a chilling and mysterious aura. It was Orochimaru, tall and slender, wearing a strange smile, his laughter akin to a cold wind. He, under the mask, Obito's expression hardened, his voice low and laced with wariness. Orochimaru? With a slight smile, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with a sly gleam. You claim to be Uchiha Madara. Then who is this? As he spoke, a coffin rose slowly behind him, the black wood emanating an ominous aura in the feeble light. The coffin creaked open, revealing the lifeless body of Uchiha Madara, resting silently within. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief, shock surging within him as he fixated on Madara's corpse. What does this prove? Obito sneered, his tone dripping with disdain, as if the scene before him could not shake his confidence. Yet Sao remained unfazed, calmly asserting, at the very least, it proves you are not the true Obito. Obito's expression froze, anger and panic flashing in his eyes. What did you say? His voice rose, trembling, nearly losing the calm demeanor he usually maintained. The mention of the name Obito struck him like a bolt of lightning, for it was a name never uttered since he became the masked man. In that moment, his inner turmoil surged, as if the buried past resurfaced, bringing forth an uncontrollable wave of shock and anxiety. Obito's heart churned like turbulent tides, his gaze flitting between Sao and Orochimaru, as if searching for a flaw. However, Sao's smile struck like lightning, searing his nerves. Who are you truly? Obito's voice deepened, laced with anger and unease. His hand clenched slightly, veins rising at his fingertips, as if poised to strike. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is whether you possess a clear understanding of your own identity, Sao provocatively replied. Sensing that Obito's mind was in disarray, this was the opportune moment to act. Orochimaru smirked slightly, his gaze hawkish as he scrutinized Obito, seemingly awaiting his reaction. If you truly are Obito, how did you end up like this? Sao pressed on. Do remnants of your former feelings still linger? Perhaps deep down, you still yearn to become the true Hokage. Obito's heart quivered, memories flooding back like a tide. He recalled a sunny afternoon, the smiling faces of friends, and their shared dreams. Yet those dreams had been shattered by betrayal and hatred, leading him down an alternate path. I am no longer that Obito, he coldly retorted, though insecurity crept into his voice. You can choose to start anew. Sao's voice was like a gentle spring breeze, warm and inviting. Let go of your hatred. Cast aside your disguise, and return to yourself. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the basement grew increasingly tense. Orochimaru broke the silence with a slight smile. Such a profoundly touching plea. However, I am curious, what exactly is your choice? His words pierced Obito's heart like a needle, leaving him unable to contain himself. The echoes of his past reverberated once more. Friendship, dreams, betrayal, vengeance. Each word cut through his soul like a sharp blade. You are both too naive, Obito finally scoffed, seemingly masking his inner fragility. I have chosen my path. There is no turning back. But do you truly wish for it to remain this way? Sao pressed relentlessly, his eyes glimmering with cunning. Then come and see if you can make me turn back. Obito suddenly roared. The basement plunged into an icy chill, as if the very air had grown heavy. It seems you have decided to oppose me, Sao replied with a faint smile, having anticipated this outcome. He understood that Obito's internal struggle would soon erupt. and this confrontation would become a battle of wills. Do not underestimate me. Obito shouted in anger. Sao sneered dismissively. Underestimate you? In my eyes, you are merely a coward, unworthy of my serious consideration. Orochimaru chuckled derisively from the side. How amusing. You Uchiha are indeed peculiar beings. Sao coolly regarded Obito, stating flatly, Obito, since your identity has been exposed, cease your charade. Cooperate with me, and you may still fulfill your Eye of the Moon plan. Refusal will lead to but one outcome, death. Obito's expression turned grave, a derisive snort escaping him. Humph. After all this time scheming, to be seen through by someone like you. Speak, what do you propose for our collaboration? Sao's lips curled into a cold smile. It's quite simple. You achieve your goals, and I fulfill my desires. As a fellow Uchiha, I offer you an opportunity for collaboration. Partnering with me would grant you an unimaginable chance. Obito raised an eyebrow, seemingly unimpressed. Heh, you offer me an opportunity? Who do you think you are to make such demands? By virtue of my strength, Sao declared, confidence radiating from his voice, before unleashing an overwhelming aura. The air around them grew heavy. A terrifying spiritual pressure began to spread outward. Crack, crack, crack. The ground trembled beneath this force, fissures appearing as debris flew. The seismic tremors shocking Obito to his core. He had never anticipated that Sao could achieve such remarkable effects merely through his presence. Even Orochimaru, observing from the side, was taken aback. The mere pressure alone was enough to fracture the ground, truly astonishing. At that moment, in Orochimaru's mind, Sao's power had ascended to a whole new level. Chapter 93, Zhuhao, Betraying the Village? It is the village that has betrayed me. Zhuhao's objective is to resurrect Obito, to defeat him and fulfill his mission. Obito's aim is merely Rin. Come, collaborate with me, and I can grant you everything you desire, allowing you to spend eternity in endless illusions. Zhuhao spoke with a smile, his gaze shimmering with temptation. A flicker of vigilance crossed Obito's eyes. You know my intentions? Heh, I have conducted a thorough investigation on you. Zhuhao chuckled lightly, exuding confidence. Is it not true that your feelings for Rin are inextricable? If you wish, I can help fulfill that wish, even resurrect her. What do you say? Everything you desire, I can provide. Heh, Obito smirked disdainfully. You do not understand me at all. How can you fathom my motives? You are but a Navi child, possessing power yet lacking wisdom. Zhuhao retorted with scorn. Not comprehend? Are you not simply a lovesick fool? How could I not recognize the signs of infatuation? Obito frowned. What is a lovesick fool? Zhuhao's brow slightly furrowed. The explanation for that term is quite intricate. Yet you are indeed a pure fool consumed by love. Obito shook his head, his expression one of utter disdain. You truly are ignorant. You have no idea. Before he could finish, Obito activated his technique, vanishing from Zhuhao's sight in an instant. Zhuhao felt a weight in his heart. He had not anticipated Obito's choice to depart, rejecting his offer of cooperation. He sighed helplessly. Very well, let us attend to the main matter first. Orochimaru grinned slyly, leaning closer to inquire. Zhuhao, what do you plan to do next? Zhuhao met his gaze directly, asking, how is your improvement on the Edo Tensei technique coming along? Orochimaru licked his lips, excitement glinting in his eyes. Of course, I can hardly wait. An hour later, in a dim and damp chamber, a young Tsunade and Jiraiya were tightly bound together with rough ropes, facing each other, feeling the warmth of each other's bodies and heartbeat. Tsunade's form was soft, yet her fragile aura was sharply pronounced amidst the constraints. Her cheeks flushed slightly, discomfort evident in her eyes. Jiraiya, however, seemed unexpectedly exhilarated by this sudden intimacy. Tsunade, shut up, where exactly is this place? Just then, Zhuhao slowly entered the chamber, shadows enveloping him, rendering him extraordinarily enigmatic. Have you two awakened? His voice flowed like a gentle breeze, yet bore an undeniable threat. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, stuttering, Zhuhao, what are you doing here? His voice trembled with fear and confusion, the binding leaving him with an intangible sense of oppression. Tsunade shouted furiously, Zhuhao, you are the one who has bound me and Jiraiya together. Zhuhao chuckled slyly, his gaze mischievous as he signaled Jiraiya with a secretive glance, as if conveying some unspeakable message. Jiraiya's pupils constricted, a sense of unease rising within him as he grasped Zhuhao's intent in an instant. You two shall meet your demise here today. Do you have any final words? Zhuhao's voice sliced through the air like a chilling wind. filling the chamber with an eerie atmosphere. After Zhuao's shadow gradually dissipated, a fleeting silence returned to the chamber. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances, the invisible pressure swelling like a tide. Tsunade, I do not know what will happen next, but I hope. Jiraiya's voice quivered slightly, a surge of intense emotion within him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to meet Tsunade's gaze. I wish that no matter what happens, you must survive. Tsunade's cheeks flushed again. Despite the crisis, she felt warmth from the concern in Jiraiya's eyes. She whispered, Jiraiya, do not say such things. We will find a way to escape. But Jiraiya's tone grew softer, yet more resolute. I have always wanted to tell you, whether in the past or present. My heart belongs solely to you. I would do anything for you, be it life or death. Tsunade's heart raced, feeling a mix of embarrassment and undeniable emotion in response to his confession. She inhaled deeply. All right, let us escape first. Jiraiya paused for a moment. Have you accepted me? Tsunade nodded. Her brow furrowed, yet her tone remained decisive. We will talk after we escape. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's heart surged with exhilaration, joy blooming within him. Zhuao observed the situation before him, calculating the perfect moment, feeling it was nearly time. He reappeared before Tsunade and Jiraiya, his voice icy. Are your final words prepared? Then, accept your fate. Tsunade was ablaze with fury, her gaze fixed on Zhuao's Akatsuki cloak, demanding angrily, Zhuao, why have you betrayed Konoha? Jiraiya, too, was incredulous, pressing, Indeed, Zhuao? Why would you do this? Zhuao raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, Jiraiya, you old fool, I am helping you pursue Tsunade. How dare you question me? Just then, Zhuao suddenly struck, delivering a powerful kick to Jiraiya's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Jiraiya and Tsunade were sent crashing against the wall, producing a dull thump. Coughing, Jiraiya endured the pain, his chest feeling as though it had been struck by a mighty hammer, struggling to speak. Zhuao, after all these years, you have turned so ruthless. Tsunade scolded in anger. Zhuao, you have indeed betrayed the village. Although Danzo's actions were wrong, you cannot treat Jiraiya so severely. Zhuao coldly laughed, shaking his head. Betraying the village? It is the village that has betrayed me. As his words hung in the air, he instantly vanished, launching another kick at Jiraiya. Betrayal? What talk of betrayal? It is you who have wronged the Uchiha. Jiraiya cried out in agony, his eyes wide. The blow was too severe, and he struggled to endure. How can you accuse me of betrayal? With so many Uchiha lives lost, what right does Konoha have to accuse me? Zhuao muttered furiously, anger surging within him. Thud! Another kick struck Jiraiya's abdomen, causing him to grunt in pain, his face contorted with suffering. Chapter 94. Severely Injured Sasuke. The awakening of thunder finally, I have escaped. Jiraiya lay on Tsunade's back, panting heavily, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His face pale and exhibiting signs of extreme weakness. He had just endured a life-and-death struggle, gravely injured by Sasuke. The pain in his body rendering him nearly incapable of standing. Tsunade furrowed her brows, stating, We must return immediately and inform the entire ninja world of this matter. The Akatsuki's intentions are truly terrifying, not to mention, the other 4 Kage are also imprisoned by them. We cannot delay any longer. Jiraiya's voice was weak and hoarse. Hurry back. I sense something amiss with Sasuke. He may resort to extreme actions. Tsunade's brow remained furrowed as she inquired, What do you suggest we do now? Jiraiya replied, First, help me heal. Once I am restored, we can devise a plan. I firmly believe that if I confront Sasuke, he will reveal the truth. Tsunade placed Jiraiya on the ground and employed her medical ninjutsu to mend his injuries. In approximately 3 hours, Jiraiya had recovered 70% of his vitality. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the Land of Iron, the confrontation between Sasuke and Nagato intensified. The earth cracked under the ferocity of their battle. Thick smoke and the scent of destruction enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, both Sasuke and Naruto lay on the ground, their faces ashen. Sasuke was gravely injured, his breath faint, on the verge of losing consciousness, while Naruto, though uninjured, appeared utterly exhausted, clearly having undergone tremendous strain. Karen, Suigetsu, and Jugo rushed forward, their eyes filled with concern and unease, their gaze fixed on the wounded Sasuke. Karen, in a state of urgency, leaned down, her hand pressed against Sasuke's mouth. Her voice trembling, Sasuke, bite me. Sasuke, struggling to rise and enduring excruciating pain, his consciousness fading, pushed Karen away, coldly asserting, This minor injury does not require your assistance." Karen's heart ached, and she urged, "Sasuke, stop pretending to be strong. You always do this. You truly need me now. Please bite me. I can help you." Sasuke furrowed his brow, desperately trying to maintain his faltering body. "I am not that weak. I can do this." At that moment, Sasuke's body flickered with strands of lightning, as if some formidable power was on the verge of awakening within him. Inside him, the power of thunder, in a state of extreme weakness and agony, began to react, drawing strength and gradually restoring his vitality. "This is the power of the thunder fruit." Sasuke was astonished. He never anticipated that in such a dire moment, the thunder fruit would provide him with such formidable aid. Karen suddenly sensed an impending eruption of immense power within Sasuke. "Sasuke, what exactly lies within you?" she asked urgently. "Everyone step back. I can no longer contain this power." Sasuke's voice carried a sense of urgency. Suigetsu looked around, perplexed. "What is happening? Is there danger?" Jugo impatiently replied, "Are you foolish? How could you not sense the power within Sasuke?" Suigetsu suddenly realized, "Oh, I see. Z, as the power within Sasuke surged. More and more lightning encircled and danced around him. "Suigetsu, get away. This lightning is beyond your capacity to withstand." Jugo urgently pulled Suigetsu aside, his eyes filled with concern. In that instant, a terrifying bolt of lightning erupted from Sasuke's body, as if the very sky had been torn asunder. His vitality was instantly restored, as though infused with new life, a power far greater than before. What an overwhelming force. This is what I desire. Power, more power. A blazing desire ignited within Sasuke's heart. 3 minutes later, Suigetsu stared in awe at the colossal thunder giant in the sky. A wave of intense shock washing over him. What is this? Such a massive thunder giant. Could this be the new ability awakened in Sasuke? Jugo pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "It seems that way. I never expected this crisis would lead Sasuke to unexpectedly awaken such powerful strength." Karen exclaimed excitedly, "Sasuke, you are truly astonishing now." At this moment, the thunder giant in the sky loomed impressively, its size comparable to that of a complete Susanoo. Unlike Susanoo, the thunder giant was formed entirely from Sasuke's being, while Susanoo required a wielder to manipulate it. The thunder giant stood like an unmatched mountain, its body shimmering with brilliant lightning, exuding a suffocating pressure. Each rumble of thunder seemed to shake the earth, the surrounding air growing scorching from its immense presence. As if time itself had momentarily frozen, Suigetsu and Appo's heart raced, his breath quickening as he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. "I can't and Appo's take it anymore. I must leave this place. My entire body feels numb. This power is truly astonishing." Jugo murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with awe. He had never witnessed such a magnificent entity. Karen's face radiated excitement, though mixed with a hint of trepidation. If Sasuke could fully harness this power, how terrifyingly formidable would his combat prowess become? At that moment, Naruto gradually rose, his gaze fixed on the colossal thunder giant in the sky, contemplating, "Is this Sasuke's power?" As Naruto's thoughts flowed, the thunder giant began to dissipate, revealing a newly transformed Sasuke standing before everyone. At this moment, he was enveloped in a purple cloak of lightning, resembling a battle deity descending, embodying the thunder mode of Sasuke. His aura was even more striking than Naruto's Nine-Tails mode. Naruto, astonished, asked, "Sasuke, what is this?" Sasuke clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with unwavering resolve. "I feel that I can defeat anyone now." Naruto, filled with anticipation, proposed, "Shall we challenge Sasuke together?" Sasuke smiled confidently, "Haha, I can handle this alone." At this moment, Sasuke brimmed with confidence. "Sasuke, just you wait. This time, I will definitely defeat you." Karen hurried over, her face etched with anxiety. "Sasuke, what should we do now?" Sasuke's gaze was resolute, his tone unwavering. "We head directly to the Hidden Rain Village. That is the Akatsuki's headquarters. This time, we will eradicate the entire organization." Suigetsu, hearing this, grew increasingly tense. "What? This is too dangerous. Are we truly going?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "Are you afraid?" Chapter 95, Sasuke Sasuke, accept my challenge. "I am unafraid. I merely believe we must be thoroughly prepared." Mizuki responded eagerly, a flicker of unease evident in her eyes. "Do not worry, Mizuki," Rin quickly reassured her. "Sasuke has acquired new powers. He will undoubtedly triumph over anyone." Sasuke dismissed their concerns, appearing increasingly resolute. Now is not the time for hesitation. We must seize this opportunity. If we do not act immediately, the Akatsuki will exploit the captivity of the 4 Kages to orchestrate a grander scheme. Mizuki's eyes widened in confusion. Sasuke, when did you start caring about the 5 Kages? I concur with Sasuke's assessment. Go interjected. We have little time left. We must set forth at once if we hope to locate them before the Akatsuki's plans unfold. Very well, I shall accompany you. Mizuki sighed, finally agreeing with a nod. Then let us depart. Sasuke exclaimed, radiating an unparalleled aura of excitement. Naruto looked on in astonishment. What are you talking about? What has happened to the 5 Kages? Sasuke smirked derisively. Naruto, you truly are dense. Can you not see? The 5 Kages are in grave peril, and the entire ninja world is on the brink of collapse. Naruto's brow furrowed in shock. How can that be? They are Kages. Sasuke shook his head with a cold laugh. You have overestimated the strength of the Kages. They are, in fact, quite fragile. In that case, I must join you, Naruto declared firmly. Humph. Sasuke shot him a glance. Let's go. Just don't slow me down. The group swiftly readied themselves and set off toward the Hidden Rain village. As Sasuke's power grew, the atmosphere around them became increasingly tense. Even the fierce winds seemed to quiver in response to their determination. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki headquarters in the Hidden Rain village, a palpable tension filled the air. Sasao sat high above, his expression grim as he studied the map before him, seemingly deep in thought. The sooner they arrive, the better. A cruel smile crept across his lips. Sasuke, I am eager to see how you intend to thwart me. As Sasuke and his companions drew closer to the Hidden Rain village, his heart brimmed with complex emotions. Ever since he had acquired the powers of the Thunder Fruit, he had felt an intense urge beckoning him toward greater strength. How can I control this power? Sasuke pondered, filled with uncertainty. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful surge of lightning, compelling him to halt. What is wrong, Sasuke? Rin and Go also sensed something amiss and paused, looking on with concern. I feel a presence, Sasuke replied, his brow furrowed, the electricity within him seemingly responding to an unseen call. He understood that this was a connection to the Thunder Fruit, as if it were imparting a message. Are you saying an enemy is approaching? Mizuki asked, her gaze darting around nervously, ready to confront any impending danger. No, I sense a familiar aura. Sasuke's expression deepened, a familiar figure surfacing in his mind. It is Sasao. Just then, a rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, as if in response to his summons. Sasuke looked up to see lightning weaving through the clouds, guiding him toward his destination. Let us move. We must quicken our pace. Sasuke's voice resonated with determination as he urged his companions to hasten toward the Hidden Rain village. Not far off, atop the high tower of the Hidden Rain village, Sasao's gaze was sharp as a hawk, seemingly aware of Sasuke's approach. A sinister smile crept across his face. At last, my foolish brother has arrived. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder, heralding an impending storm. Finally, just a few hundred meters from the Hidden Rain village, Sasuke and his group came to a halt, their eyes fixed on the shadowy settlement, feeling the suffocating aura of oppression that enveloped them. We have arrived, Sasuke murmured, his gaze fierce and unwavering. Do not be afraid. Stay close to me. Understood. The group responded in unison as they stepped onto the territory of the Hidden Rain village. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly eerie. Rain poured incessantly, and the air was thick with humidity, hinting at the imminent conflict. Listen, Rin suddenly halted. Ears perked, as if she had detected something. There seems to be someone ahead, Mizuki exclaimed, her expression tense, her gaze fixated on the path ahead. Prepare for battle. Sasuke commanded softly, mentally bracing himself for the confrontation. With a resounding crack, figures emerged from the shadows of the Hidden Rain village, revealing themselves to be members of the Akatsuki. Ah, so you have finally arrived. Sasao stood before them, his gaze sharp as a blade, a cold smile playing on his lips. I have been waiting for you. Sasao? Sasuke's voice thundered, striking deep into the heart of his adversary. His eyes crackled with lightning, akin to an invisible blade aimed at Sasao. This time, I shall defeat you, without fail. Accept my challenge. Sasuke's presence surged with intensity, his body crackling with electricity, poised for eruption. Then let me witness how much your power has truly grown. Sasao's eyes glimmered with profound meaning as golden lightning began to envelop him. The clash of golden and purple lightning erupted, filling the air with a tense atmosphere as the two forces converged. as if the very world were struggling to breathe under the weight of their might. Are you ready? This battle will alter everything, Sasuke murmured to himself, an unquenchable fighting spirit igniting within him. Come forth, Sasao. I shall reveal to you the true essence of power. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. Sasao intoned, his voice imbued with an air of authority. He unleashed a dazzling beam of golden lightning, hurtling towards Sasuke. Huh, is this all you can muster? Sasuke scoffed, evading the attack with a flash of lightning, as if he had anticipated it all along. It seems your speed has indeed improved significantly. Sasao's eyes widened in surprise, a playful smirk emerging on his lips. Now, how will you respond to this? With a thunderous boom, the air trembled in response. Thunder Dragon Halberd. Sasao bellowed, the golden lightning coalescing in his grasp, transforming into a formidable halberd that radiated an aura of dread. Wrapped in terrifying golden lightning, he resembled the embodiment of a thunder god, causing the air around him to crackle ominously. Chapter 96. The Divine Realm and Appos. As heavenly strike, I shall not allow you to succeed. Sasuke roared, his eyes crackling with furious lightning as he vanished from the sight of those around him. With his swift movement, the surrounding electricity trembled, forming arcs of lightning that seemed to clear a path for him. Lightning slash. He bellowed midair, conjuring a violet blade of lightning aimed directly at Zao's halberd. Humph. It seems you are indeed becoming more formidable, Zao remarked, a faint smirk gracing his lips as a glimmer of indifference shone in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust the halberd forward, golden lightning transforming into a radiant projection that surged towards Sasuke. The air was rife with the shrill sound of electricity, as though the very fabric of space was being torn apart by this force. Come on. Sasuke and Appos' inner fury ignited. His hands clenched tightly as he collided the lightning blade with the halberd. A thunderous explosion erupted, electricity weaving wildly between the two, as if attempting to rend the world itself. Oh, my foolish brother, you are still not strong enough. Zao sneered coldly, shaking his halberd, unleashing a barrage of golden lightning beams that detonated around him, hurtling towards Sasuke's companions. Water Moon, be careful, Keirin shouted, leaping forward to push Water Moon out of harm's way, only to be struck by a beam of golden lightning herself, letting out a muffled groan as her visage contorted in pain, her body flying backward. Keirin, Water Moon gasped, panic surging through her as she rushed to the fallen Keirin. Don't lose focus, Sasuke bellowed, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The lightning behind him surged with fervor, coalescing into a massive lightning dragon aimed directly at Zao. 60 million volts, lightning dragon, Sasuke uttered quietly, the dragon spiraling in the air, imbued with terrifying power as it charged towards Zao's halberd. A laughable assault, Zao scoffed, casually swinging his halberd, the golden light flickering as it effortlessly repelled the lightning dragon's attack. How utterly dull. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Zao's lips as he fixed his gaze on Sasuke. I had thought your strength might rival mine, but it seems I was mistaken. Just that? Sasuke's expression darkened slightly. Then allow me to demonstrate the power I have recently awakened. You might not want to be too astonished. The lightning within him seemed to resonate with his resolve, growing ever more ferocious, forming arcs that enveloped him. As Sasuke and Appos' aura surged, transforming him into a god of thunder. Wrath of the Thunder God, Sasuke shouted, his hands coming together as lightning danced between his fingers, swiftly morphing into a brilliant arc that struck towards Zao. Heh, Wrath of the Thunder God? An appealing title, but I wonder how potent it truly is, Zao retorted, his lips curling in disdain as he swung his halberd once more. The clash of golden and purple lightning erupted in a cacophony of sound. Submit to me. Sasuke gritted his teeth, the lightning swirling at his fingertips before expanding outward, forming a colossal barrier of electricity that withstood Zao's assault. Not bad. You managed to momentarily withstand my attack, Zao remarked, momentarily taken aback before displaying an excited expression. But that is far from sufficient. I shall unveil to you the true power of lightning. Sasuke whispered fervently, a surge of immense strength welling within him, as he traced a gigantic sigil in the air. Lightning converging into a formidable thunderbird that soared high, charging towards Zao. Thunderbird, bring destruction, Sasuke bellowed, the thunderbird emitting a deafening cry as it responded to his summons. Darting towards Zao, a tiresome trick. Zao chuckled coldly, swinging his halberd again, as golden lightning collided with the thunderbird, erupting in a blinding flash that shook the nearby villages with its force. Boom! The clash of thunder resonated, the terrifying power colliding in the air, unleashing a heart-stirring momentum. In an instant, a vast domain of thunder formed, as if tearing the very sky apart. Cough, cough. Ultimately, Sasuke found himself overpowered, a few dry coughs escaping his throat. How could this be? It was so close. Zeo approached Sasuke slowly, his gaze piercing as he coldly stated, "Sasuke, you have been defeated once again." Sasuke, unwilling to concede, replied, "I refuse to accept this. You are merely a fraction stronger than I." Zeo smiled faintly, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Do you comprehend the phrase a hair's breadth off, 1,000 miles away? What appears as a slight margin is, in reality, a vast chasm separating you from victory." Ha ha ha. Sasuke bowed his head, a sinister grin forming. "I understand now. You have been deliberately holding back. You could have easily defeated me. Yet you chose this method to lead me to misjudge your strength, did you not?" Zeo shrugged nonchalantly. "If you wish to think that way, then so be it. Sharingan. Activate." Sasuke's voice thundered, instantly awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan, a violet Susanoo manifesting around him. Boom! With a resounding crash, the skeletal arms of Susanoo swung toward Zeo with such force that the ground trembled beneath them. Zeo, witnessing this, swiftly leaped to evade the lethal strike, landing gracefully as if a cat. "Heh, a sneak attack? You are too naive." A condescending smile played upon Zeo's lips, exuding calmness. "Amaterasu." Sasuke's eyes widened fiercely, black flames igniting upon Zeo, reminiscent of infernal fire from the abyss. "Heh, you dare use Amaterasu against me? Intriguing." Zeo observed the black flames raging on his right arm, his expression unchanging, excitement flickering in his eyes. "Shinra-tensei," he exclaimed, a powerful repulsive force erupting, deflecting the Amaterasu flames which promptly dissipated in the air. "How is this possible? Amaterasu has been nullified. This is clearly Nagato's ability." At this moment, blood trickled from Sasuke's left eye, his eyes widening in disbelief. Suspended in midair, Zeo remarked with a smile, "Hee, are you not marveling at how I possess such power?" Naruto could not contain himself and yelled, "That does not matter. Zeo, why do you aid the Akatsuki in their nefarious deeds? Why capture the 5 Kage? Why engage in such heinous acts?" Zeo fixed his gaze on Naruto, responding with indifference. "Naruto, why do you utter such childish words? Why do you believe that the members of Akatsuki are all villains? That is merely your own prejudice. However, this is quite normal. There will always be such divides between people, making it impossible to fully understand one another." Chapter 97. The fusion of the 3 great eye techniques. The Mangekyou Sharingan rebirth. You are right. A chasm indeed exists between people. Yet you have chosen to tread upon this misguided path. Naruto bellowed, his form slightly leaning forward, an embodiment of fury for the safety of his comrades. "Foolish ones." Sasao replied with a slight smile, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. "You shall never comprehend the essence of my pursuit. Everything I do is in the quest for higher power and truth, while you merely chant the mantra of justice. And what is justice? Merely an excuse for you." Sasuke interjected coldly, his inner rage unabated. "What you have done would never be condoned by Itachi." "Haha, how naive. You dare mention Itachi? Just how much do you truly know about him?" Sasao scoffed, shaking his head dismissively as his gaze shifted behind him. "As you can see, the so-called justice ultimately pales against the suppression of absolute power." At that moment, the air around them grew taut, and several figures slowly emerged. They were members of the Akatsuki, their faces adorned with mysterious and indifferent expressions, as if they had foreseen the impending events. Kakuzu, Haiden, Kisame, Deidara, and Sasori. A subtle smile graced Sasao and Appo's lips. "We have come to ensure the success of our plan," Kakuzu stated coldly. "Once we achieve our dominion over the ninja world, I shall possess the wealth of the entire globe." "Ha! Indeed," Kisame concurred. "We will reshape the future of ninjas, creating a brand new order." "Your ideals are excessively arrogant," Naruto declared, his brow furrowed, a steadfast conviction flickering in his gaze. "I shall never allow you to succeed." "Humph, how laughable," Sasao replied with a faint smile, as if watching a tedious play. "Even you, Naruto, are powerless to prevent what is about to unfold. You think you can overthrow the ninja world with your kind? The Uchiha's vengeance has yet to be avenged. Prepare to face my true power." Sasuke's voice thundered, the light of his Mangekyou Sharingan swirling within his pupils. Lightning coalesced around him, forming an irresistible force. Do not underestimate us. Naruto retorted defiantly, the chakra of the Nine Tails surging within him, transforming into a golden halo that enveloped his being. Golden Naruto, make your entrance. What a spectacle! Sasao's gaze sharpened slightly, anticipation glimmering for the imminent battle. Now, allow me to witness the extent of your powers. Lightning Blade, Gale Slash. Sasuke leapt forward, the lightning in his hand morphing into a bolt aimed directly at Sasao. Merely a trifling trick, Sasao sneered, wielding the Raijin's staff, the golden light flashing instantaneously, effortlessly dispelling Sasuke's assault. Behold, Naruto seized the opportunity to launch an attack from the side, the Nine Tails chakra manifesting as a colossal fox shadow, charging towards Sasao. Humph, so childish. Sasao's lips twisted into a mocking grin as he evaded Naruto's attack with ghostly agility, then retaliated with a swift strike, the staff carving a golden arc directly toward Naruto. Naruto was caught off guard, the attack landing heavily, sending him crashing to the ground, gasping in pain. Naruto. Sasuke's heart tightened, fury igniting within him as he summoned all his chakra, preparing to strike once more. Foolish brother, Sasao's gaze burned fiercely, a smug smile adorning his face. I am not an adversary you can easily defeat. Once more. Sasuke gritted his teeth, rage boiling within him as the Mangekyou Sharingan activated again, power rapidly coalescing within him. Thunderbird, charge. With a furious shout, a massive Thunderbird soared through the air, aiming straight for Sasao. Boring, Sasao scoffed, the Raijin staff swinging out. Golden lightning clashing with the Thunderbird in a blinding explosion of light. Again, Sasuke's voice resonated like thunder, the lightnings might swirling around him, as if intent on tearing the very fabric of space. You believe this will defeat me? A hint of scorn graced Sasao's lips as he vanished and reappeared before Sasuke in a flash of golden light. Watch. Sasuke's heart raced, reacting swiftly, channeling all his strength in an attempt to defend himself. However, Sasao's assault descended like a tempest, the overwhelming force sending Sasuke hurtling back, crashing to the ground. Blood spurting forth. You truly disappoint me. Sasao looked down at the fallen Sasuke, coldness in his gaze. You cannot even grasp the true meaning of power. Why do you possess so much chakra? Sasuke seethed, his fury intensifying, the lightning within him surging violently, as if it sought to rend everything apart. Bring it on, he bellowed, the surrounding lightning coalescing into a colossal vortex, charging towards Sasao. Chakra is not something you can simply summon at will. Sasao's smile was icy. As he swung the Raijin's staff, the golden glow slicing through the lightning vortex effortlessly. This is impossible. Shock washed over Sasuke, his face twisted in defiance. A flicker of despair in his eyes. You are too naive, brother. Sasao's voice dripped with the chill of death, accompanying his merciless onslaught. I am a being you can never surpass. Meanwhile, Naruto struggled to rise from the ground, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Witnessing Sasuke's struggle, a fierce belief surged within him. I will not allow you to succeed. Naruto roared, the chakra of the Nine Tails swirling within him, transforming into a formidable force that surged towards Sasao. Ridiculous. Come and take the Nine Tails. Sasao mocked, swinging the Raijin's staff again, preparing to subdue Naruto with a single blow. Naruto, get out of the way. Sasuke cried out in agony, an overwhelming anxiety flooding his heart. I will not give up. Naruto resolutely replied, the power of the Nine Tails exploding within him, manifesting as a colossal energy that surged to meet Sasao's attack. Boom! The two forces collided in the air, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the very fabric of space. You truly bore me. Sasao's voice echoed through the tumult, a dismissive grin upon his face as he swung the Raijin's staff once more, preparing to conclude this affair. I will not allow you to triumph. Sasuke gritted his teeth, charging at Sasao, ready to expend every last ounce of his strength. It is time to put an end to this. Sasao's attack descended like a storm, bearing down on Sasuke and Naruto. I will never give up. Naruto screamed, the power of the Nine Tails erupting around him, transforming into a final beacon of hope. A cold smile crept across Sasao's lips. Since you are so stubborn, allow me to bestow upon you a powerful technique. Before the words left his lips, his eyes transformed instantaneously into the fearsome Mangekyou Sharingan Rebirth Eye. This was the ultimate eye, a fusion of the Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Rebirth Eye, the most potent of all ocular techniques. The Mangekyou Sharingan Rebirth Eye shimmered with mysterious and suffocating patterns, exuding a formidable aura and brilliance. Chapter 98. The Void-Devouring Realm, the Graveyard of Cycles. The Void-Devouring Realm manifests as a spherical domain with a radius of 500 meters, where all matter, encompassing chakra, ninja tools, and even light, gets drawn into the otherworldly stomach of nihility, subsequently compressed and transmuted into pure energy that nourishes the caster. The technique that Zaho is about to unleash is this very ocular art. Sasuke, Naruto, be prepared for this next move. You must not perish. Zaho's tone carried a weight of seriousness, his eyes sharp and piercing like those of a hawk. In that instant, a massive black sphere with a radius of 500 meters abruptly materialized before them. Both Sasuke and Naruto were taken aback, an overwhelming sense of dread swelling within them. They could palpably feel a terrifying gravitational pull, as if the entire world was tilting toward that ominous black sphere, hastening their heartbeats uncontrollably. This is bad. We are trapped within this dreadful black sphere, Naruto exclaimed, his voice tinged with anxiety. Sasuke, bearing a grave expression, urgently replied, "We must escape at once, otherwise we will perish here." Karen, in a panic, responded, "Sasuke, what do we do? I feel as if my body has lost all control." Suigetsu and Appo's body began to float, akin to water swept by waves on the verge of dissolving. "Help? What should we do now?" Sasuke exerted every ounce of strength to resist being pulled away. At that moment, his Susanoo activated instantaneously, radiating a flickering purple light that formed a steadfast barrier before his companions. He turned his head, his tone calm, yet imbued with confidence. "As long as we escape the gravitational field, we will be safe. You all must go." Karen cried out anxiously, "Sasuke, but what about you?" Naruto shouted alongside, "Sasuke, you can't stay behind. We need to leave together." Sasuke snapped impatiently, "Be quiet. I have a way to counter this technique. You must leave." In this space consumed by the void, Zaho's ocular technique was operating at full capacity, the edges of the black sphere shimmering with an eerie radiance. Sasuke and Naruto recklessly attempted to rush toward him, but were continually tugged back by the horrific force, every fiber of their beings resisting the impending calamity. "Do not hesitate any longer." Sasuke's voice was calm. "I will hold on. You must trust me." Naruto clenched his fists, a torrent of complex emotions swirling within him. He wanted to argue, but upon seeing Sasuke's steadfast eyes, his anxiety was gradually supplanted by trust. He nodded and turned to Karen and Suigetsu, saying, "Together, quickly." The three dashed toward the edge of the sphere with all their might. However, Sasuke's Susanoo was not invincible. He sensed the intensifying pull, as if warning him that if he did not swiftly discover a way to break the technique, he too would be consumed by the endless darkness. "Is this your fate? It seems the protagonists are no more than this," Zaho murmured to himself. As the chakra in his hands began to surge violently, the core of the black sphere flashing with blinding light, as if to tear apart reality itself. Just then, Sasuke's Susanoo began to exhibit unusual fluctuations. The purple light appeared to weaken under the black sphere's power, even showing signs of cracking. In this life and death moment, Sasuke felt an unprecedented wave of panic, his heart crying out, "No, I cannot lose." Though Susanoo possessed formidable defense, could it withstand true despair? Zaho's voice echoed from within the black sphere, tinged with provocation and disdain. Subsequently, his ocular technique began to voraciously devour the surrounding energy, seemingly preparing to transform into an even more potent force. "We cannot delay any longer." Naruto, frantic, turned to Sasuke, imploring, "You must find a way to counter this technique. Together, we can surely succeed." "I know." Sasuke gritted his teeth, a thought flickering in his mind. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and began to reflect on past battles, past failures, and so on. "Naruto, listen to me." Sasuke's voice was firm and clear. "I need your power, the nine tails within you." Naruto paused, then grasped his meaning. "You mean to borrow the strength of my nine tails?" "Precisely. We must merge our chakra to break this terrifying technique." A glimmer of hope sparked in Sasuke's eyes. "All right." Naruto agreed without hesitation. "Let us combine our strengths." At this moment, Karen and Suigetsu also recognized the gravity of the situation, quickly gathering nearby to prepare their support. The four encircled one another, channeling chakra into a formidable sphere of light, gradually resisting the dreadful pull. "As long as we unite, nothing can hinder us," Naruto encouraged loudly. "We fear nothing." As their chakras intertwined, the light sphere expanded, forming a resplendent halo that countered the black sphere and Appo's gravitational force. Zaho tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips. What leads you to believe you can unravel the void-devouring realm? No sooner had he spoken, the devouring force of the void-devouring realm surged violently. In that instant, Sasuke and his companions found themselves utterly powerless, ruthlessly drawn into the vortex. Where are we? Sasuke frantically surveyed his surroundings, enveloped in dense darkness. The light dim and feeble, as if suppressed by an invisible force. A suffocating, corrosive air pervaded, seemingly eroding their bodies and souls. Alas, we are trapped here. Sasuke's voice reflected helplessness and anxiety, and there appears to be a force continuously consuming us. At that moment, Zaho's figure slowly materialized before them, enigmatic and unsettling. So, how do you find this place? He smiled slightly, a hint of provocation in his tone. Curse it, what is this place? Sasuke glared at him. Fury etched on his face, eyes glimmering with defiance. Naruto urgently inquired, Zaho, why are you doing this? What is this place? Why are you targeting us? Zaho chuckled lightly, dismissing their concerns. There is no reason. I simply desired to act as I pleased. Desired to act? What sort of justification is that? The group felt a sense of bewilderment. Let us out. Sasuke shouted furiously, his gaze piercing like a blade aimed at Zaho. Zaho merely smiled coldly, unperturbed. Do you truly believe such a childish request is feasible? At the very least. Sasuke turned to indicate Naruto and the others. You must release them. Chapter 99. The appearance of the Sage of Six Paths. Saw raised his right hand slowly, flicking his fingertips gently to produce a crisp snap. In that fleeting moment, Naruto, Karui, Suigetsu, and Choji were enveloped by an invisible force, vanishing from their original positions before they could react or utter a word. Saw turned his gaze toward Sasuke, who remained standing, and said, Now I have released them. What about you? Will you sacrifice yourself for their sake? Sasuke activated Susanoo in an instant, striving to withstand the terrifying force of devouring energy. At the very least, I can hold out for a while. During this time, you will not succeed. Saw shook his head, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Too naive. The duration of Susanoo is far from long, and your lightning release should have only recently awakened, right? Your power is not yet fully mastered. What a pity. Impudent. At that moment, a powerful chakra suddenly permeated the air. What is this? Sasuke's heart trembled. The fluctuations of this power were profound and vast, unlike anything he had ever experienced. Saw furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the ever-changing scene before him. You are the Sage of Six Paths, he exclaimed in astonishment. The appearance of the Sage of Six Paths here was something Saw had never anticipated. However, even at the peak of his powers, Saw believed he could contend with the Sage, especially since the current Sage was merely in a spiritual state. The Sage of Six Paths. I never expected to encounter such a legendary figure today. May I inquire as to your purpose for being here? The Sage of Six Paths cast a glance at Sasuke and Saw, speaking softly, You are brothers by blood. Why must you resort to such ruthless measures against one another? Saw chuckled lightly. How do you know I would pursue utter annihilation? If I did not act this way, how would you appear here? Wouldn't you agree? The Sage frowned slightly. Do you intend to confront me, even in my spiritual form? Sasuke was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. The Sage of Six Paths? Could it be? At this moment, Sasuke's heart surged with emotions, struggling to accept the reality that he stood before the legendary progenitor of ninjutsu. The very being who birthed the ninja world. Saw smiled faintly, a cunning glint in his eyes. Sage of Six Paths, your arrival is undoubtedly an unexpected turn of events. But I have been well prepared. Do you truly believe that your reputation allows you to act unrestrained before me? The Sage gently shook his head. A hint of worry etched on his brow. The forces of this world do not rely solely on individual strength. If you remain consumed by hatred, you will ultimately tread the path toward your own destruction. Destruction? I do not consider that a misguided path, Saw retorted coldly, his tone resolute. I have never believed in the concepts of justice and morality. The strong are the true rulers of this world, and I intend to become the strongest of them all. Are you aware that the pursuit of power often conceals a deeper cost? The Sage's voice resonated like an ancient bell, heavy and distant. Your brothers suffer because of you. Do you not feel a sense of guilt? Guilt? Saw's gaze sharpened, akin to a razor's edge. Their fates were sealed long ago. I merely aided them in achieving their final resting place. If not, they would have been devoured by even greater powers. Is that not a form of liberation? The sage stepped forward, his expression growing serious. You are mistaken. True strength lies in salvation, not destruction. If you insist on opposing me, you will ultimately realize how insignificant you are. Insignificant? Saw smirked disdainfully. In my eyes, so-called justice is merely an excuse for the weak. Do you think that spouting such words before me would sway my resolve? I do not wish to sway you, but rather hope for you to see a broader future. The sage turned his gaze to Sasuke, his tone softening. Only by joining forces can we usher in true peace. Peace. Saw's voice dripped with sarcasm. In your eyes, peace is merely everyone bending to your ideals? I refuse to become a sacrificial pawn in your vision. You may choose to disbelieve, but what I seek is not coercion. Rather, I desire for everyone to find their own path, the sage countered, his unwavering gaze fixed on Saw, radiating a steadfast conviction. Even you have the opportunity to change. Saw scoffed, his eyes sharp as blades, locking onto the sage. Sage of Six Paths, spare me your hypocritical ideals. Were it not for the conflicts you instigated over the inheritance of ninjutsu, the ninja world would not be in such disarray. The battles between the Senju and Uchiha clans would not have occurred. You, Sage of Six Paths, are the true root of this calamity. The sage frowned slightly, seemingly taken aback by Saw's words. It appears you possess considerable knowledge, much like your ancestor Indra. What a pity. What a pity for what? Saw interrupted dismissively, a cold smile gracing his lips. What a pity that you no longer have time to elaborate. Since you have appeared here, you must now bear the consequences of your actions. You shall vanish. Saw's voice thundered, reverberating through the air, heralding an unavoidable catastrophe. His palms slowly came together, and an invisible pressure coalesced, bearing down upon the Sage of Six Paths. You wish to confront me? The sage's voice remained calm, yet the authority within it was impossible to overlook, akin to an unyielding mountain. He raised his hand slightly, as if to withstand Saw's overwhelming presence. In my eyes, you are nothing but a mere soul, not even a whole person. How dare a deceased being attempt to lecture me? Saw laughed coldly, flicking his fingers, causing the surrounding space to warp and ripple toward the sage like waves. The force was not merely a physical oppression, but a spiritual assault that suffocated with fear. Yet, the sage did not falter. His figure seemed to grow more serene within the distorted space, resembling an eternal lighthouse. Do you still dare to resist? It seems you lack the understanding of the world's harsh realities. Saw showed no mercy, activating his Manjiki Sharingan. The attire of the sage materialized around him, the Rinnegan manifesting prominently, as chakra transformed into a magnificent cloak, with 9 shining truth-seeking balls blossoming behind him. Indeed, these are the white truth-seeking balls, far more potent than the ordinary ones. Suddenly, an unprecedented surge of power erupted, a dimension-altering force Saw had not utilized in a long time. The sage finally appeared somewhat strained, exclaiming in astonishment, "How is this possible? What are you?" Chapter 100. What I desire is to change the entire ninja world. You cannot take my life, for I embody not only strength, but also hope and the future. The voice of the Sage of Six Paths resonated like a mighty bell, piercing through Sasao's attacks and striking deep within his soul. Hope. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Sasao's lips. What you term hope is merely a consolation for the weak. A true warrior fights for their own future, rather than relying on others, especially someone like you. At that moment, Sasuke finally regained his senses. He gazed at the two before him, a tumult of emotions surging within him. The conflict between brothers, the bonds and opposition of the past, became increasingly pronounced in this intangible struggle. Brother, are you truly willing to forsake the future of everyone for your own selfish desires? Sasuke's voice resonated with conviction, standing out starkly in the standoff. He understood that although Sasao's power was formidable, the darkness and hatred within him were ultimately his greatest shackles. Why are you always so naive? Sasao looked at Sasuke with disdain, a hint of disappointment in his gaze. Do you believe your insignificant power can change anything? With such immense strength, why not choose vengeance? Why not kill Danzo? Sasuke's voice grew increasingly fervent, the flames of his inner conviction dispelling his hesitation and fear. Sasao sighed, his expression softening. Sasuke, do you know? Sometimes, it pains me to see you so innocent. Do you know why they sought to annihilate our entire clan? Do you know why? Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. I always felt you knew many things. Now that we have come this far, are you finally ready to reveal everything? And what is your true intention? Good question. Sasao's demeanor suddenly turned grave. Our Uchiha clan is, at its core, a cursed lineage. Our eyes awaken true power only after losing someone dear. As for the Manjiki Sharingan, it is an even more cursed eye, each use diminishing our vision until we are ultimately blind. Sasao paused. Speaking gravely, the only solution is to transplant a Manjiki Sharingan from a close relative. The one responsible for all this is the Sage of Six Paths. We, the Uchiha clan, are the descendants of Indra, the eldest son of the sage. I trust you grasp the implications. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's brow furrowed deeper, instinctively covering his eyes. No wonder his vision had deteriorated so severely. A secret of such magnitude lay concealed behind it. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths interjected. Do not be misled by his words. Your fates are not my doing. They stem from Indra's insatiable desire for power. This is an undeniable truth that no one can obstruct. Huh, how absurd, Sasao scoffed coldly, redirecting his gaze back at the sage, contemplating how to vanquish this formidable foe. Since you are all so obstinate, allow me to bring this to an end. Sasao thrust his palm forward, causing the entire space to collapse, transforming into countless fragments that surged toward the sage. No. Sasuke's heart raced. Without a moment's thought, he activated his chakra, striving to halt the impending catastrophe. At that critical juncture, the Sage of Six Paths suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. His voice echoed like the resonance of time, rich and distant. Regardless of where one stands, true power emanates from the resonance of the heart. As his words faded, the sage's figure began to blur, seemingly dissipating within the fluctuations of space. At that moment, his chakra surged like a tide, coalescing into a resplendent light, directly colliding with Sasao's assault. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, as if the very fabric of space were torn asunder, with powerful energy waves sweeping forth, stirring countless particles of dust and debris. This is the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke's heart quaked. Even should Sasao's power be formidable, the sage, as the progenitor of ninjas, possessed extraordinary might. Boom! Another deafening roar followed, the rending of space seemingly narrating the clash of might. Sasao's expression darkened further, as if he sought to obliterate the sage entirely. Yet, before that radiant light, turmoil stirred within him. Sasao, do you truly believe that with mere brute force, you can alter the destiny of the ninja world? The sage's voice resonated with profound weight, penetrating Sasao's very soul. His figure grew clearer amidst the luminescence, seemingly unbound by the constraints of space, exuding an ethereal aura. I do not require your guidance. Sasao retorted angrily, the internal conflict between him and the sage intensifying. I only wish to use my strength to transform this world, twisted by endless hatred and desire. Whoever obstructs me shall face death, even if you are the Sage of Six Paths. Change. Is what you seek merely revenge and destruction? The sage shook his head slightly, his gaze piercing as though he could see through Sasao's inner turmoil. True power does not lie in annihilating all, but rather in salvation and reconstruction. Sasao's heart trembled, yet he quickly scoffed. Salvation? Reconstruction? Do you believe these can be realized through mere slogans? This world is already decayed. Only the strong can survive. I will carve a new path for those who have been forsaken. Sasao declared fiercely, I shall change the entire ninja world. Not even you can stop me. You are but a specter now. At that moment, Sasuke stood to the side, engulfed in confusion. Who is right? Who is wrong? Sasao, do you truly believe that vengeance begets hope? His voice quivered as he endeavored to awaken a fragment of reason within Sasao. Sasuke, you are far too naive. Sasao's fury ignited, disappointment flickering within his gaze. Everything I do is to prevent this ninja world from being consumed by unending war and hatred. I must grow stronger. Only then can I protect you and everything I hold dear. The Sage of Six Paths regarded him quietly, his tone softening. The path of the strong is not a solitary journey, Sasao. True power springs from the resonance of the heart and mutual trust. You need not bear it all alone. Many are willing to fight alongside you. You need not pursue such an extreme path. We can build a peaceful ninja world together. Sasao's eyes brimmed with determination. I will no longer rely on anyone. I will change everything with my own hands, even if it costs me my life. At that moment, Sasuke could no longer hold back. Brother, regardless of the choices you make, I hope you find your own light and do not allow hatred to consume your humanity. Chapter 101. The plight of the four shadows. Zhao Hao gazed at Sasuke, shaking his head in resignation. He then turned towards the Sage of Six Paths and, without hesitation, charged forward. With a vigorous motion of his hands, countless orbs of the seeking Tao rained down upon the sage like a tempest, accompanied by his thunderous roar, "Seeking Tao! Explode! Explode! Explode!" In that fleeting moment, the orbs collided with the Sage of Six Paths, unleashing a cacophony of explosions, radiating brilliance. Dust swirled as the sage's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated such ferocity in Zhao Hao's attack. "You actually detonated the seeking Tao orbs. Have you lost your mind?" he incredulously questioned. Yet, Zhao Hao remained unfazed. He had resolutely chosen this path. The power of the orb's explosion was indeed formidable, even causing a hint of disarray in a formidable being like the Sage of Six Paths thinking of escaping. Not so easily, Zhao Hao bellowed, though aware of the sage's might. He refused to let his adversary slip away. A fierce killing intent ignited within him as he summoned the remaining Seeking Tao orbs, preparing for a final onslaught. Seeking Tao. Ultimate explosion. Zhao Hao's voice echoed throughout the realm, mercilessly propelling the orbs towards the sage. With each orb's detonation, a violent shockwave surged forth, raising clouds of dust, as if the very world trembled in response to their battle. So powerful. As the Sage of Six Paths retreated in defeat, Zhao Hao furrowed his brow, beginning to sense the movements around him. This was the Void's abyss, a space entirely cut off from the outside world, where no creature could escape. However, the fact that the sage could elude his grasp left Zhao Hao momentarily stunned. Truly, the Sage of Six Paths was remarkable. Sasuke surveyed his surroundings. Filled with confusion, what on earth has transpired? The devouring force has vanished. Do you still not comprehend? Zhao Hao shook his head, swiftly conjuring a glass vessel, which he slowly offered to Sasuke. Inside the vessel lay two kaleidoscopic Sharingan, glimmering with an otherworldly light. "These are Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan. Sasuke, take them. Seek out your companions. Implant these eyes, and you shall grow stronger. I hope you survive this war. Go." With a wave of his hand, before Sasuke could respond, he vanished in an instant. An hour later, within the hidden chamber of Akatsuki's headquarters, the expansive hall appeared increasingly sinister in the dim light. For small stools stood in a row. Bound to them were the Wind Shadow Gaara, Water Shadow Meitarumi, Earth Shadow Inoki, and Lightning Shadow A. Each was marred with wounds. Traces of blood intricately woven into their garments and skin, clearly having endured considerable torment. Zhao Hao held 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand, the vibrant petals gently swaying at his fingertips. Concealed in the shadows were more cherry blossoms, seemingly awaiting a command, poised to claim the lives of the four. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, sweeping over the bound figures of Gaara, Meitarumi, Inoki, and a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Hey, you four," he said, his tone laced with cruelty and arrogance. "Once I unify the shinobi world, you may continue to serve as leaders of your villages. But under my rule and my regulations, will you acquiesce or resist? Zhao Hao, you will not succeed." Gaara's voice was calm, like sand sinking to the lake's bottom. "The shinobi world is vast. It cannot be swayed by one individual, nor by a single organization. Zhao Hao, you are utterly insane." A roared in fury. "You dare to unify the shinobi world? I absolutely oppose it. We of the Cloud Village will never agree." Meitarumi sighed with a hint of resignation, teasing. "Who would have thought? Such a handsome man, yet a madman at heart." Her laughter held a note of sarcasm, yet could not conceal her underlying tension. Though weakened, Inoki's spirit remained unyielding as he spoke softly. "Zhao Hao, we are the shadows. We will not allow you to prevail." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao gently spread his hands. Squinting as dangerous light flickered in his eyes, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. "In truth, I could eliminate you four directly," he said, his tone playful. "But to instill complete despair in your villagers, I have decided to delay your demise." In the dim chamber, the air felt thick with a heavy gloom. The heartbeats of the four could almost be heard in unison. Each one exerted every ounce of strength to resist fear and despair. Yet Zhao Hao's laughter shattered the silence like broken glass, piercing their souls. "Is it truly despairing? Fear not, soon everyone will share your fate." Zhao Hao's voice was deep and magnetic. As he loomed over the four, "I will make the entire shinobi world understand what true despair feels like. You are courting your own demise," Gaara stated calmly, though weakened. His gaze remained steadfast. Even you cannot contend against the power of the entire shinobi world. The power of the shinobi world? Zhao Hao smirked coldly. Do you think your villages will unite for your sake? Just give me enough temptation, and the ninjas in your villages would not hesitate to tear you apart. You are merely puppets in my grand scheme. Silence enveloped the four, fear coursing through them. Throughout the history of the shinobi world, struggles between villages had never ceased. And Zhao Hao and Appo's ambitions seemed to swell, like a tide of darkness sweeping all before it. I will not allow you to succeed. A shouted in rage, his fists clenched, as if trying to break free from his bonds. We will unite and stand against you. Unite? Zhao Hao scoffed. Your unity is nothing but empty rhetoric. In my eyes, your suffering only serves to incite chaos and despair in the shinobi world. Consider this. If you were to perish, how would your village react? Would they unite in mourning? Or would they turn on each other, driven by envy over the loss of one of their leaders? Gaara fell silent, images of his village swirling in his mind. What is it that you truly desire? Mei Terumi finally could no longer contain herself, her quivering voice laced with unease. You seek to dominate the shinobi world. Are you certain you possess such capability? Capability? Zhao Hao chuckled lightly, his eyes sharp as a falcon's. I certainly do possess the capability. I shall transform the entire shinobi world into a realm of peace, devoid of war, devoid of bloodshed, free from those who sit high above. He extended his hand, pointing at the four, his eyes gleaming with unbridled arrogance. You need only choose. Will you oppose me or become my allies? Absolutely not. Inoki gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with anger and defiance. We shall never yield to a monster like you. Then death shall await you, Zhao Hao replied with a faint smile, his lips curling with a hint of malice and amusement. He slowly turned and walked deeper into the chamber, leaving the four shadows in the darkness, speechless and exchanging glances. We cannot simply give up, Gaara murmured resolutely. We must find a way to escape. We cannot allow him to succeed. But how shall we escape? Mei Terumi's voice carried a note of helplessness. Our powers have been diminished. We are utterly incapable of resisting him. Besides, I sense that even if we were not weakened, we would still be no match for him. The individual known as Zohu harbors an extraordinary and formidable aura within, one that surpasses our wildest imaginations. Time is of the essence. After a brief contemplation, Noki spoke with a weight in his voice. Only by seizing an opportunity could they hope to retaliate. At that moment, the door to the chamber burst open, and several figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, members of the Akatsuki, entered with an air of ominous authority. What brings you here? Kakuzu inquired coldly, a cunning glint in his eyes. Zohu intends to entrust your fates to us. Are you fortunate or pitiable? What do you desire? Reikage AI scrutinized them, his heart filled with trepidation. Quite simple, Kisame sneered. If you acquiesce, we shall return you to your previous state, provided you pledge your allegiance to Zohu. Absolutely not, Gaara declared through clenched teeth, clearly unwilling to succumb to such intimidation. Then prepare to embrace death, Kakuzu retorted, a cruel smile gracing his lips, which is precisely the conclusion you anticipate. At that instant, a thunderous explosion erupted from the opposite side of the chamber, causing the very space to tremble. The four individuals and Appo's pupils dilated in shock, and a powerful shockwave surged forth, tearing the chamber asunder. What is happening? Terumi Mei exclaimed. As they instinctively retreated, someone is attacking this place. Reikage AI's voice was laced with excitement. Perhaps this was their opportunity. Quickly, we must escape, Gaara shouted, a flicker of hope igniting within him. As the explosions continued to resonate, the walls of the chamber began to crumble. The four felt an immense force bearing down upon them, and amidst the chaos, they exerted every ounce of strength to break free from their bindings and sprint towards the exit. In the midst of the tumultuous shadows, Zohu's figure gradually emerged. Standing at the threshold, his eyes ablaze with incredulous fury. How dare anyone disrupt my plans? Kakuzu growled, his voice a low rumble. You wish to flee? It will not be so simple. The four felt a tightening in their chests, aware that this escape would be anything but easy. They turned to see Zohu gesturing, unleashing a tempest of cherry blossom petals that surged towards them with relentless ferocity. Split up, Gaara bellowed, and the four immediately darted in different directions. However, the assault of the cherry blossoms shadowed them relentlessly, rendering evasion futile. At that moment, the space ahead distorted, revealing a swirling vortex, akin to a portal to another realm. They exchanged glances, understanding that this might be their singular chance for survival. Charge! Gaara was the first to leap towards the vortex, followed closely by Reikage AI and Terumi Mei, with Noki bringing up the rear. On the other side of the vortex, the four found themselves tumbling into an unfamiliar, shadowy expanse, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of oppression. Gazing at his companions, Noki solemnly declared, "The path ahead will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Zohu will not easily relinquish us. We must devise a strategy to return and thwart his machinations. But how shall we return?" Terumi Mei and Appo's voice trembled with unease, the weight of the unknown pressing heavily upon each of them. "I will find a way," Gaara asserted with unwavering resolve, fully cognizant of the trials that lay ahead, yet determined never to surrender. They were shadows, bearers of their village's hope, and they could not allow darkness to engulf the entire ninja world. Look! In the distance, Sasuke, Naruto, and others observed the arrival of the four shadows with astonishment. Sasuke furrowed his brow, a hint of concern in his tone. These shadows appear gravely injured. Who possesses such power to inflict this upon them? The four shadows, too, took notice of Sasuke and his companions. Terumi Mei cast a glance at Sasuke, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Is that Sasuke, Zohu's brother? Chapter 102. Sasuke. This is the 1,000 cherry blossoms, my brother's extraordinary ability. They appear visibly fatigued. Naruto murmured, clenching his fists tightly, an intense urge to protect swelling within him. We must assist them. We need to ascertain the situation first. Sasuke furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed upon the four shadows, sensing an unusual presence. Their arrival was no mere coincidence. It undoubtedly pertained to Saho's scheme. Gaara slowly rose to his feet. Despite his lingering weakness, we have come here to thwart Saho. His plan has commenced, and the future of the ninja world hangs in the balance. The Saho you mentioned, is he your enemy? Naruto suddenly inquired, his eyes ablaze, gazing intently at Gaara. Indeed, he seeks to dominate the entire ninja realm, to instill despair and obliterate everything. Inoki shook his head, deep concern evident in his eyes. We cannot allow him to succeed. We will aid you. Naruto's voice was resolute and powerful, willing to pay any price. I hope you possess such determination. Mei Terumi smiled faintly, her smile tinged with fatigue yet filled with hope. But you must understand, Saho is not easily manageable. His strength far exceeds our expectations. I will become stronger. Sasuke's voice resonated with unwavering resolve, the brilliance of his Sharingan shining in his eyes. We must unite to overcome him. Unite? Gaara hesitated briefly, then nodded. Perhaps this was the glimmer of hope for our counterattack. Just then, the atmosphere around them suddenly tightened, as if a formidable force were approaching. Hurry! There is danger! Inoki warned in a hushed tone, and the four immediately became alert, swiftly forming a defensive formation. What is that? Naruto exclaimed, glancing ahead where the light and shadow twisted, as if something was drawing near. It is the 1,000 cherry blossoms, my brother's unique ability. Sasuke gazed at the shimmering shadow, his expression grave. We must hurry, otherwise, we might be caught and either perish or suffer grievous injuries. Move that way. Gaara pointed toward a seemingly brighter path, though anxiety filled his heart. He knew a choice had to be made. The four raced toward that path, with Saho's 1,000 cherry blossoms surging behind them like a tidal wave, seemingly intent on consuming all. Hurry! Naruto bellowed. At that moment, the assault of the 1,000 cherry blossoms descended abruptly, a powerful shockwave erupting, forcing the four shadows and Naruto apart. Ah! Mei Terumi cried out as the shockwave hurled her to the ground. Mei Terumi! Gaara felt a pang of urgency, disregarding everything else as he rushed toward her. Do not separate. Sasuke's voice was laced with urgency, yet he could only watch helplessly as his companions were scattered. I will protect you all. Naruto gritted his teeth, hands forming seals, ready to execute the shadow clone technique. No, we must maintain our connection. Inoki shouted, feeling helpless. Yet there was no retreat now. At that moment, Saho's figure appeared before them, his gaze sharp as a hawk, a smirk playing on his lips. Want to escape? It won't be that easy. You! Gaara roared, fury igniting within him like flames. Your struggles are nothing but futile resistance. Saho's voice was low and menacing. The despair of the ninja world will commence with you. Saho, do not be so confident. Naruto roared in anger, hands forming seals, preparing for the imminent battle. Just then, the surrounding space twisted once more, accompanied by complex energy fluctuations. Quickly, run that way, Gaara shouted, charging toward the vortex without hesitation, the others following closely. You wish to flee? It will not be that simple. Saho waved his 1,000 cherry blossoms, the frenzied petals surging toward them like a relentless tide. At the edge of the vortex, the four exerted their utmost effort, forcing their way into the unknown whirlpool, instantly engulfed in blinding light. When they re-emerged, they found themselves in an unfamiliar world, towering mountains surrounding them, the air thick with an oppressive atmosphere. Where's this? Terumi surveyed the surroundings, filled with bewilderment. It seems we have been transported to a new realm. Anoki frowned, his unease intensifying. This was undoubtedly not a safe place. We must find a way out. Gaara declared firmly, though doubts lingered in his heart. He understood the necessity of maintaining composure at this moment. Just then, a deep roar echoed from the distance, as if some colossal creature were awakening. Quickly, move that way. Sasuke pointed toward a path leading into the forest, an ominous premonition surging within him. The four raced toward the forest, but the roar behind them grew ever closer, seemingly intrigued by their flight. Too fast. Terumi's breathing became rapid, anxiety overwhelming her. We cannot escape. Speed up. Gaara gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into his forward charge. At that moment, a gigantic figure appeared before them, blotting out the sun, exuding an intense sense of oppression, resembling a colossal beast. We have been caught. Reikage exclaimed in terror, fear gripping his heart. Yet, they chose not to abandon hope, pushing themselves towards the unknown forest with all their might. What on earth is this monster? Sasuke furrowed his brow, fixated on the massive bear before them. Its immense form was awe-inspiring, akin to a moving mountain, covered in thick white fur, radiating an overwhelming aura. Chapter 103, The Super Bear. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, akin to a clap of thunder, shaking the very souls of all who heard it. A colossal black bear, its fur as dense as dark clouds, swung its paw, massive as a mountain, as if intending to rend everything in its vicinity into tatters. What an abhorrent creature! Sasuke roared in fury, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit, before commanding loudly, Amaterasu. Suddenly, Zeo appeared above the giant bear with the swiftness of a shadow. He pointed resolutely at Sasuke, his voice imbued with determination. Bear, attack. Capture them all. The bear let out another ferocious roar, filled with wildness and strength, before leaping skyward with a tremendous force. The ground shook with a resounding boom, as if even the mountains trembled under its wrath, dust swirling and trees quaking, the entire world seemingly holding its breath for this clash of might. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that such a massive bear could leap so high. Wow, is this really a bear? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Stop gawking and run, Sasuke urged, realizing that his Amaterasu, which burned upon the bear's form, appeared to have little effect. At that moment, Zeo's figure flickered like a specter, his gaze fixated on Sasuke and Naruto, as if they were prey. You cannot escape. His voice boomed like thunder, carrying an invisible weight that made the surrounding trees tremble, as if quaking in fear of his pursuit. Quick, run over there. Naruto pointed towards a narrow path, speaking urgently. However, Zeo had already anticipated their movements, positioning himself like the wind, blocking their escape. Thinking you can flee? Not so easily. Sasuke. Naruto gritted his teeth, anxiety flooding his heart. Water release, water dragon bullet. Just then, Mizukage Terumi made her move. A massive water dragon surged upward, charging towards the skybound bear. Zeo chuckled derisively, his eyes glinting with disdain. Huh. Using a water dragon to attack the bear is truly a humiliating endeavor. No sooner had he spoken than the water dragon struck the bear, failing to create even a ripple, as if merely tapping a solid rock. Terumi stared in disbelief, her face etched with incredulity. How is this possible? How can this bear's fur be so impenetrable? At that moment, Noki stepped forward, his gaze resolute, his voice steady. Then, allow me to try my dust release. Zeo's lips curled into a mocking smile, his eyes filled with provocation. You four Kages are nothing more than the likes of cockroaches. Today, I shall show you what true power is. Bear, use your sonic attack. As soon as Zeo's command was issued, the bear seemed to instinctively comprehend his intent. A deafening roar erupted, laced with a power that sent shivers down the spines of all present. In that moment, Naka's expression turned vacant, as if sensing a dreadful omen, a chill of foreboding creeping into his heart. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, a sense of dread rising within them. The bear's sonic attack approached like an invisible boulder, sweeping towards them. The air trembled with the force of the roar, as if time itself had frozen in that instant. Quick! Dodge! Naruto reacted, pulling Sasuke to the side. However, the speed of the bear's assault exceeded their expectations, crashing into the ground with a force that unleashed shockwaves like a tsunami, uprooting trees and sending dust spiraling. The entire forest appearing to collapse in that fleeting moment. Noki staggered backward, pale and nearly unable to maintain his footing under the sonic onslaught. Terumi Mei was also forced back, her eyes filled with terror and rage. We cannot be defeated. Let us strike back together. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. He understood that only through unity could they withstand the bear's frenzied assault. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a massive inferno that surged towards the bear. Flames and sonic waves intertwined in the air, resulting in a colossal explosion that echoed across the sky, illuminating half of it with fiery brilliance. This is not enough. Zeo sneered coldly, his eyes flickering with an eerie light, as if gazing upon a swarm of ignorant insects. He extended his hand, and the bear immediately felt the surge of his power. A torrent of energy coalesced around it, causing its form to swell and its fur to glimmer with an otherworldly radiance. Roar! The bear bellowed once more, its sonic attack's potency escalating, as if it sought to tear everything asunder. The earth trembled beneath its roar, heralding an impending storm of destruction. This is dire, Naruto thought, panic surging within him, urgently calling out, "Everyone, concentrate your strength. We must defeat it. Yes, do not be intimidated." Terumi Mei summoned her courage, executing her lava release, lava monster technique. "Is this your counterattack?" Zeo's lips curled into a cruel smile. Facing an onslaught of countless ninjutsu, the bear remained unfazed, lowering its head before leaping into the sky, seemingly intent on ensnaring them all. Its claws traced an arc in the air, crashing down with ferocity. "Dodge!" Naruto screamed, and everyone instinctively recoiled to the side. A resounding clash erupted as the bear's claws struck the ground, creating a massive crater, dust billowing and echoing like thunder. "We cannot continue like this." Sasuke clenched his jaw, anxiety gnawing at him. He knew that such relentless attacks would only exhaust them further. The bear showed little sign of distress. They needed to find a breakthrough to turn the tide. "Naruto, are you ready?" Sasuke suddenly turned to Naruto, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I am ready." Naruto nodded, a flame of resolve igniting within him. He understood that only by unleashing their utmost strength could they vanquish this formidable foe. "Then let it be so, Nine Tails." Naruto closed his eyes, silently resonating with the power of the Nine Tails. In an instant, a wave of potent chakra surged forth, enveloping Naruto in a golden glow, awakening the Nine Tails power within him. Seeing this, the bear roared even louder, sensing the threat. Roar! It lunged at Naruto again, its immense power tearing through the surrounding air. "Come on." Naruto's gaze was steadfast, the accumulated energy erupting in an instant, forming a colossal shape of the Nine Tails that surged toward the bear. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. With Naruto's roar, the hum of the Raisin Shuriken filled the air. He hurled it towards the bear with a swift motion, the weapon slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Humph! Such naivety. A mere Raisin Shuriken lacks the power to breach the bear and Appo's defenses. Zeo chuckled coldly. However, just as the bear was about to collide with the Nine Tails and Appo's power, an immense shockwave erupted, engulfing the entire forest in this force, a brilliant light illuminating every corner. Can we win? Terumi Mei felt a swell of anxiety. But she knew that retreat was not an option. To retreat meant certain death. "We must not give up," Noki declared firmly, gathering his strength once more, preparing to face this decisive battle. Chapter 104. The Crimson Hell Rebirth. The Descent of the Blood Realm. The Crimson Hell Rebirth. The Descent of the Blood Realm. Sasao intoned in a hushed tone. His eyes suddenly radiated a dazzling crimson light, as if ignited by an intense flame. The red glow emanated from his pupils, scorching the surrounding air into a stifling stillness. In that moment, his ocular technique unfurled quietly, enveloping the battlefield in an imperceptible aura of oppressive heaviness. Swiftly, the vibrant red light surged like a tidal wave, gradually engulfing the entire arena. A blood-red veil instantaneously devoured the surrounding scenery, instilling a profound sense of dread. Sasuke surveyed his surroundings, the crimson luminescence encasing them in a surreal, blood-tinted realm, suffocating and tightening his heart. He could not help but exclaim, What on earth is this place? Naruto, equally taken aback by the unfolding spectacle, gazed at Sasuke with a bewildered expression. Sasuke, what is happening? He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the rising terror within him. Yet the overwhelming pressure crashed over him like a relentless tide, making it difficult to maintain composure. Onoki appeared even more astounded. His gaze fixated on Sasao as he stammered, What is this? What ability is this? Sasao paid no heed to their bewilderment, and with a mere wave of his hand, the crimson light enveloped the entire battlefield. The blood realm had descended, terrifyingly so. He sensed the forces around him shifting dramatically, as if the very fabric of the space bowed to his command. The air grew increasingly oppressive, akin to being crushed by an immense weight, rendering them breathless. With the chorus of anguished cries, the four Kage were instantly besieged by an overwhelming wave of debilitating weakness. They struggled to bear the burden and fell to their knees, gasping for breath, their expressions dazed. The red light surged around them, akin to invisible chains binding them with unrelenting force. Onoki, in a daze, furrowed his brow and murmured, What is this red light? Why do I feel so weak? Unable to muster even a modicum of strength? He felt as though his chakra had been siphoned away in that fleeting moment. Even the usually robust Reikage appeared utterly drained, his face reflecting shock as he exclaimed, How is this possible? I feel powerless. He attempted to rise, only to find his legs weighed down as if laden with lead. Unable to support his body, sweat beaded on Sasuke's forehead as he anxiously pondered, What kind of power is this? Is it truly insurmountable even for those of Kage level? He gritted his teeth, striving to channel his chakra, but the red light consumed his strength like a black hole. At that moment, Naruto suddenly shouted, Don't give up. We are ninjas. We cannot fall here. He clenched his fists, striving to pull himself from the depths of weakness. A flicker of hope ignited within him, urging his comrades to awaken their fighting spirit. Yes, we shall not be defeated. Encouraged by Naruto's rallying cry, Sasuke also lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with indomitable resolve. Despite being trapped in despair, they refused to yield. However, Sasao's crimson light blazed even more fiercely, as if mocking their struggle. The air thickened with an impending sense of hopelessness. Sasao smirked slightly, his gaze exuding confidence and arrogance. Your strength is but dust before me, unable to shake my will. As his voice faded, the red light flickered violently, transforming into a bolt of lightning that cleaved through the center of the battlefield. The figures of the four Kage were engulfed in the intense crimson glow, their resistance and struggles swallowed whole. A pained cry pierced the air, deafening and seemingly tearing apart this blood-soaked dream. Onoki and Appo's body was once again crushed beneath that force, his visage contorted, eyes flickering with terror. What is this? He bellowed, incredulity and despair lacing his voice. The surroundings warped continuously, as if revealing an irreversible fate. Under the shroud of this crimson light, time appeared to stand still, every molecule in the air trembling. At that moment, Naruto felt a warm surge of power deep within his soul. He closed his eyes, striving to connect with the source of that strength. Though the surrounding red light suffocated him, he pressed on, seeking an opportunity for breakthrough. Naruto, Sasuke cried out, attempting to awaken Naruto's fighting spirit. Believe in yourself, we cannot give up. At that moment, Naruto felt a surge of power welling up within him, a desire to stand resolutely against the crushing force. The crimson light intensified, seemingly responding to their defiance, shimmering with an even more brilliant glow. Yet, at that instant, a resonance blossomed in the hearts of Naruto and Sasuke, their chakras intertwining, coalescing into a formidable force. We are ninjas, Naruto declared, his voice brimming with unwavering conviction and indomitable courage. We must not be defeated. An avalanche of memories of battles fought and perseverance surged within him, compelling him to rise again. Yes, Sasuke echoed, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit. We cannot allow this power to shatter our beliefs. As their cries resonated, the surrounding red light began to waver, as if struggling against the strength of their conviction. The figures of the four Kage gradually reclaimed their courage. Though their bodies remained weak, the flame of their indomitable spirit had been rekindled. I will not lose to you, Naruto roared, his chakra boiling within him. Striving to break free from the invisible shackles, he sensed an unprecedented power surging in his heart, responding to his inner call. Neither will I. Sasuke followed suit, his eyes glimmering with determination, as his chakra surged violently within him like a tempest. their convictions intertwined, forming a radiant brilliance, striving to shatter the crimson veil. Sasao's smile gradually stiffened. The intensity of the red light seemed to wane at that moment, as the surrounding air quivered under the weight of their newfound strength. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. This power. You have managed to reach this level. I must admit, I underestimated you. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke's chakras fused, forming a magnificent light that surged upward, as if to tear apart the red curtain. Break! They shouted in unison, thrusting their hands forward. The resplendent light sliced through the air like a blade, charged with an unwavering spirit and courage, racing towards the crimson glow. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the battlefield underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The red light began to crumble under the assault of their collective force. Observing this spectacle, Sasao maintained a calm demeanor, neither sorrowful nor joyful, and remarked slowly, I never anticipated that you would be able to breach my blood realm. Quite impressive. Chapter 105. The Ninja Alliance attacks the Hidden Rain before long. Sasao ultimately chose to spare the Four Shadows, along with Naruto and the others. Sigh. I do not know whether this choice is right or wrong, but it is what it is. The matters at hand demand my attention. Sasao murmured to himself before turning and vanishing from this realm in an instant. In the Hidden Rain village, a fine drizzle fell gently upon the earth, as if draping a delicate veil over this tranquil land. Yet, beneath this curtain of rain lay a lurking sense of foreboding and malice. Ninjas from the 5 great nations had stealthily approached, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Their objective was clear, and their orders unambiguous. Attack. Annihilate the Hidden Rain village. Eradicate the Akatsuki. With a command, the ninjas surged forth like ferocious tigers descending a mountain. At that moment, in the shadows of the Hidden Rain village, members of the Akatsuki were busily preparing as well. Haiden stood on a high point in the rain, gripping his ritual knife, a manic smile dancing on his lips. Haha, what a splendid opportunity. Let these little insects taste our might. His voice cut through the rain like a knife. Kisame, however, remained composed, his arms crossed over his chest, an icy glint in his eyes. Haiden, do not become overly excited. What we need is strategy, not recklessness. Though the enemy is numerous, their strength may not be as formidable as it appears. Standing beside him, Kisame had his hands in his pockets, a calm smile gracing his face. After all, they are ninjas from the 5 great nations. Despite their high morale, they are but ants before us. If we seize the opportunity, we shall demonstrate the true power of the Akatsuki. As thunder rumbled, the figures of the ninjas gradually emerged through the rain, employing stealth tactics to encircle the Hidden Rain village. Although the village's defenses were not weak, they felt somewhat strained against the overwhelming numbers of foes. Prepare for battle, Haiden shouted, raising his ritual knife high. Raindrops fell upon the blade, reflecting a faint glimmer of light. Simultaneously, Kisame and Itachi began to silently weave their respective ninjutsu, tension thickening the air around them. We shall commence from the periphery, looking for the enemy's weak points, Kisame calmly analyzed. Haiden, you will attract their attention. Itachi, use your water techniques to create chaos, while I strike from the rear. Haiden nodded, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. No problem. I was just eager to let them sample my evil god. With that, he charged forward, facing the ninjas rushing towards the Hidden Rain village. The enemy ninjas, upon seeing Haiden reveal himself, let out a wild roar, gathering together to unleash their assault. Haiden showed no fear, only increasing excitement as he bellowed, slashing his ritual knife in a graceful arc, cleaving towards the oncoming ninjas. Quick, stop him, a ninja shouted, but Haiden's speed was akin to lightning. As he surged into their ranks, his blade traced beautiful arcs in the rain, blood splattering forth as the enemies fell before him, unable to react. Haha, too easy. Bring it on, Haiden shouted joyfully, just as Kisame and Itachi began their counterattack. Kisame rapidly absorbed the chakra from his surroundings, releasing a powerful strike that sent several ninjas reeling. Itachi, moving behind him, conjured a water curtain that engulfed the advancing foes. Now is our moment to counterattack, Kisame commanded loudly, while Itachi, akin to a hunter, deftly maneuvered through the water curtain, silently dispatching the enemies one by one. As time passed, the synergy between Haiden, Kisame, and Itachi grew increasingly harmonious. They operated like a sharp blade, tearing through the enemy's defenses. The rain continued to wash over the battlefield, mingling blood and earth into a harrowing tableau. However, The ninjas from the 5 great nations did not retreat easily. Instead, they mobilized even greater forces, attempting to encircle the 3 members of the Akatsuki. A barrage of ninjutsu rained down upon them, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. "It seems they are serious," Haiden remarked with a cold laugh, his ritual knife dancing like a flag in the wind, glowing ominously. "Do not forget our objective," Kisame said gravely. "We cannot be overwhelmed by their numbers. We must concentrate our fire and strike at their main force." Taking a deep breath, Kisame prepared to unleash a more powerful water technique. His hands swiftly formed seals, and with a flick of his fingers, a massive water dragon emerged from the curtain, roaring as it charged towards the enemy ranks. "Water dragon bullet," Kisame bellowed, and the water dragon surged forth, unleashing a torrent that crashed violently into the enemy formation. The enemy ninjas scattered in terror, swept away by the raging waters. "Well done, Kisame," Haiden shouted, seizing the moment to charge forward, continuing to weave through the enemies and deliver lethal strikes. His blade became akin to the scythe of death, reaping lives in an instant. Yet, the battle was far from over. As the number of enemy ninjas continued to swell, the chaos on the battlefield intensified. Though Haiden, Kisame, and Itachi had gained the upper hand in a short time, the tide of incoming foes began to shift the situation into a precarious one. At that moment, a cloaked ninja clad in black surged forth from the crowd, heading straight for Haiden. The figure moved with a ghostly swiftness, catching Haiden off guard. "Who are you?" Haiden inquired warily, his ritual knife at the ready. "I am a ninja from the Cloud Village. Today, you shall witness true power." The ninja coldly smirked, forming hand seals and gathering a formidable chakra. "Humph, how naive," Haiden scoffed, charging forward without hesitation. The clash between the two erupted instantly, drawing the attention of the surrounding ninjas as they halted their actions, eyes fixated on this fierce duel. Haiden's ritual knife gleamed with a chilling light in the rain, colliding with the Cloud Ninja's weapon, producing a jarring metallic clang. The clash of their powers seemed to spark a miniature thunderstorm, causing nearby ninjas to instinctively retreat, fearing the backlash. "Do you think you alone can stop the entire Akatsuki?" Haiden sneered, his blade carving a beautiful arc through the air as he sought to breach the enemy's defenses. Yet, the Cloud Ninja deftly evaded, countering with a bolt of chakra that transformed into a lightning strike aimed directly at Haiden's heart. Lightning release, lightning arrow. With a low shout, the bolt surged toward Haiden, aiming for a direct hit. Haiden's heart raced. He swiftly sidestepped, the electric flash zipping past him and striking the ground, exploding in a shower of dirt and rain. "Interesting. It seems you possess some skill," Haiden grinned, his knife spinning, transforming into countless beams of light as he launched himself at the enemy. His speed was astonishing, the flickering light of his blade closing in on the Cloud Ninja. Simultaneously, the battle between Kisame and Itachi intensified further.